yes. What happened seemed accidental. The man who opened the elevator door and plunged 10 stories to his death. The hotel fire that reduced 5 people to charred ash. And Edward Turner, who died when his car smashed into a pillar. But why was the same man at the scene of each tragedy? A man in a velvet hat. Hello, creeps. This is Peter Lorre, opening the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Would you like to hear the story of a mad killer who murdered with one hand while holding the Bible in the other? Sound intriguing, huh? Well, if it does, stay with us for the next 30 minutes as we bring you an exciting mystery tale by Jerome and Harold Prince. These talented brothers have evolved a strange and stirring story that should keep you on the edge of your seats throughout. So settle yourselves in them now as we raise the curtain on The Man in a Velvet Hat.
The beginning, New York City. An office building in the financial district just off Wall Street. Sometime after closing hours, Tuesday night, December 15th. An office Christmas party for out-of-town salesmen. The party is being held on the 19th floor in room 1906.
When the great listen and children listen, so hear the bells through the song. No, fellas, no, I really gotta go. No kidding. Stick around, will you? It's early yet.
About 11 o'clock yet, Smitty.
Leave it to Smitty, will you? The louse has got a date somewhere. Oh, no. No, fellas, I'm going straight home to the little woman. Oh, you. I love you, kid, but oh, my wife. Well, Merry Christmas, you guys. Merry Christmas, Smitty. Stick with it, boy. Stick with it, fellas. Turn the lights off in this corridor. How do you like that? Where's that night bell for that elevator? Where's that elevator? Doorbell indicator. Well, here's the elevator right here. Just open the door and...
Sudden death in an elevator shaft. That was at 11 p.m. Tuesday, December 15th. 9 hours later, 8 a.m. Wednesday, December 16th, a letter is delivered to John Reynolds, ranking New York newspaper columnist.
Here's a screwy letter, Mike. My dear Mr. Reynolds, it was my whim 2 hours ago to take home with me to eternity my son, known in this life as Fred Smith. Well, what do you know about that? Was it signed? No, but look. Capital M on my and me. Just as though the guy writing the letter thought that he was God. Hey.
Yeah?
I just think I'll put in a routine check. See if any guy named, Fred Smith was knocked off in the last couple of hours.
The following day, December 17th, at a downtown hotel.
3 alarmer!
That's a lousy note, hardly a week before Christmas.
Poor devils. 5 dead, the chief figured. All from some dope who has to smoke cigarettes in bed in a flyer-trapped flea bag of a hotel.
Mike.
Yeah?
Mike, look. Another letter. Listen. My dear Mr. Reynolds, 5 have been purified by flames and are at peace within my heart.
Hey.
Mike, have you any word of any big fires today?
Why, yeah, there was a 3-alarmer in a hotel downtown, just east of Broadway.
One day later, December 18th. It is night. Second Avenue is wet and slippery with rain. Then...
What happened?
The car, see? Into the pillar.
My dear Mr. Reynolds, in a swift chariot I have taken Edward Tucker home to glory. No signature. The third in 3 days, and if it's like the others, it's on the beam. This looks like a story.
The following day, December 19th, John Reynolds sets out to investigate.
I'm Reynolds of the New York Dispatch. Is this the building where Fred Smith was killed 4 days ago?
That's right.
Were you on the night elevator the night Smith fell down the shaft?
Yep. Drunk as a coot he must have been.
Listen to me. On the night that Smith was killed, did you take anybody up to that office Christmas party who didn't belong there? A stranger?
No, sir.
Are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure.
Now, look. See this $50 bill?
$50? Gee,
Go on, take it. It's yours.
gosh.
Now come clean. Who was the stranger?
Hmm? Oh, maybe you mean the tall guy who came in at a 11:15.
That's the one.
Well, I tell him the party's on the 19th floor. He doesn't answer, just nods. So I take him to the 19th and I let him out.
What'd he look like?
Ah, you got me, Mr. Reynolds. I didn't...
You must have seen his hat. What kind of a hat did he wear?
Hmm? Oh, yeah. Black. It was old and fuzzy.
Fuzzy, like old velvet?
If you say so, Mr. Reynolds.
If I say so, no. Was it like velvet?
Okay, Mr. Reynolds, okay. A velvet hat. Yeah, a man in a velvet hat.
You were one of the firemen working in that fire in this hotel. Was there anything suspicious?
Just a guy smoking a cigarette in bed. That's suspicious. Pure accident.
Did you happen to see a man in a black velvet hat hanging around outside the ropes when the fire was blazing?
Black velvet hat.
That's it. Black velvet hat.
It was raining that night, and...
Sure it was.
Yeah. There was a guy.
And he was wearing a black velvet hat. Do you remember, fireman? Do you remember? Madam, they tell me you were a witness to that auto crash down the street last night.
That's right. What about it?
Was anybody else around last night when that car slammed into the pillar?
What if there was?
Look, did you happen to know who the man driving that car was? He was Edward Tucker, who was champion midget auto driver. Now, it wouldn't be easy for him to lose control of his car.
It was wet. It had been raining.
Sure. Now tell me, were there any other witnesses around?
A man?
A man. He must have been wearing,
Well, a raincoat and a hat.
a hat. What? Do you remember what kind of a hat he was wearing? Was it dark?
Dark? Yeah. Almost black, yeah.
Maybe kind of fuzzy?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, fuzzy. Yeah. Almost like it was, velvet. Yeah, a velvet hat.
And in John Reynolds' column in the New York Dispatch the next morning, December 20th.
3 deaths. 3 accidental deaths. But were they accidental? In every case, an eyewitness tells us that seeing a man in a velvet hat, an apparent madman, a man whose paranoia assumes the form of God's substitution, a man who writes letters claiming that deaths were caused by him. Are the police aware of the reign of this madman? And is the madman lying, or has he done murder? But if murder has been done, and if this man is a murderer, he's a murderer such as the world has never known. Or perhaps such as the world has always known, but never seen. There's no motive for any of his crimes, no evidence of lust or of envy, of passion or of gain. Certainly, if this man is not a god, he has not only successfully adopted the posturing of one, but the psychic attributes as well. Where he walks, death walks. This man may be death himself.
And all New York reads John Reynolds' column and wonders. Then, in the next 3 days, come 3 more deaths, 3 more letters, and 3 more reports in John Reynolds' column telling of eyewitnesses seeing the man in the velvet hat at the scene of each crime. And now comes panic. The great city is hushed and frightened, waiting to see who is the next to die. Then on December 23rd, the climax. It was late afternoon at the office for the police commissioner. Chief Magruder confers with Detective Sergeant Martin.
No, I haven't much to report, Chief. This is the wackiest case I've seen.
Never mind that. Get to the facts, Martin.
What facts? So we're supposed to find a guy wearing a velvet hat, so we can't find anything. Where he lives, his name, nothing. Just doesn't seem to exist.
Perhaps he doesn't exist.
Oh, yeah? Well, tell it to New York City. Tell it to the newspapers.
Hello?
Now, look, Chief, don't you think it'd be better if we told the reporters that we've been getting the same letters that this columnist Reynolds has? Let them know we're at least hep to what's going on.
Well, perhaps you're right.
Chief Magruder. Chief Magruder.
Take it easy, Miss Martin.
But it's happened again. The man in the velvet hat.
What? Where? How? When?
Crowded movie theater. A woman screamed and shouted, "Look out, the man in the velvet hat." And there was a panic.
Panic. Is anybody killed?
16. 16 dead. Maybe more.
16. Good Lord.
Chief Magruder's office? Yes, sir. Just a minute.
Look, Chief, I think I better go out.
Chief Magruder, it's the mayor.
The mayor? Martin, you stay here now. Yes, Mr. Mayor. How'd you hear about it so fast? Well, I suppose the newspapers will make a big... But I'm doing everything I can. Oh, Reynolds, eh? Well, why should he... Yes, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Mr. Mayor. Goodbye.
What goes, Chief?
Plenty. Whole town is upside down. Relatives are jamming the morgue, trying to identify the dead. The Citizens Committee is planning a mass meeting tomorrow to demand action. Every newspaper in town is roasting the city administration.
What do we do, Chief?
You do nothing till you hear from me. Miss Myers, my hat.
Where you going?
To the mayor's office. The mayor and I and that columnist Reynolds are going to have a little conference.
Reynolds?
Yeah. The mayor seems to think Reynolds knows more about this thing than the police department.
Answer me this, Magruder. Answer me this. Has there been a murder? Are these accidents murders?
Maybe there aren't any murders, Mr. Mayor. Not in the ordinary sense.
I believe there is, Magruder.
Just a minute, Reynolds. Your Honor, except for the panic at the movie house, every death was accidental or natural as sure as we 3 are in this room.
What do you mean? What about the man in the velvet hat?
Put the screws on some of the people who say they saw him, and he'd disappear like that.
Forget it. To the people of this town, he's real. And this panic, cold panic, right in the middle of the holidays. The people are scared blue.
May I say something, Mr. Mayor?
Well, certainly, that's why you're here.
Look, the way I see it, either it's all a hoax or there is a man in a velvet hat.
That's right. To either prove the hoax or catch the man.
All right. I think we can do one or the other. If Reynolds will help.
Well, certainly I'll help. How?
I'm going to challenge the man in the velvet hat, and Reynolds is going to publish that challenge. I'm going to say I don't think he's a god. I'm going to say I don't even think he's a good criminal. Anybody can boast of a murder after it's happened, but only a master criminal can boast of a murder before it's happened and get away with it. I'm going to challenge him to name his next murder before it happens. And Reynolds will publish my challenge.
Okay, Magruder. But I predict that he'll accept your challenge, and that when he does, you will not catch him.
And in his newspaper column, December 24th, John Reynolds says,
A challenge from the police commissioner of New York City to the man in the velvet hat. Quote, I challenge you to prove that you were a criminal. I think you're a fraud. If you're not a fraud, you will announce in advance the time and place of your next killing, murder, mercy, death, whatever you call it. Unquote. Hello, this is Reynolds of the Dispatch. Give me the commissioner. Please hurry.
Well, just a minute, Mr. Reynolds. Hold on.
Yeah?
Magruder, Reynolds.
Yeah, Reynolds.
I got an answer from the man in the velvet hat.
You got... What did he say?
He says at precisely 9 o'clock p.m. on Christmas Eve, a man will die poisoned in front of the Times building on Times Square. He says, quote, After this, I will move again in silence, for only those without faith need signs. That's all.
9 o'clock Christmas Eve in front of the Times building by poison.
That's what he says.
Okay. Thanks.
time is it now?
It's 4 minutes till 9, Chief.
4 minutes, huh?
It's darn cold out here. Why do they keep playing that same tune all the time? That was popular 2 years ago. Did they write any new Christmas songs?
It's a good song.
Stop chattering each other, both of you guys. Tell your nerves to lie down.
Oh, my nerves are all laying down and purring.
All right, then, shut up. Keep your eyes on your watch. Now, let's see. Simon and Thompson in front of the Times building. Burke and Lamantia in the lobby. Rowan over there across the street on 7th Avenue, and the whole homicide squad scattered all over the theatrical district. All right, I'd like to have doubled the number of guys standing around just in case.
Now, what your nerves need to lie down, Chief.
Precisely at 9 o'clock on Christmas Eve, a man will die poisoned in front of the Times building.
Hey, Chief, where's the front of the Times building? Where we are here in Times Square, or maybe is it a block back there on 42nd Street?
After this, I will move again in silence. For only those without faith need signs. Martin.
Yeah?
You got a good reason why he didn't type out his last note on a typewriter like he usually does? Why does he have to write this one in that Bible lettering?
Search me.
Maybe he's God. Maybe he likes to write like the Bible.
Yeah, and maybe I'll break you and send you out to pound a pea on Staten Island. How much time, Martin?
Less than 30 seconds if the guy is prompt and keeping his appointments.
Hey, Chief,
Huh?
look at that guy. See?
Which guy?
Standing over there on a curb on 7th Avenue.
Guy has no hat on. He's got no coat on him. Carrying his coat under his arm.
On a night like this, he's qualifying for the booby hatch.
Here he comes. Watch him. He's coming through those cars. Keep your eye on him.
He's coming right at us.
Glory, hallelujah!
He stopped.
Yeah. Hey, look at him. What's he doing? Swallowing poison, you fool. Grab him, quick.
Stop that guy! Get it!
Keep the crowd away. Keep him away.
That is the doornail, Chief.
Yeah, isn't he, though?
Here's his coat, Chief. It's a brown raincoat, inside out. Look at it.
Something in his pocket, huh?
Well, I'll be... It's a velvet hat.
Hey, Chief.
Yeah?
Here. Simon picked it up. Said he dropped it on the sidewalk just before he drank the poison.
Give me it. The letter.
His last.
Let those without faith disbelieve now.
You're quite a hero today, Chief Magruder.
Hero, eh?
Here's John Reynolds' column. Did you read it?
No, let's see it. The people of New York City owe a vote of thanks to their police commissioner for his effective... That's right. As for the man in the velvet hat, he was clearly a religious fanatic. There were never any crimes. There were merely accidents. Then the man in the velvet hat sent his letters to both the police commissioner and your columnist, attempting to say he had caused these accidents. Finally, when challenged by Magruder to prove his existence, he poisoned himself rather than admit he was not possessed with supernatural powers. Nice open and shut case, eh, Miss Myers?
Yes, sir. Oh, incidentally, the mayor wants you to call him. He wants to thank you personally.
The devil with the mayor. Get that columnist, John Reynolds, on the phone. Tell him to get over here right away. I want to talk to him.
It was a queer case, Magruder, wasn't it? Not really knowing.
Yeah.
You know, I had the right hunch from the beginning. Kept it to myself, though. You know, it's an interesting study, lunacy.
You think so?
The funny thing, though, about the lunatic... I mean, you never did find out who he really was, did you?
Now, look here, Reynolds. I had you pegged from the start.
What do you mean you had me pegged from the start?
You heard me.
Now look here, Magruder. Are you implying the man in the velvet hat and I were working together?
No. There never was a man in a velvet hat. You wrote those letters yourself.
I wrote... Why should I? What motive could I have?
Plenty. You write a newspaper column, don't you? You got to keep it filled and get it read, don't you? Now, look. I'm an old-fashioned cop, Reynolds. I ask myself, who gains? In this case, you did. You created the man in the velvet hat out of whole cloth. You wrote his letters and mailed them to me. And through coercion, bribery, or suggestion, you convinced a lot of witnesses they actually saw this phantom at the scene of each accident.
This is a gag, a rib. You can't be
And
serious.
maybe we found the typewriters you wrote the letters on, and maybe we didn't. You can be sure that if we haven't, we will.
It's a beautiful theory, Magruder. But spoiled by an ugly fact. There was a man in a velvet hat. And you haven't. Dead.
No, Reynolds. There wasn't any man in a velvet hat.
What? How do you know?
Because the man we found dead, the man who took his life in front of the Times building, was released from an insane asylum only one day before you published my challenge. He couldn't have been the man in the velvet hat all those other times, not while he was in the asylum.
Now look, Magruder. Don't let your theory run away with your head. You know darn well...
Don't tell me what I know darn well. You wrote that biblical script. Then you got this poor fellow who killed himself on Times Square. You took advantage of his insanity to coerce him, cajole him, persuade him in some way to do what he did.
You're out of your mind.
Chief, excuse me.
What do you want, Kachowski?
Well, Chief, here's the guy we're looking for. Second-hand typewriter store, man, in Brooklyn.
That's the man. That's him. That's the man.
What are you talking about? You're crazy.
I tell you, 7 or 8 times he comes into my store, types something out, each time on a different typewriter. Always letters, since he's trying them out.
The man's lying. He never saw me.
That's the man, all right. I remember him. That's
Okay, calm down. All right, Reynolds. What have you got to say now?
Now, listen, Magruder, listen to me. When I began this whole thing, I never dreamed it
You
would cause...
never dreamed it would cause the death of 16 people in a crowded theater. And the insane man you persuaded to take poison. That was murder, too, Reynolds.
What? Well, they'll electrocute me. Magruder, you're the only one that knows. You can hush this up. Give me a break, will you? Well, what do you say? Look, I've got money. I'll make you a rich man. What do you say, Magruder? What do you say?
I say you're gonna burn, Reynolds. You're gonna burn.
There, my friends, we have the ingenious solution to tonight's Mystery Playhouse performance, The Man in a Velvet Hat. And the moral? Don't make up a man who wasn't there. You might end up in the electric chair. Pardon me, please. The creep who writes this stuff twisted my arm. Well, we've just got time to look in on the green room where our players are rehearsing the next bedtime story. Follow me, please. Come.
You've got to get hold of yourself, Geraldine.
I can't help it, Doctor. You see, it starts every night about this time.
What starts?
The music. David's last composition. I hear it being played on a piano. And the notes seem to come from the old house, the house where David died in the fire.
Well, perhaps someone is playing that piece on the piano. Someone on the island.
No, there's only one other house out here, and those people are away. And the dog. The dog keeps howling all night long.
What dog?
I don't know. There's no dog on the island, but David and I did have a dog. You remember? He stayed with David the night of the fire. He died with him because David was too ill to get out of bed. There it is again.
Amazing. That's a real dog. Somewhere on this island.
Oh. Do you think so?
Why, of course. Probably some stray got across the bridge or swam over from the shore.
Well, you see, Oh, excuse me, Doctor.
Certainly.
Hello?
Hello? Mrs. Geraldine Reeves.
Yes, speaking. Who is this?
Listen.
Good heavens.
You have 4 hours to live, Mrs. Reeves. 4 hours to live.
What? What did you say? Hello? Hello?
Matter, Geraldine?
The music. The same music. I heard it again.
What?
Over the phone. Someone's playing it on the piano.
It must be some sort of a prank.
No. A man spoke to me. He said I have 4 hours to live.
4 hours to... Here. Let me have that phone.
No, it's no use. He's rung off.
Well, we might be able to trace the call. Hello, operator. Operator.
Somebody's trying to kill me.
Hello, operator. Operator.
What's wrong, Doctor?
I'm afraid the wires have been cut. You'd better get into my car and drive into town right away.
Yes, it isn't safe for me to stay here another minute.
Can't understand it. The motor won't turn over. Somebody must have meddled with this car while we were in the house.
Well, try my car, Doctor.
I think perhaps I'd better. Is it in the garage?
Yes, I'll... Great heavens, it's gone. The garage is empty. The car's been stolen.
Now, let's not lose our heads, Geraldine. But... We're not completely cut off yet. We can't use a car. We can still walk.
But it's almost a mile to the bridge, and the road is so dark down along the water.
It won't be too dark with a flashlight. We can go down through the woods to the edge of the water and walk along the shore.
Oh, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
I just remembered. David's brother's driving out here tonight.
Are they?
Yes, and his wife, Laura. They said they'd be here by 8:30, and if we wait for them, they can take us back in their car. What do you think, Doctor?
That's safer than trying to make it alone. If we wait right here, perhaps we can watch the bridge and see them coming. Heaven's sake, Geraldine. What are you staring at?
The bridge, Doctor. The bridge, look. This end of it's been washed out.
Something peculiar going on here, don't you think? I think that woman has good reason to be worried, too. Sounds to me like the beginning of just the kind of story we like around here. Nice and creepy, huh? Why, you'll have to wait until next time for the whole thing. That old scare master of ceremonies, that gory goon of the inner sanctum, Raymond, will be on hand. So you'll be here too, huh? Won't you? When Raymond, the giggling ghoul, tells you the spine-tingling tale. Voice on a wire. This is Peter Lorre, closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Johnny Dollar.
Pat McCracken, Johnny, at Universal Adjustment Bureau.
Greetings, Master.
No, don't give me that. Johnny, I believe you spent a couple of weekends down in Sarasota, Florida early this month.
Pat, you know darn well I did.
Have a chance to get in some fishing?
You know darn well I didn't. That's why I've been sitting here dreaming about those lunker bass at the Lake Mojave Resort out in Arizona.
Oh, what's the matter with Lake Mead?
Huh?
You know, the huge man-made lake that's backed up by Hoover Dam?
Yeah, I know.
A few miles this side of Las Vegas, Nevada. A lot of big ones in that water, I understand.
Okay, Pat, you got me all excited. Now, what's it all about?
I told you. Fishing.
Yeah, and?
That's all. Except...
Yeah? Except what?
Slight case of murder.
Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
favorite actress, Joan Bennett.
It's terrible to try to act with a dreadful cold. To feel better quickly, I take 4-way cold tablets, the fast way to relieve nasty cold distress.
Yes, tests of 4 leading cold tablets proved 4-way fastest acting of all. Amazing 4-way starts in minutes to relieve aches, pains, headache, reduce fever, calm upset stomach, also overcomes irregularity.
When you catch cold, try my way. Take 4-way cold tablets, the fast way to relieve cold distress.
4-way, 29 and 59 cents.
Now, a word about another fine product of Grove Laboratories. Had dandruff for years? Now get rid of it in 3 minutes with Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo. 3 minutes with Fitch regularly is guaranteed to keep unsightly dandruff away forever. Apply Fitch before wetting hair, rub in 1 minute. Add water, lather 1 minute. Then rinse 1 minute. Every trace of dandruff goes down the drain. 3 minutes with Fitch, embarrassing dandruff's gone. Fitch can also leave hair up to 35% brighter. Get Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo today. And now, Act 1 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Universal Adjustment Bureau, Home Office, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Lake Mead mystery matter.
All right, now, Johnny, your contact will be Mr. Roscoe Trimmer. He's head of the local office of Greater Southwest Insurance and Liability right there in Las Vegas.
You said murder. Can you give me any details?
No, you'll have to get everything from Trimmer. All I know is there's a $20,000 policy involved and double indemnity. So the sooner you get out there, the better.
Okay, Pat. I'll grab the first plane I can. Expense account item 1, $2 even for a fast taxi to the airport. Item 2, $6.70 plane fare to New York. Item 3, $145.05, another plane ticket. And I barely made the 12 o'clock noon mainliner, which promptly took off and headed west to Las Vegas, Nevada. It was 9:45 p.m. Pacific time when we started the long glide down from a starlit sky to the landing strip at McCarran Field in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'll never cease to marvel at the nighttime view from the air of that fabulous city of chance. Sitting alone out there in the middle of the vast Mojave Desert, the sky filling glow from its millions of lights, it had put a rainbow to shame. Oasis in the desert. Yeah, and very beautiful. I knew that Roscoe Trimmer's office would be closed this time of night, so I looked for a place to rest my weary head. Item 4, $1.50 for a cab into the Flamingo. And I just happened to remember that the Flamingo has an excellent casino. Now, I'm really not a gambling man in the usual sense of the word, but who can resist the lure of the dice and roulette tables, the blackjack, even the slot machines in a setting like this? Sure, the house always wins, and the sucker who forks out his hard-earned money doesn't stand a chance. But you know something? After a few hours of play, I came out so far ahead that I won't even bother to list my food and hotel room on this expense account. I really cleaned up. How much? Well, if I told you, you'd probably want me to absorb the whole thing, so I won't. Then, early the next morning, I met Roscoe Trimmer at the office of Greater Southwest Insurance and Liability.
Dollar, I'm glad you could make it. I don't like this one at all. Howard.
Hiya, Rosk.
Sit down, will you?
Yeah,
But
sure.
not for long.
Huh?
I've arranged a drive-it-yourself car for you. And the sooner you can get over to Lake Mead, the better.
Well, just where, Roscoe? That's a pretty big lake.
Overton. A little town 50, 60 miles north and east of here. At the upper end of the lake.
So what's happened up there?
Johnny, a client of mine, Thomas Mayfield Thomas, came out here from Chicago last year. Retired here. I don't know much about him except that our Chicago office sent me his file when he came and asked me to look out for him.
Uh-huh. Go on.
About a week ago, Thomas and a friend went fishing together out of Overton Landing. They went out with Hob Fulton on his charter boat. Incidentally, if you ask me, Hob's the best guide on the whole lake.
Good, I'll remember that.
Only you're here on a case, remember?
Oh, sure. But go on.
Well, the fishing must have been pretty good, because they stayed on at the Overton Motel. Then the next morning, they went down to the landing, rented a little Arkansas Traveler and a 10-horse Johnson, and went out fishing on their own.
Rosk, I may try that very thing myself.
But about the middle of the afternoon, a big east wind came up. You know what that means?
I know that when a big Easter hits one of those desert lakes, there's only one thing you do, get off it quick.
Well, they didn't, Johnny. At least not quick enough. The following morning, When the blow had died down, Hob Fulton went out to look for him.
And?
He found the boat, all right. Beached on a point down near Goat Island. And Mr. Thomas's friend.
What about Thomas?
His friend says that Thomas went overboard when the squall hit him.
Well, it's certainly possible.
Yes, it is. Possible.
The chomp on a lake like that can build up waves 8 and 10 feet high, enough to throw a man off any kind of a boat.
Yes, I know.
But you don't think that's the way it happened?
I didn't say that, Johnny. It's just that... Well...
Okay, Rosk. What was his fishing pal's name?
Charlie Wentworth. Does that mean anything to you?
No.
Well, I'm afraid I don't know very much about him either. Except that he, too, came here from Chicago. Arrived in town about 2 weeks ago.
I take it that's where he knew Thomas, back in Chicago.
Yeah, apparently.
Well, what about him? What does this Charlie Wentworth do?
Apparently nothing. But hang around the gambling joints. Oh, he does a little dealing and shilling for some of them now and then. There's talk he's been making illegal book on the races, though nobody's pinned it on him.
So, in your book, he's an undesirable character.
That's right.
But is that reason to suspect he took Mr. Thomas out on that lake and murdered him?
Now, Johnny, there's been a lot of worry around this town about some of the people who've come out here recently from Chicago. You know, ever since those investigations began back east.
So what? Does that mean everybody who comes from there is a killer?
No, of course not. But a man who doesn't really work for a living, just spends all his time around the gambling tables, has no visible, regular means of support.
Thomas was retired. Maybe Charlie Wentworth is, too.
Oh, Johnny.
Besides, who knows? Maybe Thomas will show up. Maybe he swam to shore and is plotting his way back through the desert.
Oh, now, you know the odds against a city man surviving out there.
Well, does anybody really look for him?
Everybody. The police, the National Park boys, everybody. Not only in boats, on foot, but they even use planes and a helicopter. They found no trace.
Well, that still doesn't prove anything. Tell me this. Are the police holding Charlie Wentworth?
No, they're not.
Which means they don't feel they have any reason to. But you still think I ought to investigate?
Yes, I do.
Roscoe? So do I.
Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
Hey, Dad, did you check your car filters today?
No, son, I didn't. Why?
Because it might pay you $1,000.
$1,000 for a car filter?
That's right, folks. You may have a filter under the hood of your car worth $1,000 and not even know it. A Fram filter worth 1,000 silver dollars. A regular filter change is important to today's cars. So important that Fram Corporation is paying $60,000 to get you to check your filters now. Last year, in preparation for Fram's silver anniversary, 10,000 secretly numbered Fram filter cartridges were distributed all over the United States and installed in cars during regular servicing. These filters are worth from $1 to $1,000. You may have one in your car right now and not even know it. Check your oil filter and air filter now. If there's a specially numbered Fram filter in your car, you will win up to 1,000 silver dollars, and your dealer will win the same amount. Get in on Fram's big silver treasure hunt. Check your car filters now.
And now, Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the Lake Mead Mystery Matter.
Neither the police nor anybody else in Las Vegas seem to think Thomas was murdered out on Lake Mead. But what Roscoe Trimmer told me made me suspicious, of Thomas's fishing pal, a man named Charlie Wentworth. Expense account item 5640. I telephoned to my old friend Ken Bugby, reporter on the Chicago Citizen News.
Thomas?
Yeah, that's right, Ken. What can you tell me about him?
Well, not everybody knew it, Johnny, but he was a mouthpiece for the old Moretti mob. That was some years ago.
Oh?
When they started the big cleanup, well, either Thomas couldn't or just plain wouldn't get him off the hook. Let them all go to jail. Then he settled down and retired in his home out in Elmhurst.
Well, he's certainly not there now, Ken.
No, about a year ago, he suddenly sold his place, packed up, and moved out west somewhere.
Why? Do you know?
Change of climate, I guess. What about him, Johnny?
Ever hear of Charlie Wentworth?
You kidding. He was one of Moretti's trigger men. Casual Charlie, they called him.
You, know where he is now?
Oh, they sent him up to Joliet prison along with the rest of the mob. Those boys will be in the clink the rest of their natural... Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah?
Casual Charlie and Snooty Wilson were released. Yeah, and... Hey, that was just about the same time that Thomas moved away from here. If that means anything.
Baby, I got a hunch it means everything.
Oh? Like what, Johnny?
Thanks a lot, Ken. Next stop was the public library, the old newspaper files. Getting some info on the almost forgotten Moretti mob was a lead pipe cinch, especially about the time when the gang was broken up. And apparently, when Lawyer Thomas saw the jig was up for his boys, having made his pile, and to keep himself out of trouble, he left them flat. He'd let them get sent to the pen without raising a finger in their defense. So don't tell me that a mobster wouldn't want to get even with the guy who'd let him down. Sure, Charlie had killed Thomas. I was sure of it without even seeing him. But to prove it, without the corpus delicti, I spent item $632 even on some equipment at a sporting goods store. Then I drove north on Highway 91 to the quiet little town of Overton. There I learned that for once, Hob Fulton, the fishing guide, had a free day on his hands, that he was down at the lake some 12 miles east of the town. I met him at the dock, and within a few minutes, we were on board as Higgins run about and heading south. Lake Mead is a tremendous thing, something like a 550-mile shoreline, the biggest man-made body of water in the world, I believe. Just thinking about the record-breaking largemouth bass that have come out of that lake fairly made my mouth water. I carefully checked out the equipment I'd brought along.
So you spent a lot of good money renting that stuff from Shelby's Sporting Goods down in Vegas, huh?
Yep.
Well, where's the spear?
Bob, I don't think I'm going to need a spear.
I don't think you're going to need any of that stuff. You ask me, Dollar, if you want to catch fish, borrow one of those rigs I brought along.
Bob, I just want you to take me to the same spot you took Mr. Thomas and Charlie Wentworth.
Too bad about that, Mr. Thomas. I got him a lot of nice bass, though. You know, fishing only the real deep holes. That's where they are this time of year.
That's what I figured.
If only they'd had sense enough to come back in that next day when the wind started to blow.
Did they seem to get along all right, Hob?
I told the police about that, Mr. Dollar, but I guess it didn't mean anything.
Told them about what?
Well, you ask me. Mr. Thomas wasn't any too happy fishing with Charlie Wentworth. But Charlie kept saying, let bygones be bygones, and let's enjoy the fishing, so...
When you found Charlie in the boat the next morning, was there tackle still in it?
Have you ever seen this lake when there's a big blow from the east, Mr. Dollar?
I've seen Lake Mojave when it's been that way, but you haven't answered my question.
No, sir. Their tackle boxes got thrown overboard along with everything else. Even that big one of Charlie's. Dollar, he had enough stuff in that thing to sink the Queen Mary.
He did, huh? Like what, Hob?
Well, I didn't poke around in it. When I heisted on board. Oh, look. There's the glory hole. First place to stop for him. So if that's what you want, that's where we'll start.
How deep is it?
Oh, I'd say about a tree and a half.
A tree and a half?
Well, you know how high a fair-sized tree is. Glory hole's about a tree and a half.
Oh, I see.
But, Johnny, if you're going to use that rig you brought along...
I'll just pull up to the same spot you showed them where to fish. By the end of 2 hours, I'd tried at least half a dozen of the holes where Hob had taken Thomas and Charlie. No luck. Then we went 4 or 5 miles further down the lake and pulled up just below Goat Island, just below the big rock slide.
Deepest hole in this part of the lake, Dollar. Must be near the 5 trees. A lot of ledges down there on the sides of it, so you better go kind of easy.
I covered every inch of that hole, with the aid of a powerful waterproof headlamp I brought along. Then finally I came back up to the surface. That's right, I said came back up to the surface.
Here, Johnny, let me give you a hand back in the boat.
No, thanks. I'll rest you in the water for a minute. That's a pretty deep hole.
Yeah, but how you ever expect to catch bass in that skin diving rig without even a spear?
Hand me a long rope, Hob. I found it down there.
Huh?
Yeah, on a ledge about 50 feet down, lashed onto that heavy tackle box you were talking about. That's what made it sink.
Hey, what are you talking about, Johnny?
The body of Thomas.
What?
Yeah, and there's a bullet hole right between the eyes.
Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and fair and debonair. Be sociable, have a Pepsi.
When friends drop in, let your hospitality show you're sociable in the modern manner. Pepsi, you know, is the favorite of the smart and young at heart.
refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and fair and debonair. Be sociable. Have a Pepsi.
Have you tried a Pepsi lately? And now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
I took the body of Thomas back to headquarters in Las Vegas and hung around long enough to hear Dr. Richard Fallon say the bullet hole was definitely made by a .38 and at close range. To hear Police Captain Willis say there'd be no action taken until the bullet could be removed for study. But I knew he'd change his mind when he had time to think about it. So I left headquarters and started making the rounds of the gambling casinos. Luck was with me. At the second place I stopped, one of the public joints on Fremont Street.
I'm a winner, everyone. It's 30 full, red, and even.
Well, have you seen him around here today?
Yeah, that's Charlie Wentworth. They just come in the door, mister.
Thanks.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Excuse me, please.
Take your bets for the
Pardon me, will you? May I get through here, please? Thank you. Excuse me. Charlie? Charlie Wentworth?
Yeah, Buster?
Johnny Dollar, insurance investigator. Here's my credentials.
Oh, yeah. I guess you want to talk about my pal, Tommy Thomas, got drowned over in Lake Mead last week. Is that it?
Yeah, something like that.
Oh, Buster, that was an awful thing, him going like that. He was an old buddy of mine.
Was he?
Sure was. An old buddy. Why don't we talk over in my room, huh? Too much noise around here. Okay by you?
Sure, why not?
Are you kidding?
I'm not kidding.
No. Listen, Dollar, I haven't packed a rod since the old days of the Moretti mob back in Chi.
I'll bet.
That's a fact. It's a truth. You think I want to get in trouble again? Well, you're wrong, see?
Maybe.
Look, I did my stretch, and it learned me a lesson. I'm all through with that kind of stuff. I'm all through with it.
Oh, sure.
It's a fact. It's the truth. I'm strictly legit now. You understand?
What about making book around town without a license?
Who said that?
Well?
You can't prove it. You or nobody else. And what's that got to do with Tommy Thomas and the poor guy getting drowned? Tell me that, huh? What is this, Dollar, anyhow?
You really hated his guts, didn't you?
Well, sure, wouldn't you if... Well...
Sure. Because when the chips were down, he didn't give you a hand. He let you and the rest of the mob take the rap. Kept his own skirts clean at your expense.
Listen, what are you trying to do? Get me excited? Say something I shouldn't say? I don't mean...
Keep talking, Charlie.
Sure I hated it. I could have killed him. At first, that is. Only at first. Anybody would have felt that way. But, after a few years in the clink, you learn better. What good's it do you? Those things don't matter. You've learned your lesson. I know I did.
Oh, you became a paragon of virtue, I suppose.
I don't know what you're talking about, but that's all over. You hear me? When I just happened to find him living here in Vegas, that was all over. Let bygones be bygones. I mean it. We was pals.
Charlie, there's about as much truth in that.
That's a fact. That's the truth.
Then why did you kill him?
That's a lie. You can't prove it.
That's where you're wrong.
Huh?
I have absolute proof.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I found it on his body.
His body?
I fished it out of Lake Mead this morning.
Now, listen.
You had Hob Fulton show you all the deepest holes when you went out fishing with him. Then the next day, you took Thomas out there alone. You killed him, tied that weighted tackle box to his body, and let him sink down in the deepest hole of all, down below the rock slide.
That windstorm.
Yeah. Gave you the greatest excuse in the world for coming back alone, didn't it? You couldn't have had it better if you'd planned that storm yourself. But it didn't excuse the bullet hole in Tommy Thomas's head from your gun.
From my gun?
Yeah. No longer packing a rod, huh?
Dollar, maybe I sort of, kind of... Well, maybe I forgot about this one.
Trigger man, huh? You're a lousy shot. And pretty slow draw, thank heaven. You know something? Now I think I have got proof. Yeah, this gun of yours. Down at headquarters, the ballistics team took less than an hour. Yep. The bullet they'd found in Thomas's body came from the same gun Charlie had tried to kill me with. So it's back to prison for him for a long, long time. Oh, and the company will not have to pay double indemnity for accidental death. Expense account total, including a couple of days of excellent fishing with Hob Fulton and the trip back to Hartford, $196.45. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Our star will return in just a moment.
I've used to medium-priced cars, but most of them raise prices way up for $59. Now what do I do?
Come test our best, the Ambassador V8 by Rambler, the luxury car that did not raise prices.
I've always bought medium-priced cars, but now they're just too long to handle, too hard to park, too big for my garage.
Come test our best, the luxurious Ambassador. So compact, it outturns, outhandles, and out-economizes other medium-priced cars.
Just what is the Ambassador?
It's the compact luxury car, finest product of American Motors. Ambassador has generous shoulder room, hat room, and leg room, and no awkward hump in the middle of the floor. Ambassador offers personalized luxury, individual front seats that adjust to each person's exact leg room, adjustable headrests, 270 V8 horsepower, best power-to-weight ratio in the medium-priced field, air coil ride. It's the finest car ever priced so close to the lowest. Come test our best, the luxurious Ambassador V8 at Rambler dealers.
Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, a little boy in a small New England town leads me to tangle with a killer. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood and is written, produced, and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Larry Dobkin, Bartlett Robinson, Frank Nelson, Harry Bartell, and Gil Stratton, Jr. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Dan Coverly speaking. By far, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense, next on the CBS Radio Network.
59 on your dial, WROW, Albany.
If it happens to you, and I think it might, that now and then your cigarette doesn't taste right, that's the tip-off, man, and you'd best begin on the new kind of filter that's known as Spin.
Old Gold's new Spin filter.
This new Spin filter is the best you've seen, does more than reduce tar and nicotine. It improves smoke and taste so that you can get the best taste yet in a filter cigarette.
Old Gold's new Spin filter.
Test for taste, try your present brand against Old Gold. Test for taste, and it's 10 to 1 that you'll be sold. Test for taste with a cigarette, a carton, or a pack. Test for taste, find the flavor all the other filters lack.
Old Gold's new Spin filter.
That's the story, boys. That's how you can get the best taste yet in a filter cigarette.
Old Gold's new Spin filter.
5:30.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, the simple tale of a woman who finds herself accused of murder and yet has no remembrance of either the act itself or the person she is said to have killed. So now, with Paula Winslow as Alice, here is tonight's suspense play, Lost.
It happened in New York. I was window shopping on Fifth Avenue. It was noon. The sun was warm, but a chill made me shiver. I started walking again. I reached 59th Street, Central Park. No more stores, no more windows. I wanted to walk in the park, but I didn't. I couldn't decide. Should I? Shouldn't I? Yes, no, do, don't. I knew I had to go someplace. I knew I had to meet somebody, but it all happened so fast, like somebody closing a door. Suddenly, I couldn't remember who I had to meet, or where, or when. I started to walk. fast as I could. I was almost running. Up one block, down the next, back to Central Park. I had to keep moving. I had to run into something or somebody that would remind me. I had to. Then I saw a policeman in the middle of the street. He was directing traffic. I ran toward him.
Lady! You tired of living?
Oh, help me. Please help me.
What's the matter?
I'm lost.
Well, this is 59th Street and 7th Avenue. Downtown is that way. Where you want to go?
Well, I don't know.
Come on, no left turn here. Keep going. What was that again, lady?
Well, all these cars, these buildings, those people. This looks like New York.
Yeah, this is New York.
Well, how did I get here?
Where you from?
I don't know.
Huh?
Well,
All right, now, lady, now don't cry.
I don't even know my name. He asked me a few more questions. Then he took me to the precinct station. He left me there with a detective named Mark Neal.
Now, let's go over what we got so far, huh?
All right.
The name Alice is on the inside of your wedding ring. It's on the lining of your coat. It's on your dress and burned into the flap of your purse.
Alice.
It's still not familiar, huh?
No. Please, may I get up?
Yeah, sure. Oh, where are you going?
Well, I just want to walk. Back and forth in here's all right, as long as I can keep moving. Lieutenant, what's going to happen to me?
Well, we'll try to find out who you are if you can just sit down for a few minutes.
Oh, well, I'll try.
The patrolman said you didn't seem scared by the traffic.
Well, what does that mean?
That you probably came from a big city.
Here? New York?
No, you'd have some kind of a key in your purse. My guess is that you're at some hotel. You left the key at the desk.
Oh, help me. Please.
Your clothes are clean. They're not wrinkled. Means you didn't sleep in them last night, so you haven't been missing very long.
But who am I? Who do I belong to? Oh, I'm sorry. I've got to walk.
Okay. Let's go get your picture taken.
Where?
It's just down the hall.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. We'll send your picture to all the papers and the TV stations.
But what if... Suppose nobody recognizes me?
Well, then it'll be up to the doctors.
Doctors?
City Hospital. That's your next stop.
Oh, will you stay there with me?
The hospital?
Yes. Oh, you've got to. You're the only friend I've got.
I'm sorry, I can't.
Oh, please. Please don't leave me. Don't leave me alone. Alone. Alone in a city of 8 million people. I knew 3 of them. A policeman near Central Park, a detective, and the nurse who brought me here to this ward. This hospital ward.
Hello.
Oh, do I know you?
I'm Dr. Corday.
Oh, then you can help me. Please, I want to get out of here. I don't want to stay here. I can't. They made a mistake.
Who did?
Well, the hospital. I heard the nurse. I know what this is, the psycho ward for crazy people. Look, I'm not crazy. I'm not. I just can't I just can't remember who I am.
Go ahead. It'll do you good.
You think I'll start remembering?
Maybe not, but somebody will recognize you. You're a celebrity. Your picture's in all the papers, and it's been on every TV station in the city.
And nobody's called?
Not yet.
Doctor, how long will this last? When will I start to remember?
Maybe a day, a week, a month. Right now, you need some rest.
Oh, I can't sleep now.
Did you take that pill the nurse brought?
Yes.
Sleep. And we'll talk some more after you wake up. Have a good sleep?
Well, I must have had. It's dark outside.
What's the matter?
Well, they moved me. They moved me while I was sleeping.
It's all right. You're on another floor of the hospital.
But those bars on the windows. Why did you move me? Why are those bars on the windows? Well, tell me, please, tell me.
I want you to concentrate on the game now. It's called word association. I'll say a word. You answer with the first word you think of. Black.
White.
Texas.
Big.
Blood.
Red.
Gun.
Kill.
Bullet.
Dead.
Murder.
Well, why do you pick those words? Blood and bullet.
Please
murder.
answer. Murder.
This is the prison ward, isn't it?
It's just another floor of the hospital.
It's the prison ward, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, I've been arrested. I've done something. But those words, blood and gun, I've killed somebody.
You remember?
Oh, then it's true. It's true.
Alice, I want you to look at some pictures.
Well, who did I kill? Who was it? Tell me.
See if you recognize the people in these pictures. Try this one first.
Oh, doctor, help me. Help me.
Now, look at that picture. You know him?
Well, should I?
Do you?
Well, I don't know. Is he the one, the man I killed? Is he? That's why you're showing me the picture, isn't it? He's dead. Dead. And I killed him.
No, Alice.
She fainted. That's all right, Mr. Parker. Nurse?
Will this bring back her memory?
Maybe not completely, but she may at least remember you're her husband. This next one's my office, Mr. Parker.
All right.
Leave the door open so we can hear the nurse. Pull up a chair.
Yeah.
I didn't get much chance to talk to you before, Mr. Parker. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Fire away, Doc.
I think you said you and your wife came here from San Francisco?
Yeah, about a month and a half ago.
What brought you here?
I'm a songwriter. I can write better stuff left-handed than the junk you hear today.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying there are no good writers left, but look. Irving Berlin, an old man. Rogers and Hammerstein, they're busy counting their money. Cole Porter, a has-been. Tin Pan Alley is begging for a great young songwriter, and I'm their boy.
Have you written any songs?
Hundreds of them, and all great.
What are they? Maybe I remember some of them.
Well, none of them's been published yet, but that's politics. That's why we come to New York, to make the connection.
You look a good deal younger than your wife.
I'm 24. She's 36. But don't crack that I told you, huh? I don't want to hurt her feelings.
How did you happen to marry someone that much older?
Want me to level with you?
Help me treat your wife?
Well, Alice is no Marilyn Monroe. Want me to spell it out anymore?
I take it she's rather wealthy.
We ain't living at the Hotel Bentley on my royalty checks.
How's the marriage going?
Sometimes okay.
And other times?
You could have sold ringside seats.
What do you fight about?
Always the same thing. Alice is a nice girl. And I like to live the way that she can afford. But let's face it, Doc, I'm 24.
I don't think I understand.
Alice, she gets crazy jealous if I say hello to another girl.
Is that why she shot Joyce Carlyle?
I guess so. All I was trying to do was sell Carlyle some of my numbers. If she gives your song a ride, you got a real chance.
For your wife's sake, I hope Miss Carlyle pulls through.
Huh?
It'll have a terrible effect on Alice if Miss Carlyle dies.
She's still alive?
She had another transfusion about half an hour ago.
Oh, where is she?
Downstairs, second floor.
Look, I'd better get down and see how she is.
No, she's still unconscious. I've been getting word from the detectives.
Detectives?
They're waiting around in case she regains consciousness.
Oh, Dr. Corday.
Yes, nurse.
Mrs. Parker is asking for you.
Oh, thank you. Run along, Mr. Parker.
Yeah, sure. Think you remember me?
You'll know when you walk in that door.
Alice.
You called me Alice.
Honey, I'm Vance.
Vance?
Your husband, baby. We came here from San Francisco, don't you remember? Oh, come on, honey. Let me hold you.
Oh, don't. Please, don't.
Alice, it's me. It's Vance.
No, please, let me go.
Hello, Doctor. Mrs. Parker.
Lieutenant.
Oh, hello, Mr. Neal.
Lieutenant Neal, Mr. Parker.
Are you one of the detectives from downstairs?
Yes. And, I've got some bad news.
Look, how is Miss Carlisle?
Dead. They were holding your wife for murder.
You are listening to Lost, tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tomorrow night, Casey, CBS Radio's crime photographer, totes his lens into plenty of danger as he investigates a miracle cure. Don't miss Life for Sale, the story on crime photographer tomorrow night over most of these same stations. And now we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Paula Winslow as Alice in tonight's production of Lost, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
They asked me more questions. I couldn't answer any of them. Dead or alive, I didn't remember Joyce Carlisle. I didn't even remember myself. Alice Parker, San Francisco. Alice Parker, San...
Honey, you quitting?
Oh, it's no good, Vance.
That's the first time you called me by my right name.
Oh, why can't I remember? Why can't I remember?
Oh, honey, you heard the head shrinker. Relax, forget it.
But how can I?
Well, what can they do to you? They found your handkerchief in Joyce Carlisle's apartment. That's all they got. They don't even have the gun you used, the witnesses.
Well, I don't care about that.
Besides, honey, they can't hang you for a murder you can't even remember.
Vance, can't you understand?
What? What ain't I have to? What?
Whether they convict me isn't important.
It's not.
Look, even if they let me walk out now, I've got to live every day knowing I killed somebody. Oh, don't you see? Don't you understand at all?
Yeah, sure, honey, sure. Look, I'll get a lawyer tomorrow, and you'll be out of here real quick.
Just a minute. Good morning, Mr. Parker.
Oh, hi, Lieutenant. What are you doing here?
I'd like to look around your suite, if I can.
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
Come on to the bedroom while I grab a tie, huh?
Mm-hmm. Just these two rooms of the place?
Yeah, that's it. If you tell me what you're looking for, maybe I can stay.
Is this your wife's dresser?
Uh-huh. You were prowling for anything in particular?
No. Just want to see if there's any sign your wife planned this. Makes a difference if it was premeditated. You ever see your wife with a gun?
Oh, skeet rifle?
No, a snub-nosed .22 caliber pistol, pearl-handled.
You told me you didn't have any murder weapon.
We found it this morning.
Where?
Near the 59th Street entrance to the park.
Close to where Alice talked to that cop?
Yeah, 2 blocks.
Any fingerprints on the gun?
No, but it's the right gun. Anything in the night table there?
Phone books. Come on, you ready for the other room?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. $27.50 a day for these 2 rooms. Make it a softer touch than Crosby's agent.
You have the key to this desk?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, right here. It's a little one.
Thank you.
How about that? $27.50 a copy. You think they throw in anything on the cuff? Nah. You want to watch TV? You drop 2 bits in that slot. Cost me $1 yesterday to watch a disc jockey. And speaking of dough, I know this ain't any time to ask, but
Here are your keys.
Look, you think they'll tie up Alice's loot while she's getting her marbles counted, huh?
I don't know.
It'll ground me real good if they do. You know, today was payday, and if she ain't around to sign my check.
I'll remind her when I get to the hospital.
Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot. And you tell her I'll be over later with the lawyer, huh?
You better check first.
What?
She may be out. I'm taking her to Joyce Carlyle's apartment.
Oh, come on. What do you guys want?
We got a murder to solve.
But you got it, Sal. So even if Alice did kill his canary, she was off a rocker. There's nothing you can do to her. Why are you taking her to Joyce's place? Ain't she had a bad enough time?
You're welcome to come along.
Morning, Alice.
Oh, hello, Doctor.
Feel stronger today?
Well, I think so.
How much is 2 and 2?
What?
How much is 2 and 2?
4.
How do you know?
Well, I learned it
When?
when I was a little girl. I had a special blue dress, and
Go on.
they used to tease me and call me Alice Blue Gown. Doctor, it's coming back. I'm beginning to remember. I live in San Francisco. My name is Alice Lee Parker.
Where are you?
In New York with my husband. His name is Vance.
How did you come here?
On a train. We got here last week.
Last week?
On Friday. It's our second honeymoon. Vance took me out Saturday night to the Golden Angel. We danced together, every dance. He never looked at another girl.
The Golden Angel?
The nightclub. Oh, it was wonderful.
You remember a girl who sang at the club?
Yes, a pretty girl. We liked her. Her name was...
Joyce?
Yes, Joyce. Joyce Carlyle. Oh, but no. No, that's the name of the girl
You remember?
No, I remember her name from last night.
Last night?
When the detective came in, he said she'd died.
You remember shooting her?
Oh, no. No, I thought I was all better. Oh, Van. Oh, darling. Oh, darling.
Easy, honey, easy.
She's almost completely recovered.
Doctor.
Oh, good morning, Lieutenant. I didn't see you.
Doctor, can you step out into the corridor for a minute?
Sure. Pardon us? What is it?
Does she remember the shooting?
Not yet. There's still a gap, a kind of twilight zone of about a month.
Yeah. Is there any danger in her visiting Joyce Carlyle's apartment?
On the contrary, it might snap her out of it entirely.
Good. I'll take her over there right now.
Well, it's a pretty classy layout she had here, huh?
Mrs. Parker, does the place look familiar?
No, it doesn't.
The next room is the den. This is where it happened.
Do you remember it now, honey?
No.
Miss Carlyle was sitting on that couch when she was shot. Oh, excuse me, that might be for me. Hello.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, yes.
But why? Why?
Why what?
Well, why should I want to kill her?
You thought that she was cutting your time.
With you?
Oh, Natch, I kept telling you that, honey, but you wouldn't listen.
All right, thanks.
But how could I do it?
Well, finally adds up. You know, I first got suspicious when the murder gun showed up without fingerprints.
Why?
Because you weren't wearing gloves when you lost your memory and you had none in your purse. It looked like the gun was planted for us to find. Planted where it would look bad for you, Mrs. Parker. That phone call was from your hotel.
Well, what have they got to do with this?
Well, there's a tape in that coin box on your TV set. It records the time the coin drops in and the channel being watched.
Come on, let's get with it.
You were watching Channel 2 yesterday at 3:15 when your wife's picture was telecast.
Anything wrong with that?
It was a real good setup. Your wife in the hospital with amnesia, so she can't remember whether she did it or not. You plant her handkerchief here where the police will find it.
Vance.
Your telephone charge slip shows that you called her here at 3:45 yesterday. Had to be you because your wife was in the hospital at that time.
Oh, now, look. Joyce Carlyle was going to sing some of my songs. Why would I knock her off?
We found out about that, too, from her piano player. You told Joyce Carlyle you were going to divorce your wife and marry her. That she was demanding action. So come on, son. You can take up another story on the way to headquarters.
Suspense, in which Paula Winslow starred as Alice. Next week, the ironic story of an actor who played his first part perhaps too well, leaving himself unable to better his performance. We call it Rave Notice. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, with music composed by Lucian Morowick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Lost was specially written for Suspense by Jerry D. Lewis. Featured in the cast were Bill Conrad, John Daner, Tony Barrett, and Herb Vigran. You enjoy City Hospital every Saturday in the daytime on the CBS Radio Network.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
The campaigns of summer, done now. And on stony terrain of Broadway, litter and debris of strategies and memory, of summer conquests, summer defeats. And Broadway leans hard against the September nighttime, tries to hold back the departing flow of the summer veterans. And still, the street empties, of out-of-town girls going back home now to dip once more in out-of-town moons. And the lad of the sun-bleached hair, knapsack strapped to shoulder, who lolls for a while against the cooling stone of a night wall, closes his eyes for an instant, files the memory, then hits the road to other and newer summers. But chin up. Nighttime has not yet run out, and the autumn replacements are moving in. Chin up. This is it. And east of Broadway, 34 stories into the nighttime, and above river, and where autumn gold will touch first. Penthouse apartment, and a smiling man, a man who stares, who lies rigid against deep and swirling greens of an expensive carpet. Paralyzed man shot in the spine. Kneeling at his side, a woman in silken nightdress held close against her throat.
Michael, do you hear me?
And against a tapestry, face held in light of expensive porcelain lamp, Detective Muggerman.
Maybe he hears you, Mrs. Austin. Maybe he doesn't. The condition your husband's in, he's got no way of letting you...
Please.
Okay, lady, okay.
Michael, it's me. It's Sylvia, baby.
Mrs. Austin.
Is he alive? Is he dead? Tell me. Just tell me so I'll know so I'll know how to behave.
Just take it easy, Mrs. Austin.
No, don't you touch me. I'm going to be very calm, very well behaved. All I want to know from you is my husband dead or alive?
Well, let's put it this way, Mrs. Austin. Let's say it's a moot point. Let's say where that bullet lodged in the back of the neck.
You stop it, you hear? You don't talk to me like that, you hear? It's my husband.
Come over here, Mrs. Austin. Sit down here.
That awful smile. He never smiled like that. And staring. Just staring.
If you like, we can go into another room. We can...
I'll get it, Danny.
No. In here is all right.
All right. Now, try to tell us what happened, Mrs. Austin.
It's very late, isn't it? Michael and I were asleep in there. I was restless. Who's that man talking to? Who are you talking to?
Yes, thanks. I'll give it to you.
You, I asked you who you were talking to.
The elevator boy, Danny, said he's airmailed Mrs. Austin's envelope. He brought back change.
Give it to me.
Sure, Mrs. Austin.
Thank you.
You were saying you and your husband were asleep, and...
And I was restless. And I heard a noise from in here. I woke Michael. And I made him get up and see what it was. I waited for him to come back. And I called. And then there was a shot. And he must have been coming back to me, and that's what... Oh, Michael. Oh, Michael.
Yeah. Oh, come on in, boys. Boys from the lab, Danny, and the other fellas.
And they came in, the boys from the lab, and the two young fellas in white, and the pictures taken, and the chalk marks made, and the steel tape applied to distance between sleep and violence, and also degree of probable angle from gun of unknown assailant to a smiling man's spine. Also statement from paralyzed man's wife. Also sedative, offered by young fella in white, accepted by woman in silken nightdress who must sleep.
You understand, don't you? I can't keep crying like this. Michael mustn't see how...
And who kisses Michael as young fellas carry him away, and who closes a door, and behind it, sleep. And the nighttime runs out. And at headquarters the next day, there's noon, and there's the ham on white, and the container of milk, and there's the surprise offered by Sergeant Gino Tartaglia
If you'll eat every mouthful, Danny, and drink nice your milk, at the end of it, a surprise.
Gino...
A fudge brownie. This one. Look at it and smack the lips, Danny. But first,
you get that rundown on Michael Austin I asked for, Gino?
Yes, Danny, but on an empty stomach,
Just give it to me, huh?
Well, it's your life, Danny. From Dr. Sinsky. Report that condition of Michael Austin unchanged. Paralyzed, dying. Also, gun which did same located in alley below. No prints. German Luger will be practically impossible to trace.
Go on.
From interrogations made by Detective Muggavan earlier this morning, Michael Austin, a very, very wealthy man, from his father, Mr. Austin Sr., inherited a fortune, from which Michael has lived by certain type investments.
You mean stocks, bonds, things like that?
What I mean, that is what Detective Muggavan meant is the investments were of the type crab games, roulette, the GGs, the fights, the baseball, the football, the blackjack.
I think I get the picture, Jim.
It goes without saying, Danny. Also, Michael Austin has lost heavily in these type investments according to the word along the streets. No one could put a finger on a number how much, but also Michael Austin was seen much in the company of Johnny Wesley.
Johnny Wesley, the one I know?
The one we all know.
Gino...
I told him to hold the squad car till you finished your fudge brownie. However, it's your life, Danny.
Outside now, and ride a September day rich with sights and smells of a city turning into autumn. Tweeds and college colors and pungence of frying hot dogs. A small drifting breeze that for a second turns into a wind and then drifts again. Youth and books and the first co-ed met and walked with through the park and swift tumble of leaves. Past playground and tragedy of a scraped knee and nursemaid running to attend it. Past museum and sitters upon the gray stone steps. People who always seem to be reading or waiting or just knowing something secret and gentle. And cross town and park into a shop remarkable for its serenity of decor, established by the large display of paper lawn upon which rest rain sprinklers of every description, not turned on, of course. Only the clerk is to that section of the newspaper which contains race results, so that he is somewhat startled to see a customer is somewhat nearsighted, but then very courteous when he makes out the significance of the police badge. Then goes away and comes back with permission for you to see Mr. Wesley and go right in that way.
Hello, Danny. Come on in. Have a seat. How you been?
Good, thanks, Johnny. How about yourself?
Oh, back from Vegas. How can a fella be?
How'd you do in Vegas, Johnny?
Well, like this, you know.
Nice life, huh? Sell enough rain sprinklers to be able to afford, well, how long were you in Vegas?
Oh, just a week, Danny.
But then you go every week, don't you?
Every other.
Every other. Johnny, how long has it been since you've sold a rain sprinkler?
Oh, you want to know?
Oh, just so I can tell it downtown. Often Muggavan wonders.
Yeah. Well, I sold one the day before yesterday, Danny. $1.50 item with a year's warranty. This is our biggest seller.
Johnny.
What?
You know a man named Michael Austin, don't you?
Hey, you want to see something, Danny?
All right.
Come over here. You know what they are in this tank?
Yeah, I know what they are. Goldfish.
Goldfish, that's right, yeah.
Austin was shot in the back.
Hey, you fishies. Hey, fishies. Come in. One day, Danny, sprinklers, goldfish, real lawn, roses, the wakes. You know, I'm going to have...
Last night he was shot in the back, Johnny.
What do you want me to do, throw a fit? Go get yourself a newspaper. Read what's happening to people every day.
You shoot him?
Go drop dead, huh?
Word says he was seen in your...
seen in my company. Yeah. So? So was once the king of Albania. Look where he is now. I'm a real Jonas, huh? A hexer from the hills.
Just tell me about it.
All right. Rich boy who bet. He won, he lost. That's the business I'm in, you know. That's why frequently you can't find me in my shop. Because I'm in Vegas or I'm in Reno.
You know Austin's wife?
Go lead up to whether she was seen in my company.
Well?
I got a friend greets me soon as I step off the plane, wherever it is, so who needs Sylvia Austin? What else you want? Ask Mr. Prescott for a free sample sprinkler on the way out, Danny. Tell him I said schmo. That's our password for free sprinklers.
Danny?
Yeah?
Going home?
Uh-huh. Wait a second. I want to finish this up here.
My wife called. She went bowling. You want to come over?
No, thanks, Michael.
You didn't even wait to hear what I want you to come over for.
Well, thank your wife for me. And
you listening to what I'm saying? She didn't invite you. I did, and it's... Lieutenant Clover's office. Muggavan speaking. Yeah, Doc. Yeah. Well, sure, I'll tell him. Look, what's the matter with you? Don't you think I can deliver a message? Yeah, I'll tell him. What's the matter with everybody?
Tell him what?
That you're not going to accept my invitation after all. Dr. Sinsky wants you to get to emergency hospital right away.
Michael Austin?
Yeah, he was just brought down from surgery. Should be out of the anesthetic by the time you get there. Good night, Lieutenant.
Good night.
In here, Danny. Mrs. Austin.
I can't tell. I can't tell.
What?
The open eyes, the expression, around his mouth, the expression. I put my cheek close to him. Whether he's breathing.
Wait, I'll see.
Tableau at bedside. Doctor and stethoscope. And patient. Man of severed spine and locked away knowledge. Man of staring eyes and mouth of small smile. So small you must look close to discover it. And his wife.
Well?
Motionless man.
He's dead.
Murdered man.
Well, at last now I know.
And his wife.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Most common forms of blindness can be prevented. This month, Sight Saving Month, resolved to do something to achieve better understanding of the preservation of sight, one of man's most precious senses. Send for the free booklet, iFax, by writing Prevention of Blindness, Box 426, Radio City Station, New York 19, New York. Let iFax spare you and yours unnecessary eye discomforts, or worse.
Twilight skims Broadway, and it's the pleasant time. The heat is gone, and the September breeze is a thing composed of puffs of coolness and sudden smiles. And walk the avenue where shadows are rosy before they slip into corners and darken and melt together to become evening. And overhead, the clouds that fluff an autumn moon to get it into shape for night. It's the time for evening's first beer. Kids with ice cream on a stick. Strolling time. Boy and girl time. The pleasant time. And where I was at headquarters, quality of time at the homicide division is assessed according to how cooperative a murder suspect is, how easy to read the fingerprints are, how identifiable the victim, or how hysterical a murdered man's wife. For instance, Sylvia Austin.
It's remarkable the things a human being can go through. I'd like a cigarette.
Yeah. Here.
First one I've had since, well...
You feel like you can talk to me about your husband now?
I'm going to devote my life to practically just that. Even if I marry again, Michael Austin... Well, you know what I mean.
The fact that he was a gambler...
Was he?
Yeah, I think he was. Everything we've been able to find out, but...
What does gambler mean?
Come on.
Well, what does it mean?
Played the horses, bet the fights. Is that the kind of definition you want, Mrs. Austin?
Well, what if he did?
He lost a lot, didn't he?
Won a lot, too.
I understand that...
I'm his wife. Did you find all this out about my husband from me? You didn't, did you? No. Now's your opportunity, Mr. Clover, if you want to find out what really... Well, I'm not going to tell you the size of my bank account if that's what you're after, but...
Oh, I'm sorry, Danny. I didn't know Mrs. Austin.
That's all right. Come on in.
I got someone with me I want you to meet. Come on in, Mr. Scarpia. Where'd he go to? Hey, Mr. Scarpia, come in here, will you? This guy's in the furniture business, Danny. He's been walking around clucking his tongue at our furniture.
I'll go. Dr. Sinsky said he wanted to see me before I went home. Said he was worried...
That's all right. Sit still.
Oh, right in here, Mr. Scarpia. Lieutenant Clover, Mr. Scarpia.
Oh,
Hello, Lieutenant.
Scarpia.
Nice to know you, yes. And the lady I know, yeah. Hi, Mrs. Austin.
I don't think I've met you, have I?
Well, I don't remember you wearing glasses, Mrs. Austin, but I'll get close up so you can remember me. Joseph Scarpia, from Scarpia Furniture.
Mr. Clover.
What?
Not because of this man. I'm ill, that's all.
What about this man, Muggavan?
Tell him, Mr. Scarpia.
Yeah. Joseph Scarpia from Scarpia Furniture. I bought all of Mrs. Austin's furniture. I found a buyer for, 1, piano which fits this lady's piano's description, and 2, a book buyer who buys books by the pound. And Mrs. Austin here has many fancy sets of books, so, well, look, I'm not what they really call a harpy or the kind of...
Scarpia wanted to take possession from Mrs. Austin a couple of days early, Danny. He went to call on Mrs. Austin. Officer Brownlee stopped him at the door, told him to see you.
Yeah, well, so here I am. And I'm glad you're here, too, Mrs. Austin. So, what about the permission?
Come around the beginning of the week, Mr. Scarpia.
The beginning of the week, Mr. Scarpia.
Oh, yeah. Fine suggestion.
You're real broke, aren't you, Mrs. Austin? Down to selling the furniture?
I'm ill, that's all.
Get her to Dr. Sinsky, Muggavan. And outside, then, and begin tour of September City through prescribed area, coordinates of which have been determined by tastes and needs, small fatigues and small deals of a man you know, man you're looking for, man who, among other things, will give freely of information if the proper symbol is held close to his face. Police badge, for instance.
Danny, you knocked me over with a feather.
Benny Fane, wandering man, itinerant man about town.
What a place to meet, huh, Danny? Neath the sheltering palms beside
How are
the...
you, Benny?
Oh, very well, thank you. And you?
Nice hotel, Benny.
It has charm, old world, old charm.
What are you doing in it?
Danny, a public lobby with a string ensemble. I'm entitled. You're entitled. Who will throw the first stone and say a fella's...
Now, what are you doing here, Benny?
I've taken a veil, Danny. I'm legitimate.
Oh, I'm glad. Well?
I'm in organized charity. I accept contributions.
For what?
For organized charity. The Ancient Order of Jebs.
Huh?
Naturally. From this fresh coupon book, for $1, any of these people here is entitled to a chance on a foreign sports car. And their contributions of $1 small goes into the kitty of the...
Who are the Jebs?
The do-gooders. Kindly folk who feel if a fella has a generous heart, he's entitled at least to a chance on a foreign sports car. In return for which the Jebs take baskets of fruit, turkeys, canned goods, pickles, sliced
Who
bread...
are the Jebs, Benny?
Chums I know happen to be in a raffle business. You stop me off by a chance, Danny? It's
tear up the book, Benny. Come on.
You want what, Danny?
Man was shot in the back last night. Died earlier today.
Michael Oscar, yeah, I read about it.
Know him?
I've seen him around.
Where?
With Johnny.
Johnny Wesley?
There's another Johnny for you and for me.
Go on.
Johnny kept Mr. Austin around so as Mr. Austin could lay off Johnny's hedge bets.
Write it down for me, Benny.
Oh, it's a pleasure. Johnny's a hedge better. Say, a New York boy is fighting another boy from Pittsburgh in the garden. Say the odds are even money. Are you with me?
Go on.
So the odds are even money. So here, Johnny lays maybe $5,000 on the Pittsburgh boy. So he puts in a call to Pittsburgh. Finds out the odds on their hometown favorite boy is 6-4. So he sends Mr. Austin down to Pittsburgh, where Mr. Austin lays $4,000, Johnny's money, on the New York boy.
I see.
Ain't it lovely? Ain't it beautiful? That way, if the Pittsburgh boy wins, Johnny wins $5,000 here, loses $4,000 in Pittsburgh. If the New York boy wins, Johnny wins $6,000 there, loses $5 here. Either way, he's $1,000 ahead. But ahead, I mean, sure. Johnny Wising. Yeah, sure thing winner.
Thanks, Benny. Oh, I don't want you to lose your place in the form, Mr. Prescott, so just, That's right, I'll go in and tell Johnny I'm here.
Hey, what's the matter, Danny? You forget the password for the free sprinkler? Whisper it to you again. Schmo.
Just some more about Michael Austin.
And I spilled my heart to you about Michael?
The part where he ran your hedge bets for you, Johnny.
Oh, they've been whispering lies to you, Danny.
Oh?
Yeah. Michael was a rich man. He didn't have to run for anybody. His pockets were full of mad money.
You put it there, Johnny, so she could lay off your bets?
After the whisper, then they screamed the lie to you, huh, Danny?
Your kind of betting, Johnny. A hedge bet could run into thousands, which had to be laid on the line any place, any time, right out of pocket.
That is the secret truth of my profession. You got an eagle ear, Danny.
You kill him? You kill him because he...
Mrs. Austin. Now, I read in the papers that she told you how Austin was killed. So what's the matter, Danny? You don't take a widow's word?
Should I, Johnny?
Mrs. Austin. I called her apartment to ask where do I send the flowers, and there was no answer. You holding her, Danny?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh, Mrs. Austin. That poor Mrs. Austin. Oh, a widow. To spend her grief in jail. You know what, Danny?
Tell me.
I got the price of a lawyer.
Not everybody.
Well, the price I got in mind to pay this lawyer, he'll get her out of there. Make you believe. I bet she'll like that better than the flowers, Danny. Make a bet?
No.
You're smart. Bye, Danny.
Muggavan speaking.
Danny Clover, Muggavan. How's Miss Austin?
She's okay. She turns it on when someone asks her how she is.
Johnny Wesley been in to see her?
No.
A lawyer?
Yeah, Danny, with a writ about 5 minutes ago.
She going home?
That's right. Hey, Danny.
Uh-huh.
What did the lawyer bring a writ for? We aren't holding her.
Just see that she gets out of there, huh? Escort her home if you have to.
Okay.
I'll be parked around the corner from her apartment on East 49th. Meet me there.
Right. Who are we waiting for, Danny?
Get in.
Who are we waiting for?
Relax.
No, just in case I spot him, I'll nudge you so I can do all the policeman-like things.
Like what?
Oh, like bop you with my elbow and say, well, look who's coming down the street. If it isn't old Johnny Wesley, that's who we're waiting for, huh?
Let's give him a little time.
Yeah.
About 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Come on.
Hey, let's not quibble, huh?
Yeah.
Come on, Sylvia, get up. Hey, boys. Sylvia and I were just talking. She just dozed right off.
You didn't slug her, did you?
Oh, tell them how gentle I am with goldfish.
Yeah, real gentle. Only Mrs. Austin is raising a welt on her right jaw.
Come on, Mrs. Austin. Let's get on our feet, shall we? Yeah, that's a girl.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
Feel better, huh?
I mean him. I mean Johnny.
What are you doing here, Johnny?
Condolences. Yeah, I forgot to tell you, Sylvia, my condolences upon the death of your husband.
Get out of here.
I want my dough.
Get him out of here, you
What is he?
gambler,
Just
you.
give me my dough, that's all. I gotta have my dough.
How much is it, Johnny?
You'll never believe it.
I don't know what he's talking about.
$100,000.
Bet money?
You know it.
Pretty big fight tonight in Newark, Johnny, that one.
Yeah, that one. Listen, I got a fortune bet, and I need that money that she's got. It's my dough.
Ma'am, do you happen to have $100,000 that belongs to this gentleman?
You're crazy.
That's your hedging money, Johnny?
Yeah, my margin. This is the dough I gotta lay down in Newark before the fight. If I don't, I'm liable to drop a mint.
Search the place. Tear it down. You won't find $10.
Probably won't even find a nickel. That broke, aren't you?
Your husband went through all his money, didn't he?
Well,
Well, what?
was his money?
Yeah, listen, I gotta have that dough. I gotta cover. I'll give you a percentage. After the fight,
What's
Sylvia,
he talking about?
That your husband went broke and suddenly had $100,000.
My dough.
Johnny's dough to lay bets for Johnny.
The end of it's coming when Mr. Clover tells you how you shot your husband for the money.
Tear the place down. Find it.
A girl like you, suddenly broke, that's a terrible life to face. Even had to hock your furniture. What a tragedy for a girl like you. Where's the $100,000? We'll tear this place apart, stick by stick.
Oh, this one's too smart. That dough ain't here.
And you can take his word for it
Because you've done something with it.
Then find it.
You had to put it someplace, give it to someone.
Oh, not her.
No, not her. Hide it someplace. Not much time. We got here 10 minutes after Austin was shot.
Goodbye, boys. No dough, no murder rap.
You'll get followed wherever you go, Sylvia. You'll never get
How about
to that
that
dough.
elevator boy, Mugglin?
I thought he was very proficient, Danny. Up, down, smooth stops.
Get him.
What for?
He mailed a letter for Mrs. Austin.
Hey, that's right, an airmail letter. Think he'd remember to wear?
Airmail?
Shall I get the boy, Sylvia? I'll get the boy.
Wait. Send it to Memphis. General delivery.
Killed your husband, didn't you?
Slob was broke. Walking around with $100,000 and he's broke. Definition of a slob.
And a girl like you.
Yeah, a girl like me, broke's no good. Can't use it, fellas. It's real nothing. I'd rather be dead. Did I make it?
In the minutes before dawn, Broadway lies huddled in a dreamless sleep. And the silent street is part of it. The long night, the time of no stars, and the muted wind. Then from far away, listen. The whispers gather and take away the night. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway is My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Charlotte Lawrence was heard as Sylvia, Sheldon Leonard as Johnny, Leo Cleary as Benny, and Vito Scotti as Mr. Scarpia. Bill Anders speaking.
CBS, CBS, CBS. Radio's gonna follow you, follow you. For radio that's best. Praise, oh, praise, oh, praise that CBS Radio.
Jack Benny, Lionel Barrymore, and the Quiz Kids all return tomorrow. The Stars, the shows America listens to most, they're back or on the way. So keep tuned to The Stars Address. Remember, the comedy treat that can't be beat is Jack Benny Time, Sundays on the CBS Radio Network.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. A good deal has been made these days of the power of the ancients over life and death. Since no one has ever returned to tell us, we have no idea whether any one belief in any one deity guarantees life after death. Does Charon run his ferry across the Styx in both directions? Will Anubis guide any other nationality than ancient Egyptians to judgment? Will Vishnu appear to the Hindus or to all of us to punish the wicked? Though we have no positive answer, today's mystery tale is worth checking out.
Frank, where have you been? I've been going crazy trying to reach you.
I've been to Boston for a 3-day seminar. What's the matter?
Can you please come over right now? You're my husband's best friend. I've nobody else to turn to. He just sits there in front of that statue like a zombie. And I'm scared. Please, Frank, hurry. Hurry.
Our mystery drama, Messenger from Yesterday, written especially for the Mystery Theater by Gerald Keane, stars Norman Rose. Perhaps it would never have happened if the college had not been named Imhotep. But there it was, christened Imhotep College, after the Egyptian god of knowledge in a small New England town. Except for a department of Egyptology, this college carried a pretty complete curriculum from accounting basics to writing art of effective. So, why did it happen there? That man driving a 1969 station wagon into a driveway, that's where our story begins.
Gloria! Hey, Gloria, I'm home.
I know you are. So come on in the house.
Gloria, can you come outside a moment?
Darling, I'm in the middle of frosting my own birthday cake, if you want to know.
I know it's your birthday, honey. That's why I want you to come out to the car.
I can't come now, Ramsey.
You'll be sorry, Gloria.
Oh, all right. Oh, men, you are all alike. I have to stop what I'm doing because King Tut here, my famous professor of Egyptian history, has given an order. All right, now. Well, what is it? I don't see anything.
Look in the back.
Ramsey. What is that? Are you crazy?
Happy birthday, darling.
A life-size statue of an Egyptian pharaoh? I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Do you think it looks all right in that corner?
Well, I don't know, Gloria. You see the way its right arm is sort of bent at the elbow?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was thinking if we could sort of, prop it up against the mantelpiece. How would it look there?
Ramsey, you are really too much. You bring me a life-size reproduction of a standing pharaoh, and you want to put it in the middle of the room?
Oh, it'll look like it's leaning with its elbow on the mantelpiece. Come on, how about it? A contemporary sculpture.
Oh, I can imagine what our friends will say when they come to visit. Gloria, who's your friend? Or, Gloria, there's a man by the mantelpiece.
I was kidding. I think it looks great in the corner. Can you think of any other place?
It is the only place. I certainly don't want it in the kitchen, and I don't see it in the bedroom.
All kidding aside, sweetie. You like it?
How can I not like it? It's beautiful. All that gilt. Must have cost you a fortune, but I'm afraid to ask.
Gloria, look at it. Am I crazy? But wasn't one arm bent a moment ago?
What? Bent?
I'm not crazy because I do remember. Mr. Ray of the junk teak shop where I got it, I remember we were carrying it out to the station wagon, and that right arm was bent. Mr. Ray said it probably had been, holding something like a spear.
How could it have been bent?
That's what I want to know. Because right now, that pharaoh has got both his arms straight down at his sides. Am I forgiven, Gloria?
Oh, I don't know. I'll think about it. Dinner will be ready soon. I don't mind cooking my own birthday dinner or baking my own birthday cake, but in all the years we've been married, you have never come home without champagne.
I will never forgive myself for forgetting it. I've got no excuse whatsoever. Classes were over early, too, because my students had a test today, so I didn't even have to do any teaching. Well, I guess it was all the excitement of finding this full-size standing pharaoh in that crazy place. It just threw me.
I can't believe he let you have it for so little. Are you telling me the truth, Ramsey?
Well, it's a reproduction. The dealer said that this was a test statue. You know how they do it. They make a mold of the original and then cast copies from that. I guess this one was imperfect, so they chucked it.
Well, not so anyone could tell. Well, all right, Professor West, if you can tear your eyes away from my golden pharaoh for an hour, dinner is on the table.
Oh, boy, that was some feast, Gloria. Well, I gotta loosen my belt. That chocolate cake.
Some more coffee, darling?
Ah, you bet. Look, can I have a second piece?
You cannot. I'm putting the rest of this cake in the fridge where you cannot get at it. Ramsey West, you old faker, you bought it after all and snuck it into the ice box.
What did I do?
This bottle of champagne. And I was beginning to feel sorry for myself.
Hey, where did that come from?
Oh, Mr. Innocent. Gee, Gloria, I forgot. I got so excited finding this Egyptian statue in a junk shop, I clean forgot.
Look, honey, this bottle of champagne, I never saw it before, believe me.
You are the sweetest absent-minded professor I ever married. Go on, open it. I love surprises.
But, Gloria, honest.
Will you stop it? Now, the next thing you're going to say is that the pharaoh put the champagne in the icebox. Hello? Ma. Oh, gosh, it's good to hear your voice. How's Dad? Mm-hmm. How's life in Florida? What? Oh, she is. When did that happen? Oh, my gosh. Well, now, look, if Sis is ill and there's no one to take care of the kids, sure, I'll go. Which hospital? Uh-huh. I'll take the next plane to Chicago. Don't you worry. No, Ramsey can't come. It's exam time at college. Now, listen, don't you worry about Sis. And call you when I get there. Okay. And love to Dad. Can I speak to Professor West? Well, this is his wife, and it's urgent. Oh, I see. Well, then can I leave a message for him? Okay, tell him that my sister is sick, and I'm taking the next plane to Chicago to help take care of her kids. Will you see he gets that? Thanks a lot.
Gloria, I thought you'd gone to your sister's. Oh, great Scott. The Pharaoh's vacuuming the living room.
I am making this house ready for the long journey.
I must be going crazy. Seeing things, hearing things. This just doesn't happen. A statue that moves, that talks. I better get Frank on the phone fast. He'll know what to do.
Hello.
Hello, Frank.
Hiya, Ramsey. What's on your mind?
Frank, are you busy?
No, I was just going across the street to a diner for a little supper. They got Greek rice pudding.
Look, Frank, would you mind coming over here?
When?
Now.
What's the problem? You sound kind of funny, Ramsey. What's the matter?
Well, I don't know. I think I'm suffering from some kind of delusions.
What's that noise I hear?
Well, someone is vacuuming.
Well, I thought Gloria was out of town.
Look, Frank, don't ask so many questions. Just get yourself over here as fast as you can. And even when I pulled the vacuum cleaner plug out of the wall, the machine kept right on going, and the Pharaoh kept moving it across the rug.
Oh, come on, Ramsey. What is this? That statue over there in the corner was doing your house cleaning?
Oh, what can I tell you?
Gloria will love you if you're your little Egyptian homemaker when she gets back. No minimum wage or Social Security to cough up.
Frank, I tell you, that figure standing there against the wall was vacuuming.
All right. Let's be scientific about it. First, let's examine it. Now, see. Oh, it's really a beauty. I haven't seen anything like this outside a museum. Is it on loan from someone?
Oh, it's Gloria's birthday present. I picked it up at Mr. Ray's junk teak for next to nothing.
You were always lucky. Look at the workmanship. This must have been made by one of the master carvers. And the age of it. 19th dynasty, am I right?
The original probably was.
This 5'5" statue is a copy?
Yeah, from the Edwards collection.
Oh, even copies aren't cheap. I don't know what to tell you, Ramsey. It's a physical impossibility for this statue to move. You must have imagined it.
I didn't.
I tell you, it's physically impossible. Now tap all the way around to the back. See? Solid, through and through. It's not on casters. Now, how could the legs have been walking?
Search me, but they were.
I'd say, on the basis of what you tell me, you need a rest from teaching Egyptology. You've probably become so immersed in your subject, how can I put it, the ancient Egyptians have become so real to you that your mind has brought this statue to life.
Frank, will you take a look at the handle of this vacuum cleaner? Do you see those specks?
I'll be a son of a gun.
Mm-hmm. Would you say that on this handle there are traces of gilt and gold paint?
Oh, boy.
Mm-hmm. Do you still think that I was seeing things?
No. But I'm beginning to wonder about me. Ramsey, how many drinks have we had? Go on, tell me more. It said, I am making this house ready for the long journey?
Right, as clearly as you're saying it now.
Tell you what I think. And I'm not a professor of psychology without pretty much knowing that field. especially aberrations.
Aberrations?
The human mind is a funny thing. There comes a time when it acts as though it had a mind of its own. You've just had a signal, that's what. A warning. Your mind is saying, Ramsey, you've been overworking. I'm going to give you a sign that'll scare the daylights out of you. So you had better take a rest.
That's what my mind is saying to me.
Mm-hmm, more or less.
Well, I guess you're right.
It's been my experience that if those signals are disregarded, the subject could be heading for a nervous breakdown. That's a little free advice. Now, got any food in the kitchen? I'm starving.
Wait till you see Gloria's creamy chocolate cake. She's got it tucked away in the icebox. Frank, look at all that food on the kitchen table.
Hey, you're a heck of a cook. And lit candles, and my favorite little fat steaks. And chocolate cake on the side, and coffee on the burner. Hey, I ought to come over here more often.
Frank, I didn't prepare that meal.
What are you talking about?
I tell you, I had nothing to do with cooking this dinner, or setting the table, or lighting the candles.
Well, whatever magic you practiced, it turned out great. It sure beats the diner. I'm sitting down and digging in. Wonderful. Cooked to a T.
I hope the nourishment was prepared as you wish.
What did you say?
Frank, turn around. Look who's standing in the door.
Humping Jehoshaphat. The Pharaoh.
When faced with extraordinary or unexplainable phenomena, the first step is to assess what you know. Better than most other people, Professor West knows the ancient Egyptians believed that life continued after death. Whether there is fact in such a belief, who can tell? But certainly, the power of movement, recognition, and speech had been given to this plaster effigy of a man who lived 2,500 years ago. I shall return shortly with Act Two. Is there a link between the past and the present? Some theorists believe we are all linked in a chain, an endless belt of humanity, destined to go round and round, which might explain why generation after generation seems to make the same mistakes. Or is there linear time, as others have said, that we are but travelers on a river of time, passing the shores of events? Whatever the theory, the fact remains that in the house of a college professor, a statue has moved and spoken. It was the darndest thing. I've made a lifetime study of philosophies and psychologies, and the only explanation I could comfort myself with was mass mesmerism. Hypnotists use it, faith healers use it, and somehow Ramsey and I had fallen for it.
I swear to you, Frank, I had nothing to do with preparing that dinner.
Now, don't keep saying that. It's too much for me to handle right now. Let me just add up what I do know. And here I am in your living room. It's 10 o'clock at night. I've eaten. I'm sitting in front of your fireplace. You're 6 feet away. I'm standing upright, leaning against that mantelpiece. Is a 5'5" reproduction of a 19th dynasty pharaoh. Now, how far would you say I am from the pharaoh?
2 feet, 3, somewhere between.
Mm-hmm. It's made of plaster, has 2 feet that are well balanced on the ground, no platform, covered with gold paint. What any scientist would call a totally inanimate object. Yet I saw it move, and I heard it talk.
Glad it's you too, Frank. We might get a raid on twin straitjackets.
No, wait a minute. I never said you were disturbed. What I said was, you may be under a strain.
So we're both under a strain.
Now, let's keep pulling it apart. Do you mind if I smoke? I'm trying a new tobacco, and when I see you turning blue, I'll stop?
There are matches up there on the mantelpiece.
Yeah. Now, where's that tobacco? Did you say there were matches up here? Oh, my heavens. Will you look at him?
He's lit a match for you to light your pipe with.
Thank you, Pharaoh. Thank you. I've got it. There was a slip-up when these copies were being manufactured, and you got yourself a robot.
A robot? Well, how's that possible?
Anything is possible.
No, that's not what I mean, Frank. A robot has to be programmed, like a computer. My Pharaoh acts independently. He sees a problem. He solves a problem. He deduces we're hungry. He makes a meal. The room needs cleaning. He does it.
I'm not denying that you haven't got yourself a very special kind of robot.
Oh, I've got an idea. Thanks a lot for coming over, Frank. I'll see you to the door.
But I don't...
Come on.
Do you think the Pharaoh can listen and understand us?
Who knows? But I'm not taking any chances. Let's go outside. I'll walk you up the street. Look, I'll fix the latch so I can get back inside.
Okay, shoot.
I've got to find out who made that Pharaoh.
You got something. Who indeed?
Well, after my 10 o'clock class tomorrow, I've got the rest of the day off. I'll go to the junk teak and find out where he got it and keep tracking back. How about you? You want to come?
Can't. Big day for applied psych. I'm free in the evening, though.
A horrible thought that crosses my mind is maybe some manufacturer is turning out a whole army of robots, and all of them may not like to do housework. Hey, what is this? I'm locked out. I know I put this door on the latch. Hey, let me in. Pharaoh, stop kidding around. Let me in.
About an hour later, I was home reading in bed, and Ramsey called. Told me he'd been locked out. Had to break a window to let himself in. Said the Pharaoh was just where we left him, standing in the living room. The only thing different was all the ashtrays had been emptied and the glasses washed and put away. I told him he'd got a good thing there. He didn't think that was very funny.
Hello. Is this Museum Masterpieces Incorporated? Right. This is Ramsey West. I recently acquired a reproduction of a standing Pharaoh, Seti the First, I think. It appears that way. Yeah, that's right. You do make all those plaster cast copies from the Edwards collection, don't you? Well, yes, I do. Well, of course you can. I was going to come over and see you. Right, I'm at 14 Elmhurst Drive. I'll be here the rest of the day. I didn't catch that name. Ludlow. And how will I know you? Some red hair, okay. Say, you aren't... He hung up. Mr. Ludlow?
Mr. West?
I thought you were. I know you.
Your face looks familiar, too.
You're Red Ludlow, class of 61.
And you're...
Ramsey West. I teach Egyptology at Imhotep College.
Well, good for you.
Oh, you're with Museum Masterpieces, huh?
Professor, I am Museum Masterpieces. There's my truck in your driveway.
Oh, yes, so it is. It's a nice job. Oh, come on in, Red.
Well, actually, nobody calls me Red anymore. I've got so little of it left. Where's the Pharaoh?
In the living room. Through here. There he be. The reason I wanted to come over and talk to you, I wanted to know how many of these have you made?
Oh, just 100. If more orders come in, we'll cast another batch. Do you think you could move him forward away from the wall? I want to look at something at the back. You see, Oh, my goodness. Was I imagining that? I thought he stepped forward. Well, I'm spending too much time in the shop. Those fumes must be getting to me.
What are you looking for in back?
Serial numbers.
You don't think the Egyptians put serial numbers on the statues of their pharaohs?
No, but we do on the copies. Oh. I was afraid of this.
What's the problem?
Professor, can you keep what I'm going to say completely confidential?
Well, sure, but what's wrong?
Well, of course, it goes without saying. Museum masterpieces will reimburse you for what you paid for the statue.
Well, I don't know that I wish to part with it.
Oh, I'm afraid you'll have to. No question about that.
I'd say there's quite a big question about that. I gave this one to my wife as a birthday present.
Oh, in that case, does it matter to you if we give you a duplicate reproduction instead of this one?
It certainly would. You see, I've become rather attached to this particular copy.
I'm afraid that's just the point, Professor. This is not the copy of the standing pharaoh Seti I. This is the original. And I'm afraid I shall have to remove it from this house.
Oh, I'm blinded. I went off right in my face. All this smoke. A fuse must have blown somewhere. Mr. Ludlow, where are... Mr. Ludlow? Red? Where are you?
My son, he who stays the hand of Osiris must perish.
Pharaoh, did you make Red Ludlow disappear? That wasn't very nice of you.
He is at peace with his ancestors.
He is?
Ramsey? Darling? I'm back. Oh, I'm so glad to be home. Honey, what's the matter with you? You look terrible.
Oh, yes. Well, it's just the shock of seeing you. How's your sister?
Shock? Well, that's a nice thing to say, I don't think. Oh, I tell you, it's good to be home. And there's that beautiful Pharaoh. How are you, Pharaoh? Did you take good care of Ramsey while I was away?
Don't talk to him. Don't say anything.
Well, why shouldn't I? He's my pet Pharaoh, my birthday present.
You never know. What would you do if he answered you?
Well, depends. I guess if he spoke 19th dynasty Egyptian, that would knock me out of the box right away. Well, so, let me look around. Well, I congratulate you. The place is spotless. Ramsey, you are a marvelous housekeeper.
Well, I had help. And the first thing I knew, Frank, there was this flash, and that was the end of Red Ludlow.
I don't know what to say.
And 2 minutes later, Gloria shows up. Her sister suddenly got well and came home from the hospital, so Gloria took the first flight back.
Did you tell her what's been going on?
Are you kidding? I don't even know how to explain his truck in our driveway. And what happens when Museum Masterpieces comes looking for the boss? They'll ring my bell, and the next thing you know, the police will stop by. What am I going to tell them?
You sure can't tell them Red was atomized by a pharaoh reproduction. They'll haul you off to the loony bin.
That's another problem. It's the original. Lord knows what it's worth. It's probably priceless.
First thing, get rid of that truck in your driveway.
Well, how can I? When Red disappeared, the truck keys disappeared along with him.
Then you're in the clear. No corpus delicti, no crime.
Oh, I hope he's there. I just hope he's there.
Hello?
Oh, thank heaven, Frank, it's you.
Yes, who's this? Gloria?
Frank, please, could you come over right now? I know it's late, but I am so worried, and you're his best friend. I don't have anybody else to turn to. Frank, it's just terrible. He hasn't been to his classes all week. It's like I'm married to a zombie. He just sits there and... Frank, just hurry up and come over, will you, please? Well, I've been waiting for you out here on the porch. I didn't want you to have to ring. Come on in.
Okay. What is it, Gloria?
Well, I told you he hasn't been to his classes for days. I don't know if he's ever going back.
Where is he?
In the living room. You won't recognize it, Frank. He's turned it into a tomb.
What?
He got some floor-to-ceiling photographic murals of the inside of some Egyptian's tomb from some museum, and they're on the four walls. The fireplace he turned into an altar. And then, you know that exhibit of Egyptian artifacts in the front hall of the college? He brought everything here. All those funny statues of dogs and jackals and snakes and masses of dried flowers and tall grasses, and he just stuck them in jars all over the living room.
But why?
I don't know. It's something to do with that Egyptian statue he brought me for my birthday.
Gloria, get rid of it.
He just sits there like a king on a throne with this stunned look on his face.
I'll go in there right now, Gloria. I'll do what I can to snap him out of it.
And the worst part of it is he just won't let me near him. He makes his own meals. I don't know where he gets the food. Just comes out of thin air, I guess. He sleeps right in that room in that old army cot. I don't know what to do.
And he won't let you go in there?
When I go marketing, I have to go out the back door. Then I hear him talking, Frank, and I don't understand a word of it.
You just leave him to me, Gloria. Go up to your room. And if I need any help, I'll holler.
Is there a link between a statue thousands of years old and a teacher of today? Are there powers retained in carved wood and gilt that can transcend the ages? Was a spell woven by the ancients that can still hypnotize? If I were you, I'd just make sure your lucky charm is handy when you listen with me as I return shortly with Act 3. In a perfectly ordinary average house on 14 Elmhurst Drive, in a room transformed to a replica of an Egyptian tomb, there is a statue, the Pharaoh Seti I. It speaks, it performs tasks, it seems to perform miracles, like making people disappear. Is there a scientist alive today who could create a robot of such powers? Or are these powers manifest beyond anything we can imagine?
I'm not going to pretend I know the answers. All I knew was Ramsey West, professor of Egyptology at Imhotep College, had gotten himself much deeper into ancient death rites than he should have. And as his best friend, I would do anything to help him and protect him. Hiya, Ramsey. How are you, old boy?
Who is it?
It's me, Frank. Say, you really made this into quite a museum, didn't you? What are you doing sitting on that... Where did you get that chair? A lot of nice designs you painted on that. Made it look like a throne.
You may advance.
Oh, hey, Ramsey. It's me, Frank.
Kneel, slave.
What, are you kidding?
You have been ordered to kneel.
Oh, hiya, Pharaoh. I didn't see you standing there.
Kneel, slave.
Yeah, sure. Okay, I was going to kneel anyway.
What is your message, slave?
I just stopped by to see how you were, Ramsey. I see you got the Pharaoh still. So I guess nobody came around for him. Yeah, say, can I get up off my knees?
Rise.
Oh, Ramsey, snap out of it, pal. What's with you?
What's the matter?
Ramsey, come on. Get up off that chair, will you?
What? Frank?
The least you could do is offer me a drink.
Frank, is that you?
Ramsey, you got to snap out of this. And give me your hand. I'm not going to hurt you. Attaboy. Now, slowly, I'm going to pull you off that throne. Here we go. Come on.
Come on. Stop. Father, stop him.
Darn it. I must have tripped. How dumb can you be? I can't get up. What's the matter with me?
Bring me my crook and my flail.
Ramsey, somebody stop playing games with me. Let me up off the floor.
Ramsey? Are you all right? Ramsey? Frank, are you hurt?
I don't think so. I just can't get up. Gloria, Go. Run. Get out of here. If you value your life. The next 5 hours in Ramsey West's living room were about the most terrifying I'd ever known. It made me realize that, indeed, all those forgotten dynasties of ancient Egypt, all their beliefs that the dead and their families and friends would continue life after death, were no mere superstitions. But why Ramsey West should be caught in this web, I did not know then. At about 2 a.m, I had talked myself hoarse. Ramsey fell asleep in his chair, and even the Pharaoh's eyes seemed to close. I crept out.
Frank, is that you?
I didn't expect to find you still up.
Been sitting here in the kitchen all this time. Oh, Frank, what am I going to do?
Let's begin with a cup of coffee.
I've got the water on. You want strong, regular, or weak? How many spoonfuls?
Strong, please. I just couldn't connect with Ramsey. I talked, but most of the time he just didn't hear me. He's in some spell of some kind. I don't even want to know what it is.
But how can we get him out of it?
What's that?
It's just the tea kettle.
Cooped up in that mausoleum sure made me jumpy. I don't know if I should tell you this. I guess I have to. Somehow, that Pharaoh, somehow it talks. It really does.
Oh, Frank. Not you, too.
I am perfectly sane, Gloria. It doesn't always say things that make sense to me. Right after you got yourself out of there, I was lying on the floor, remember? Ramsey said, "Father, let him live."
But let who live?
Me. Now, there are 2 ways we can go. I can pick up the phone and call the hospital and tell them to send over the men in the little white coats.
No, I couldn't do that, Frank.
Oh, let's try the other way first. Once during the evening, I heard Ramsey call the statue Father. Maybe that's the key. Get rid of that statue, and we're okay. Now, have you got a hammer or a hatchet or something heavy like that?
I think so. Don't know if we have a hatchet. Ramsey keeps all our tools in this drawer. A screwdriver and egg beater. Oh, how's this? That's a pretty good-sized hammer.
Thanks. This ought to do the trick. Plaster is plaster, and if you hit it right, it ought to shatter like glass. Gloria, I may make an awful mess of your living room, but it's the only way.
What are you going to do?
You know, he's sitting in the dark now. May even be asleep. Well, I'm going to walk into that living room, turn off all the lights, go over to that plaster Pharaoh, and I'm going to break it up into little pieces.
Frank, it's not a copy. It's the real thing, an original.
Gloria, no matter how valuable it is, believe me, it's not worth having above ground.
Well, couldn't we call a museum and have them take it away?
It must be destroyed. Look at the damage it's already done to this house. To Ramsey, to you, to me. You want to put this... There's only one word I have for that statue, this evil thing, into a museum where it might affect thousands of people who come to look at it?
I never thought of it that way.
I'm going in now. You stay here.
No, I can't. I have to be with Ramsey. He may need me.
Okay. Yes, this hammer's a good weight. Let's go before we lose our nerve.
Who's there?
Don't sit in the dark, Ramsey. Isn't that better? Lots of light now.
My crook and my flail. Bring them here.
I'm here, Ramsey. So is Gloria. I don't know who you think will bring you a crook and flail, but I have my symbol of power, a hammer. I'm sorry, Ramsey, but we have to do it.
There is evil intent in the air.
You bet there is. Ramsey, stay there. Just stay out of my way.
Don't strike the statue.
I must.
Frank, what happened? Why did you drop the hammer?
What?
The hammer.
What was I doing with the hammer?
The Pharaoh.
Yes. So?
You were going to smash it.
I don't see anything that needs fixing. I can't remember now why I brought it in here.
You don't remember?
Gloria, forgive me. I've had a long day. A conference that lasted till 2 in the morning. And some of those abnormal psych papers my students handed in were a little too abnormal. Well, folks, it's been a nice evening. Thanks for the coffee, Gloria.
Frank, where are you going and why?
Ramses has commanded me to leave this presence. I'm excused, so I obey.
Frank, what's with you? You don't talk like that.
So long. See you.
Frank, for heaven's sake, come back. Don't leave me here. Please don't. Frank, stop. Stop. Frank, what happened?
Oh, hi, Gloria. What are you doing out here?
Frank, don't you remember?
I don't know. Was there something I forgot?
About Ramsey and that pharaoh.
Oh, yes. Nice-looking statue. Of course, only someone who's into Egyptology would give it house room.
Frank, you don't remember about 9:30 my phoning you, asking you to come over?
Well, I guess I do. We had coffee in the kitchen, right?
Do you remember why we did? What we talked about? Do you remember anything strange about our living room, the way it looks? Like an underground Egyptian tomb? And Ramsey sitting on a big wooden chair staring at that statue? You remember any of that? You were in there for 2 or 3 hours, you said.
Vaguely.
You don't remember we decided to smash that pharaoh with a hammer?
Gloria, you're going to think I'm an awful dunce. And I don't know why. It's all like some dream that starts to disappear the moment you wake up and you can't hold on to it. Now, why would I want to take a hammer to break up that pharaoh? It means an awful lot to Ramsey. Are you sure you didn't misunderstand me?
Frank, do you remember saying, Ramses has commanded me to leave his presence, and so I must go?
Come on, Gloria. It's late. We're standing in the middle of the street, and you're telling me jokes. I'm getting an awful headache. So if you don't mind, I'll be on my way home. Tell Ramsey I'll call. I can't even remember what day it is. I'll see you, Gloria.
I hope so.
Gloria, is that you?
Yes, it's me. Oh, Ramsey, why do you have to sit there? I wish you wouldn't. I wish you were you.
My father has something to say to you. O glorious Seti, speak to thy handmaiden.
My daughter, are you prepared for the journey?
What journey, great Seti?
You and my son, Ramses II, have been rescued from reincarnation to return to the proud kingdom. This life you enjoyed in this century is not yours to keep. Return to join your ancient ancestors. The gods await you.
Didn't I tell you, darling, this was a perfectly lovely house? Yes, the real estate agent said we could spend as much time as we liked here and then bring her back the key. It's completely furnished.
Oh, really? Who does it belong to?
Well, that's the funny part about it. The people who used to live here, a professor and his wife, one day they just left town, disappeared.
Will you look at what's standing in that corner? A pharaoh.
Yeah, they just left it here.
That might be worth something.
The most curious coincidence is that he was the professor of Egyptology at the college, the job you're going to be taking. Well, come upstairs with me, darling. I want to show you how big the closets are.
My son, my daughter, I shall be sending you your servants very, very soon.
I've been looking through old textbooks on ancient Egypt to try to make sense of what happened. Of course, I was struck with the similarity of names, Ramsey and Ramses II. Then I read all that about reincarnation, and I wondered, had they found themselves in the wrong century and had to go back? Your guess is as good as mine. Which reminds me to tell you what is inscribed over the tomb of Ramses' father at Abydos on the Nile. Death does not end all things. An ancient king returns to Earth to reclaim his son. Possible? Believable? The pharaohs placed their faith in scarabs, amulets, and colored stones, and buried themselves so they might live forever. Is that any more primitive than current beliefs that opals are unlucky, jade wards off heart disease, copper wristbands cure arthritis? And as for the luck of rabbit's feet, numerology, astrology, let's just say the ancients had no corner on superstitions. Our cast included Norman Rose, Terry Keane, Gordon Gould, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
And now, the MOLLE Mystery Theater, presented by MOLLE. MOLLE, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tough whiskers or a tender skin.
Good evening. This is Jeffrey Barnes, welcoming you to the MOLLE Mystery Theater, the program that presents the best in mystery and detective fiction. Tonight's story, by Joseph Ruskol, is entitled Triangle of Death. One of your favorite radio stars, Elspeth Eric, will play the leading role of Carol Wade. Carol Wade faces death. But whether it is her husband or her sweetheart who intends to kill her, she doesn't know. Yes, a strange and terrifying dilemma. A triangle of death.
Well, Mr. Barnes, some triangles may turn out badly. But you know, when it comes to shaving, here's one trio that always gets along. A man, his razor, and MOLLE, the heavier brushless shaving cream. Yes, sir, it's smooth. So smooth. It's slick. So slick. It's a smooth, slick shave you get with MOLLE. MOLLE, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tough whiskers or a tender skin. Try it. MOLLE. And now for tonight's MOLLE Mystery by Joseph Ruskol, Triangle of Death.
Yes, who is it? Come in, who is it? You?
Wins you 10 silver dollars.
You've changed.
How low can a guy get?
Now, please, I can explain, but not here. What do you...
Never thought I'd catch up with you, did you? Mrs. Carol Wade.
How'd you find out where I live? What are you going to do?
What do you deserve? I'm bleeding for you. Got a swan song for a sucker?
Now, look, I'm warning you. Get out of here. I'll call my husband. Peter! Peter!
Call him again. He's not here, Angel. Both of us know it.
Why, you...
The name's Tony Morrell, remember? Let's see, what was yours when I met you down in Miami last year? Miss Carol Meadows, wasn't it? When your lips took me over the barrel for your gambling debt.
I meant to pay you back someday.
Yeah, that's why you took it on the lam. No, it was silly of you to have posed under your maiden name, you little two-timer. I was bound to catch up with you.
Who told you?
How blind can a guy stay? Even with a crush.
Put down that gun, Tony. You'll burn for it.
Not me, two other
Tony,
guys.
no. Don't, please. please.
Go ahead, relax. Take a good look at it, pretty face. And thank heaven the torch still burns.
What?
Because this gun is the only thing that can save you from the Undertaker. Gotta kiss it for luck. Back it goes.
What are you talking about? Are you crazy?
I've elected myself your bodyguard, said he, examining his head. So stick close to your sucker from here on in, baby, because someone is out to kill you.
What? Who?
Who? Character I met only an hour ago in a little dive I just opened about 75 miles down the road near Saratoga. Small world, huh? We're neighbors. Hilo Cafe. Does that ring a bell?
That was the name of your nightclub in Miami.
Yeah, the one you cost me.
Oh, stop playing with me. Who was this?
This character? Well, in he walks, see? This utter stranger. For a fast one. And I join him. A few drinks later, he tells me he's at Sawbones on a call nearby. And this and that.
Doctor, did you say?
Yeah. Why so pale, Carol? Anyway, I give him the old wheeze about there's one thing a Sawbones can't cure, a broken heart. Rum chummy, see? So he pumps me with a bedside manner, and I admit that I'm still carrying a torch for a worthless little tramp who played me for a chump last year. A Carol Meadows.
Who was he? Stop torturing me. Who was he?
You guessed it, your husband, lady.
Oh, no, God!
What? For that slap, I ought to cut off your hands. I mean, I dreamed about him around my neck again.
Get out! Get out!
How deaf can I get? Okay, you little fool, but you better get out with me. I'm telling you, your life is in danger, understand? He's going to murder you when he comes home from making his rounds. He's got like a wild man. He gave me a blueprint. That's what I've come to warn you.
My Peter? Oh, sure. Oh, you cute man, you cute liar. Can't you think up a daffier story to get me back?
Now, look, you gotta believe me. Come away from here.
You know, that's what I fell for down in Miami. Your deadpan way of telling him tall and windy. Oh, I wasn't kidding, Tony. I was pretty wild about you. But I had enough of men like you when I was in the chorus, so I came to my senses.
Look, Carol, I'm telling
my
you.
My husband loves me. He wouldn't harm a fly. Now, you get out of here fast.
Okay. It's your funeral. Oh, by the way, about that murder blueprint. Your husband's coming home early, see? He's going to suggest a little ride in the car for the air. You're not looking so good. He's going to suggest Sunset Cliff. Look at the sunset. He's going to push you off that cliff accidental. How careful can a guy be?
It's me, Cookie.
Oh, you're home early.
Yep, no clinic duty today. Isn't that something? Now I can spend the afternoon with my little wife. Oh, gosh, it's a rich feeling. Now, come here there, fly to my arms, woman.
Peter,
Hmm?
you stop for a drink or something?
Cookie, I'm still drunk with love after 3 years. Can you beat it? The honeymoon will never be over with us. Bet? Now, give me a little ear. Yeah. Cookie, where should we go this afternoon?
What?
Darling, what's the matter? What's wrong? Don't you feel well? You're not
No, I
looking
feel
at it.
fine.
Sure?
Yes, fine.
Well, good. Me, I'd like to stay home if it's all the same with you.
Oh, yes, let's. Oh, Peter, I feel so good now. Golly, the silly things that have been upsetting me today.
What thing?
Oh, little trifles round house tradesmen, you know.
Made you irritable?
Yes, that's it. But now my Nancy's come home. He doctored it all away and it stopped pounding.
Pounding?
Yes, my headache.
Headache? You've had a headache, too?
Well, no.
You've been outdoors at all today?
No.
Oh, cooped up in here all day. That's bad. Now, there's nothing wrong with you that a little fresh air can't cure. How about a spin in the car?
No!
You are irritable. Why not? Why'd you jump so when I suggested it?
I don't know.
Just nerves. Now, come on, then. Do as the doctor says. The car's parked in front of the house, and let's go for a little spin. Breathe in the ozone. Aren't you glad to be alive?
Where are we going?
Oh, for a little drive. What's the diff, Cookie?
Peter, where are you taking me?
Hey, what's gotten into you? What on earth's the matter?
Where are you driving to?
Well, I don't know yet. Just follow our noses. What's wrong, Carol? You suddenly afraid of accidents?
Stop the car.
What for?
Look, there's a drugstore. I have to make a phone call. It's important. I forgot it. Please.
All right. I'll come in with you.
No, you just wait here. It'll only take me a minute.
Well, hustle it, Cookie.
Yes. Tony, this is Carol. Listen. Tony, listen to me. What do I do? I'm frightened to death. Yes, but I haven't got much time. He's waiting for me in the car. Look, I'm in a phone booth, and you were right. He is taking me out for a ride. I just can't believe it. I'm all mixed up. I mean, it is just a ride. I did say I had a headache. What if he hasn't got any idea of taking me?
What's keeping you, Carol? Who are you phoning?
All right, Lola. I'll try to run up and see you right away. Bye.
Lola? Your friend Lola Jennings?
Yes. Look, Peter, if you want to know, that's why I was so upset today.
Oh?
Yes, she phoned me this morning. She's in a bad way about something.
I see.
I mean, she sounded so desperate, I was worried.
Carol, was it really Lola you were just phoning or the Hilo Cafe?
What?
Well, then he hasn't tried to contact you, and all along I really thought he's the reason you were so upset.
Who?
That's a good thing I'm in time to warn you. I meant to earlier, but it's so frightfully delicate.
Warn me about what?
About a man who's in town looking for you. A man you seem to have met in Miami last year. Tony Morrell.
Tony?
Yes, I bumped into him this afternoon in his cafe. It seems he's just opened it, and I happened to drop in for a drink, and he sat down at my booth and introduced himself, and, well, he got a little plastered, and without knowing who I was at first, he told me something about you and him.
Peter.
Oh, it's all right, Cookie. I know the whole story. He fell in love with you, period. Who wouldn't? No, I admit it whammed me at first.
Peter,
I'm sure it was just one of those harmless vacation romances, and, well, the fool read more into it than there was there. Cookie?
Of course. Oh, honey, absolutely nothing more. I always meant to tell you, but there was really nothing to tell, and telling it would have made it sound like something.
Of course, sweet. I know how a thing like that could happen, but, Carol, this Morrell fellow seems to have taken it really hard and blubbered all sorts of threats.
Threats?
Yeah, said he'd be a fool not to get revenge. Said he'd somehow lure you to his cafe where he'd kill you.
What?
And there's only one way he wants to kill you. With a poison martini.
Poison martini? Why?
Search me. He's crazy. He acted like a wild man.
Peter, I'm scared. Peter, save me from him. Don't let him come near me.
Now, don't worry. If I ever hear of him trying to bother you, I'll strangle him with my bare hands. Well, let's get rolling, Carol. Put some color in your cheeks.
Peter, you've gotten so moody. You really forgive me, or was that all just an act?
Or was it just an innocent summer romance? Constant Penelope?
Do you, Peter, do you?
Life is short, isn't it?
What?
I said life is short. A laugh, a tear, and sunset.
Sunset?
Of course I forgive you. You're my wife, aren't you? Period.
Peter, where are you driving me?
That record again. Just to town and back. Why do you keep asking?
Town, that's the other way.
Huh? What other way? Say, maybe I can be a bit more imaginative than just town and back. Maybe we ought to turn around and go the other way at that.
What?
Yeah, that brings us to Summit Cliff. And we can go there and watch the sunset.
Peter,
like
no.
we used to. Oh, come on.
Well, mystery fans, this is Jeffrey Barnes ringing down the curtain on Act 1 of tonight's MOLLE Mystery. But stay close by, because I promise you, in Act 2, we'll have you guessing at high speed. Right now, to keep you from guessing, here's Dan Seymour with some quick answers on the subject of shaving.
Men, if your morning shave feels like you're shaving with a buzzsaw, chances are you have tough whiskers or a tender skin. But you know, shaving needn't be painful, not when you shave with MOLLE. Because MOLLE is a heavier cream. It not only softens your whiskers, it stands them up straight while your razor waltzes right through them. With MOLLE, you shave faster, closer, easier, and you shave painlessly. Try it. See if you don't say it's smooth. So smooth. It's slick. So slick. It's the smooth, slick shave you get with MOLLE. MOLLE, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tough whiskers or a tender skin.
And now this is Jeffrey Barnes returning you to Act Two of the Mystery Theater and Triangle of Death.
You're going to humor me, Carol, if you really love me. What's wrong with the cliff, our old haunt? Why act up? Carol! Oh, I would run out of gas right at the foot of the climb, too. Yeah, lucky, though. There's the filling station. Hey there, gas! Hey, anybody there? Oh, wait here a minute. I'll go around some of that.
Get in here, quick. Tony! Quick, before he comes out. Well, are you paralyzed? I'm here to save you, you little fool. You want to die?
You want me to, Tony? He told me plenty about you. Go away.
He's lying. I was right. He is headed for the cliff, isn't he?
Yes, but it was common, ordinary. See? Perfectly natural from the conversation.
Carol,
We've often come here to see the sunset plenty of times. Beat it. I don't want him to find you.
Still don't trust me. Then listen. Something else I remember. Something else he said. He was going to shoot you on the cliff so you wouldn't put up a struggle and then push you off.
What?
Okay, you ever known him to carry a gun before?
No, never.
You want to watch me frisk him? You'll believe me?
Oh, go away, please. Here he comes.
Okay. How far can you drop?
Fill her up, huh?
Right, Doc.
Carol, who were you talking to just now? That car that just drew up.
Oh, he wanted to know where Highway 22 was.
I see.
You got a cigarette, Peter?
Sure.
No,
Here.
not that pack. Didn't you have another brand?
Hmm?
Let me look, darling. Wasn't it in this pocket?
What?
No. Oh, in this one.
What are you talking about? What brand?
No, it's not there either. I'm sure I saw you with...
You're having a good time. Now, let's empty all my pockets. I like this game. Here. Oh, here. Here, any more? No more? Then how about my undershirt?
I don't know what made me think. You haven't got one after all. Have you, Peter?
Well, if you want the strangers.
Okay, Doc. 14.
All right. Here, keep the change.
Thanks.
Now, little wife, let's climb that hill, And take a look at that sunset. Yeah, some climb. Almost there now.
Peter, it'll never happen again. I know I've wronged you, but I've died 1,000 times
That's
for
too
it.
late. The sun's gone down. Let's go to the top anyhow.
Peter, please believe
Getting
me.
dark. If it weren't for that phone call of yours...
Listen to me, Peter. Are you harboring it against me?
Don't be a stuck whistle. How many times do I have to reassure you? I've forgiven you, period. I've even told him that. When he made those threats against your life and called you what he did, though you deserved it here.
No.
I think I'd have killed him then and there if I were the type to carry the gun.
Oh, I wish you were. A murderous snake like Tony.
I love you in spite of what you've done. We'll do again.
No,
And I told him that I'm going to court you all over again and start by making the trip this afternoon to Summit Cliff.
Oh, then that's how Tony...
Yes?
Nothing. Oh, wait a minute. You didn't know we were coming here. We even started out the other way. What's funny?
Well, here we are at last. Say, talk about elevation. Just look down there. Does it make you dizzy?
Peter, answer me. How could you know that?
Cookie. We were coming here all the time. I meant to from the first.
But you started the other way.
Just to throw you off.
What?
I was playing with you. I had a special reason for bringing you here today.
Special reason?
Very. Why do you suppose I came home early? Don't lean against the door. You're just 2 feet from the edge, and it's a 200-foot drop.
What was the special reason? Oh, a necklace. Peter.
You know what today is? Now, see if I haven't got a memory like an elephant. 3 years to the day that I first told you I loved you. No, you wouldn't remember, but it was right here at Sunset Cliff when we were... Yes, when we were watching our first sunset together.
Oh, Peter. Oh, you great, big, thoughtful kid.
I ought to kill you.
Oh, it's so lovely. I can't get a good look at it, though it's gotten so dark.
Yeah, here, I'll light a match.
No, wait a minute. There's a flashlight in the car someplace, isn't there? Yes, you keep it in the side pocket here. Oh, Angel. To think that...
Give me that. Give me that and get over.
I don't want the accident.
A gun! You did have a gun all the time!
Who want to protect you?
You said you never
carried
one.
you fool!
Drop it, Doc. Drop it or I'll thrill you. Okay, babe, quick. Come back. Get in. Come back here.
Tony!
I got his gun here.
Take me away. Anywhere away from that monster. He did have a gun. He did have one, just like you said, and he was going to shoot me and throw me off the cliff.
Ah, not you, sister. Relax. You got 9 lives. How many can you burn up?
This is Jeffrey Barnes again. In just a moment, we'll bring you Act 3 of Triangle of Death. Now, a word from George Putnam.
If dandruff is spoiling the appearance of your hair and you've been trying to combat it with little or no success, listen carefully. Many outstanding authorities say that the most common kind of dandruff is caused by a germ called Pityrosporum ovale. Now, many dandruff-combating methods are no more effective for fighting this germ than plain water and brushing. For, like water, all they do is remove loose dandruff. To get real relief, this germ must be destroyed. Double Danderine really works because Double Danderine actually kills this germ on contact. Even in many severe cases, results with Double Danderine have been remarkable. Now, the amazing effectiveness of Double Danderine is due to a special ingredient, an active antiseptic so wonderfully efficient many hospitals use it. In Double Danderine, we call it Alzan. So try Double Danderine and see if you don't agree that most methods can't compare with its dandruff-combating effectiveness. Get Double Danderine tomorrow. Your money back if not satisfied.
Have we shaken him yet?
I don't see his car anymore.
Oh, he's lost us. He won't drive very fast with a bullet in his hand.
Still can't believe he had it in him. Played with me just like a cat with a mouse. Tony, you saved my life.
Well, then, come here.
No. But I am grateful, Tony. Oh, it's all been like a nightmare all day. Ever since you came in the door, I didn't know who to believe. But now I know he was
Shut
just
up.
about...
Close your eyes. Kiss me. You said it. Maybe that doesn't call for a drink, huh?
Wonderful. Drink.
Yeah. You can stop off somewhere.
Somewhere, where?
I don't know. How about the High-Low Cafe?
Why there? I mean, why wait till we get there?
For sentimental reasons. Remember the High-Low in Miami? When you first gave me the eye? Miss Meadows? Cost me my innocence, that shade of mascara. I should forget. Well, let's drink the old times, huh?
Why bring me in here? Why don't we sit out in a booth?
Well, my private office is more intimate. What'll it be, Manhattan?
Yes. It's all right. Make it a Manhattan.
Coming up, 2 Manhattans. I'll get it from the bar. Oh, wait. You better make it the drink we last had in Miami. You know, the one you slipped something in and lammed it when I passed out. Martinis, wasn't it?
Oh.
Yeah, I'll fix you martini. Wait here.
Martini, no. Operator, give me the police, hurry. trying to poison me. Tony Morell. He'll kill me. I'm at the Hilo Cafe. This is Mrs. Carol Wade. Hurry, please.
Phoning someone?
Yes, my friend Lola Jennings. She's terribly ill, Tony. I forgot. I better go to her.
Not so fast. How about our drinks?
How'd you get them so quick?
I gave Joe the order when we came in. Here, take it.
No,
Take it. Come on, unfreeze.
No,
You didn't need coaxing in Miami. Take. There. Now let's click glasses like we did then. Click. That's it. Now, bottoms up. Drink, come on. Drink. Why are you shaking?
No.
No? So don't. Put it down. What do I lose?
I'm on to you. I'm on to you, Tony Morell.
Oh, get a load of her.
Get out of my way. I'm going
No,
home.
you don't. The curtains for you. You nuts? You didn't see his gun?
That was meant for you, and you know it. I can see it now. It's Peter I should have listened to. It's you that wants to kill me, and he was trying to save me. Yes, he warned me. Every stop he said you'd try to get me here to the Hilo Cafe.
Well, sure. I told him I would, for old time's
He
sake.
said you'd offer me a martini.
I told him that, too.
And you'd poison the martini.
He's a liar. You fell for that? It's he who's been working overtime to rub you out. He gave me a blueprint. I haven't proved it. Saved your life. You still don't believe me?
No.
No? Well, by gosh, you will.
Put that gun away.
You'll believe me if I have to put a slug through that brass heart of yours. Now, pick up that glass again. Pick it up. Good. Now put it to your mouth. Put it to your mouth. Drink it. Drink it.
Carol, don't! Don't drink that. It's poison, Carol. Don't.
Are you...
Peter, look out!
Thank heaven I got it.
Carol, are you all right? You didn't...
Yes. Yes, I drank it. Leave it.
Hold on. Cookie. Here, now, don't let go. Hold on. I'll fix you an antidote. Oh, yeah. Here's the antidote. Here. Now, quick, drink it. There. Now you'll be dead. Give it 30 seconds. A martini? No, dear. Watch, I'll finish it. Yeah, see? Nothing deadlier than a knowledge. The antidote, Cookie? That's too bad you didn't trust your boyfriend. He was trying so hard to be your guardian angel, Sir Galahad Morale. I stumbled into the perfect ending for the perfect murder. I was hiding outside, and I heard your phone. By the way, was that really poor Lola Jennings you were phoning again? You know, it's strange because it's Lola who helped me plan your funeral all along. Cookie, she and I are going to get married. Surprise?
Police.
The police? They'll find the lady who was poisoned and the man she predicted would do it. 2 corpses.
No, Doc. 3 cups.
What?
3.
Oh, Tony, you...
I'll meet you all at the last stop. How dead can we die?
And now this is Jeffrey Barnes again, bringing down the final curtain on tonight's Mystery Theater presentation of Joseph Ruscole's Triangle of Death. Be with us next week when we present a modern, hard-hitting, thrill-packed detective adventure entitled The Squealer. Meet Whitey Burton, a man who betrayed his friends to save his own skin and walked thereafter with death at his shoulder.
The original music for the Mystery Theater is composed and conducted by Alexander Sembler. Elspeth Eric, Joseph Julian, and Paul Potter were featured in Triangle of Death. Any similarity between the names and characters used on this show and any actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
Sometimes when we're tired, we make mountains out of molehills. We putter around till even the easiest job seems impossible. If you're that tired and pale besides, your doctor may find you have a borderline anemia resulting from a ferronutritional blood deficiency. Then you need ironized yeast tablets. They help build up your strength by building up your red blood cells. So take ironized yeast tablets to get back your color, your vigor, your driving energy. Ironized yeast tablets.
And now this is Dan Seymour again saying good night and asking you to be with us next week at this same time when the Mystery Theater presents Paul Monash's The Squealer.
Tonight's Mystery Theater presentation, The Triangle of Death by Joseph Ruskell, came to you from our Radio City studios in Radio City, New York. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Portions of the following program are transcribed. Here is Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Are you Mr. Diamond?
Creditor or client?
I'm a client.
I'm a Diamond.
I'm glad.
It's a little informal, but hello, Glad. Call me Rick.
Oh, no. My name is Julia Bates.
Mrs.?
Yes, but you don't have to call me Mrs. Bates. I'm a widow, you see.
Oh.
In fact, it may help our relationship if you call me Julia.
Oh, well, here we go again. All right, Julia, you can call me Rick. The fee's $100 a day in expenses.
I want you to stay at my house tonight.
I said $100 a day in expenses.
Oh, the fee is all right, Mr. Rick. Money means nothing.
Yeah, well, you think your way and I'll think mine.
I'll make out a check right now.
No hurry. Anytime in the next 10 seconds.
Oh, there.
Thanks. Now, about this assignment.
Well, it may sound silly, but I'm afraid of the house I live in.
Oh, dandy.
I said it might sound silly,
Mm-hmm.
but it's deadly serious, I assure you.
No, I'm sure it is.
You see, my husband, Warner Bates, died 3 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
He was a very strange man and believed devoutly in many forms of mysticism.
Oh, yeah.
Well, he built this house as a monument to his beliefs and filled it with secret passages and rooms and steps that lead nowhere.
Why not move out?
Well, I'll be perfectly honest. It's because of the money.
Oh.
In his will, Warner stipulated I was to live in the house for a period of 3 months following his death. 3 months is up tomorrow. And it doesn't help that Warner is buried in the basement vault.
What's he doing? Watching Benny's money?
Well, he had a crypt built in the cellar, and a key, the only key to it, was placed in his coffin.
What's supposed to happen tonight?
Well, let me tell you the whole story. A month ago, I began to hear the strangest things in the house at night, and I found food half eaten on the kitchen table.
Ever try setting traps?
Well, the worst shot came when I went to the cellar a few days ago. I found footprints in the dust, naked footprints, leading to and from the crypt.
Maybe he had to take a shower.
Oh, please let me finish. On his deathbed, Warner swore he'd visit me at the end of the 3rd month, and if he could, take me with him back to the spirit world.
Oh, and tonight is the night.
Yes. Oh, at first, I didn't think it would get me, but... Oh, no, I'm scared, really scared.
Yeah, well, now, look, baby, let's get off this mystic kick. Who inherits if you don't live up to your requirements?
Well, that's just it. No one. That is, no person. The money goes to charities and schools.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Anderson, the executor of the estate, says the will is foolproof, legal, and binding. Either I live in the house until noon tomorrow or forfeit the inheritance.
So what you wanted me to do is hang around tonight and see that hubby doesn't go death walking.
Yes, that's right. You don't have to be there till dark, but, don't be any later than that. Say 6 o'clock?
Excuse me. Diamond Detective Agency, freewheeling corpses. Ask the man who kills one.
Rick, when are you going to stop those awful slogans?
Oh, hello, Helen, baby. Gotta call you back. Got a client.
Oh, all right. Is she pretty?
I don't know. I'm parked behind a curve.
What?
Forget it. I'll call you back. Bye. Now, Julia, you better go on home. Where's your broom?
Broom? Do you you think I look like a witch?
You don't look like one. More like the good fairy after she'd heard about men. Now, you fly on home, sweetheart, and I'll see you at 6.
Don't be late.
I'll be there with bones on. I tried to uncurl my toes and get my mind on business. Thinking of my spooked client didn't seem to help, but it was business. It was getting pretty late in the afternoon, so I put the office to bed for the night, picked up a bite to eat, and went over to the 5th Precinct to keep a coffee date with Lieutenant Levinson. When I walked into the squad room, I spotted Sergeant Otis with his nose in a book. Oh, hello, Otis. What's with the book? Don't tell me you're learning to read.
Hey, hello, Shamus. How's tricks?
The book, Sergeant. What's the book?
What book? Lieutenant's inside. He said for you to go right in when you came.
Otis, tell Uncle Richard about the book.
Oh, it's just a book. Here, I was trying to improve myself.
Well, don't feel ashamed, Otis. You've got reason to do that.
Yeah, very funny.
Let's see. The art of graceful dancing. Otis.
Well, what's wrong with me dancing, Shamus? I don't want to be no social outcast.
Dancing? Well, maybe. But graceful? Otis, you couldn't be graceful even if your feet did match. Tell you what, though, I'll give you a hand. Now, just open your arms and pretend you have a dame. Go on, I'll start you on a waltz.
Well, okay.
Da-da-dee-dee-dum, tweet, 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 tweet. Da-da. Oh, no, Otis. You look like an elephant with sprained ankles. Now, try again and close your eyes. Ya-da-dum-dee-dee-dee-dee.
Otis, where's your button? Otis, put me down. What? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, Lieutenant. I thought you was a dame.
You what?
Oh. I mean, I had my eyes closed. I was dancing. Oh, Lieutenant, the shamus talked me into it.
Rick, would you mind telling me what you were doing?
Saving Arthur Murray ulcers.
Yeah, well, come on in and get some coffee. And Otis.
Yeah?
Shut up. Shall I pour?
Please do. You know how I like mine, Walt.
Yeah, no cream, 12 lumps.
Better change that.
I would think so. Okay, how many?
Make it 14. Your coffee's stronger than mine.
It's not so strong, Rick. Here.
Thanks. You better wipe that spot off the desk. The varnish is beginning to smoke.
Your jokes aren't any better. You want to stick around for the Hart game tonight?
I can't, Walt. I've got a client with a house full of spirits.
What?
The dead kind.
With you on the job, there'll be corpses jumping out of every window.
Yeah. Well, if they start, I'll give you a call.
I know. Why don't you give up being a detective, Rick? Play postman or something.
Walt, you just don't seem to appreciate my favors. I'm getting late. It's nearly 6.
It's a peaceful night, Rick. See if you can't keep it that way.
Oh, sure, Walt, sure. This is one night you can take it easy. Give me 2 more lumps, please. Leaving Walt and heading to the Bates house, I was feeling as happy as a bird in a hat full of worms. I had $100 to stall off the landlord, a lovely red-headed girlfriend with curves, and a spooked client with trouble. Everything great. Then the storm began to blow up. It had started to rain when I saw the Bates house on Temple Street. A big, ugly house straight out of a horror story, with gables and shuttered windows. And as if that wasn't enough, I was met at the door by a butler who was a tiny thing, about 7 feet tall and 300 pounds, with a face like the devil with a hangover.
Come in.
Yeah, I wanted to see
Mrs. Bates, of course. You are Mr. Diamond.
She left word with you?
I need no word. I am the 7th son.
Of a what?
The 7th son.
Of a... Oh, no, this could go on forever. Okay, lead on.
The name is Kane.
Yeah? How's your brother?
What?
Forget it. Where's your, Mrs. Bates?
In the drawing room. This way, sir.
Cozy little mausoleum. What time do the ghosts come out?
Usually right after the vampires, sir.
Oh, dandy. I hope they have an early show.
Oh, it will be soon enough, sir. The dead are restless tonight.
Maybe if I rocked them to sleep. Got a rock?
Mrs. Bates. Mr. Diamond.
Oh, thank you, Kate. Hello, Rick. How do you like my house?
Oh, it's lovely. What do you use for doorknobs? Heads? And what's with the big zombie? You didn't mention him.
Kane? Oh, he's a fixture around here, but I get frightened more when he's around than when he's gone.
Oh, well, now you take it easy, baby. Come on over and sit down and let me chase those fears away.
Oh, that is an idea.
Name me a better.
Can I fix you a drink?
Oh, I think I'll take a glass
of milk, sir. Here you are.
Oh, now, hey, look, Crusher, put a bell around your neck or something. One more surprise like that, and you'll be best man at a funeral.
My apologies. Your milk, sir.
Yeah, thanks, sir. Come on, Julia, let's get back to where we were. And you, Kane, you... Hey, where'd he go?
Rick, there it is.
Huh? Yeah.
That's the way it starts. Listen. It's the stairs to the cellar. Someone's climbing them.
What? Oh, it's probably Kane.
You wanted me, sir?
Kane? Then who... You wait in here, Julia. I'll go out and get our nosy friend.
The cellar door is at the end of the hall.
I left Julia looking as nervous as a one-legged man walking a tightrope and took off down the long hall. There was only one door, the one to the cellar, so I opened it and flipped on the switch. I was moving my ankles down the creaking steps when I heard trouble. What the devil? Julia! Julia! Are you hurt? What is it?
Rick, over there in the closet. A dead man.
Oh, no. There's no dead man in here.
Not there. But I saw him, Rick. I swear there was a man in there. He was all bloody, and there was a big knife in his chest.
Oh, but you must have been mistaken.
About a corpse? Rick, he was there.
I don't see it. Oh, wait a minute. Here on the floor, bloodstains.
You see, there was a man in there.
This is blood, all right. But where'd the body go? He couldn't have been moved that fast. Unless... Where's Kane?
Right here, Mr. Diamond. But I did not move the dead one.
No? Where were you just now when Julia screamed? Having tea with a vampire?
No, I was in the kitchen, sir. Do not be mystified, Mr. Diamond. Accept the fact that you are in a house controlled by the other world.
There's been a murder, Kane, and that brings it into this world.
Who are you calling?
A real-life cop who likes to know about dead bodies kicking around.
Lieutenant Levinson, homicide.
Walt, Rick.
Oh, no. I know that tone. Where's the body?
I wish I knew. Come on over to 209 East Temple Street.
Wait. What do you mean you wish you knew? Is there a body there?
Well, it's here someplace. Now, don't argue. Get over here.
Wait.
And hurry. Now, Kane, you can go back to the kitchen, but stay there. Don't roam around.
As you wish, sir.
And now, Julia, baby, we're going to do some investigating.
Investigating?
That's right. I got a big yen to see what's in that vault downstairs. And this time, I'm taking you with me.
But, Rick, it's locked.
I hope so, but I'm not making book.
You mean you think it may actually have been Warner come back from the dead? And kill that man, I mean?
Right now, I don't know what to think. I wouldn't be surprised to run into Dracula sitting on top of the Wolfman. Here's the basement. Hey, who turned out the light? I know I turned it on before. Yeah, that's better. Come on.
Oh, Rick, it's cold down here. Oh, hurry, Rick. I'm getting scared.
No, I don't like to feel it myself, but I want to check this vault.
See the footprints there in the dust?
I see them, but I don't believe them, not yet. Yeah, I'll try the door of the vault.
Why, it's unlocked.
Yeah, and look what's inside.
The coffin is empty.
It's empty, all right, and it's open.
Well, are you going inside?
No. I think I'll stay out here.
The light. Rick, who put out the light?
It wasn't Edison, baby. We got company.
I told you I'd come back for you.
Warner?
Hey, what is this?
I am dead.
Oh.
You know who I am, don't you, Julia?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes, I know it's you, Warner.
I'm coming for you tonight, Julia. I will appear at 9 o'clock.
I better
better set my watch.
Be prepared to meet me, Julia, at 9 o'clock.
No, Warner, no.
Take it easy, baby.
Rick, you down there?
Oh, hallelujah. Yeah, Walt, turn on the lights.
Sure. There, they're on. Rick, what are you doing there? Oh, a blonde. I should have known. Well, do come upstairs and join me.
We're coming, Walt.
Now, what is this all about, Rick? Wait.
In a minute, Walt. Otis, help Mrs. Bates into the living room. She's pretty shaken up.
Sure, Shamus. Come on, lady.
Thanks.
Now, what is this all this about, Rick?
Now, come on back downstairs with me, Walt, and get your gun out. Somewhere in this cellar is a dead man with a lousy sense of humor. Well, we searched the long cellar but good while I briefed Walt on the events of the evening. Neither was much of a success. Walt didn't believe me, and our ghost remained a ghost. As we went back up into the living room, I was at a point where I didn't believe the things myself. They couldn't have happened, but they had. Hey, Otis, where did Mrs. Bates go?
She went upstairs to pack, Shamus. Said she was going to leave.
Leave? And give up her dough? Oh, for Pete's sake, she can't... Not just because of this ghost house.
Ghost house? Oh, this is the wackiest yet. Rick, if I didn't know you were so...
Walt, do I look like I'm happy about these things? I'm at a point where I'm believing in spooks and spirit worlds and dead men who talk from out of nowhere.
Yeah, so the Shamus is afraid of spooks. This I'm loving.
Otis.
I know, Lieutenant. Shut up.
Did I say that, Otis?
Well, no, Lieutenant. What do you want me to do?
Shut up.
Oh. Gee, I wish I had a glass of...
A glass of water, Sergeant.
Oh, come out from behind that chair, Otis. It's only Kane.
Who's he?
Well, didn't he let you in?
No, we found the door open. When we rang and no one answered, we came in.
Oh, did you? Hey, Kane, where were you? Did you hear the doorbell?
I knew the door was open, Mr. Diamond, and I was busy.
Like maybe playing ghost?
No, sir. Baking a cake.
Cake? Oh, swell.
Rick, I'm all packed. Will you take me to a hotel?
Now, but, Julia, look, you can't leave. Think of the money.
Money or no money, I'm getting out of here, Rick. That was Warner's voice, and I just don't have the nerve to stay.
Oh, but look, baby, you know there aren't any such things as ghosts.
Do I? You were in the cellar with me. You heard him. And did you find anybody down there afterwards?
Well, no, but...
Just a minute, Mrs. Bates. You saw a murdered man earlier this evening, didn't you?
You know I did, in that closet.
Yeah, well, until I find out who he is and who killed him, you don't leave this house.
But Warner...
I'm sorry, Julia. We'll protect you, but you can't leave.
Otis, take Mrs. Bates into the library and make her comfortable.
Hey, Lieutenant. Come on, Mrs. Bates.
Well...
Now, Rick, enough is enough. How could there have been a body in that closet one minute and not the next? Where did it go and why?
Well, how the devil should I know? She saw it, screamed, I ran back, opened the closet, and it was gone.
Oh, great.
Now, come on. I want a better look at that closet. Well, looks all right. Wonder how it sounds.
Use your gun butt on the walls.
Yeah. Yeah, this is it. Yeah, but where's the latch? There must be some way to open this section.
Try those hooks.
Yeah. No, not them. Maybe this rack.
Hey, look. Secret room, just like in the movies. Oh, there he is.
Yeah. We found the corpse, Walt. And how he disappeared so fast.
Oh, some mess. Blood all over him.
Walt, hey, this is no corpse.
What? Oh, now, don't start that.
No? Well, look at it closer, Walt. It's a dummy.
Well, it is. A wax dummy with blood smeared on it.
No wonder I wasn't meant to see it.
Oh, this is it. I'm getting out of this crazy house. Corpses that talk, corpses that aren't corpses. I've had enough. This is just plain ridiculous.
Now, wait, Walt. Someone planted this dummy, and someone is trying to scare Mrs. Bates out of this house. That same someone is in this house right now, and if he isn't stopped, it may mean her murder. How are you feeling, Julia?
I'm exhausted, Rick, but
We found the body, Julia. It was a dummy.
A dummy? Well, then there wasn't any murdered man?
No, this whole thing is a bluff, even that voice in the cellar.
Oh, no, that couldn't be. That was Warner's voice, Rick. I know it was. And he's not in his coffin.
I know, baby, and I think that's all phony, too. Now, tell me, who knew of that only key in the coffin business?
Well, just myself. And Mr. Anderson.
Anderson?
Oh, that's right. You remember, he was Warner's lawyer.
Oh, yeah. How about Kane? Did he know of the key?
Well, I don't know, Rick. He may have. Warner confided in him a great deal.
Rick, this isn't getting us any place. Come with me. Otis, you stay with Mrs. Bates.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
All right, Walt. What are we going to do, grill the dummy?
Go ahead. Be funny. But I want to search this whole house.
Oh, Walt, this place is a nut house full of secret rooms and hocus pocus. It'll take 2 maps and a Ouija board to get around in it.
Well, I'm going to get around it, and up these stairs is as good a place as any to start.
Hello, Walt.
Oh, stairs that lead to a blank wall. Rick, that's too much.
Now, would you stop playing games?
Playing games, he says. Oh, where is my bicarbonate?
Here you are, Lieutenant. Sorry to be late.
Where's the thunder, Kane? You're Mr. Q.
Will there be anything else, sir?
I don't see how, sir. Not unless Frankenstein drops in for a game of jacks.
I doubt if he will. Tonight it's at his house, so I'll be on hand if you need anything.
We won't. Go on back to your embalming. Come on, Walt. You feeling okay?
Oh, I'll never feel okay again. Rick, I've stood for your getting me mixed up in some crazy cases, but this night I'll never forget.
Oh, don't quit on me now, Walt. We still have to find that spook and keep Julia from being killed.
How? Please, tell me how.
Look, he said he was going to appear at 9 o'clock tonight to take her to the spirit world with him.
Yeah, well, I'll get a squad down here to see that he doesn't.
No, Walt, wait. He'll never show up if we're all hanging around, right?
Well, yeah.
The only way we can catch the ghost is for him to show up, right?
Yeah, go on. So what do we do?
So we pretend to leave, make a big fuss about giving the whole thing up. Then we sneak back in and hide. We wait and see if he shows up, and when he said he would, and if he does, we nab him. Case closed.
Well, it sounds screwy, but to wind this case up, I'll buy anything. Where do we hide?
We'll get Julia to wait in the living room. We'll sneak back and hide in that secret room behind the closet. If the ghost shows, we can grab him as soon as he gives himself away. And I think he'll show. After getting Julia to agree to the idea, Walt, Otis, and I made a big thing about leaving the house. Then we sneaked back in and hid in the secret room back of the living room closet. The closet door was open enough so we could see Julia pretending to read on the couch. And for the next few centuries, we waited. Waited for a dead man to keep a date. What time is it, Rick? It's 2 minutes to 9. If he's going to show, it won't be long.
Hey, you think a dead man really can come back to life?
If you don't shut up, Otis, I'll give you a personal chance to try.
I wish he'd hurry.
Yeah. Well, it's just time now. I hope Julia plays her part okay. She looks pretty nervous.
No, why would she be nervous? She's only waiting for a dead man.
A phony dead man, Walt, I hope.
Now, don't you start believing in ghosts. You know there aren't any such things. Rick, the lights went out. Shh, listen.
I told you I would come for you, Julia. It is 9 o'clock.
Oh, Warner, please don't take me out. I don't want to die.
Rick, that's him.
Shh, wait a minute, Walt.
I am of the dead, Julia. I am your husband.
Yes, I know you, Warner.
You must leave this house, Julia.
No.
Come on, Walt.
Right. And Otis, be quiet. Oh, I will. I know enough not to make any noise.
What was that?
Rick, hurry!
Come on, let's grab him.
We all took off after the ghost. It led us on the screwiest chase yet, in and out of the secret passages, upstairs, and then back downstairs again. Trying to lay hands on him was like trying to swat a fly with a piece of string. He finally made a break for the outside door. Then, not to be outdone, I made like a big athlete.
Hey, that was a pretty nifty tackle, Diamond.
Rick, you okay? Yeah. As soon as I get this hood off, I'm going to have a few words with this spook. There.
He's out cold.
Otis, bring Mrs. Bates in here.
Oh, okay.
Come on, you. Wake up. Who is he? I don't know. Come on, wake up. Before I make a real ghost out of you.
Okay, don't hit me anymore, please.
Yes, she is, Lieutenant. Mrs. Bates, do you know who this man is?
What? Why, it's Warner's lawyer, Mr. Anderson, the executor of the estate.
Sure, baby, had to be. All right, Buster, what's the story?
Oh, all right. It was the money. If I could get Julia to break the will, I had a dummy charity set up so I could get the estate.
He's all yours, Walt. Wrap him up.
It'll be a pleasure. Otis, put the cuffs on him. Take him out of here.
Yeah, Lieutenant. Come on, Spooky.
Well, that takes care of that. Hey, what about Kane? He must have known about all this.
Of course I knew, Lieutenant. But I did not wish to intrude. Those who interfere with the dead pay their own penalty.
Lose their haunting license?
Nothing. Oh, sir, my cake is done. Would you like some? It's devil's food.
No thanks. I'll skip it.
With nuts?
Julia, walk me to the door.
Well, of course, Rick.
I'll leave you with Kane, Walt. Tell him a ghost story. Feeling all right, baby?
Oh, yes, much better. I'm fine now that I know there's nothing to be afraid of. Tomorrow I'll be moving into an apartment. Will you come and see me? We have things to talk over.
Like what, honey?
Like sharing a mood. You know. Just the two of us.
With that, she reached up and showed me what she meant with a big smoochie. Oh, I'd have probably stuck around, but I was afraid the house would be too disturbing. I wouldn't have minded having to get up to chase the bats out of the room, but with Kane showing up every time I wanted something, well, that could have led to complications. So I left Walt and Otis to clean things up, bid a not-too-fond farewell to Kane, and went from the house of horror to the one that was full of redhead and a piano. The redhead was wearing a red dress with a new, you know what I mean.
Well, didn't think you were going to make it.
I had a tough case tonight, honey. Thought I might not get away at all.
Mm-hmm. I'll bet you did.
Why, Helen, baby, all of a sudden you sound suspicious.
Without any effort, darling. Especially when it comes to blondes.
Blondes? You mean girls?
Girls. Blonde girls with hair like this on your lapel.
Oh.
And the lipstick on your cheek and the look in your eyes.
Oh, you know how it is, honey. Brilliant detective saves client's life and fortune. She had to be grateful.
Brilliant detective. Just keep on making me so jealous of you, and one of these days the world is going to lose a brilliant detective.
No. Someone going to rub out Sam's fate?
Oh, what's the use?
Oh, now, baby, don't be mad. Come on, let's next.
No. I'm upset and I'm unhappy.
If I sing, will you be happy again?
I don't know.
Well, I'll try. I'll sing my red old head off. I need your love so badly. I love you oh so madly. But I don't stand a ghost of a chance with you. I thought at last I'd found you, but other loves surround you, and I don't stand a ghost of a chance with you. Are you listening? If you'll surrender just for a tender kiss or two, you might discover that I'm the lover meant for you, and I'd be true. But what's the good of scheming? I know I must be dreaming, but I don't stand a ghost of a chance with you.
You sang nice.
Do we neck?
No. No, it's still early enough to catch a late show.
Well, if I take you to the show?
Yes.
Okay. What's the show you want to see?
Oh, it's a wonderful horror picture full of spooks. The Ghost Talk.
Oh, no.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Joan Banks, Paul Frees, and Robert Clark. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Portions were transcribed. Tonight's story was written by Herb Purdom and edited and directed by Blake Edwards. Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Now, this is Tal Avery, inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. What's on NBC tomorrow? There's great comedy in store for you on the Phil Harris, Alice Faye show when Phil and Frankie go shopping for Alice's Christmas present. And there's excellent drama on Theater Guild on the Air. Tomorrow, Richard Conte, Diana Lynn, and Shirley Booth will be starred in the Pulitzer Prize-winning play Street Scene on Theater Guild on the Air.
W. Fitch Company, makers of Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo and Fitch's shaving creams, presents Dick Powell as private investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Rogue speaking. You know, there's something about me that is to trouble what molasses is to flies. I never go around looking for trouble. Trouble goes around looking for me. Now, take that afternoon a few months ago when I walked into the press room of the Hall of Justice and found, among others, Clark Ames, the young City Hall reporter for the Chronicle, expounding on his favorite subject, a deep hatred for a man named Fred Curtis, nicknamed the Alibi Master. Ames and the other newspaper men had watched Curtis win acquittals for a dozen different clients and always by the same route: unbreakable alibis. This made the clients very happy and the district attorney very miserable. The Chronicle, a crusading newspaper, had, at the instigation of Clark Ames, been running an anti-Curtis campaign, bordering pretty close on libel. And Curtis, who was sharper than a razor's edge and harder to catch up with than the horizon, hated Ames with a wonderful passion. Curtis had won the last round, and Ames was telling me about it.
So Curtis goes to Williams, my managing editor, and threatens a libel suit. Well, I had gone a little overboard, I guess. And Williams had to let me go. Temporary layoff until the heat died down. But now I'm back on the job, Rogue, and I'm solid. And you wait until that phony Curtis sees me sitting here. Wait till he finds out I'm back on the job. Huh?
Look, Ames, I've been around this town for a while, and if I'm picking out a guy to buck, it won't be Fred Curtis. Huh? How come you decided to make a career of locking horns with the smartest mouthpiece in the business? How do you expect to win?
Oh, don't worry about it, Rogue. I got that phony right where I want him. You wait a couple of days, that's all. Mr. Alibi Master Curtis is going to be nailed to the Chronicle's masthead.
Hello, Ames. Did I hear you taking my name in vain?
Could be.
How uninteresting. What are you doing sitting around in the press room? It's reserved for the working press. Hello, Rogue.
How are you? How's your trial going, Curtis?
Oh, my client will have dinner at home tonight. Jury just retired.
Your client is guilty as the devil, Curtis. What's his alibi this time?
Now you know he couldn't have committed the crime. I've just proved to the jury that he was in San Francisco at the time the murder was committed. How are you getting along on your unemployment insurance, Ames? It was a pleasure getting you fired.
Too bad it didn't last. Well, I'm back on the job, which means I'm right back on your trail. That's bad news for you, Curtis.
Do me a favor, will you, Ames? When you call in the report of the not guilty verdict the jury's about to bring in for my client, tell your stupid managing editor I'm filing a libel action against him the first thing in the morning.
Look, Curtis, let's go in the courtroom, will you? I'm going to be there when the jury comes in.
Okay, Rogue. Oh, here, Ames. Here's $10. Go get a haircut, will you, kid? And have your suit pressed. And don't forget to spell my name correctly when you phone that story in.
Here's your 10 right in your face, Curtis. I'll see that your name is spelled right. In the biggest type in the shop, right at the top of the page, when you're tried for falsifying evidence. And that's going to happen to you awfully soon, wise guy.
Here. Take it easy, Ames.
Oh, let him talk.
Let me give you something to kick around in that warped mind of yours, Curtis. You remember a guy named Don Thompson? Your alibi witness for Ed Harris a year ago. I'm sure you remember Thompson.
What about him?
Would it put a crimp in that famous poise of yours if you knew that Thompson had given the Chronicle a signed and witnessed statement admitting that he had perjured himself in that alibi statement for Harris?
That is preposterous.
Is it? Well, you'd be in quite a spot if the Chronicle happened to have a statement like that, wouldn't you, Curtis? A statement that swears that you paid Don Thompson $1,000 for the perjured testimony that kept Ed Harris out of the gas chamber? That'd sure stop your clock, wouldn't it?
Have you been drinking, Ames? You sound even a little more illogical than usual.
Oh, that's right. You like logic, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Well, figure this one out. I've been trying for some time to get convicting evidence on you. You got me fired for trying. The Chronicle was scared of a libel suit. But all of a sudden, my managing editor, Williams, doesn't seem to be very afraid of your suing the paper. Now, what could be the reason for him giving me my job back? It could be that statement from Thompson did it, couldn't it? All right, now sweat it out, Curtis. You'll be seeing your picture in the Chronicle with bars in front of you and a number on your chest in about 48 hours. Not even one of your phony alibis can keep you out of this rap, big shot.
I suppose I should be annoyed by such juvenile threats, but I just don't seem to be able to take you seriously, Ames. And the next time I give you my attention, you'll never work on a newspaper again. Coming with me, Rogue? No, not now, no. I think I'll stay here and use the telephone. You could see and feel the hate that hung in the air in that press room like a cloud of poison gas after Fred Curtis left. Clark Ames went all to pieces as soon as we were alone, paced the floor, said he'd talk too much. He was as worried as a man with a 3-horse parlay and 2 winners. Pretty soon, though, he left, and I used the telephone to call a couple of girls I know. They weren't home. I was about to give up and go to dinner by myself when I turned around and saw Betty Callahan standing there behind me, looking like $1 million, which is a nice figure, which is what she has, if you know what I mean. Betty had a funny little quizzical smile on her face.
Hello, Richard. What's the matter? Aren't you having any luck?
Honey, I was just going to call you.
You mean that if Alice isn't home and Liza doesn't answer, I'm next in line?
Oh, now, you know better than that. You're always first on my list.
Remember, Richard, I was standing here when you were phoning.
Sure. I was just trying to get a substitute, that's all.
Uh-huh. Well, what do you want? The names of some girls and a few phone numbers?
Now, don't look at me like that, Betty. The only reason I was calling those other girls was because I couldn't find you.
Well, I'll forgive you if you'll take me to dinner and then to the theater to see Tallulah Bankhead.
Oh, my goodness, you have such expensive taste.
Oh, really, my dear man. I have something infinitely better. I have 2 passes for the show.
Well, good. I've got 2 passes for a drive-in. Come on, I want to see if I can walk through that door without eating the jam off of it. I'm hungry.
So am I. That's the only reason you have a date with me tonight, Richard.
Well, then come on. All through that hamburger, I kept dividing my thoughts between how such a little girl could eat so much food and that scene in the press room at the Hall of Justice. I knew Fred Curtis for what he really was, cold-blooded and completely ruthless. I remember that look in his eyes as he left the press room. A little puzzlement, a little fear, and a great deal of malice. Even if nobody else believed the story Ames told, I was sure that Curtis more than half believed it. And that meant trouble for somebody. Betty and I finished our dinner at last, and in spite of everything she could eat, I still had money enough to pay for it and a cab to the theater. We were just back in our seats after the second act intermission when I heard my name being paged.
If Richard Rogue is in the audience, will he please report to the lobby? Mr. Richard Rogue, please report to the lobby.
Isn't that a sort of obvious piece of publicity, Richard?
How the devil did anybody know I was here?
You better go see what's so important. But you hurry back.
I'll be right back, baby. I had a bad hunch as I walked up that aisle. Those little chills that always race up and down my spine when I'm walking into trouble were acting up. I didn't know what to expect as I walked out into the lobby. Then I saw Clark Ames standing there. His face was as white as a dove's wing, and his eyes had the strained look that is the aftermath of seeing violent death.
Rogue.
Yeah, what's the matter, Ames? You look like you've seen a ghost.
I've seen something worse, Rogue. You got to come down to the Chronicle with me.
Now, get a hold of yourself. You're shaking like a dice cup. What's the matter?
Williams, my managing editor, was just killed.
Huh?
Murdered in his office.
Well, that's the beginning of our story. We'll continue in just a moment, but first, here's Jim Doyle.
Romance and soft feminine glamour are back in style. Women are taking off the bandanas they donned in war plants and are again letting their hair reflect moonbeams and stardust. That's why Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo is in more demand now than ever. Because Fitch's saponified shampoo brings out the radiant beauty of your hair. Its fragrant, creamy lather cleanses so thoroughly and rinses out so completely. Fitch's saponified shampoo contains its own patented rinsing agent, so no special after rinse is needed. And best of all, you can wash your hair as often as you like with Fitch's saponified shampoo, and it will never become dry or harsh feeling. That's because this shampoo is made from pure, natural oils that keep your hair ever soft and lustrous. Ask for Fitch's saponified shampoo the next time you're at your beauty shop, or buy an economical bottle at your drug or toilet goods counter. And now we return to Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Well, I was working. The publisher of the Chronicle was paying me $1,000 for putting the long, cold finger on the murder of Williams, the managing editor. I was pretty sure I knew who the murderer was, so it looked like a soft buck. When Ames and I arrived at the Chronicle, homicide was already there. My friendly enemy, Lieutenant Urban, was in charge, as usual. He walked over from where he was examining the remains of the late Mr. Williams.
Hey, Sam, help me with this.
What are you doing here, Rogue?
Now, Urban, you know whenever anything comes along you boys can't handle, they always send for me.
Who's paying you?
The publisher of this paper. Now, shall we go on with the third degree, or shall we get to work on the murder?
What do you know about it?
More than you do. When was he killed?
The medical examiner says he got it about 2 hours ago.
Stabbed to death with his own copy shears, huh?
Yeah, the last edition had already gone in. No one else was in the city room when it happened.
Found a motive?
Well, look at the office. Every file's been emptied. The murderer was looking for something, Rogie.
Yeah, I wonder if he found it.
You wouldn't know what it was, would you?
Yeah, I might. I might at that. I heard the Chronicle had a signed confession from Don Thompson. They were going to run it tomorrow.
Now, what was Thompson's confession? Come on, Rogue. You might as well give me all of it.
Well, it seemed Thompson was confessing that he had been paid quite a sum of money for a job of perjury by Fred Curtis, commonly known as the alibi master. In words of one syllable, so you can understand it, Urban, Thompson sold the Chronicle information which would have put Curtis away for about 10 years.
Curtis, eh? Well, looks like this is going to be a simple case.
Could be, yes. Hey, Ames, you know where Williams kept that Thompson confession?
It was in the top drawer of this file. It's gone.
Uh-huh. Well, I guess that settles that, Urban.
That's too easy. Curtis knows every trick in the book.
Hello, Urban. May I come in?
Yeah. We were just talking about you, Curtis. You're very welcome.
I figured I would be.
Why did you kill him, Curtis? You knew you'd be the number one on the suspect parade.
Oh, that's not very smart, Rogue. If I had killed him, I would have been much more clever about it. I wasn't within 100 miles of here when he was killed.
Well, that sounds familiar.
I know I'm wasting my time asking this, Curtis, but you can prove that alibi, can't you?
Of course. I was on my ranch in Antelope Valley when I heard over the radio that Williams had been killed. I suppose my friend Rogue has told you of the fantastic story a drunken reporter named Ames was shouting in the press room at the Hall of Justice today.
Yeah, I told him. He knows all about it. Oh, incidentally, Thompson's little composition is missing. The man who killed Williams lifted it.
Very convenient for you, wasn't it, Curtis?
Convenient? Oh, there never was such a confession. There couldn't have been. Because there wasn't the slightest background of truth for the wild tale Ames told today.
Okay, Curtis. We'll let you know what we think of the story after we've checked your alibi. You were on your ranch in Antelope Valley when you heard the report of Williams' death.
Yes.
That's about 100 miles from here, right?
Approximately. As soon as I heard the report of the death, I knew I would be a suspect. So I started to town. I stopped in a bar in Palmdale for a drink on the way in and then came directly to the Chronicle office without stopping. My car's at the curb now in front of the building.
Ryan, check those alibis.
Oh, they'll check, Lieutenant.
I'm sure they will. The alibi master would never slip up on his own alibi.
That's right. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Rogue.
And I'm sorry to be disappointed, Curtis. You sure you don't know anything about this murder? You didn't hire someone to do it for you, did you?
Of course not. I had nothing against the man. Why should I want to kill him?
You can go, Curtis. We'll try to break that alibi or find the boy you hired. Until we do, take it easy.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Oh, you can reach me at my office if I can be of any further use to you.
Oh, Curtis, are you going back toward the Biltmore Theater?
Mm-hmm.
I got to get back there. I left my car there. And, oh, brother, Betty. Ooh, she'll massacre me.
I'll give you a lift. Come on, Rogue.
This Curtis guy was strictly the deluxe type. His car was a long, sleek black job a few sizes smaller than the Queen Mary, but with approximately the same amount of power. We got in. Curtis turned on the ignition, and the gas gauge swept clear across to full. Curtis had said he drove directly from the bar in Palmdale to the Chronicle office without stopping. About 70 miles. Mr. Curtis's carefully planned alibi was not so carefully planned. I was enjoying a short ride with a murderer. He saw my eyes on the gasoline gauge, followed them with his own, and then put his hand in his coat pocket. I knew there was a gun in it. As we drove away from the curb, I picked up a copy of the Chronicle, which had been lying in the seat beside me. I thought perhaps if I could hide my thoughts a little better, if I pretended a great nonchalance, for no part of which I felt. Curtis was not sure that I'd attached the proper importance to the story the gas gauge told. He was being nonchalant, too. I had a little dough riding on Prevaricator 7th today. When I came out.
Ought to be in that paper. Final results.
Where'd you get it?
I bought it in Palmdale.
Then? Oh. This is the Bulldog edition.
Oh.
The Bulldog edition is sold only on the streets in Los Angeles.
Yeah, that's right. I'm afraid I made a mistake, huh, Ron?
Yes, I'm afraid you made two of them, Curtis. This paper and that full gas tank. You didn't drive 70 miles in this gas eater without stopping and arrive here with a full tank, did you?
You're very observant. Looks like you're cracking my alibi, huh?
You killed Williams, didn't you?
Yes, I had to. I had to get that confession of Thompson's that would have ruined me. I owe that impetuous reporter a great debt for tipping me off to the Chronicle's plans for crucifying me.
You, have any plans for me?
Yes. Yes, I think I have it worked out. I'm going to drive you out to the suburbs to a spot I know that's probably deserted by this time. Now, if you were found there, shot...
Aren't you overlooking something? If I'm found there, shot, Urban is going to pick you up fast. You're going to do better than that, Curtis.
Well, if there were signs of a struggle and your wristwatch had been set an hour ahead and smashed to set the time of death, and I was at Lincoln Heights Jail talking to a client at the time the police would figure the murder took place, that might do it, don't you think, Rod?
No. It's no good, Curtis. You're slipping. In the first place, there's always the possibility that a shot would be heard.
The district I have in mind is deserted by now, or will be before I consummate my plan.
And Urban is no fool. He'll be awfully suspicious. Might give you the paraffin test on your gun hand. You know, I don't think you're going to handle the situation that way, Curtis. As a matter of fact, I'm going to be kind of hard to handle, even for you.
You know, Rogue, it's amazing how fascinating crime, I mean the actual act of committing a crime, can be. Have you ever killed anybody?
No. Now, look, Curtis, I suppose you know that you're going to get caught.
I know nothing of the kind. Successful crime is nothing more than planning, careful planning. Oh, I'll grant you, Rogue, that I'm going to be suspected of your murder. But I'll never be convicted for it. I won't take any chances.
You're wrong, Curtis. You talk like a sick man. You can't beat the law. If you commit a crime, you're going to pay for it. Let's go down to police headquarters and talk this thing over with Urban. What do you have to win by adding another murder to your score?
Mr. Rogue, I love life too much, and I love success too much to let anything stand in the way of my life as I live it. You just can't understand that, can you? You think that a man of my background and position must be horrified at the thought of taking the life of another human being. Well, you're wrong, Rogue. I have my own code, my own ethics. You know and I know hundreds of reputable businessmen in this town who spend their days and nights, their lives, grasping for money, for power over the lives of more and more people. Well, when one of them wrecks another man's life for his business, it amounts to a victory, which is celebrated by the wrecker at his club that evening. If the victim commits suicide, and he often does, they're sorry. That's all. It's just business.
What are you trying to prove, Curtis?
I'm explaining why I killed Williams. Why I have to make sure that you and the knowledge you have of my affairs are disposed of. It's a matter of business, Rogue.
No, you're crazier than a coot. You know that, Curtis. You're not talking like a rational person.
You're going to pay for this crime.
Don't move. Put your hands back in your lap. I think you know that I won't hesitate to kill you here on the road if it becomes necessary. Set your watch up an hour. 1 hour, Mr. Rogue.
Okay. You got a new plan?
Yeah. We're on the outskirts of town. I'm going to stop the car when I come to an advantageous place. Then I'm going to knock you unconscious with a tire iron, smash your watch, throw you onto the road, and run over you. To all appearances, your murder will be the result of a hit-and-run accident. I will have an alibi which will make it impossible for me to have been in the vicinity at the time of the accident. That, I think, is a perfect plan.
It's full of holes. In the first place, Urban will check the tread on your tires, and in the second, he'll never fall for that smashed watch trick. You'll never get away with it, Curtis. You've been buying up juries and alibis and evidence for so long that you forgot that they're honest people. People who can't be bought. Urban's one of them. He'll stay with you until he gets you for killing me, Curtis. Now, you'll have to come up with a much cleverer scheme than what you've thought of so far.
Maybe you're right, Rogue.
What are you doing?
What I'm going to do now, Mr. Rogue, won't need any alibi.
Look out, you fool. Curtis! Curtis, give me that wheel.
Sit back there, Rogue.
Get your foot off that accelerator. You're going to hit. Turn that wheel. Give me that wheel, Curtis.
Goodbye, Mr. Rogue. Let go of that wheel. Let go or I'll shoot.
We'll continue in just a moment. But now, here's Jim Doyle.
Time is a valuable thing these days, and no man wants to spend any more of it than possible on shaving. So you busy men who want to cut down on your shaving time, use Fitch's No Brush Shaving Cream. This swell cream gives you a close, comfortable shave in a hurry. It's an expert blend of 3 important shaving ingredients. These ingredients enable your razor to fairly sail along without nicking or scraping. The creamy, non-greasy texture of Fitch's No Brush saves you time, too, for it won't clog your razor or the drain. And with all your speed in shaving, you'll find that Fitch's No Brush leaves your face feeling smooth and cool.
You men who prefer a lather cream will find Fitch's Brush Cream also gives quick, comfortable shaves. It makes lots of rich lather that stays moist all during the shave, then rinses off easily.
Both Fitch's Brush and Fitch's No Brush shaving creams come in generous 25 and 50-cent sizes. For shaving speed and shaving ease, switch to Fitch. Now back to Dick Powell as Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
When I saw what that madman Curtis was going to do, I knew I had nothing to lose. He had that big, powerful car wide open and heading straight for a stone wall. I tried to grab the wheel and turn it. He fired at me just as we crashed into the wall. I only remembered turning the wheel enough to deflect the shock a little. And then I was on cloud number 8. Hugo was there, waiting for me.
Hello, Chief. You had a close call there.
Hey, Hugo, where have you been?
Well, I had a little trouble with the OPA about Cloud 8, and I had to go and see them.
Oh.
Then I had a tough time getting a reservation back. But I'm glad to see you, Rogie, with your usual bump on the head.
Oh, am I dead?
Only the good die young, Rogie. Hey, you got company. An old friend of yours is up here. Look, over on Cloud 9. See him?
Oh, Curtis. He isn't dead either, huh?
Oh, no. But I sure thought I was out of a job when I saw you slamming into that wall, Rogie. You ought to take better care of yourself. Than me.
Yeah. Look, I gotta get out of here, Hugo. How badly am I hurt?
Oh, you're okay. That car was built to take it. You won't be playing any gin rummy for a while, and you can't collect on your insurance.
Give me a little boost over the side. Will you, Hugo? I gotta get downstairs before Curtis does.
Sure, Chief. Here you go. So long, Rogie.
Rogie? Hello. Hello, Irvin. Fancy meeting you here. Receiving hospital?
Yeah. What have you been up to? What were you trying to do? Kill yourself?
No. Is Curtis here?
Yeah. Now, I'll ask the questions. What happened?
How badly is Curtis hurt?
Leg broken, that's all. He's still unconscious.
Look, Urban. He killed Williams. He tried to kill me.
He admitted it, eh?
Yeah, after I caught a couple of flaws in his alibi.
You got enough dope on him to make it stick?
I don't know. It would be my word against his. But I got an idea. An idea that might cinch the deal.
Every once in a while, you do have a good one.
Get the chief surgeon over here, will you? I'm going to need his help.
Okay. Here. Lie down there. I don't want anything to happen to you, Rogie. I was worried about you. You're such a pest, I'd miss you like the devil. I'll get the doc.
When I outlined my scheme to the chief surgeon, he looked for a minute like you might call him the head of the psychiatric ward. But with Urban's help, I finally got him to agree to play it my way. He bandaged Curtis from head to foot, put constricting straps across his chest, and cinched him down like a saddle on an outlaw horse. Then they put him in an oxygen tent and brought him out of shock. Urban pulled out all of the stops as he stood by the side of the hospital bed and talked to the murderer, like a father.
Curtis, can you hear me?
Yes. Who is it?
Lieutenant Urban. Did the doctor give you the bad news yet?
Yeah. Crushed chest. Nothing they can do, I guess.
No. You haven't got long to live. Anything you want to tell me? Might as well go with a clear conscience. Did you kill Williams?
Yeah. Yeah, I killed him. I had to do it. I killed him.
Well, that was the end of the case. Brilliant piece of work on my part, I thought. Going through that little tableau of making Curtis believe he was on his deathbed and had nothing to lose by confessing the murder. And, I love that Urban. He's so proud of the fact that he confined his remarks to the truth when he was talking with Curtis. All he said was, "You haven't long to live." Remember? That was true enough. Curtis was executed a few months later, which proves that the theory about perfect crimes is as foolish as a sure way to beat roulette. And, Betty, well, I left her in a theater when I started out on this case. It cost me about, just about what I made, $1,000 to get her over her peeve. So I broke about even on the deal. Oh, well, you know the old saying, a fool and his money are some party. You know what I mean? This is Dick Powell again, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed our story tonight. Ray Buffum wrote it. Leith Stevens composed and conducted the music, and Dee Engelbach produced and directed. Don't forget, you've all got a date with us next Thursday night. We have a story for you about the last time a rogue saw prison. So make a date with us, will you? Thanks for listening. And now, once again, here's Jim Doyle.
Be with us again at the same time next week. Oh, and be sure to see Dick Powell in his latest RKO picture, Cornered, at your local theater soon. Remember, tune in next Thursday, same time, same station, when you will again hear Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery. Remember, if dandruff is your problem, ask for Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo. It's the only shampoo made whose guarantee to remove dandruff is backed by one of the world's largest insurance firms. No other shampoo can make this statement. Ask for Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo at your drug or toilet goods counter, beauty or barber shop. Fitch is spelled F-I-T-C-H.
Autolite and its 98,000 dealers bring you Mr. Charles Boyer in tonight's presentation of Suspense.
Tonight, Autolite presents the true story of a man who alone was responsible for most of the methods of police detection in use today. It's called the BERTILLION method. Our star, Mr. Charles Boyer.
Only a few days left to sign up for the Autolite Family Charity Drawing. This is Harlow Wilcox reminding you that unless you register by this Monday, May 3rd, you'll miss out on the greatest opportunity ever offered for your church, hospital, school, or other favorite charity to share in $100,000. Listen to what this Connecticut woman recently said.
Mrs. Leon Barr, I have just signed up for this drawing. I think it a wonderful opportunity for people to help their pet charities. And if my name is selected, I shall designate our Greenwich Hospital.
So act fast. Sign up tomorrow at any or all of these Autolite Family car dealer showrooms. DeSoto, Hudson, Plymouth, Studebaker, Dodge, Willis, Nash, Packard, Kaiser, or Chrysler. Remember, there's nothing to try or buy, no obligation, except printing your name and address. But if you're one of the 25 selected, you will designate your favorite recognized charity to share in $100,000. But remember, there are only a few days left to register, so make sure you sign up tomorrow.
And now, Autolite presents transcribed Mr. Charles Boyer in the BERTILLION method, hoping once again to keep you in suspense. Paris, at the turn of the century and the fall of spring rain. And a place of Paris, the Bois, a place of fountains and winding promenades. Now of this, drip of rain on leafless trees, and the body of a man lying on the thawing earth. A man doubled over, wrapped in tar paper, bound tightly with rope. And kneeling over him,
Girard, help me here. Help me untie these ropes.
Alphonse Bertillon, detective of the French Sûreté. He spent his life putting science to work for the law. He studied and classified human skulls. He measured every bone in the human body and discovered that the measurements of no two human beings were exactly alike. He called his system anthropometry and applied it to apprehension of criminals. And something more to know about him. That now, whenever violence and murder is done, every time Scotland Yard catches a Crippen, or the Sûreté a Landru, or the FBI a Dillinger, silent tribute is paid to this man, to Alphonse Bertillon, for reasons such as this.
Anything in his pockets, Girard?
Only these coins. Nothing else. An event of spring, eh, Monsieur Bertillon?
And no identity.
And no identity.
Now, the tar paper, the rope were removed from him. I'll want them in my laboratory, Girard.
Oh, of course, Monsieur Bertillon.
I amuse you, Girard?
The tar paper and the rope in the laboratory as you wish it, sir. I will gather them up.
Wait.
Sir?
Hold your lantern close. Here. You were struck from behind.
Perhaps as he walked the path there.
No.
No?
Now the lantern, here, Girard. Over his hands. The hands of a man who has done no manual labor. And here, Girard, you see this?
His sleeve, sir?
His sleeve. His right shirt sleeve. How it is cleaner
Neward on the left? Perhaps as he fell, his left arm...
Not as he fell. There are men of whom this thing of the shirt sleeves is characteristic, Girard.
Oh?
Yes. Men who deal with writing, with pens, with ink, who wear on their right sleeve a special cuff to protect it from stains, from smudges.
Yes, I've seen such cuffs.
An office clerk, maybe? Or an accountant. Such a man, whose hands are soft, unmarked with toil, as these ones are. And Girard?
Yes, sir?
Where murder is, where death is, there is also something else. Always something else. Identity of the victim, of his murderer. Cover him, Girard. Cover him from the rain. Inspector Kamaskas?
Yes, Bertillon, what do you wish?
To give you the report, sir, of the tests I have made in the laboratory.
The man of science. Hey, Bertillon, the student, the searcher, the player with test tubes and microscopes. That is the man you are, eh, Bertillon?
You wish to hear the report, sir?
And the working detective, whose only materials are of informers and drunkards and whisperings and small vengeances. You still sniff at these men, Bertillon? That their methods?
No, sir. Respect them very highly.
Therefore, you must respect me, your chief, very highly. What of the report, Bertillon?
The results of the test tube and the microscope, sir, and the pattern of the murder of the man we found in the bois.
Excellent, and eloquently spoken. Well, go on.
That he was struck and murdered in a wine cellar. That he was then dragged into a second room, filled with sawdust, sand, and coal. And then into a third room. A room always in blackness, without windows.
I marvel, Bertillon, and I bow. And it is needless for me to ask if you know where all this took place. The address, perhaps?
I believe it was in a house somewhere along the Seine, which would explain the presence of sand stuck to the tar paper.
And the room always in blackness and without windows. Surely clairvoyant.
Microscope and 2 colorless blind parasites. A species of blind beetle that can live only in a pitch-black room. And on the coat and vest, bacilli of alcoholic fermentation. Which
prove the wine cellar.
Exactly, sir, which prove a wine cellar.
I marvel. Indeed, I marvel at you, Bertillon. And at another thing also.
What thing?
How rich we are in knowledge and information and deduction. And how ignorant we are of a simple thing. The victim's identity.
Not ignorant at all, for his identity is known.
Ah.
Yes, sir?
By the alchemy of this system of yours of weights and measures and contours and proportions?
No, sir.
Not this system, then. Another system.
Well, we found a wallet. In it, his name, his address. A boy this morning, passing at some distance from the scene, stumbled across it and brought it to his father, who brought it to us.
Excellent system.
The deceased is Charles Tellier, 33 Rue Saint-Michel. And we know it is he, since the photograph, which was in the wallet, is a likeness of the victim. Also,
yes,
he was an accountant and, matched against our records, a thief who left our prisons 2 years ago. Also...
Exquisite system. This finding of wallets.
With a wife named Lucille.
But the name of the murder... Find him.
Yes?
Mrs. Tellier?
Yes.
I am Alphonse Bertillon, Sûreté.
Of Charles?
I'm sorry.
Do not be. My husband is an unlucky man. Whatever he chooses to do inevitably turns out badly. But when he chooses to break the law he is caught, follows.
He is dead.
Very well. Thank you.
Wait.
Yes?
He was murdered.
He is dead. He was murdered. And it will be his bad luck to lie in a potter's field.
There is a necessity to find his murderer, Mrs. Tellier.
Yes?
Who murdered him, then? And why?
I don't know. And this.
What?
There is not very much I do know about him. Only that he worked, appeared at a certain hour in the evening, not promptly, was fed, disappeared or stayed according to what mysterious thing moved him. Now dead. Now dead, sir. And it would please me if you left now.
Did he still work at bookkeeping?
At Dumier and Company, the actuaries on Gilbert Street.
As I said, Mrs. Tellier, I am sorry.
Be sorry, then. And as I said, it would please me if you left.
Yes, of course.
Inkpot, pen, pad of scratch paper. Which are the three things I allow each of my employees to hold in his desk? So with Monsieur Tellier's desk. Feel. Go ahead and feel. Nothing else in the desk drawer, is there? Inflexible rule. No small objects to hint of motive for murder. No packets of potions or letters of love. Yet I must tell you this. Down the street now, there is a shop. And in this shop of Mr. Cabassou, there are fabulous dresses which must cost each 3 times the salary of Charles Tellier.
3 times his salary, Mr. Cabassou.
Then this Charles Tellier must be a rather poor man, Monsieur Bertillon.
Then why should he appear frequently in front of your dress shop?
And this he did.
So his employer told me.
Why should he do a thing like this?
It's to think about, isn't it?
It is really to think about, really.
Married?
What?
I say, are you married?
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed.
Is this your wife?
What?
I say, is this your...
Oh, my wife. Certainly. Who else would write such an inscription upon a picture? Because you are you and I am me, my love, Marcel.
Well, sister?
True indeed. However, this is my wife.
I compliment you.
I often do, too.
This dress business you have here must be luxurious. May I compliment you again?
Of course.
Your clothes. Exquisite.
Thank you.
Great taste.
Less than elegant, I am afraid. Why, I travel in them to Brussels this evening. Else I would be wearing a touch of brocade and a velvet collar. Nice.
Oh, yes.
My wife should be here soon. It's a scent she prefers.
Yes? Now, another thing.
Of course.
Is there a cellar here?
A cellar?
Cellar.
Oh, no.
Wine cellar?
No.
Monsieur Cabassou?
Yes?
I don't have a warrant, but...
Therefore, you cannot search.
I wouldn't think of it.
Of course. Now...
Yes?
Why should you want a warrant for these particular premises? Come in, my dear. Monsieur Bertillon was just on his way out. Hurriedly, so there is not time for an introduction.
Carriage! Carriage! The Sûreté. And therefore, he is the murderer.
What are you talking about?
Cabassou. Certainly he. Possibly his wife. Because he's an older man married to a younger woman.
But without a cellar, dear Bertillon. Older man, yes. And married to a younger woman, yes. But without a cellar. You said it yourself.
There is a cellar.
What?
I'm going back there, sir. I'm going to break into the shop. And there will be a cellar. The very one in which was murdered Tellier. Unless you will issue a warrant, so I may search.
Impossible. There are no grounds on which to issue a warrant. Merely that he is married to a younger woman.
And a murder victim loitered about.
At your own risk, then. No warrant.
Yes, sir.
And if you are shot for breaking into a shop and a home, we will disavow any knowledge of it.
Yes, sir.
Men have been shot and killed, you know, for exactly that.
7 last year. I looked it up.
Good luck, Bertillon.
Yes, sir.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Charles Boyer in The Bertillion Method. Tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Listen to this on-the-spot interview recorded in Bronxville, New York.
And what is your name, officer?
Patrolman James Morris of the Bronxville Police Department.
I understand that you signed up for the Autolite family charity drawing. Is
That's
that correct?
right.
Uh-huh. And should your name be selected, how would you care to designate the money?
I was split 3 ways: Cancer Fund, Heart Fund, and Bronxville PBA.
Very fine, and may I wish you good luck.
Thank you very much.
Have you signed up yet? Are you giving your favorite recognized charity, either local or national, the unique opportunity to share in $100,000 in cash? There's absolutely no cost to you, no obligation at all. All you do is sign your name and address on a registration form at any Autolite family car dealer showroom. And you may be one of the 25 persons selected. Just think of the thrill you would get when you named your favorite charity to share in $100,000. Registration closes this Monday, so get down to any or all of these car dealer showrooms: DeSoto, Hudson, Plymouth, Studebaker, Dodge, Willis, Nash, Packard, Kaiser, or Chrysler. Remember, only a few days left.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Charles Boyer in Elliott Lewis's presentation of The Bertillion Method, a true story well calculated to keep you in suspense. Bertillion's methods were not only of weights and dimensions by tape and scales, but depended, too, upon measures of the mind. He would say,
ask yourself 2 questions about every premeditated murder. Who profits from this crime? Where is the woman?
And prove that 90% of all major crimes have a woman next to them. And said,
I distrust a man who always smiles.
And would, if the occasion demanded it, disguise himself in the rough clothes of a French workman in order to break into a suspect's home. To break into a suspect's home and get caught.
You there. Put up your hands. I have a pistol here, and I shall not hesitate to use it, so put up your hands.
Yes, ma'am.
Come closer.
Yes, ma'am.
Gently, for I'm skilled with this weapon.
Yes, ma'am.
What vileness did you come here to commit?
Theft. I am a thief.
Yet,
Ma'am?
have I not seen you before?
I doubt it. Sincerely, having spent so much time in prison.
How did you get in here?
The cellar.
The cellar?
Yes, the wine cellar.
Liar.
Ma'am?
The trap door to the cellar is still nailed down.
Therefore, I did not break in through the cellar.
Therefore, you are a liar.
Yes, ma'am.
A liar and a thief.
Yes, ma'am.
With no shame.
I should be in jail.
Or worse.
Worse?
Fortunate it is that my husband has left for Brussels.
Ah, he has a great temper, your husband. And he perhaps would kill me for this insult of breaking into your house. He has the temper to kill.
Who are you?
Liar and thief, who should be given to the police.
As you shall. As you shall.
The gendarme came, complimented Madame Cabassu upon her vigilance, her costume, and her bravery, and arrested her thief and prowler. Then took him to a precinct station and led him to a cell. When?
And precisely here the comedy ends, my colleagues, for I am Alphonse Bertillon of the French Sûreté. Call my chief, Monsieur Camascas.
Which, after an hour of discussion and compassion for the fantasies of thieves, to prove a point, they did. And Monsieur Camascas, chief of the Sûreté, came to the precinct station.
Release him. It is he, Alphonse Bertillon.
2 days later, Bertillon received word that Monsieur Cabassu had returned from Brussels and was now once again in the bosom of his elegant shop and home. Bertillon went there, and Monsieur Cabassou. Since you have chosen to interrupt my wife and myself at dinner, Monsieur Bertillon, I am but pleased to offer you a place at our table. Will you?
I'm honored, monsieur. Thank you.
But, Jean, this the criminal of whom I've told you, the thief.
Was it not an adventure we had, madam? I in the role of a thief, and you, how well you played your part. Exquisitely.
But, Jean, I will not sup with the criminal.
I assure you, my dear, he is no criminal, and this matter of his illegal entry into my home while I was in Brussels, we shall discuss properly over sherry and partridge. Marcel?
Yes, dear.
Set a place for Monsieur Bertillon. The Sèvres porcelain. Oh, please, sit down, monsieur.
Oh, thank you. May
you what?
Make an observation upon the elegance of your dinner table, the crystal, the porcelain, the silver chafing dishes.
Make it, then.
Stunning.
It is how we conduct ourselves at all times. The precise accessories for the precise occasions. When one must eat with elegance. Monsieur.
Yes?
What are you doing?
Your plate, monsieur. And your silver. He's sketching, Jean.
Sketching?
Yes?
Sketching what?
You.
Why?
You have an interesting face.
Oh?
Exceptionally.
Another pose, monsieur. First a thief, now an artist.
Oh, artists have an exceptional eye for proportion, that's all.
Come look at it, Jean.
Not very flattering.
Well, it's not my intention to flatter.
But your intention is?
To prove you are a criminal.
Oh, Jean?
Tellier was a young man, as you are young, madame. And you, Monsieur Cabassou...
Of me, what?
You are a possessor of a cellar. Why are you ashamed of your cellar, monsieur? What did you lie about it? What did you say you did not have?
Get out!
Of course. Good night. At first, no cellar. And all at once, Inspector, a cellar.
True.
Now, why should a man lie about a cellar?
Well...
Give me one reason why any man should lie about a cellar. Would you lie about your cellar if someone should say to you, Inspector Damascus, is there a cellar in your home? Would you say no?
Not unless...
Not unless you had committed a murder in your cellar.
True.
Therefore, I ask that you issue a writ of arrest.
Listen to me.
I am sure he's a murderer.
Listen to me.
Very well.
Mr. Cabassou is an important man.
And why not? Since he has committed an important murder.
And if I issue a writ of arrest and he is taken into custody and you cannot prove your accusations, do you realize?
I can prove them.
Oh.
In this envelope, here, a sketch of Monsieur Cabassou.
And?
Eye socket, two side of forehead, etc., etc.
Yes.
Now... I present you with this other data. Show the writ, Inspector.
Yes.
What is the meaning of this? Police! Where is Monsieur Cabassou?
He is asleep.
Where asleep? Quickly, where asleep?
His suite is the closest to the head of the stairs.
Up, get up. You're under arrest.
What is the meaning of this?
Up, out of bed, quickly.
Why? What?
You are under arrest. Here is the writ. Murder. Here, put on your trousers.
It is an outrage. You will see.
Murder is always an outrage.
This is infamous. I will make you pay.
Because you are a man of importance.
A man of influence? Yes.
Because you are Jean Cabassou?
Yes.
Purveyor of elegance to the wealthy?
Yes.
And no longer Jean Planier. I said, and no longer Jean Planier, monsieur.
What?
Apache, thief, cutthroat.
How did you know?
Friend to a murdered man.
Impossible that you should know.
Not impossible. You must have a memory for the time some years ago when you were measured at a small police station for a proportion of the length of jaw to the length of face, of eye socket to the side of forehead,
etc.
That you have changed the color of your hair, that you have now a mustache, that you have gained weight, nothing, no disguise. For to disguise the length of an ear
A bone stretcher? Impossible.
Listen, very well. I am Champlainier, but now I am respectable and honorable man.
Exactly why you had to commit murder. To maintain this attitude.
Then you know about Charles Tellier.
Of course. He was arrested with you. Also a thief. Now come back to haunt you with your old sins.
Blackmail, monsieur.
Yes.
An apology. First, I thought this a crime of passion. Jealousy. That your wife, lovely woman...
She had nothing to do with it.
Lovely woman. Monsieur Cabassou, I arrest you in the name of the Republic of France for the murder of Charles Tellier.
Alphonse Bertillon, a man who said,
"One who tries to hide his past is a liar and a fool, for somehow it races to catch up with him and in devious ways overtakes him, destroys him, always."
Who set a path for modern-day science of criminology, who left behind countless weapons of detection, who was one of the greatest forces for law the world has ever known.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Charles Boyer.
This is it, the last announcement. The giant Autolite Family Charity Drawing closes this Monday, May 3rd. So if you haven't registered in this $100,000 event, you'd better hurry. Your favorite charity may miss the opportunity to collect thousands of dollars just because you neglected to sign up. So follow the example of this woman who was interviewed recently in Bronxville, New York.
Hello there. I'm Bob Emmerich, and what is your name?
I'm Mrs. E.W. Lewis.
I understand that you just signed up for the Autolite Family Charity Drawing. Is that right?
Right.
Now, should you be selected, what charity would you choose?
Well, since I have a son studying medicine, I think I'd designate Bellevue Medical Center.
I think that's wonderful. May I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
So, friends, visit any or all of these Autolite Family car dealer showrooms and register while there's still time. DeSoto, Hudson, Plymouth, Studebaker, Dodge, Willis, Nash, Packard, Kaiser, or Chrysler. Remember, there are only a few days left to give your favorite church, school, or other recognized local or national charity the cash opportunity of a lifetime. So sign up tomorrow, sure.
Next week, the story of a man who wanted to save his life, but fight was with the giant of Thermopylae. Our star, Mr. Frank Lovejoy. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is transcribed and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Morwick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Bertillion Method was written for Suspense by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. Featured in tonight's cast were Herb Butterfield, John Daner, Vic Perrin, Jane Webb, and Edgar Barrier. And remember, next week, Mr. Frank Lovejoy in The Giant of Thermopylae.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, the story of two people and the terror that rode with them in the city. We call it Backseat Driver. So now, starring Miss Vivi Janis and Mr. Parley Bear, here is tonight's suspense play, Backseat Driver.
It can't happen to you. You read about stuff like that in the papers. Girls murdered and mutilated, drunks left dying in the gutter for the handful of change they had in their pockets. Lonesome old men tortured because some hoodlum gets the idea they're misers with a pot of gold hidden under the floorboards of the shack. Sure, you know it's real, but it can't happen to you. Oh, you get your fair share of trouble. I've been a professional man here in Los Angeles for 20 years. I've met up with bums and grifters and petty sharpers. They're around in any business. But the viciousness, the real deep-down dirt, that's for somebody else. You do your work and you go home to your family, and for a real bang-up evening to break the monotony, you take your wife out to a movie. That's what I did that Saturday night. We'd driven all the way in from the San Fernando Valley to Beverly Hills for a picture Ellie specially wanted to see.
Wasn't that a good movie, Joe?
Mm-hmm.
Just the kind I like. Songs and dancing and girls in pretty clothes. I get so tired of cops and robbers.
What's wrong with cops and robbers?
Oh, you know what I mean. Murder movies, honestly. All the policemen stupid and all the crooks sneering out of the corners of their mouths.
The stuff those Hollywood boys dream up. You'd think the streets were knee-deep in blood and you couldn't hear yourself think for machine guns.
Well, you get in first, honey.
Yeah, okay. I don't think your door's closed tight, honey.
Oh. Oh, don't forget about the gas.
Oh, I got plenty to take us out the valley. I'll fill up at Bill's.
Remember how that song goes, Joe?
What song?
In the picture. You know, Two on the Moon. The one the boy sang to the girl.
Oh, that one. Let's see. Oh, heck, I don't know.
Well, we'll hear it again on the radio.
How about turning it on? Set her at KNX. We ought to get some news in a few minutes. I'd like to hear where they caught that fella.
That murderer?
Mm-hmm. They spotted him in L.A. this afternoon, but he got away.
I know, you told us at supper. Makes you shiver.
Oh, don't worry. He won't get away with it. We left the lights of Beverly Hills behind us, and I turned into Coldwater Canyon. It's as quick a way as any to get us across the Hollywood Hills to the valley. It's dark in the canyon, quiet, with mighty little traffic at night. I flipped my lights up full, and we swept up the side of the ridge. The news program came on, but I didn't pay much attention. The fellow was talking about brush fires. They'd already put out the one near my place, though they were still patrolling it. We were over the ridge and sliding down to the valley before the program got to the part I wanted to hear.
The latest news on the New Hampshire murder.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, put up higher, Ellen.
Wiped out an entire family in Greenlee, New Hampshire. Today he was spotted 3,000 miles from the scene of his crime. At 5:30 this afternoon, the patrolman saw and definitely identified Matrick in downtown Los Angeles. However, by darting through heavy traffic at the risk of his life, the killer was again able to make his escape. According to neighbors of the slaughtered family, Matrick first appeared in Greenlee about a year ago. From fingerprints in the Noland home, Lewis Matrick has been identified as Lloyd Matthews, ex-convict. He is wanted for questioning in the robbery and murder of a New York storekeeper a year ago, a crime that netted the killer less than $20. Matrick, or Matthews, is 32 years old, height 5 feet 9 inches, weight 155 pounds. He has blue eyes, light brown hair, nose slanted to the left. When seen this afternoon, he was wearing a blue suit and gray pork pie hat.
It's awful. Just awful.
Not pretty, no.
Somewhere around L.A. this minute. Joe. You think it's right us leaving Annie and Bud all alone while we...
now, Ellen. Annie's grown up, and Bud can take care of himself. You can't wrap those kids in cotton wool.
I know. I'm silly, I guess. Neighbors close all around. All they'd have to do is yell. Joe, what would make a young man do a dreadful thing like that?
Could be a lot of things. Maybe he's got a screw loose. Maybe he went nuts over a girl. Maybe he gets a kick out of killing like some of them do.
You know all the answers.
Hey,
Joe!
Keep going. Go on, keep going. I've got a gun here. I'll use it. Now, you just keep going like this and no tricks. Otherwise, I'm going to blow a hole right through your wife's head. I've had experience in these things.
You are listening to Backseat Driver, tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Hello, this is Marvin Miller speaking.
We'll return to our program in a moment, but first, here's an important message. Someone once remarked that the government of the United States is sort of like an umpire in a baseball game, assuring fair and equal treatment to all the participants and seeing that everyone plays according to the rule book. That rule book, in the case of our government, is the Constitution. It sets up the regulations under which we play the game, the way we live. For over 160 years, it has endured as the fundamental law of the land. Occasionally, it has been amended, just as rules are occasionally changed in a ball game. But the changes have been for the benefit of everybody. The rights it guarantees are the rights men have sought for centuries and still seek today. In adhering to the Constitution, the American citizen recognizes his two responsibilities. First, to know what his rights are, and second, to defend those rights.
And now we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Miss Vivi Janis and Mr. Parley Bear, starring in tonight's production, Backseat Driver, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I drove that car like we were skirting the rim of the Grand Canyon with nothing between us and the bottom but a mile of country air. This was it. The thing that happens to other people, to the ones that end up on slabs in the morgue. But not to me. Not to Ellie. First car we'd seen since we left traffic swooped down behind us. It passed, but not before the headlights caught our passenger clean in my rear view mirror. He was hunched forward, sitting on the edge of the back seat so as he could keep the gun rammed into the nape of Ellie's neck. He had light brown hair, pale eyes, and a nose that slanted. His mouth twitched, jittery. As the car went by, his eyes caught mine in the mirror and flickered.
Keep your eyes on the road.
Sure. Lose your hat?
Bright boy, huh? Like I said, you know all the answers. No, I didn't lose it. I stuffed it down a drain.
Still wearing the blue suit, though.
I figure to change pretty quick now. Think yours will fit me?
You can have the suit and the car. Just let us...
Shut up. Let's see if you can both be bright enough to keep your trap shut. Turn left on Ventura. Take the slow lane. Don't try playing no tricks. I've been here before.
Okay by me.
That's real white of you. Straight out to open country, Mac. Then I'll take the missus up on that offer, the suit and the car.
What happens to us?
Well, you just walk home. What else? Play it safe and you ain't got a thing to worry about.
Nothing to worry about. Once we got out into open country, we didn't have a chance of walking away from that car. All a murderer can hope for is time. He doesn't leave witnesses around to get the law on his tail 1 second sooner than necessary. All I could do was stall and pray and make what feeble gestures I could at Lady Luck. The thing that came into my mind was so risky it brought my hair up on end, but there was a chance, provided that trigger finger didn't start jerking. In the bright lights of the boulevard, I didn't think he'd notice, but a traffic officer would. I turned into Ventura and took the far lane, obedient as a whip pup. We must have made 2 or 3 miles before I heard what I was hoping for.
What's that?
An ambulance, I guess. We hear a lot of them here in the valley.
That ain't no ambulance. It's a motorcycle cop.
Joe, it's young Mike Kennedy. He patrols this
Look,
stretch.
what are you up to? What are you trying to pull?
Nothing. The kid's a friend
You think you
of
get
ours.
me easy, huh? I want you. I ain't going alone. You ask.
Listen, will you? The kid lives near us, practically grew up under our feet. All he wants is to pass the time of day or maybe send a message to our Annie.
Yeah?
Yeah. You start popping down, we'll all be dead. Keep your shirt on and I'll get rid of him.
Okay. But, buddy, it better be good.
I pulled over to the curb and Mike came up alongside. He sat balancing the bike between his knees and the grin on his face was a mile wide. It had worked. At least we were still alive and Mike wasn't 2 feet away. But where'd we go from here? I had to think, but my brain was wet wool and my tongue stuck to the roof of my mouth.
Good evening, sir. Well, what do you know if it isn't Uncle Joe?
Something funny, kid?
Well, after all the times you've read us the riot act about observing the letter of the law. Oh, brother, wait till I tell Annie.
What's the matter with you, Mike? I didn't notice anything wrong.
Hi, Aunt Ellie. Oh, nothing much the matter. Just Uncle Joe here proceeding sedately out the boulevard with his headlights up full.
Headlights? By golly, that's right. I must have forgotten to dim them.
Now, we oughtn't to forget these things. Someday a big bad cop might come along and haul you off to the state. Oh, hello.
This is our new neighbor, Mike. Mr. Anderson.
All right. Oh, glad to meet you, sir. Oh, I didn't know there were any vacancies out our way.
Well, there weren't until recently. Mr. Anderson has taken the Charles place.
The Charles place? You kidding?
No. At last, it looks like things got too much for old man Charles. He's clearing out for good.
Kind of sudden, wasn't it?
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, that's too bad. For old man Charles, I mean. Mighty nice for Mr. Anderson, though. Good places are hard to find these days. All right, Uncle Joe, I'll let you off this time. Give my love to Annie.
Mike.
Yes, sir?
Watch it.
Nothing. Come see us soon, boy. Always glad to have you.
Oh, thanks. I'll be around my next night off. Got a date with Annie. So long.
That was that. Mike turned his bike and headed back down the boulevard. The chance had come and gone. But it felt to me like half my mind went off of that boy yelling at him. Must have been half a minute before I could pull myself together and ease back into traffic. Nobody said anything. I didn't dare to, neither did Ellie. I couldn't see her, but I could feel her holding herself stiff as a ramrod, scared even to turn her head. When two people have lived together as long as we have, each one knows what the other one's thinking. I went back to driving and praying. That and cutting my eyes up to the mirror just in case there might be a white motorcycle eye following us. There wasn't, of course. In the back, I knew he was watching, too. Those flickering eyes darting like lightning between us and the rear window. The way I'd figured it, we'd started out with just about enough gas to get us back to Bill's station. When we hit that, the meter ought to show empty. The gas gauge was hidden from me by the rim of the steering wheel, but I was pretty sure I was right. I waited until I saw the red and green lights above Bill's pumps a block and a half away, and then very slow and easy, I slumped over for a peek at the gauge. I leaned just a little too far.
Sit up.
Sure.
What now? What were you looking at?
I was just easing the crick out of my neck.
Yes, you was. You was looking at the dash. So that's it, huh? Fresh out of gas.
Now, look, I just remembered it.
Don't give me that. You know it all along. From now on, you keep your hands on the wheel, Mac, but let me do the driving. Turn in that filling station, get high-test gas, and fill her up.
Hi, Joe. Evening, Ellie.
Hi, Bill.
Evening, Bill.
Oh, evening, sir. Up to the top?
Yeah. Ethel.
Ethel it is. Hear you've been to the pictures.
Yeah.
You people know everybody in the whole valley.
Well, we've lived here 20 years. From back when this was farmland. Of course we know lots of people.
I don't like it. Just get 5 and get out of here.
Make it 5, Bill.
Okay. Say, I was up to Miranda's for supper.
Oh, that right?
Well, I heard chili gets better every time. Don't see how it can, but it does. She's saving some for you, you know. Said you'd be around after the show.
Oh, my. I saw Miranda this afternoon, told her we'd be by for sure, Joe.
Well, that'll be $1.50 on the nose.
$1.50. Here, thanks, Bill.
Well, same to you.
What was all that about, that Miranda stuff?
Nothing much.
Come on, I gotta ask you everything twice.
Miranda runs a drive-in up the road a ways. On show nights, we usually drop in for a carton of chili to take home.
I just hope she won't call home when we don't show up and get Annie all worried.
Wait a minute. Drive-in, you said?
Yeah.
And this Miranda could start checking on you?
Oh, no, I didn't mean that. It's just that...
She could call your Annie, and between the two of them, they'd have the cops on the lookout for you before midnight, huh?
You're crazy.
Yeah, like a fox. I ain't kept ahead of the buttons all this time by taking chances. We'll just pick up that chili, Mac.
You want me to go to Miranda's?
Why not? Leave Annie get a beauty sleep. I can cover a lot of ground before tomorrow morning. I ain't eaten so good lately, I could use the food, too. With you and the missus to front for me, What's to worry about?
He was right about that. I went back to driving and praying. Miranda's place is one of those goldfish bowls, mostly glass, with light pouring out across the space marked for outside service. She saw us pulling up, grabbed a quart carton off the back shelf, and hustled to the door.
Here you are, Ellie. I was just saying to Betsy, better fix up that chili, Betsy. It's about time Ellie and Joe was showing up, figuring the distance from Beverly Hills. Oh, who's that in the back seat? I don't seem to recollect your face, young man. Though anybody will tell you, I never forget a face.
Oh, this is Mr. Anderson, Miranda. He just came out from the east.
Oh, is that a fact? Say, Joe, you planning to go straight up Ventura home?
Why, sure.
Well, don't you do it. Go the back way, even if it does take longer. Of course, that brush fire between here and your place is out, but there's still 50, 60 men patrolling it.
What's that?
But that ain't nothing to what's going on further out the valley. That new fire's clean out of control, licking up hundreds of acres. They've been sending truckloads of firefighters past here all evening. Road's blocked for miles, they tell me.
The road is blocked?
For miles, they tell me. All them poor ranchers losing their homes. Being from the east, mister, you wouldn't understand, but brush fires is awful things once they get out of control.
Yeah, thanks. Joe, suppose we start moving, huh? Let's take the back way to your house.
To our house? What say? You stay in with Ellie and Joe?
Yeah, until I can get into my own place. What are we waiting for, Joe?
Good night, Miranda.
Good night. Yeah, goodbye. Be sure you come see me, Mr. Anderson. I'll be looking for you.
So there it was. We weren't going to the country. We weren't going to be left to rot at the foot of a cliff or buried deep in brush. No, we were going home. Home to the kids. And taking a murderer with us. I still couldn't see Ellie, but I could feel her tensing up, tight as a pulled drawstring.
Mr. Matrick, you didn't mean what you said, did you, about coming home with us?
You know a better place I can hide out until the road's open?
Well, it wouldn't be safe. We've got neighbors close all around if somebody'd see you.
Nobody's gonna see me. Nobody better.
Joe, couldn't we go round the fire?
Yeah, we could. That'd be better. We could try. There are other roads through the valley. Now, listen, Matrick, we'll nose around and find a way through somehow.
Cut it out. You heard the old biddy, hundreds of acres burning, firefighters, cops. Get off the highway. We're going home.
No, I won't have it. Joe, you stop the car right here.
Shut up.
You heard me, Joe. I won't have him in my house, not with Annie and Bud.
I said shut up.
But stop it, I tell you. It doesn't matter about us. It's the kids. I won't let him touch them.
One more word out of you and I'm...
Joe, stop.
Ellen, shut up.
Joe.
Now, don't say another thing. I'm sorry, honey, but Matrick's the boss. We've got to do like he says.
Yeah, that's telling her. Sure, you do like I say and everything's going to be rosy. You got no call to worry about. The kids, I like kids. As long as nobody gives me the brush off. We'll wake them up as soon as we get home. You and this Annie can fix up a chili supper for us. We'll have a picnic. And as soon as the fire's out, we'll all take a trip to the country. Another picnic, huh?
It took a long time, but it had to come to an end. I saw the bulk of the house looming up. There was light sneaking around the edges of the blinds up in Annie's room. She wasn't asleep after all. She'd been sitting up in bed, maybe plastering red stuff on her fingers and dreaming about the date with Mike. Bud's room was dark. He'd be wrapped in covers like a cocoon and dreaming... whatever boys dream, I couldn't remember. I pulled up to the concrete walk I'd poured with my own hands before there was any Annie or Bud, and then I cut the lights. In a second or two, my eyes got used to the dark. I could make out the high hedge Ellie planted around the place and our roof rising up beyond it.
Out, missus. Face the house. Now you, Mac. Slide out the same side. Stand beside her. All right. Walk to the door. Slow, no funny business. I'm right behind you.
Look out! I'll kill you! Hold it, boys! It's Okay, Mike, I got him.
You all right, Uncle Joe? And Ellie?
Ellie, you all right?
All right, indeed. Smack flat on my face on a concrete walk and you falling on me.
There's nothing wrong with her.
That's my girl.
Well, just don't stand there. Help me up.
Here.
There we are. Gotta get in the house before the kids come busting out here. I won't have them mixed up in this.
Well, how's he doing, boy?
I got him through the gun hand in the right shoulder, see?
Lucky shot, cop. If you weren't lucky, you'd all be cold meat by now.
Maybe. Matrick, isn't it, Uncle Joe?
That's him. Miranda described him to you?
The old girl doesn't miss a trick. She even knew you were taking the back way home. You left a clear trail, Uncle Joe. That's slick work.
I had to get him out of the car before the fireworks started. Ellie didn't stand a chance. She helped, though. Ellie catches on quick.
I'll bet.
Mean guy like Matrick, you make him think you don't want him to do something, and he'll break his neck doing it. I let on I was trying to run out of gas. That got us to Bill's. Then we both made out there was no sense going to Miranda's, so we get bowled into going to Miranda's. It was 1,000 to 1 she'd run off at the mouth about the brush fires, scare him into hiding out. After that, all Ellie had to do was turn on the hysterics. He was dead set on coming here.
Yeah, bright boy, like I said.
Yeah, bright enough. You did all right, too, Mike. I was watching the rear view mirror all the time you were trailing us, but you never showed.
You know I was there, though. When one officer starts double-talking another officer, he wants to know why.
What officer? What double talk? You never said a thing to him except I'd bought someplace out here.
Yeah. The Charles place.
Yeah, poor old man Charles. In a tough spot, moving out for good.
What's wrong with that?
Matrick, didn't anybody ever tell you it wasn't smart to take up with strangers? Maybe I'd better introduce myself. My name's Charles. Joe Charles, detective, homicide. Tonight I was off duty, just taking my wife to a movie.
Suspense, in which Mr. Parley Bear and Miss Vivi Janis starred in tonight's presentation of Backseat Driver. Next week, the story of twin identities in crime. It is based upon fact. We call it The Greatest Thief in the World. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Anthony Ellis. Tonight's script was written by Miss Sally Thorson. The music was composed by Rennie Garrigan and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Featured in the cast were Larry Thor, Tony Barrett, Jack Edwards, Joe Cranston, and Helen Plebe.
Suspense is another worldwide presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
From Hollywood, it's time now for Johnny Dollar.
Mr. Dollar, my name is Parley Barron. I'm calling from Hollywood.
Hollywood? What insurance company, Mr. Barron?
None. You handle all investigations for Eastern Liability and Trust.
Yeah, I guess I do.
Well, I am sure that they'll be calling you in shortly.
What about, sir?
A little matter of embezzlement.
Oh?
Nearly $10,000 that's been stolen from the Berkeley Furniture Manufacturing Company there in Hartford.
You're connected with Berkeley Furniture?
No, actually I am not.
Then what's your connection with this embezzlement?
I suggest you check with Berkeley. and, of course, the insurance company.
Of course.
When you have learned the facts from them, I am sure you will find it of the utmost importance to contact me.
You sent in Hollywood.
Yes. Goodbye, Mr. Dollar.
Yeah, but where in Hollywood? Hello? Hello? Oh, he's a lot of help.
Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
And now, Act One of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Eastern Liability and Trust Company, Home Office, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Hollywood mystery matter. Expense account item 1, 10 cents for a phone call to Hal Speidel, who's my regular contact at Eastern Liability and Trust.
Well, hi, Johnny. Nice to talk to you again.
Yeah, nice to talk to you, Hal. Listen, have you received a report of loss from the Berkeley Furniture Manufacturing Company?
Well, they're a client of ours, but no. What makes you ask a thing like that?
A phone call I just got.
They called you direct?
Well, somebody did. A man by the name of Polly.
Wait a second. Yes, Miss Turner. Who? Hold everything, Johnny.
I'm holding.
Hey, what did you say? When? We'll find out how much. Johnny.
Yeah?
You've got an assignment, boy, and it's Berkeley Furniture Manufacturing Company.
Embezzlement?
Yes.
10,000?
But how you found out about it? Listen, they just found out about it themselves, so get on over there and see what goes, will you?
Hal, will do. Yeah, my informant, the man who'd called me, had really known something. But how to locate him? Item 2, $1.45 taxi to the Berkeley plant on the northwest edge of town. It's a small company, but an old one. When I flashed my credentials to the receptionist, I was immediately shown into the office of the high and mighty himself.
Well, I must say your insurance company acts very promptly, Mr. Dollar. Sit down, sir.
Thanks, Mr. Berkeley.
I'll get straight to the point, sir. We've suffered a considerable loss.
Yeah, so I understand from Hal Speidel at Eastern Liability and Trust. $10,000, wasn't it?
Oh, yes, nearly $10,000. But I don't recall mentioning the amount to Mr. Speidel. In any event, Mr. Dollar, what I want is that money back. I don't care what you do with the thief.
All right, have you any idea who took it, Mr. Berkeley?
I certainly have. The ungrateful...
Who, sir?
One of our bookkeepers, a gentleman who has been with the company over 30 years. What are you smiling about, Mr. Dollar?
Well, he's stolen this money from you, but you still call him a gentleman.
Because I always thought he was. Did his job, never complained.
That's your measure of a gentleman, huh?
Eh? What's that?
How much money did he earn, Mr. Berkeley?
$65 a week. What difference does it make?
Just wondered.
An old man living alone was plenty for him.
Unless, of course, he was gambling, something like that.
Gambling? Him? Of course not. He never had enough money.
Trouble at home, maybe? Is he married?
No. He'd never be able to support a wife.
After 30 years with your company?
I paid him as much as I thought he was worth.
Yeah? Or as little as you thought you could get away with?
That is really no concern of yours. Return of the money is.
All right. Where does he live, Mr. Berkeley?
In a small apartment on the north side of town.
And when did you last see him?
Yesterday morning. Said he had to see his doctor in the afternoon. Yes, it's against my usual practice, but I let him off.
Mm-hmm. But, of course, you decided to dock his pay.
Naturally. I have to keep discipline in a place like this.
Oh, sure.
And this morning, when I opened the safe, I discovered that the money was missing. $9,984.75. The cash that we had on hand for emergencies. I also discovered that he hadn't come to the office. So I phoned his apartment.
And?
I learned that our respected gentleman bookkeeper left town yesterday afternoon, bag and baggage.
That doesn't necessarily mean that he took the money.
I'd like to know why not.
Well, was he the only one who had access to the safe?
Of course not. All of the bookkeepers have.
How many of them? Others, I mean.
3. But you think for 1 minute they'd dare take that money and then come back here and face me?
Maybe you got a point there.
What?
Have you notified the police of this loss?
No. I prefer that the whole thing be kept as quiet as possible for the sake of my company's reputation. Please, remember that, sir.
Whatever you say, Mr. Berkeley.
That's why I have no desire to prosecute him, why I'll refuse to even file charges, as long as I get the money back.
Yeah. Now, what's his address?
11231 North Maple Street.
11231.
But as I told you, he isn't there. He's left town.
Yeah, you told me. How old a man is he?
In his 60s. But what difference does that make? Oh, and Mr. Dollar.
Yeah?
Just how did you happen to know about this so soon? I mean the amount that was stolen.
From somebody who called me on the phone.
Oh?
Somebody who apparently knew a good deal about it. If I can locate him, get in touch with him, he can probably be a lot of help in running down this Come to think of it, you haven't told me what his name is.
The bookkeeper? The embezzler?
Yeah.
Barron, sir.
What?
Yes. Parley Barron.
Act two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment. And now, Act two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the Hollywood Mystery Matter.
So the embezzler of the $10,000 was Parley Barron, the same man who'd called me on the phone. Apparently called me before the company even knew the money was missing. And he'd had the audacity to inform me that I should contact him. Yeah, somewhere in Hollywood. Which is like saying the needle is somewhere in the haystack. Item 3, $250 for a taxi to the little apartment house on North Maple Street. I paid off the driver, then walked into the open foyer and looked for the usual bank of mailboxes to find out which apartment was Parley Barron's.
Hey, you want me to wait for you, mister?
No, it's all right, driver. You go ahead if you want to.
Okay,
Now, let's see. Nelson, Davis, Parrots. Oops.
Oh, excuse me, sir.
That's all right. Spaulding, Pierce, Robeson.
Taxi, wait a minute.
Oh, here we are. Barron, apartment 103.
Just a minute, young man. Are you a salesman?
Oh, no. I was just looking up the apartment number of Mr. Parley Barron.
Well, he ain't here, mister.
You're sure?
No, sir. He left here bag and baggage yesterday afternoon.
Any idea where he went?
No. Who are you? Cops or something?
Here. My credentials.
Johnny Dollar Insurance.
Yeah, that's right. Now, look, I want you to let me into his apartment.
Well, yes, sir. Right this way. Something wrong, Mr. Dollar?
No, just a routine investigation.
Oh, well, I was sure he'd done nothing wrong.
Oh, why do you say that?
Why, nice, quiet old man like him, why should he? Only excitement he ever has is when his niece comes to visit with him.
His niece?
Yes, sir. Name's Virginia. Jenny Lockhart. Wonderful girl. Sort of drops in here to look after him once in a while, cook him a good meal. Now, here we are.
Well, it sure looks like he left in a hurry. Closets open, doors pulled out. Where can I find this niece you mentioned?
Why, didn't you see her when you just came in?
That girl who bumped into me down in the lobby, that was Jenny Lockhart?
Well, must have been. Guess she dropped in for a visit with her uncle, found him gone, and then lit out again.
And I didn't have sense enough to get a good look at her.
Well, now, here's a picture of her, mister. Sent it to him from her vacation last winter.
Vacation, huh? Blue sky and palm trees.
Down in Hollywood, I understand.
Is that where she's headed for now?
Well, now you got me there.
Wait a minute.
Yeah? What's that you picked up, mister?
It was a note, I guess. Yeah, it's addressed to her. Ginny, my dear. The doctor you had me see has finally told me the truth. Is this his handwriting?
Yeah, that's his, all right.
He's finally told me the truth. I have less than a week to live.
Oh, my.
And so for the first time in my life, except for some happy moments with you, I'm going to really live. Make up for some of the things I've had to miss all these years.
Well, say now.
Yes. You may have some idea where I've gone, but please, please, dear, don't try to follow me. Your loving Hollywood.
Yeah, like I said, that's what...
And she ran off with the taxi I had.
Oh, you want me to call you a taxi, mister?
I sure do, brother, and fast. Item 4, $750 for a trip to the airport that should have got the cabbie locked up for life. We ran every stoplight along the way. So what happened? I got there just in time to see a plane taking off. And the man at the ticket counter politely informed me that Virginia Lockhart was among the passengers headed for New York. And where would she go from there? Hollywood. I bet my last nickel on it. Yeah, and she could lead me to the man I was after. I checked the schedules of all the airlines leaving New York. If I took the next plane out of Hartford, I could barely make a flight out of New York to the West Coast. In other words, Hollywood. Item 5, $162.80 for a through ticket. When we arrived in New York, where I had only seconds to change planes, I was the first one off. And then I saw her. She was boarding a plane from another ramp. By breaking a couple of records for the 100-yard dash and bulling my way through the gate, I managed to climb aboard just as the doors were being closed. A quick flash at my credentials kept the stewardess from throwing me off, and in a couple of minutes we were airborne.
Now, I guess we'd better make some arrangement about your ticket, sir.
Huh? Tickets?
Yes, sir.
Oh, no, here, I already have it. Here you are.
Oh, thank you. I'll just... Mr. Dollar?
Yeah?
I'm sorry, but this ticket is for Los Angeles.
Well, sure, that's where I'm going.
Well, not on this plane, I'm afraid. This is a non-stop flight to Miami.
What?
Yes, sir. Miami, Florida.
Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment. Now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the Hollywood Mystery Matter.
Wait a minute. This plane is headed for Florida?
Yes, sir. Non-stop flight to Miami.
But I thought this was... Look, I got to get to Los Angeles, to Hollywood.
I'm sorry, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, not half as sorry as I am. So what do I do now?
Well, I'm afraid there isn't much you can do. So why don't you go up in the cabin where there's one extra seat and, well, just relax and enjoy it.
Okay, miss. Great. I'd been so sure it was Virginia Lockhart I'd seen climb aboard this plane, that she'd lead me to her uncle in Hollywood, to wherever he was in Hollywood. So what happened? I was stuck aboard a plane to Miami. All right, I took the advice of the stewardess and walked forward into the cabin to find a seat. And for once, luck was with me. The one vacant seat in that whole plane was right next to, yeah, you guessed it, to Ginny Lockhart. But why Miami? Could she possibly know that I was on the trail of Parley Barron? Was this a trick to lead me off his trail? I decided there was only one thing to do, play it like I hadn't the least idea in the world who she was, and at the same time, see if I could learn anything from her. As long as we're seatmates on this trip, we may as well know each other. My name's Johnny, Johnny Dollar.
How do you do, Mr. Dollar?
Be kind of nice to get on down south and away from all the snow and cold, won't it? Would you like some champagne? I understand all I have to do is flag down the stewardess, and she'll be... how about it?
No, thank you.
Well, excuse me for saying so, but you look worried about something.
I'm sure it wouldn't interest you.
No, maybe not. But, sometimes it does a lot of good to cry on somebody's shoulder, and since we'll probably never see each other again after this trip, and, well, I have a good broad shoulder.
Thank you, but it's not necessary.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. Going down to Florida for a vacation?
No. I'm going to Florida to try to save somebody's life.
Oh?
But I'd rather not talk about it.
And she didn't. Or did she talk about anything else during the rest of the flight? As we came into Miami, I decided the only thing I could do was transfer to a plane for Los Angeles and hope for the best. But she was my only real lead to Parley Barron. And if I left her here and went on to Hollywood. So I changed my mind. I decided to stay with her. Item 6, $9 even for a taxi that followed hers out of Miami Airport, then headed north. And where do we end up? Hollywood. Hollywood, Florida. Hollywood by the sea. And the Diplomat Hotel. I watched her make inquiries at the desk, heard the clerk tell her room 716. I managed to get an elevator before she did. By the time she reached the door of 716 and raised her hand to knock, I was standing right beside her.
Mr. Johnny Dollar, what are you doing here?
I've been following you, Ginny,
Why?
to find your uncle, Parley Barron, who stole $10,000 from the company he was working for.
He what?
Yeah. And unless I'm all wet, this is the door to his suite.
You say he stole...
I found the note
stole...
he'd written to you, Ginny, back at his apartment in Hartford.
Mr. Dollar, Johnny...
Yeah, and it all ties up, including his phone call to me. It was to make me think he was headed for Hollywood, California, to throw me off, give him time.
Please listen to me.
He said that for once in his life, for the few remaining days of it, he was really going to live it up. So he came here, to the Hollywood that you told him about. Came here for one last desperate, glorious fling.
Listen, that's what he thought. But don't you see...
And the more I've thought about that crummy, penny-pinching outfit that he worked for 30 miserable years, the more I hated this assignment. Hated the thought of having to deprive that poor old man of this one last chance to get some fun out of life. Because all I know about him is that he's a decent sort who's been taken advantage of.
He's a wonderful man. And he's been a good man all his life.
Jenny, don't you see? Unless I get him return the $10,000 to his firm...
Johnny, listen. He can't have spent $10,000, and I'll make up the rest.
Sorry, Jenny.
You're not the police. You're not the law.
But I have a job to do.
Does that dirty old company want the money? Or does it want him? Johnny?
For the sake of my company's reputation, that's why I have no desire to prosecute him. Why I'll refuse to even file charges as long as I get the money back.
Johnny, if I give you enough to take the $10,000 back to them...
Okay, Jenny, it's a deal.
Oh, thank you. I'm awfully glad. And because of something else, Johnny.
Oh?
The reason why I was looking for him.
What do you mean?
The new doctor I'd had him go to a couple of weeks ago, my doctor. He gave him a lot of tests. Then Uncle went back to see him yesterday afternoon.
Yes, I understand.
It was to find out the result of the tests, and the doctor told him wrong. The lab reports had got mixed up.
You mean that he isn't going to die?
No. And the doctor tried to call him, but couldn't reach him, so he called me. That's why I went to his apartment. But he'd left, so I came down here to try to find him. I tried to tell you, Johnny, because... Well, don't you see he's going to be all right?
Well, then, Jenny, I guess that leaves only one more thing to be done.
What, Johnny?
Tell him the good news. Oh, I don't know. Maybe I'm just a sucker for a good-looking girl. And maybe this makes me an accessory to the crime. But you know something? And you can blame it on the holiday season, anything you like. I don't care. Expense account total, including the trip back to Hartford. Well, a happy new year to you, too. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Our star will return in just a moment.
Because of another adventure in Hollywood, Florida. But that one you'll have to read about in the February issue of Harper's Bazaar. It's just out, so grab a copy, will you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood and is written, produced, and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Virginia Gregg, Gene Tatum, Parley Bear, Horace Lewis, Junius Matthews, and Frank Gerstle. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Dan Cubberly speaking.
Gunsmoke rises today on the CBS Radio Network.
WOR, New York. 7 o'clock by Longines, the world's most honored watch. A Longines Whitnor product.
From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft clothes for men and 1,036 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Tonight's adventure, the case of the very best butter. Well, here we are once again on the threshold of Dr. Watson's cheerful study. The lamplight streams over the handsome bindings of his library, and the fragrance of many bowls of hyacinths fills the room. The curtains move gently in a slight evening breeze. And I, for one, am glad to sit down and just listen, Doctor.
Sounds like a bad case of spring fever, Mr. Harris. Yes, I have an idea tonight's story may make you forget that. But before we discuss the case of the highly emotional lady who took a violent interest in butter, suppose you say a few words on a subject every self-respecting male takes quite an interest in nowadays.
You mean how to present a well-groomed appearance without bankrupting his budget. Well, this is an important announcement because it affects the cost of your living. You know very well that the cost of many things you buy has risen considerably. Some costs are still rising. The reasons are many. Increased costs of material, increased labor costs, and so on. Now, it's true manufacturing costs are higher. However, in the face of sharply mounting costs, Clippercraft brings you superbly tailored suits at only $40 and $45. Beautifully made top coats, including fine coverts and worsted gabardines, at only $40 and $45, and sport jackets at only $26.50. Tropicals, too, at $33.75 to $40. Clippercraft offers these amazing values even today because of the unique Clippercraft plan, concentrating the buying power of 1,036 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast, making possible steady year-round operation, effecting tremendous savings in manufacturing and distribution costs. Only comparison will prove what this means in money saved on your spring clothing budget. Yes, compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, back to the lady who was so interested in butter.
Yes, it occurred while I was sharing lodgings with Holmes at 221B Baker Street.
Honest, Injun, was there ever really such an address as 221B Baker Street?
Oh, this modern generation. Nothing but doubting Thomases. You know, would you believe it? There are people who go so far as to suspect that Sherlock Holmes is nothing but a figment of my imagination.
Why, sacrilege, Doctor.
Well, it's worse than that. So to silence all skeptics once and for all, I'd like to read a small item from that guidebook to end all guidebooks, the well-known Baedeker. It's right here on the first shelf somewhere. Yes, Baedeker's Paris, Baedeker's Rome. Oh, here we are, Baedeker's London and the environs.
Don't tell me Baker Street is actually mentioned in Baedeker.
Oh, it is indeed. Yes, I have the page marked somewhere. Yes, it's just Marylebone Road, Queen Charlotte's Maternity Hospital. No, that's not it. Baker Street Station. Yes, here we are. Baker Street. Chief thoroughfare between Oxford Street and Marylebone Road. Mrs. Siddons lived from 1817 till her death in 1831 at number 27 Upper Baker Street. House demolished. Tablet. Lord Lytton, the novelist, was born at number 68 in 1803, tablet. And William Pitts lived in 1802-04 at number 120, tablet. Sherlock Holmes also had rooms there.
Don't tell me there's no tablet at 221B, Doctor.
Oh, well, not yet. Give us time. After all, Holmes is still mortal. Tablets are for the immortals, Mr. Harris.
Well, that certainly should settle any doubts about Mr. Sherlock Holmes' reality once and for all.
I certainly hope so. Well, as I was saying, it was in the good old Baker Street days. It was rather latish of a gloomy afternoon. I'd remained indoors all day, for the weather had taken a sudden turn to rain, and my practice wasn't too thriving at the moment. With my body in one easy chair and my legs upon another, I listened with growing irritation to Holmes as he practiced interminable scales, roulades, glissandos, and what have you on his violin. At last, a particularly screeching dissonance was more than my frazzled nerves could bear. Holmes, must you do that?
Calm yourself, my dear Watson. I was not responsible for that last bit of cacophony. It was caused by the scraping of a carriage wheel against our curb. Yes, we are about to receive a client. A rather portly lady of means, unless I'm very much mistaken.
Oh, how can you possibly tell? You haven't even bothered to look out of the window.
The outraged creak of the carriage springs as its passenger descended to the pavement indicates a person of substance. The tap of French heels on the pavement indicates the person's a lady. And the fact that the vehicle remained at the curb indicates that it's either a private carriage or a public conveyance that's been told to wait. Either eventuality indicates a person of means.
I swear I heard nothing except the first scrape against the curb. I must say, Holmes, you have ears like a hawk.
Your metaphor is a trifle mixed, my dear Watson, but I accept your tribute. Come in.
Mr. Holmes? Mr. Holmes, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Naturally. This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
Oh, how do you do?
Thank heavens you're at home. You must dine with me tonight, both of you. I may need a doctor as well as a detective.
Interesting. I mean, what brings you to that rather startling conclusion?
I am in grave danger, and you are the only person who can save me.
How, madam?
My husband wishes to be rid of me. I am being poisoned, systematically, cold-bloodedly poisoned. That is, I was, until I hired an old nurse of mine to do the cooking, and refused to eat anything that wasn't served to everybody in the house on a common plate, pot or tureen.
So that if poison were present, all members of your household would be in equal danger.
Exactly. I'm no fool.
How many members of your household are there, Mrs.
I am Madame de Pavane. My husband is Puvis de Pavane, the famous violinist.
Oh, yes, I've heard him in concert. Remarkable technique. They tell me his trills compare favorably with Paganini.
Oh, yes, Puvis is a great violinist. If you've heard him play, you have doubtless also seen my daughter, who plays his accompaniments. My husband, my daughter Therese, and myself. There are only three of us in the household. We are, I may say, the eternal triangle. Puvis is infatuated with Therese.
Well, really?
Your daughter, I gather, Madame de Pavane, is the child of a previous marriage.
Yes and no. As a matter of fact, she's my stepdaughter, the child of my first husband by his first marriage.
Rather a complicated menage, Watson.
Quite.
Huh, I was a fool to marry a man so much younger than myself. But Puvis was, well, ardent. You know what these Latins are, Mr. Holmes. Swept me right off my feet. Would you believe it, he refused to eat or sleep until I named the day. It all happened in the south of France, that land of languor and romance.
Oh, I see it all. The courtship, the honeymoon, the return home, the meeting with the daughter of the household, the inevitable call of youth to youth.
Puvis isn't that young, Dr. Watson. I'm not a cradle snatcher. And besides, he'd known Therese long before I met him. She accompanied him on a concert tour, much against my better judgment, I will say. I sometimes think their romance may have blossomed even then.
Yes, but in that case, why did Monsieur de Pavane marry you, or not your stepdaughter?
Because, Dr. Watson, I happen to be the one who has the money.
These realistic Frenchmen, eh, Watson? Tell me, Madame de Pavane, when did you first suspect you were being poisoned?
About a month ago. I began to have a marked distress after every meal.
You don't think it could have been flatulence brought on perhaps by overeating?
Certainly not. I have an extraordinarily good digestion, plus an excellent appetite.
Obviously.
Well, I will say Puvis has tried to persuade me to eat less of the fattening foods, but I tell him that here in England men appreciate fine figure of a woman. No, Mr. Holmes, I know the difference between flatulence and a definite and even painful burning sensation in the pit of my stomach. And I can guess what causes it when I see that the weed killer I keep for the garden is disappearing in the middle of the winter.
Weed killer? But that's full of arsenic.
I know that. I'm no fool. That's why I sent for Nanny 3 weeks ago to do the cooking.
What a pity you didn't come to me instead. I should have enjoyed making the Reinsch test on the contents of your stomach. Now, of course, after 3 weeks, it would be very difficult to prove the presence of arsenic in your system. Short of an autopsy, of course.
Well, I'm not giving anyone a chance for that. Not if I can help it.
I take it you've had no further distress since your nurse was brought in to do the cooking?
No, that I haven't.
Then why do you come to me at this late date?
Because I think Puvis is getting set for another try. He leaves tonight for a concert tour of the continent. I have forbidden Therese to accompany him. But just half an hour ago, I heard them plotting together. I was counting the silver in the butler's pantry when I heard them come into the dining room. They didn't know that I was listening.
I don't care what she says. I won't go without you.
But you'll have to, Puvis. You have a week before your first concert. You'll be able to find another accompanist in Paris.
But I don't want another accompanist, Therese. I want you. You know I can't do anything if you aren't with me. You've got to come with me. Sneak out of the house when she's not looking.
But I can't do that, Puvis, dear. She'll disown me. I'll be disinherited. We both starve.
Oh, confound the woman. If she only weren't so big-headed and so rich.
I've tried to persuade her, Puvis, but she won't listen.
She won't listen to words, perhaps. But there are other ways of persuading people. Therese, promise me that if anything should happen, you will come to me by the next boat.
Of course. But what could happen?
Don't worry. I have a plan. A neat little plan. And it shouldn't take too long to work out.
A rather ambiguous conversation, if you'll permit me to say so, Madame de Pavane. What makes you so sure your husband will try to poison you at dinner tonight?
First, because it's his last meal at home. The boat train leaves at 9:30. And second, because I found this bottle in the waste paper basket in his study.
A pharmacist's bottle with a label partly torn off. The letters P-O-I-S still visible.
P-O-I-S. Holmes, if you add O-N, that spells poison.
Brilliant, my dear Watson. Positively scintillating. There seems to be a small bit of white crystalline powder still left at the bottom of the bottle. What do you make of it, Watson?
Well, from the look and the smell, it might be Epsom salts. Holmes, what are you doing?
Tasting it?
What?
Just the slightest suspicion of a taste, Watson. Yes, it's slightly acrid and metallic. That, too, might be Epsom salts. Want to try it, Watson?
No, thanks. I'm not interested in tasting anything that comes in a bottle marked poison.
Perhaps you're right. Yes, I think perhaps we should try some more extensive tests before we make up our minds about the contents of this bottle, madame.
I don't care what you do, but don't be late for dinner. We dine at 7:30. The address is 49 Rathbone Place. You enter from Oxford Street. It's close to Tottenham Court Road.
We shall be there, madame. On the dot.
Well, here we are, Holmes. Rathbone Place. The name sounds vaguely familiar.
Yes, you may have heard me mention it, Watson. The street is named after a distant, connection of mine.
I say, just what did you find in the bottom of that bottle, Holmes?
Antimony.
Antimony? But that's deadly poison.
Quite. It's also a constituent of many crack pills. Monsieur de Pavane may be dosing himself for anything from blood pressure to hangnails.
Well, just the same, it doesn't improve my appetite to know we're dining at a house where there's poison about. What if he gets in the wrong person's soup?
Perhaps we should have brought your stomach fund.
Don't be indelicate, Holmes. Personally, I shall follow Madame de Pavane's example and eat or drink nothing that doesn't come from a community dish.
Very sensible, Watson. Very sensible indeed. Yes, here we are. Number 49. Give the bell a pull, Watson. There's a good chap.
Righto. Well, I must say there's nothing particularly sinister looking about the house, eh, Holmes? Nice, cheerful little ruffled curtains.
Yes. The poisoners have been known to live in the most innocuous surroundings.
Holmes, I do wish you'd refrain from indulging your sepulchral sense of humor.
Yes, sir?
That is, if Madame de Pavane lives here, I believe we're expected.
But this is a great honor. Come in, gentlemen, come in. Who will believe me when I say I have the honor of entertaining the world's master detective and his ami, the good doctor?
Oh, then you recognize us?
Naturally. Who does not know the great Sherlock Holmes? Besides, my wife has taken great trouble to impress upon me just who it is she has invited to dinner.
Oh, that's certainly forthright of her, eh, Holmes?
Madame is a forthright person. She says what she thinks, even when she changes her mind. But will you not step into the parlor? We shall have a glass of sherry. Madame and her charming daughter will be down directly.
Thank you, but, you know, I don't think that is... not before dinner. I mean, it might take away my appetite.
Oh, come, Dr. Watson. It is such excellent sherry. Here, I pour from the decanter for you, for the great Mr. Sherlock Holmes, and for myself.
Oh, well, in that case, eh, Holmes?
Sunday, monsieur, to your continued good health. But what do you wait for? Bottoms up, as they say. I see. You wish to see if I drink first. Very well, so. You see, it is quite harmless.
Well, that's a relief.
May I say, monsieur, it is no secret to me why you are here. My poor wife thinks she is being poisoned, and she suspects me.
Well, that's dashed frank of you, I must say.
Why not be frank, monsieur docteur? I have nothing to hide. Yes, you are a medical man. You must realize that many women, particularly if they are well-bred, and shall we say, a bit high-strung, when they come to a certain age, they develop curious ideas. You do not know how quickly Madame Pavane recovers from her little eccentricities. You know how these things are, Dr. Watson?
No, yes. I must say if the lady is suffering from, an idée fixe, you're very wise to go away and give it a chance to blow over.
You are planning to go alone, Monsieur de Pavane?
But of course.
What about an accompanist?
Oh, you mean Therese. I think at this time it is best she stay with her mother. After all, I do not want to leave her entirely alone. She might develop a melancholia.
Very understanding of you, Monsieur de Pavane.
But I am a man of the world. I have traveled. You see, I know many women. I understand them better, perhaps, than you, Englishmen.
Perhaps.
And now, if you will excuse a moment, I must see if Madame needs my assistance. Her maid is not very strong, and since Madame has put on a few pounds, she needs a man to, what you call, hoop her up the back. Please do pour yourself more sherry in my absence. Now that you know it is safe. Au revoir, monsieur.
Well, Watson, what do you make of our friend, the violinist?
Well, you know, Holmes, he may be perfectly right. Madame de Pavane may be suffering from a slight form of female hysteria.
Then in that case, why has he booked 2 passages to France? See, here are the tickets sticking out from beneath this blotter. One is for tonight. The other is for a week from now.
So, Sherlock Holmes didn't think Monsieur Pavane was as innocent as he pretended to be, Doctor.
No, Mr. Harris. Don't ask me what Holmes thought. No one ever knew that, not even I, until afterwards. Well, pretty soon the maid announced...
Here you are, sir.
What's that?
The sherry flips you ordered, Dr. Watson, for you and Mr. Harris.
Oh, yes, thank you, Kitty. Right on cue.
Well, Dr. Watson, this is what I call hospitality.
Yes, I thought we might take a breather and drink a toast to our sponsor's continued success.
Righto. Fine local independent stores in every community report increasing demand for Clippercraft. So every day, even more millions of men are becoming acquainted with unrivaled Clippercraft values. These values are the result of the Clippercraft plan, which is just about the best possible example of the true American way in production. The famous Clippercraft plan concentrates the buying power of 136 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast. Perfectly amazing economies result, and here's the answer. You can secure truly fine Clippercraft suits this spring for only $40 and $45, and superb top coats in fine coverts and worsted gabardine at only $40 and $45, sport jackets for only $26.50, and tropicals at $33.75 to $40. See these remarkable values tomorrow. Yes, selling expensive clothes at inexpensive low prices at the nation's finest stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, top coats, sport jackets, and tropicals. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Well, now that we've had our pause for refreshment, suppose we return to our story, huh?
Fair enough, Doctor.
Well, as I was saying, pretty soon the Pavane's little parlour maid announced dinner. Holmes and I repaired to the dining room where we found Madame de Pavane and her stepdaughter, a rather toothy female, already seated at either end of the table. Monsieur Pavane stood in back of his chair at the far side. Madame, who was ladling soup out of a large tureen, her napkin tucked well over her bodice, turned and pointed imperiously to the 2 empty chairs at the near side.
You sit here, Mr. Holmes, next to me. Dr. Watson, you sat there, next to Therese.
Oh, delighted, I'm sure.
I'm afraid this soup isn't as thick as it should be. Old Nanny isn't the best cook in the world, but at least I know that it won't give me a stomachache.
Oh, darling, you have such a delightful sense of humor. Soup of the evening, beautiful soup. You know the songs from Alice in Wonderland, Mr. Holmes? They have been so charmingly set to music by Lisa Lehman.
Never mind Alice in Wonderland, Pubis. You may pour out the claret.
Certainly, my dear.
No, not from that bottle. The one that's not been opened, with the cork still sealed.
Perhaps Dr. Watson will do the honors. He looks like a person who could handle a bottle.
What, sir?
I confess quite freely that I have never been able to master that little object you call the corkscrew.
Oh, of course, if you like.
Here it is.
Aha, a magnificent vintage, madame.
My father laid down quite a respectable cellar before he died.
Bravo, bravo. And now to add further to the festivity of this occasion, I have a special surprise for my dear little wife.
Oh? What's that?
Butter. You may not know it, Mr. Holmes, but ordinarily I do not approve of butter on the dinner table. Bread, I believe, should be eaten in the continental fashion, with just a pinch of salt. My wife, however, bless her dear little heart, has a weakness for butter, even though it is forbidden by the doctor. However, tonight, being my last meal at home, and to honor two such distinguished guests, I myself went out and bought a roll of butter. And here it is, in a beautiful silver butter dish.
Oh, it is pretty. But I really don't think I ought to...
Come, my dear, there is no possible danger. It is all in one piece. You can cut off your portion for yourself, and we will all follow suit.
Does look so good.
I assure you, my dear, it's the very best butter. That, too, is from Alice in Wonderland, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, yes, that tea party. Another, shall we say, unusual meal?
Ah, delightful, delightful. Allow me, my dear, I'll cut you a piece of butter from this end.
No, thank you. I'll do it myself. From the other end.
As you please. And now, for our guests. 1, 2 pieces. And another piece for little Therese, who is almost as fond of butter as her charming mamma.
Oh, Pubis.
And last but not least, I too shall indulge. There. Now, my dear, if you will pass the bread.
Oh, allow me.
Oh, my gown.
Watson, how could you? You've spilled your wine all over Mr. Range's frock.
Clumsy fool.
But I wasn't anywhere near the glass.
Your best blue frock, Therese. It's not drink.
That will do, Pubis. Therese's frock isn't that important. If it spoils, I'll buy her a new one.
I apologize to my friend, madame. There are times when he's like a great big Newfoundland dog.
What?
I know you didn't mean to, old boy.
No, as my wife says. What is a dress? Therese will have many more. I apologize if I have been hasty. My nerves, you understand, before a concert tour are always a little on the edges, as you say in English. But come, let us enjoy the meal. If I may trouble you for the bread, Mr. Holmes.
Certainly. Well, bon appetit, as you say in French.
Another cup of coffee, Pubis?
No, my dear. Many thanks. Excellent meal. I only hope I shall not regret crossing the channel.
Let us hope that you will not regret many things crossing the channel.
A very cryptic remark, Mr. Holmes. But if by any chance anything should occur, you are here to prove my conscience is clear, n'est-ce pas? Nothing like having the greatest of all detectives as a witness to one's innocence.
You two may know what you're talking about, but I assure you it's gibberish to the rest of us.
Beg pardon, madame.
Yes, what is it?
The master's carriage, the one he ordered to take him to the station, is waiting outside.
Yes, I must not miss my train. Pardon my hasty departure, but you know how it is. My dear, did you pack my goggle?
It's in your medicine case, Pubis, with your toothwash and your hair tonic and your bismuth and your eye wash. My husband, Mr. Holmes, is a veritable traveling chemist shop.
I hope he carries the antidotes for all of his medicines.
Antidotes? You speak in parables, Mr. Holmes. And why should I use an antidote? I have merely one of my wretched sore throats coming. Well. Au revoir, Dr. Watson. Au revoir, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Bon voyage, Monsieur de Pavane.
Morning, Holmes.
Morning.
Well, I must say that was a curious dinner party last night. What's for breakfast?
Kippers, and don't monopolize them.
Tasty. Well, I gather Madame de Pavane survived the evening. I left word that she was to send for me immediately if she felt the slightest qualms. If you ask me, Monsieur de Pavane was quite correct in his diagnosis. Pass the toast, please.
Yeah.
The old girl's stomach aches and suspicions were probably a mild form of female hysteria.
I wasn't concerned in the least for Madame de Pavane's safety, Watson. It was her husband I rather wondered about.
What do you mean?
You haven't read the morning papers, I take it. Here, take a look at this item.
Famous violinist dies in Channel crossing. Puris de Pavane succumbs to nausea and convulsions. Good Lord, what...
Yes, I rather thought he might. As I suspected, the butter was poisoned. Antimony.
Poisoned?
Careful, Watson, you spilled your coffee.
But I ate some of that butter. You ate some of it. So did everyone else.
Calm yourself. The poison was all in the end portion where Monsieur de Pavane so carefully put it. The piece that Madame de Pavane cut off for herself.
Yes, but he offered her the other end.
Naturally, Watson. He knew she'd be contrary. Monsieur de Pavane was a very shrewd judge of his wife's character.
Oh, but great Scott, suppose she hadn't turned it around. One of the rest of us might have had the poisoned slice.
No, Watson, I rather imagine if that had happened, Monsieur de Pavane would have continued serving from the harmless end and left the poisoned bit instead of serving from the other end. It was this, shall we say, change of direction that made me suspect he was up to no good.
Yes, but look here, Holmes, it still doesn't make sense. It wasn't Madame de Pavane who died, it was her husband.
Naturally. Why do you think I upset that glass of claret over the daughter's dress?
I might have known it was you.
I did it in order to create a diversion, so I could shift Monsieur and Madame's butter plates without anyone being the wiser. Of course, even there was no proof that the butter was poisoned. I did it just in case.
Then you didn't actually know the butter was poisoned until you read the morning's paper?
Oh, no, Watson, but antimony, as you doubtless remember, is rather a slow-acting poison. One of the first symptoms, however, is a soreness of the throat. I suspected the little Frenchman had taken a dose of his own poison when he inquired about his gargle. That's why I advised him to use an antidote, remember?
You think he understood that warning?
Quite.
Well, but then why didn't he take the antidote?
He knew we were onto him, Watson. Rather than face the consequences of his crime, he decided to let nature take its course. Yes, spare me another kipper, Watson, if you can spare it.
Well, that was a lurid dinner party, Dr. Watson.
Yes, Mr. Harris. Meals with Sherlock Holmes were often rather rough on the nervous system. Oh, the doses of bicarbonate I used to consume. Well, that's neither here nor there. I dare say you'd like to inquire about next week's story, Mr. Harris.
That's right, Dr. Watson. What are we to have next week?
No more poisoned butter, that I can promise you. No, next week I think I'll tell you how Holmes and I encountered a strange 17th century highwayman on the wilds of Hampstead Heath. He was known as Jack-o'-lantern because he carried a lighted skull for a lantern. There was another Jack in the story as well, the Jack of Diamonds.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and 1,036 leading stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character of Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley, and the dramatizations are by Edith Meiser. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lochran, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next Sunday to Sherlock Holmes in The Return of the Jack of Diamonds. Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Bold Venture. Adventure, intrigue, mystery, romance, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. Together in the sultry setting of tropical Havana and the mysterious islands of the Caribbean. Bold Venture. Once again, the magic names of Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall bring you Bold Venture and a tale of mystery, adventure, and intrigue.
All right, sailor. Havana, Cuba, where we started from, where we get off. Out.
How long can you keep it up, Slade?
Come on, off the boat.
I said, how long can you keep it up? You've been sore ever since we left Key West. So we didn't meet him. So he didn't pick up his cargo.
Look, sailor, a guy named Scarn sends us a wire. He says meet him in Key West. Move his cargo. I didn't want to go. You wanted to go.
All right. And Mr. Scarn and whatever he wanted us to bring to Havana weren't there. But we had a boat ride to Key West and back. You and me. That's nothing, huh?
Come on, sailor. Let's get off the boat. Here, I'll help you.
I don't need any help. What are you angry about? The money we didn't make?
No, it was time away from Havana. But I didn't have to be away from her.
You talk about Havana like it was a woman.
Do I?
How do you talk about me behind my back?
Well, walk ahead of me and I'll think of something.
There's your Havana, a cockfight.
Come on, let's take a look, sailor. How's your bloodlust today?
Oh, let's get out of here.
Consider it, sailor. Two birds with steel spurs slashing each other to pieces. Let's pause and cheer.
Come on.
Oh, let's watch for a while. People get to enjoy this sort of thing. Let's find out why.
I don't want to find out why. I'll see you back at Shannon's place.
All right. Okay, let's go.
You get a bang out of watching that?
Well, it gives me a chance to get bitter. Makes me an honest man.
Por favor, senor, senorita.
Huh?
The cockfight disgusts you, eh? See, your tastes are too delicate, or perhaps...
What's this, Slate? A new way to cadge the Yankee dollar?
Or perhaps the Yankee merchandise.
The lady asked you what this is, amigo. Who are you?
Permit me to tell you the story of my life. I am a poet.
I guess that's worth $1. Give him $1, Slate.
What are we, patrons of the arts?
Permit me to refuse the money. Permit me to return to the matter of the Yankee merchandise you have brought from Key West.
Well, this is a man with a problem, Slate.
You are the people from the boat, the Bold Venture.
We're the people from the boat, the Bold Venture.
Now it rhymes. Nice going, sailor.
Then it is a simple matter. Since you are the people from the boat, it is simple. We will make arrangements for the removal of the merchandise.
Now look, Shelley,
Mario. My name, permit me. That is my name.
Mario, sure. I forgot. My memory's a little shaky.
Mine, too.
Hers, too. So we're having a tough time remembering what this is all about. Slower reading, huh?
Are you trying to be clever, mi amigo? Or perhaps you have pleasure in tweaking my patience? The merchandise. Permit me, but the merchandise. It is a matter of life and death. When shall we remove it from your boat?
The poet only knows one poem, Slate.
Yeah. Wave him goodbye.
A fond farewell, Marion.
But it is a matter... You cannot. The merchandise, it can mean life, it can mean death. You cannot refuse about the merchandise. The merchandise!
If you want to be happy and lead a king's life, never make a pretty woman your wife. Therefore, from a logical point of view, marry a woman uglier than you. A pretty woman makes a husband look spoiled, and then he very often falls his downfall. Therefore, from a logical point of view, marry a woman uglier than you. Ah, Lady Sailor, Mr. Slade, why you come back so soon to King Moses? Because you love me?
Why else, King Moses?
I tell why else. Because on trip to Key West, something sour must have turned more sour. Am I inevitably correct?
You are inevitably correct, King Moses.
You come back to make King Moses sloppy with happiness, Mr. Slate. Therefore, order me about.
Bring us something to eat, King.
Oh, an ecstasy, a joy, a frenzy, a kick.
Just bring us something to eat.
Right now, Mr. Slade.
You really do love him, don't you, Slate?
Uh-huh. Like he was my own.
How long does it take for someone to be your own?
Ah, that depends. Ready with the food, King?
Ready. Yours, Mr. Slade. Yours, Lady Sailor. You talk, I smile inside myself. I get my guitar, I got song for you.
Sing it, King.
A lady approach who waits for Slade. A lady so handsome no one can hate. A lady who in hotel did register. A lady who bring joy, maybe despair.
Perdóneme, Señor Shannon, but I think perhaps you were looking for me. For Bibi. No, Señor?
Well, I don't know you, but I think perhaps I was looking for you. For Bibi.
Slate.
I want to explain something to you about the hotel business, sailor. I am what is known as a mine host. That comes in two parts. Mine and host. Sit down, Bibi.
Gracias. Still, you have not answered my question, Señor Shannon. You look for me?
Well, I look for a lot of things. Why particularly for you?
Because you are the man who brought his boat into port only a little while ago.
Oh, the lady wants a boat ride. Why don't you try the nearest tunnel of love, Miss Bibi?
This is included in the price we must pay for the merchandise?
No, Bibi. I'd throw that in for free.
Now, wait a minute. You said merchandise, Bibi. Isn't that what you said?
Yes.
Bibi, the gentleman posed a question. Will you answer the gentleman's question?
You know very well what it is we want.
Sure, but let's hear it from your own red lips.
Now I understand. It is a matter of more money, huh? Well, we expected it, and we despise you for it. But we will pay it. I have room 6A. I will wait for you there. But give me 10 minutes to arrange for more money. When I pay your price, there will be no more delay. Is it final? It is final.
Now, let's see, 6A, she said.
That's what she said, Slate. That's just what she said.
You know, sailor, I think I can handle this alone. Why don't you wait for me downstairs, huh?
Because I'm afraid of the dark. I cry in it.
That's what I thought.
Now you know. Slate, that noise. It's already happened to us once today.
Well, maybe the little lady's a bookie for gamecock fighting. Hey, let's go.
Slate, look. Look. Her face. Her body.
Yeah. Slashed to ribbons. Slashed to death by a gamecock.
Slate. Oh, Slate.
Now, how do you like Havana, sailor?
Mr. Slade. Mr. Slade.
Mr. Slate is wearing out his office floor, King Moses. Tell me, I'll tell him.
The police have made a fare-thee-well to the front door, Lady Sailor. They are 5 minutes gone.
Thanks, I'll tell Mr. Slate.
You want anything I can do for the after the police occasion, Lady Sailor? You, Mr. Slade?
No, I'll call if we want anything.
My guitar and me in hammock outside. You open the window and whistle for King Moses if you want something.
Slate? Slate? What are you trying to build? All right. I don't blame you, Slate. I know. It's hard to believe.
What's hard to believe? Beautiful woman killed by a fighting bird, a bird with steel spurs on it.
Oh, Slate.
And at my hotel, girl locked in a room in my hotel with a bird bred to slash for blood. I don't like cops in my place. Cops are for the tourist trade, not...
Is that all that bothers you? The fact that the police were here?
What's it to you what bothers me? I didn't ask for your questions. I didn't ask for you.
All right, Slate, all right.
Kind of a jerk am I, anyhow? A man tells me to take care of his daughter. So I take care of his daughter. You. What am I? Out of my mind? I don't need you hanging around here, sailor. I don't need anything about you. I got along great before...
Before my father died? What do you want me to do, Slate? Leave?
Well,
Sit down, Slate. You're sweating.
it's a trick I know. It's hot, so I sweat.
You want me to fan you? I'll fan you. You like me to fan you, Slate? Like this?
Look at you. The way you're dressed. Jeans, the way your hair is. Man has to walk toward you to know you're a woman. Why don't you do something about your hair, sailor?
What's the matter with it?
Other women with hair like that, they'd...
With hair like what? Like this? You can touch it, Slate. Touch it. Go ahead. Touch it.
Answer the door.
You answer it.
Yeah.
Permit me.
Hey, it's the poet.
Tell him to come in. He can wave the fan.
An explanation for the events of this afternoon are in order. See?
Hey, well, don't make it tough this time, Mario. What are you trying to tell us?
A tragedy. The killing of the girl Bibi was a tragedy.
Oh, what do you know about Bibi?
Bibi was the sister of my wife. She... Please, what time is it?
Hey, look, if you don't...
It's almost 2:30, Mario.
Gracias. Now permit me. It is very wrong that Bibi is dead. A wrong that is part of an even greater wrong.
So help me.
What kind of wrong?
Like so. The merchandise you have brought. Those of us on an island you know, here in the Caribbean. Those of us who wait for the guns.
Guns? So that's it. That's the merchandise. Guns.
Precisely. Perhaps there is a better way to purchase human dignity. But we do not know of it. We need those guns.
And you think we have the guns for your revolution?
Of course. Like so. You came with the boat. Oh, permit me, I will answer it. A compatriot I am expecting. He is to meet me here.
Mario! Slate! Help him! He's shot.
Yeah. Yeah, shot dead. Like so.
To Bold Venture, our stars Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, and the second act of our story.
A lady, she come to Shannon's place, a delicate figure and clothes of lace. Then the lady, she died in Shannon's place. A gamecock with spurs, he slashed her face. A poet, he came to Mr. Slate, make big apology for being late. He explains his wants to Mr. Slate, but bullied in heart bring him poor to stay. Mr. Slade, he turned to Lady Sailor. He says, you know...
That's enough, King.
Do I call the police again, Mr. Slade?
No. 2 people die in my place, that makes it personal. I like that poet.
You're not always a real tough man, are you, Slate?
I said I like that poet.
And that girl, Bibi?
And that girl, Bibi. What about her?
Did you like her, too?
She had a problem. She came to me for help. She died.
My father said you'd be a man like that.
Why don't you get out of here, Sailor? Why don't you go back to the States? Look at the mess. I'm in it, you're in it. Why don't you leave, Sailor?
You don't know, do you?
Mr. Slade.
Yeah, what do you want, King?
Here are the dead gentleman's papers from his pocket.
Oh, let's have a look. Mario Pavana, 64 Avenado, Lorca.
We're going calling, huh, Slate?
When a man like Mario dies, somebody's got to tell somebody because somebody might want to know.
I would. I'd want to know.
Let's go to Avenida Lorca, Sailor.
Yes? What is it you want, senor, senorita?
We come to...
Is it about Bibi? My sister Bibi? If you have come to tell me of her death, it has already been revealed to me.
Well, just a minute, Senora.
I am called Celestine. Will it not be easier for you so?
Yeah, easier. If you're Bibi's sister, then the poet Mario... Mario...
He is my husband. Yes, a poet and a husband. I'm fortunate, am I not? You are friends of Mario's?
Yes, friends. Sailor, I can't do it. You tell her.
Thanks loads. Senora Celestine, your husband...
What? What is it of my husband? What is it?
He's dead. Okay, sailor. How long can you take to tell a woman her husband's dead?
He said he was going to the waterfront to write me a verse. A little verse. Who are you? Are you of the police?
We're Mario's friends. We want to find his murderer.
It will not bring him back.
Mario was telling us something before he died. About a revolution, about guns.
Mario was to me a man who loved me, who wrote little verses for me. Of this other Mario that you speak, I know nothing.
Who would?
Senor Etienne Parada, maybe? Senor Etienne spoke often with Mario, late into the night, while I slept. I would bring them food, and then leave them to talk among men.
Where would we find Senor Etienne?
He has a villa at 17 Avenida Cuarteles. I think there is nothing more for us to say to each other. Adios, friends of Mario.
Come right in, senor, senorita.
Is your name Etienne?
No, senor. I am the butler.
Where's Etienne?
In the auditorium with the rest of the guests. There is a concert. This way. In here. I will leave you. Adios.
Hey, some concert.
That girl, the way she's dancing, Slate. She's wonderful.
Yeah, real authentic.
Am I being rude?
Yes, you are. Can't you see that girl's trying to express herself?
I am your host. My name is Etienne. This way, please.
Yeah, sure.
Celestina called. She told me to expect you.
Did she tell you about her husband?
About Mario? Yes. Did you two kill him?
How's your record, Etienne?
Not flawless, senor. In here, por favor, this room. Pepe.
Hey, what is this? Who is this guy?
These are the ones, Pepe. The man and woman we have been waiting for. Now, senor, you will tell us. Why have you come to Etienne?
Because I don't like my hotel to be loused up with dead bodies. First a girl was killed, then a poet. Would you know why?
Yes. I would know why.
Who are you, Etienne? Why should you know so much?
It does not embarrass me to say that I am a patriot. You see, Bibi and Mario were revolutionary. They were killed by our enemies.
This we know.
They were killed to prevent them from taking guns across the Caribbean to our islands. The guns they thought were on your boat. We shall proceed without Bibi and Mario.
The man is talking like he's got the guns anyhow, Slate.
See, we have them. They came on another boat, not yours.
Well, use them in good health. Let's go, sailor.
Wait, senor.
I knew it. Peek over your shoulder, Slate.
I just did. Question, what's the caliber of the gun Pepe has in his hand, a 32 or a 38?
Looks like a 32.
It's a 38. You will help us, then.
Help you do what?
We have the guns, you have a boat. It's necessary to have both to get the guns to my island. Besides, I prefer not to have you roaming the streets of Havana until we have disposed of the weapons.
Who wants to roam the streets?
Me, Daddy.
Por favor, senor, move quickly. There is a great need to hurry. You admire the view, senor, eh? This cliff that screams down into the sea, or perhaps senor is afraid of such height. But the view is magnificent, no?
The guns are nice, too.
You have exquisite taste, senor. In guns, in boats, and in...
In me?
Precisely, senorita.
See how wrong you can be, Slate? The man said that you had...
Get off it, Andy Etienne. What do we play now?
Oh, no play, senor, I assure you. Hard work. Pepe is below in your boat waiting for the guns. You will see that he gets them. Then you will take us to our destination on your exquisite boat.
You mean I'll lug them all the way from this cliff down to the boat?
Not quite so hard, senor. You see, we are prepared. A cargo net, winch. You place the guns in the net, then lower them to Pepe. Quick, simple.
Like pie. It'll be like pie, won't it, Slate? I'll help.
No, senorita, no. You will simply stand there. Because you will inspire the senor to magnificent effort. You may begin, senor.
So what happens when we're through here?
You will be killed.
Ask a silly question.
Oh, but it's so easy for you. You have but to die. Me, I have to commit a murder.
My heart bleeds for you.
Thank you, senorita. That's enough, senor, for one load. Lower the winch.
Aquí one! Aquí!
See, Celestine!
Celestine!
We're glad you're happy, Celestine.
Yeah, we're glad. Thanks for saving our lives. It was messy, but thanks.
My heart is filled with kindness for you both.
We'll drink to your heart filled with kindness in Havana. Tell your boy to take that gun away and we'll go.
You were so kind to come and tell me of my husband's death. I want to do something gracious for you.
In Shannon's place. Do something gracious for us in Shannon's place.
I will not permit one to kill you. You will die as suicides.
I wouldn't have it any other way. Tell us about killing people, Celestine. Were you born that way, or did it come on you all of a sudden?
They tried to make a revolution. You were foolish enough to stumble into it. It is a pity you stumbled into the wrong side.
You and Juan here are the right ones.
You are all alike. Poets, revolutionaries, adventurers. All with the intellect of trained fleas. Bibi, Mario, Etienne, Pepe. Oh, yes. Pepe is dead also. Juan took care of it.
Bibi was your sister. And Mario...
They were fools. They are happy you're dead. Now walk. To the edge of the cliff. Walk.
You happy now, sailor? You real happy?
What?
You came to Havana. You got what you came for, huh? Excitement, romance, a tropic moon, people killed.
You've gone crazy. What are you talking about?
What you wanted, isn't it, sailor? That's why you came to me, because it was empty for a girl like you back there from wherever you came from. Real empty.
Why you...
Don't slap me, sailor. I'll break you in two.
No one. No, do not put your hands on him. Leave them alone. Just keep the gun in his back. They will kill each other.
Sailor, watch it.
You watch it. He's got a gun in your back.
Have a gun in my back.
One! Careful, one! Careful!
The gun!
Get it, sailor. Pick it up. Now you, Celestine.
You let me go. Let me
Don't struggle, Celestine. Relax. Enjoy yourself. I'm a tender guy. I'm taking you back to Havana.
Fool! Take your hands off me. Let me go.
Celestine. I'm holding you real tight till the Havana police take you away from me.
You hold her that tight, she's not going to be in any condition for the police. So what about Juan?
Got a gun in your hand, haven't you, sailor?
Oh, sure. Sorry. I forgot for a moment.
Oh, get with it, sailor. Keep that gun pointed at Juan till we get back to Havana.
Then what?
And Shannon's place. Better back there. I want you with me.
How do you like it, Slate?
Like what?
Dancing with me.
That's all right.
I'm wearing a dress now.
Yeah, I noticed.
And my hair. You like it this way? You like my hair this way, Slate?
Let's get out of here.
I like it here.
Come on, let's go.
Go ahead. I'll find somebody who likes to dance.
I said come on.
Why?
Well, there's a breeze outside.
What's a breeze got to do with it?
I want to see what it does to your hair.
And so our two stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, have brought to a close our latest bold venture story. Special music was composed and conducted by David Rose. May we invite you to listen again next week at this time for another exciting adventure starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall together in Bold Venture.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, care of Star Times. Please meet me at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon in front of the Mercantile Building. You can do me a tremendous favor, perhaps change the whole course of my life. I shall be wearing a brown gabardine suit, and I'll be carrying a forest green suede.
I'll be carrying a forest green suede handbag. That was all. No name, no initials. Just the letter. Well, it didn't sound like much of an adventure. Brother, but how I could have used a crystal ball in good working order. And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, Look Pleasant, Please.
Gee, Mr. Holliday, doesn't look particularly thrilling, but I guess it's like the old itch.
Huh? The what?
The old itch. You know, when somebody says something smart that means something different from what it says, only it's the same thing.
Oh. On your next trip around the office, fix that one up, Susie.
What?
Never mind. Just save up your adage. Okay?
Okay.
Hey, I can just make it to the Mercantile Building by 2 o'clock. So long, Susie. There were lots of people standing in front of the building, but only one girl in a brown gabardine suit, green hat, and handbag. I didn't walk up to her right away because, well, I wanted to take a good look. And what I saw was good. Maybe about 24, slender, lots and lots of brown hair that fell down from that cute hat in a nice way. Her clothes spelled money with 2 capital M's. Well, I walked over to her. Good afternoon.
Oh.
I'm the man from Box 13.
Oh, thank you. Look, I know this sounds terribly foolish and silly, but I do want your help. Mr.
Holliday. Dan Holliday.
Oh, all right, Mr. Holliday. Do you have half an hour to spare?
Well, the afternoon's young, and I can wear it away to an old age. That answer your question?
Yes, it does. Do you photograph well, Mr. Holliday?
Huh? Well, my baby pictures always turned out pretty good. Of course, that was a little while ago, and
Look, I want you to have your photograph taken with me.
Oh, is that all?
Yes, that's all. Of course, I'll pay you for your time and trouble.
Oh, no. My time's my own, and what trouble I get into is usually my own fault.
All right, Mr. Holliday. There's a photographer in this building. He's ready for us.
Oh, by the way, what's your name?
Jones. Mary Jones.
Oh. You know, Miss Jones, a writer often spends hours thinking of the right name for the characters in his stories. But here you come along and without batting an eye, think of a very unusual one.
Do you have to know my real name?
Well, I'll live without it, but
Will you do it, Mr. Holliday?
All right, Miss Jones. Let's go look at the birdie. The photographer was ready, and it didn't take long for him to run off 3 shots. Miss Jones paid him, and the two of us went back downstairs. Out on the pavement, I turned to her, and I guess she read the look on my face.
Please don't ask me why, Mr. Holliday. Goodbye, and thanks very much.
Well, before I could move my feet, she was into a cab and gone. If this was it, I'd just chalk up the shortest adventure on record. There's nothing to do but go home and mark it off to experience. Yeah, that's where it should have stopped. The next morning, I walked into my office as usual and... Hey, what is this, Susan?
You could have told me.
Told you what?
I quit. You didn't trust me.
Oh, Susie, will you stop?
Oh, and the phone's been ringing all morning. Everybody wants to know about it.
About what?
Just answer the phone and find out. You...
Careful, Susie, careful. Hello.
Good morning, lover boy.
Oh, Kling. Well, how's the police department? This bright and early, it's not good to hear your voice.
I called for information.
Yeah, what kind? What about?
Well, shall I wear my organdy hat and crepe de chine badge?
What are you talking about? What is the matter with everyone?
For nothing, angel face. All's well with the world. And about $15 million.
Everybody's crazy.
Yeah, everybody but you. Oh, nice going, Holiday. Nice going. Am I invited, or don't you want cops? It might make the thing look bad, you know.
In 2 seconds, Kling, I'm going to hang up on you. What goes?
Don't you ever read the papers? Or don't you know what's going on in your life?
Now, listen, Oh, go arrest somebody. Now, look, Susie, what's this all about?
Look at the morning paper.
All right, I'm looking at... Holy mackerel.
She's awful pretty.
Be quiet, Susie. Prominent heiress announces engagement to Dan Holliday. Dan Holliday, that's me. That's my picture with her.
Sure it is.
I've been framed.
Oh, but you wouldn't frame a newspaper picture, would you?
Marcia Jameson, beautiful heiress to Jameson Lumber Fortune, announces engagement.
You're just a demijohn.
Don Juan.
Oh, one of the two. But you could have told me.
I could have told myself. Susie, if that phone rings anymore, don't answer it until I get this thing cleared up, one way or another. Goodbye. I got Marcia Jameson's address from the society editor at the Star Times, and a half hour later I was ushered into the big library at the Jameson home. Sitting behind the desk was a youngish-looking man. He rose to meet me as I walked into the room.
Ah, Mr. Holliday. I'm very happy to know you.
Yeah, I wish I could say the same.
I beg your pardon?
Where's Miss Jameson?
I've asked her to come down.
Good.
I suppose I'd better introduce myself. I'm Roger Jameson, Marcia's uncle and guardian.
She needs one.
I don't understand.
Well, that makes 2 of us. Suppose we pool our facts and get one good, twisted story out of them.
Mr. Holliday, you're acting very strangely. I must say that my niece's choice of a husband is, well, peculiar.
All right, I'm peculiar. At parties, I'm a standout, but I'd like to...
Dan, darling, how nice of you to come this morning.
What did you expect?
You, of course. You've met Uncle Roger?
Yes, Marcia, we've met.
Oh, I want you two to like each other.
Oh, fine. I love everybody in the world, but
Uncle Roger, could I speak to Dan alone, please?
Certainly, Marcia. You'll stay for lunch, Mr. Holliday?
No, thank you.
Oh, yes, he will, Uncle Roger.
Good. We'll have a long talk.
Now, Miss Jameson.
Why did you come here?
Maybe you haven't seen the morning paper.
Mr. Holliday, Dan, help me.
I did. And I've got engaged. Look, Miss Jameson,
Marcia.
I don't know you that well. We just became engaged this morning.
Dan, it's imperative that you act as my fiancé until after the 16th of this month.
Well, what happens then?
Oh, Dan, if you'll just do what I ask until the 16th. On that day... yes, come in.
Lunch is ready any time. You are staying, Mr. Holliday.
Yes, You'll stay, Uncle Roger.
One more lunch like that, and I'd have had indigestion for the rest of my life. Uncle Roger was very curious about me. He asked a lot of questions, which Marcia answered. Then, when I was ready to leave...
Well, of course, Mr. Holliday, this engagement came as a complete surprise to me. I had no idea you and Marcia even knew each other.
Well, I get around a lot, Mr. Jameson.
Hey, you'd better call me Roger, Dan.
Yes, there's nothing like being friendly.
Well, I'm sure Dan has a lot of things to do this afternoon, Uncle Roger. We'd better let him go.
Of course. We'll have plenty of time to talk about things, Dan. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Roger.
Oh, thank you, Dan. You were wonderful.
Superb, considering I didn't know where the ball was half the time.
Oh, we'll wait until the 16th, won't you?
It's 5 days from now. Meanwhile, what do I tell my friends? And where do I stack the wedding presents?
You can always say we broke up.
Uh-huh.
And I'll tell you something else, Dan.
Can there be anything else?
I almost wish the whole thing were true. Goodbye, Dan.
And with that, I was left standing on the elegant steps of the Jameson Castle. Well, I could have put the whole thing on the line and cleared up the situation. It'd have been easy. Just deny it. Tell the whole story. Or I could stay in the play and see what the score was. I walked down the stairs, then glanced back and looked up at a window and right into Uncle Roger's eyes. Before I could smile, he let the curtains fall back in place. Okay, that made up my mind. Curiosity killed a cat, they say. All right. Yeah.
Well, Danny, welcome to the Star Times. And what brings you into the morgue?
Jonesy, I want to do some research.
So you came to the right place. Oh, congratulations.
Thanks.
That's a lot of dough you're marrying.
Yeah.
Kind of sudden, wasn't it? Known her a long time?
Jonesy, I feel as though it was just yesterday. Now, get me everything you've got on her.
Huh? You're going to look up your own fiancée?
Yep.
What's the idea?
Kind of silly, isn't it?
Well, it's your business. I can put my fingers right on the stuff you...
You got much?
All here. Matter of fact, I was reading about her this morning. When I heard you were marrying her, I did some work.
And?
Well, on the 16th of this month, she comes into about 15 million.
What?
Yeah. But she has to be married by then.
Oh. How come?
Her father's will says so. If she doesn't marry by the 16th of this month, this year, her 15 million goes to, Roger Jameson, uncle.
Oh.
You didn't know?
I don't know a lot of things. What else have you got, Jonesy?
She had kind of bad luck before.
Yes, what kind?
Engaged twice before, and both her fiancés had accidents.
Bad?
Yeah.
Dead?
Well, if they weren't, they had an awful dirty trick played on them.
What?
They were buried.
And now, back to Look Pleasant, Please. Another Box 13 adventure with Ellen Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well, there I was, all wide-eyed and innocent, engaged to marry a girl whose last two fiancés had lots of bad luck. For myself, I wasn't anxious to inherit any of that. But I had to find out a little more. So I went back to the Jameson place. The butler recognized me and let me in without announcing me. I walked down the hall and heard voices in the library. Ordinarily, keyhole listening would have been out, but, well, I heard my name. The door was open, so...
I tell you, Dan, we'll go through with it.
Oh, Dan, first name already, huh?
Oh, don't be silly, Charles. I've got to convince everyone he is my fiancé.
Well, what if he backs out before the 16th?
He won't.
What makes you so sure?
I know.
Oh?
Oh, don't be stupid, Charles.
I'm not stupid. I'm just careful.
Darling, you know better.
Well, all right, Marcia.
Now, you'd really better go, Charles. After all, you know...
As they say in Alice in Wonderland, curiouser and curiouser. I was wondering about it when Charles came toward the door. I backed away and ducked into another room.
Well, where is Dan now?
I don't know, Charles, but you'd better get back to the office or Uncle Roger will miss you.
All right, darling. Bye.
Oh, I'll tell you when and where we can meet again, sweetheart.
You know, I'm fussy about these things.
Who the devil is...
The name's Holiday, Charlie. I'm engaged to Marcia.
How did you get in?
The front door. It works. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, Charles, kissing another man's betrothed.
Well, now look, Dan,
Oh, you go on, Charles. Dan, I want to explain something.
They could stand it.
Now, look, Holiday,
Go on, Charles.
Oh, very well. I'll see you.
Will you come into the library, Dan?
But I've got a book.
Oh, please, I owe you an explanation.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Well, Charles is...
Charles is the man you love. That the line you're hunting for?
Yes.
All right, that's the first olive out of the bottle. The rest should be easy.
But it isn't. You see, Dan, your life's in danger.
Yes, I gathered that from the things I read a while ago.
You read?
Yes, the newspaper files.
Oh, Dan, if you want to, you can back out.
I know. But maybe I'm more than a little curious.
But you know about my two fiancés.
Extinct.
Uncle Roger killed them, or had them killed.
And Uncle Roger knows nothing about Charles?
No.
The aforementioned uncle thinks I'm fiancé number 3 in order of appearance. Uncle tries to put a block on me while Charles goes for a touchdown, right?
Oh, you make it sound so brutal, heartless.
Got any other words for it? You and Charles live happily ever after. I don't.
All right, you can do as you please. I was going to ask you to go through with it, but I can't.
So, before I left, I promised Marcia I'd stick it out another day. Okay, I'm a sucker. But if Uncle Roger was going to toss a curve, I'd at least be waiting for it. But before I went any further, I called on Lieutenant Kling, told him what was up. He was very sympathetic.
Oh, what a story.
It strikes you funny, huh?
Yeah.
All I want to know is, was there anything that might have tied the uncle in with the deaths of Marcia's fiancés?
No.
You're sure?
Sure I am. When I read about your engagement, I remembered her name.
And?
Those deaths were accidents.
And the uncle?
Clean.
Look, Kling, maybe he's smart.
Yeah, could be. There are lots of smart people in the world.
Oh, but I'm not one of them. Is that it?
Look, Holiday, I warned you that someday your Box 13 routine would land you in a slippery spot. Okay, it's up to you to keep your footing.
Kling, just suppose I lead with my chin, and Uncle Roger takes a poke at it. Would that open up the other 2 cases?
Sure.
All right, maybe I'll do it.
Holiday.
What?
Look, take it easy.
Why, Lieutenant, you sound concerned for me.
I'd miss having to hold your hand every once in a while. Well, what are you going to do now?
Call on Uncle Roger and make like a sucker.
Well, Dan, sit down, won't you?
Thanks, Roger.
You know, it's going to be quite a treat seeing Marcia married.
Yes, after 2 unhappy beginnings before.
Oh, you know about those? Marcia told you, I suppose?
In a way, yes.
Mm-hmm. You wanted to see me about something, Dan?
Oh, just a social call. If you're busy, I can...
Oh, no, not at all. I was about to leave anyway.
You know, Roger, it's very strange.
Strange? What is?
You haven't asked me anything about myself.
I don't have to, Dan.
Meaning?
I've been very busy since this morning. You see, I have quite a bit of influence. Connection, so to speak.
And they told you what?
Who you are, where you live, what you do for a living. Dan, how much do you love Marcia?
I'm going to marry her.
You have quite a good income, so it's not the money you're after.
Obviously.
Dan, I'd give anything in the world to see Marcia happy. We practically grew up together. There's only 10 years difference in our ages. You see, my brother was 20 when I was born.
Oh, I see.
Marcia is my only living relative.
Oh. Then I understand your concern for her.
I'm glad you do. I want to show you something. Miss Claridge, bring in the Jameson estate papers, will you? Thank you.
What's that for?
Dan, you write mysteries, among other things. Consequently, I think you have a suspicious mind.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I'm Marcia's uncle, trustee of her fortune until she gets married, which must be by the 16th of this month. Now, surely in one of your stories you must have written about a guardian who misappropriates funds, embezzles.
No, I never have.
Well, it doesn't really matter. You see,
The estate papers, Mr. Jameson.
I thought I asked Miss Claridge to bring them in.
Oh, well, she was busy, and I was on my way past anyway.
All right, Charles. Thank you. Oh, Charles, this is Dan Holliday, Marcia's fiancé. Dan, this is Charles Crane.
How are you?
Fine. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Is that all, Mr. Jameson?
Yes, that's all. Thank you. All right. Here are the papers. I think you'll find every penny accounted for. Everything in order, Dan?
It looks like it.
We're going to get along, Dan. Get along beautifully.
I wonder for how long. If Uncle Roger was planning on making me number 3 on his hit parade, he was playing it smart. Oh, he was smooth. So smooth that I stayed at a hotel that night. If Uncle Roger knew where I lived, I might have visitors. And of course, I didn't sleep much. It was a lot of thinking to do. And it added up to something funny. The next day was Saturday, and it came in handy because Uncle Roger's office was closed. And I wanted to see something there. I called on Marcia and told her. Maybe she was a little surprised.
Why do you want to go through the files, Dan?
I've got a hunch, Marcia. Maybe Uncle Roger didn't show me the right papers.
For the estate?
Yeah, that's it. Have you got a key to the office?
I could get one, and one to the files.
Get them for me, will you? Say, where's Uncle Roger today?
Oh, on a yacht anchored outside the harbor. You're to go there tomorrow night.
Why?
He's arranged an engagement party. Dan, if you don't want to go, if you want to back out now...
Nothing doing. I'm beginning to like this. All right, Marcia, give me the keys. Getting into the office was easy. I went to the files marked Jameson. Yeah, the papers were there all right. But not the set Uncle Roger had shown me. These were different. What little I knew about finance showed me some fancy juggling had been going on. I was checking them carefully. A neat round hole appeared in the file case alongside my head. I ducked behind the case and peeked around just in time to see the outer door to the office close. Somebody with a silenced gun played clay pigeon with me. So Uncle Roger was on the yacht, was he? When I got back out on the street, a storm had kicked up. I took a cab back to my apartment and phoned Marcia. She didn't answer. The butler said she had gone, and Uncle Roger was on the yacht. Late in the evening, I received a note from Marcia.
Dan, I'm terribly frightened. Uncle Roger insisted that I come to the yacht tonight. I'm writing this note from my cabin now. I know something dreadful will happen, so please, if you can, come at once. There are speedboats at the dock to take you out. But be careful, Dan. Be careful.
It could have been a trap, but I compared the writing on this note with the first letter to box 13. Oh, it was hers, all right. Careful, neat, precise. Okay, if this was a showdown, might as well get it over with. When I got there, the yacht was pitching and rolling like a bad bronc with a burr under his saddle. That all-day storm hadn't let up a bit. Then I was on board, but nobody was in sight. There was one cabin with a light inside. I went to it, opened the door.
Holiday, what are you doing here?
Visiting?
I don't understand. Didn't Marcia tell you the party was tomorrow night?
I like to be early for appointments. Where is Marcia?
What's the matter with you? She's not here.
Oh, yes, she is.
Have you gone crazy?
Not yet. Sit down, Uncle Roger.
Oh, all right.
You know, Uncle Roger, I don't like being shot at.
I don't know what you're talking about. Where is Marcia?
Cut it out.
Yes? What were you going to say? Well, what's the matter?
Have you got a gun?
Gun? Yes, but...
Get it.
Are you...
Get it fast.
It's not here. It's always in this desk drawer.
Is this what you're looking for, Uncle Roger?
Charles, what are you doing here?
And you might ask him what he's doing with your gun. It is yours, isn't it?
Well, it looks like it.
You don't think I'd kill you with my own gun, do you, Holiday?
Very neat, Charlie, very neat. But the crew...
Just 2 crewmen aboard. The rest won't be here until tomorrow. And that storm is convenient. Lots of noise. Something funny, Holiday?
Yeah. Yeah, you are. You think you're going to get by with this, don't you?
Is there anything to stop me?
What is this all about? If this is a prank...
Oh, no, Roger, not a joke. Definitely not. Charles and Marcia had it all planned very neatly. The accidents to her other fiancés gave these 2 beauties the idea. Charles fakes another set of papers to look as though you were embezzling, and...
What?
Yeah. They make it look as though you can't afford to have her married by the 16th, because if she doesn't marry, then the estate goes to you.
And you're killed with my gun.
That's it. And you're killed the same way. Charles muscles up this cabin to make it look as though there were a struggle.
All right, Holiday, second guessing.
Oh, no, Charlie, I'm not so dumb. You see, I called the police before I came aboard. You see, I guess...
You're a liar. You couldn't know.
Oh, but I could. Marcia's note gave it away.
Marcia's note?
Uh-huh. The note she was supposed to have written aboard this yacht. You see, her handwriting was neat, precise, careful. Charlie, ever try to write a neat hand on a pitching, rolling yacht? Can't be done. So I knew she wasn't aboard. And there was only one reason she'd want to get me here. To work this frame and... Oh, hello, Lieutenant Clay.
Lieutenant...
Oh! Grab the gun.
Holiday, is he...
Charlie's gone bye-bye for a little while.
Call the police in here, Dan. Where are they?
Are you kidding? Lieutenant Kling is probably saving his Betty by. Me, I gotta sit down. You see, Susie, they weren't satisfied with $15 million. They wanted Uncle Roger's money, too. Which they would have had if that frame had worked.
Uh-huh.
Hey, what are you doing? What do you got there?
A new camera. It's got a wonderful gadget on it that lets me get in the picture. All I do is press this button and... Oh, here, I'll show you. We'll both down the light, see, like this. And then...
Oh, no. Not again. Good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holiday in Box 13. Alan Ladd appears through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures. Watch for him in his latest picture, Saigon. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville, with an original story by Russell Hughes, and original music composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker, and that of Lieutenant Kling by Edmund McDonald. John Beale played Roger Jameson. Production is supervised by Vern Karstensen. This is a Mayfair production from Hollywood.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. So often we take the course of our daily lives for granted. So many of us live in a routine world, knowing pretty much one day what we'll be doing the next. And this isn't bad, mind you. But every now and then, something stops us short. Witnessing a dramatic auto accident. Seeing a building collapse in flames. Well, our story isn't about such disasters, but Doug Watson, our hero, is in for what we might call the shock of his life.
Doug, you'll undoubtedly be back with your wife again. As soon as we rejoin the outside world.
And when will that be?
I don't know. As soon as you help us to do so.
And just how am I supposed to do that?
Well, I assume you know. You came to us through this terrible invisible curtain that shrouds us. We're expecting you to lead us out.
Mystery drama, The Outsider, was written especially for the Radio Mystery Theater by Bob Jurin and stars John Beal. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and True Value hardware stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Take your Contact, take it now. Give your cold to Contact.
Before you choose a cold medicine, you should know that no cold tablet, no cold liquid has found the way to give you Contact's continuous relief. One Contact works up to 12 hours. Helps relieve all your congestive symptoms. All day, all night. That's the wonder of Contact.
Give your cold to Contact.
Take only as directed. Reality is a curious thing. It's so relative. To a child alone in bed at night, moving shadows can be real monsters, very real. Dreams are real until we wake up. What we experience is real to us. And to Doug Watson, his experience was real. It could have been a dream, but Doug doesn't think so. In fact, he knows differently.
I sit here with this curious stone in my hand, unbelieving. Smooth as polished marble, still warm, blue, and lustrous. I know where I got it, but I still can't understand or believe. What happened to me? Was I permitted a glimpse of something no man should know? Did I look into a world of my own hallucination? Hallucination, I could accept that. But this stone in my hand is real. It must have happened. And it had to have been this evening. But it seems so long ago. I was on my regular commuter train going home. I had pressing work to do, but Lloyd Cox had already spotted me.
Playing in the tournament Sunday, Doug?
No, I'll be spending the weekend in the den. Semi-annual report to finish.
You'd better not skip Millie's buffet Sunday night. She'll never forgive you.
Alice mentioned something about that. Well, we'll see. Well, Sunday's my birthday.
Yeah, we know. That's why Millie particularly wants you there.
I'm trying to forget the years. I stopped counting 3 years ago.
Yeah, it happens to all of us. Well, my stop's coming up. Take care, Doug. And don't work too hard. See you Sunday night.
Yeah, see you, Lloyd. I still had 3 more stops to go. I opened my attaché case and took out the forecast I'd been working on. I lost myself in a maze of profit expectations, cost factors, personnel demands, and federal regulations. And after a while,
Something in the back of my mind broke my concentration, and I looked up. I got the shock of my life. The entire car was empty. Not another soul in the car. Ordinarily, 20 or so people are still on the train when I get off. How far had I come? I slammed my case shut and ran to the front of the car. Looking through the door into the next car gave me the next shock. It was empty, too. The entire train was empty. There wasn't even a conductor on it. We were coming to the lights of a town. I had no idea where I was. I had to get off and phone Alice to come pick me up. Stupid of me to work right past my stop. I jumped onto the platform. The station house was dark and locked. I couldn't place this town at all. I didn't know much about the villages past my own stop, so I walked toward a lighted diner and went in to phone Alice. That's when I got my third shock of the night. A woman was behind the counter drying dishes, and she turned toward me.
You? Oh, no, I can't believe it. How did you get here? Oh, let me touch you. Let me know you're real. You're here. You are real.
Look, miss, I just want to use the phone. You do have...
I've got to call Walter right away. Oh, sit down. Please don't go away. You won't go away, will you?
Well, I can't very well go anywhere. I just got off the train. I missed my regular stop in Bloomsdale.
Bloomsdale?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there used to be a Bloomsdale. Oh, but never mind that now. I've got to call Walter.
Well, then, can I call my home? I'll pay you for the call.
Only local calls. It's because... Walter? He's here. At last. On the train, he says. Yes, this very minute. Of course, I'm sure. I touched him. It's the outsider.
I had to get out of there. Obviously, this girl was deranged in some way. And I had no intention of waiting for Walter, whoever he was. But I did have to phone Alice.
Walter will be here in a minute. He only lives half a block up Turtle Street.
May I use the phone now? Or a payphone if you have one.
Let me look at you. Oh, let me touch you again.
Now, look, miss. I don't know what bothers you about me, but all I want to do is call my wife and have her pick me up. What town is this, anyway?
Hanover Hills.
Hanover Hills? In Westchester?
Oh, I just can't believe it. You're here at last. You're the first outsider to come here in 30 years. Oh, we've been praying and waiting for you.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, you don't believe me. You'll believe Walter. He's the mayor.
Gail, you're the one we hoped for? You're right. It's him.
What is this?
Let me shake your hand, sir. I'm Walter Cummings, mayor of Hanover Hills. And you are...
Doug Watson.
Doug Watson. Oh, how refreshing to hear a new name. Oh, wait till the town hears this and meets you. Now, tell me. Gail says you came in on the train.
Of course.
The train actually stopped?
Well, I didn't jump off.
And this was a few minutes ago?
Yes.
Oh, this is wonderful. This may be the break. You see, no one in Hanover Hills could hear or see the train. There hasn't been a train go through here in 30 years. You, Doug Watson, are our savior.
I was now convinced that I'd met up with two genuine lunatics. I started edging for the door, thinking I could either find the police station and some real help or at least get away.
Oh, no, you cannot go, sir. You will accept my hospitality and come home with me for a celebration. Gail, close up and spread the word.
Well, thank you very much for your kind invitation, but I really have to get home. I've work to do, and it's getting late. My wife's going to be worried.
Oh, yes. Yes, by all means, call your wife. Let's see if it works. Gail, this will be the first test of the outsider's power. Here, sir. Call your wife.
Thank you. At last. I can dial Bloomsdale, can't I?
Try it. Keep the fingers crossed. Is it ringing?
No. Nothing.
Oh.
Like a dead line. Okay, you win. Tell me what this is all about. Am I a prisoner?
We're all prisoners here, Mr. Watson. And we believe you've come here to save us. Come home with me now. You can't go anywhere else.
Curiously, now I didn't feel menaced. I had a slow, creeping sensation that these people were serious and sincere, and that I had stumbled into something totally incredible. It hadn't occurred to me before how old-fashioned the lunch counter and counter stools in this diner were. Not one item smacked of the 1970s or 80s.
We'll have a bite of dinner before the others arrive, and I'll tell you why we have such hopes for you. And what we expect of you. More coffee?
Oh, thanks.
You see, Doug, for 30 years, not a living soul, not a car, truck, train, or bus has arrived in Hanover Hills. No one has grown a day older. No one's died. Not a single child has been born.
I just can't figure you or this whole thing. How can you expect me to believe what you just said?
We found it hard to believe ourselves when it happened. In fact, we didn't realize that anything had happened.
Well, what was it that happened, as you say?
It was early in 1950. The government was involved in underground nuclear testing, but far, far away over in Nevada.
Yes, I remember.
But one afternoon in June, we felt a terrible rumbling underground. The hills all around us shook.
Earthquake?
Well, it was just like one. But never in history had there been one here. When it settled, we saw on the highest of the hills a great fissure, a hole in the side of the hill. And from it came a curious vapor.
Underground gas, no doubt.
We have no idea what it is.
Is? You mean it's still there?
You'll see it tomorrow. It's been emerging for 30 years. And you'll see more things tomorrow that I think will surprise you. Things we've grown accustomed to.
Well, you say that I'm the first outsider to come here, but why can't you leave? Can't you simply walk down the road a piece?
I hear the word has spread. They're gathering outside.
Who?
The townspeople.
The street's full, Walter, and more coming.
Yeah. You'll have to meet them, Doug.
I know. I'm the savior.
I think they're all getting heated up over nothing.
Russ. Oh, this is my husband, Mr. Watson. Russ Harrison.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Russ, be civil.
Here, follow me, please. They won't hurt you. Why, you're our hero.
I've never been a celebrity before.
Please? Please, quiet, everyone. Quiet down. Now, I know you've come to see the outsider, and, well, here he is, in the flesh. Real. His name is Douglas Watson. His arrival may mean we're returning to the world. Now, I say may because we must not get up false hopes.
He's the first outsider, isn't he? It means we're finished with this thing?
Well, that's possible. And we all want to believe it. But we'll just have to see what happens.
How about a word from you, Mr. Watson?
Yes, speak to them, please.
Well, I don't know what to tell any of you. I don't understand this any more than you do. Maybe a lot less. I got off a train, and here I am. Your mayor here, Walter, was explaining something to me earlier, but I don't know the whole story. Well, that's about all I can say.
All right, friends. You can go home now. Mr. Watson and I have some work to do, but as soon as we see positive results, you'll all know it. You'll see it and feel it.
Is there anything Russ and I can do, Walter?
No. Why don't you run along, too? Mr. Watson, you'll stay here with me tonight. I have plenty of bedrooms.
Good night, Walter. Mr. Watson. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good night.
Good night. You know, I was going to ask you, why can't you just leave? There are roads in and out of town, aren't there?
Yes.
Well, hasn't anyone tried to go to the next town? Call people up on the phone?
Of course.
And what happened?
You'll find out tomorrow, Doug. Tomorrow, when it's daylight, I'll take you around Hanover Hills.
But what about my wife? She'll be frantic if I don't even call.
Yes, it's unfortunate, but I'm afraid you can't call her. Our phone makes local calls only. We've never been able to dial a number outside the town. Nor have we ever had a call come in. You saw what happened when you tried to call from the diner.
Well, I'll have to go along with it, I guess.
But be encouraged, as we all are. You'll undoubtedly be back with your wife again, as soon as we rejoin the outside world.
When will that be?
We don't know. As soon as you help us to do so.
And just how am I supposed to do that?
Well, we assume you know. You came to us through this terrible invisible curtain that surrounds us. We're expecting you to lead us out.
Seems to have become the unwitting Pied Piper of Hanover Hills, a village caught in a strange and incredible time warp into which he stumbled. They're all expecting him to bring them back to the outside world. But I wonder if they really know what they're letting themselves in for. Of course, we haven't seen all of Hanover Hills yet, and we haven't really met its citizens. We'll do both when I return shortly with Act 2.
Pat Summerall. If you're interested in values for your home, work, and play, you'll find the Fall Shopper Circular from True Value Hardware Stores well worth looking into. Because inside you'll find values to make your home more secure from theft and fire. Values to make your home more attractive, like paint and painting accessories. And plumbing and electrical supplies and fixtures to make your home run more smoothly. True Value Hardware Stores also offer new ideas to help you save on energy bills this winter. And appliance and power tool values to save you time and energy in the kitchen and workshop. Turn to the houseware section to find ways to help you clean up more efficiently and cook up new ideas. And the hardware section to help you make home repairs. See hundreds of values for your home, for work, and play in the Fall Shopper Circular from participating True Value Hardware Stores and home centers. And save gas. You won't have to drive far for your hardware and houseware needs. If you're looking for values, service, and selection, you'll find them nearby at any one of the more than 5,000 True Value Hardware Stores and home centers nationwide.
Now to return to Hanover Hills, that curious town that claims to have lived in suspended animation for 30 years. I'd say Doug Watson has a tall order in front of him if he expects to unlock the secret of the mysterious force that gripped the town. But the human spirit will rise when challenged and meet the unavoidable obligation. After all, Doug has no choice.
Oh, good morning. Trust you slept well?
Yeah. Much to my surprise, with all this on my mind.
It's a beautiful day. Perfect for showing you Hanover Hills.
Well, I'll have to admit I am curious. I just wish you wouldn't expect too much of me. I haven't the slightest idea what to do.
We'll have breakfast at Russ and Gail's diner. Then we'll be on our rounds.
Your car's in fantastic shape for a 49. How do you do it?
It's never changed. Nothing's ever worn out. Nothing ever does in Hanover Hills. Oh, I polish it regularly, though.
Well, what about gas and oil? You said no trucks have ever come in here. Where'd you get it?
Pumps are always full. Ed Hanley runs a filling station. Oil and gas are always there. We gave up questioning it long ago.
And electricity and water.
Abundant supply.
Well, what about food?
Fields are always full of fresh vegetables. In summer, of course. The shelves of the supermarket never go empty. Nor the meat freezers.
And you want to change all this? It's utopia.
Not really, Doug. You'll soon see.
Is that the vapor you're talking about up there on the hill?
That's it. It's much farther away than it looks. It comes from that black hole in the side of the rock. A deep wisp of steam disappears into the air.
Well, like I started to say last night, can't you just take the main road out of town?
Rather than tell you what happens, I'll show you. We're now on Route 52. Runs north and south, supposedly to New York City.
Right. I take it into the city myself from Bloomsdale. In fact, if we keep going south, we should come right into Bloomsdale.
Look up ahead. Nothing but fields, huh?
Yeah, we seem to be leaving the town behind.
Oh, we are. Or better still, exactly as you put it, we seem to be.
And we're not?
Notice how the road curves up ahead?
Yeah.
Wait till you see what's around that bend.
We rounded the bend, like you said, and there in front of us was the main street of the town we just left. It seemed impossible. We'd driven more than a mile in the opposite direction. The railroad station was on the right, and the diner just ahead of us. Not a single car on the street was more recent than a 1950. Walter pulled up in front of the diner.
Like this with every road into or out of the village. We always end up right where we started. Well, shall we have breakfast?
Oh, you're still here. Oh, I thought last night was maybe a dream.
Oh, he's very much here, all right. Tell Russ to get some eggs over easy going. All right with you, Doug?
Suits me.
2 double hands over easy, Russ. Walter and Mr. Watson are here.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, you have to excuse my husband, Mr. Watson. He's not exactly Mr. Personality.
That's all right.
He used to be before this happened. It affected lots of people in different ways.
That's putting it mildly.
You see, we know it's 1980, but we have no idea what the world is like. All TV and radio stopped with whatever is coming out of that hole in the mountain.
How do you know 30 years have passed?
Oh, we've kept track of the days, the years. Birthdays are the hardest in most people. They know they're a year older, but don't look it or feel it.
And that's hard? Listen, I know 100 people who'd give their left arm to be in that position.
Yeah, it sounds great, don't it? You got any idea how boring that is? You got any idea? Oh, of course you don't.
Russ, please.
Get up every morning and see the same woman looking the same year after year, driving the same car, seeing the same noisy brats, never growing up, just being the same noisy brats that when you want to choke them. Only it don't do no good because you can't shut them up. They ain't never going to grow up, and they ain't never going to die.
Russ.
Let him.
I know what you're thinking, Mr. Outsider. Ain't it grand? I was 40 when this thing hit, and if anyone had told me then I was going to live like this forever, I'd have said, whoopee. But I'm so sick of this diner, this town, I could die. But the funny part is, I can't even do that. I'll be out back.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Watson.
No, I'm glad he sounded off. He's right. I wouldn't have looked at it that way.
And Russ isn't the only one. We would all like very much for time to resume for us again. To change, to grow.
And you think I'm the only one who can make that possible?
Your coming has given us the ray of hope. Now, after breakfast, I want to show you the fissure and the vapor. It has a very curious property, and I'm anxious to see how it reacts to you and you to it. There it is, up ahead.
What is this strange property you mentioned?
Now, I want you to see for yourself. Now, we'll have to go on foot from here.
We're going up there?
Yeah, just wait and see. From this closer perspective, you can see how large that fissure really is.
Yeah.
And vapor is much more profuse than it appears from the village. Notice that the slope of the hill is a gentle one. Base is about 200 yards away. Nothing at all obstructs our view of the fissure high up there as we approach the bottom of the hill.
That's right.
Now, just a few seconds. Notice what happens. Well?
Well?
You don't seem surprised.
At what?
Don't you see that the fissure and the vapor have completely disappeared from view? Although there's nothing between us and it. We have never been able to approach any closer.
They're both still there. I can see them as clear as ever.
You still see them?
Yes.
Let's get closer. Quickly.
You mean you can't see the vapor or the fissure?
Not at all. We're almost at the very foot of the hill now. Can you still?
Are you pulling my leg, telling me you can't see that hole up there and the steam coming out of it? I can even hear it.
Would I pull your leg about this after everything else that you've seen? We have tried since the crack first appeared to investigate it from every angle. We can never come close. The fact that you still see it must mean that you're not affected by it. You can approach it. You can learn its secrets.
I'm not going up there for an atomic steam bath or whatever that thing is.
Oh, but you must. It's the source of our incredible existence. Now, you're the first outsiders. You're immune to our condition. You are the only one who can approach and perhaps put an end to it.
You're asking me to go into what looks like a live volcano? There's a sort of a pulsating blue light inside there.
There is? We've never seen it from the village.
Well, this is as far as I go.
I'm sorry. You're right, Doug. I must try to understand how you feel. Let's go back to the car. I see it now. We've all been too anxious. You haven't even been here 24 hours, and we're expecting miracles from you.
He was right. I'm no miracle worker. I was getting more worried about Alice all the time. She must be frantic. She had no idea where I was. And, of course, neither did I. At least, I knew I was alive and well. Walter left me alone for the afternoon while he conferred with the city fathers. For the first time, I had a chance to think. I decided to try leaving the place the way I came in, along the railroad tracks. It was worth a chance. I took my attaché case and started back down the tracks in the direction last night's train had come. They stretched as far as I could see.
Mr. Watson, you mind if I join you?
Well, no, of course not.
Well, out for a stroll.
I'm going to see how far I can go along the tracks. I should come to Bloomsdale. I've had enough of this nightmare.
Well, we won't be run down by any trains, that's for sure. Do you mind if I take your arm?
Oh.
It's so nice to touch someone different. You are going to lead us out, aren't you?
Look, up ahead.
Oh?
A train station. It's got to be the next town down the line.
Do you think so? Look, at the sign on the station house.
Hanover Hills? It can't be.
It is.
We've never left the tracks. We've never changed direction. Hanover Hills was behind us.
Why are you so surprised?
I don't know. I should have expected it. Let's get back. I want to talk with Walter. If you really think I can find something to help you up on that hill, I'm willing to try.
We do, Doug. The fissure's our only answer. And even then, who knows? You may enter that fissure, walk through a tunnel, and find yourself back in Bloomsdale, was it?
Yes.
You may leave us all behind.
Well, that won't help you.
True. But help is not coming from any other quarter either.
Well, I guess you're right.
A few precautions do occur to me. I think we should have a knapsack for food and water and some protective clothing.
We?
Of course, I'll go with you.
Well, how can you?
Well, even though the fissure is not visible to me, I can still accompany you.
Oh, I'm ready.
We'll go tomorrow.
Well, why wait?
It's mid-afternoon now. I think we should start early in the morning. And we have to get our things together. Tomorrow we'll drive to the foot of the hill and see what we shall see.
In the early evening, just before twilight, I walked alone along the road that led toward the hillside, where the vapor rose silently into the sky. The late sun tinted it with orange and red. It looked like a silk scarf gently waving in the evening summer breeze. And I thought of this morning, the hissing sound it made, the pulsating blue lights inside the fissure. And I wondered just what I was getting into. But I had no choice. There was no one but me to approach this phenomenon. And tomorrow, I would do so.
Doug Watson seems to have found the fountain of youth, a land where no one grows older, nothing wears out, and nothing changes. But no one seems happy about it. Of course, Doug himself really ought to get back to Alice and the family if he can. What lies inside the fissure in the hillside with the strange vapor and the blue lights? We'll find out when we go along with Doug in Act 3. The morning has dawned bright and pleasant in Hanover Hills. A wisp of vapor rises from the hole in the hillside in a straight, unwavering line in the still air. And on the highway leading, you should pardon the expression, out of Hanover Hills, Doug Watson is riding with Mayor Walter Cummings on their way to explore the strange phenomenon that has kept the village a virtual prisoner.
Doug, you can't imagine my feelings at this time. We're on the threshold of an answer.
You hope.
I know that something will change when you explore that fissure.
Well, I don't know what I'm going to do when I get there.
You will know.
All we can do is try. Come on. I want to get this thing over with.
Doug, whatever happens, if you find a way out and leave us behind, or if tampering with that vapor only increases our condition, I want you to know how much we appreciate your help and your courage.
Oh, forget it. Courage is the last thing I've got. I just want to get out of here.
Well, this is the vanishing point, or I'll stop seeing it. But I'll try to stay with you as long as I can.
Well, let's go then. It's up there, big as day. I can still see it and hear it.
I can't.
Well, what do you see then?
Nothing but the hillside. Exactly as it was before this happened. Now, keep describing it for me.
We're starting up the hill now.
I'm right behind you.
I can see the blue lights now. They're much brighter as we get closer. The opening is larger than it looks from down below. It's weird. It doesn't seem threatening. It's almost inviting. It's a shame you can't see it, Walter.
Is there any heat from the vapor?
No. The lights pulsate with a definite rhythm.
Well, how close are you?
A few yards from the entrance. Looks like a cave. Big enough to stand up in. I'm going in. No turning back now. Walter? Walter? I turned, and Walter was gone. The hill behind me was deserted. And before me, the entrance to this fantastic opening in the hillside. I stepped inside the entrance. And it was like a disco. Hypnotizing, fantastic, fascinating. The walls and ceiling flashed with the pulsating blue and white light. The vapor swirled and danced inside the cave until it swept out the front of the fissure. I felt nothing. No heat. No choking sensation. Nothing but a force urging me deeper into the recess. And then I saw it. On the ground. Resting in a shallow hole. A small blue stone. Like polished marble. And from this jewel surged the light and vapor. This was the source of Hanover Hill's predicament. But where had it come from? The earth obviously upheaved it during the quake Walter had described. Hypnotized, I was drawn closer. The force was irresistible. I was completely in its spell. I knelt beside the hole and reached forward slowly. My fingers closed around the cool blue marble. I knelt alone in darkness, stillness. In an instant, The lights and the vapor had stopped. And ahead of me, I could see the daylight at the opening. I hurried outside. The morning seemed just as I'd left it, bright and beautiful. The hillside and the road below were empty. Walter was nowhere in sight. I started down toward the road and looked back. There wasn't a trace of the fissure I had so recently explored. The hillside was as unscarred as it had been for centuries. I scrambled the rest of the way down to the road. I heard it before I saw it. Coming from the south toward Hanover Hills was a small delivery truck. I waved and shouted, and the driver pulled to a stop.
Hop in. How far are you going?
Into town.
Your lucky day. I got a couple of deliveries there.
Yeah? Baked goods, I see.
You know this Hanover Hills pretty good?
A little. Why?
Never been there before. You know where the diner is? That's my first stop.
Yes, I think I can show you where it is. But right now, I'm not too sure.
Town ain't all that big, is it?
No, it's not. So where are you coming from?
I'm up the line. Baker's in Mount Vernon, but I deliver all over the county.
You sure you got a delivery in Hanover Hills?
What's the matter with you? Would I be asking if I didn't? Right there on the dash. See them slips? Top one says Hanover Hills. Diner, handy food store, and landmark hotel.
How come you never delivered there before?
Never had an order that I know of. I only been working for the bakery a couple of months. Hey, we're coming into town. Which way do I go?
Straight ahead. I'll tell you where to turn. It's right across from the railroad station.
Holy Moses. You sure there's anyone living in this place?
He had a point. The place was the most run-down-looking town I'd ever seen. The nice row of houses that only yesterday were so clean and neat were in complete disrepair. Paint peeling, vines all over. The street was cracked and broken. The gas station was deserted. The roof sagged and the glass on those old-fashioned pumps was broken. We parked in front of the diner, and I held my breath as we got out of the truck.
First-rate bakery. Anybody here? Hello? Anybody here?
Yes. I'll take it.
Oh, thanks, ma'am. Just sign here. Say, how do I get to the handy food store?
Just 2 blocks down the main street. You can't miss it. It's half gray and half fresh painted white.
Oh, okay. Thanks, ma'am. See you again on the next order. So long, buddy. Good luck.
Doug! Why, I didn't see you standing there. You came back. We were wondering.
Gail? Well, what's happened? You've aged so. What happened to the village?
Well, we caught up with 30 years. You did it, Doug. You did it.
Doug, you're back safe. I saw you get off the truck.
Walter, you're all taking so offhand. Don't you know what's happened to you?
Well, of course. Just what we hoped for. And wait till you see this town a year from now. Old Martin Briggs has a run on paint and lumber and nails like he'd never had before. We've got a town to fix up. Thanks to you, Doug. Thanks to you, we got a reason to get up in the morning.
Oh, and we were so hoping we'd see you again, too. We thought perhaps you'd gone home through.
We owe you a lot, Doug. I'm glad you got back. I've still got your briefcase for you. I kept it safe.
But it was only this morning, wasn't it? Less than an hour ago.
Doug, we've been dying to know. What did you find up there?
Only then did I realize that I still held the smooth blue stone in my hand. I opened my fingers, and it lay in my palm, cool and lustrous. I picked this up inside the cave, and everything stopped.
And for us, everything moved forward. How long are you staying, Doug? I can put you up again tonight.
I want to get home as fast as I can.
Well, trains are running now. You can get the southbound 607 into the city. It stops at Bloomsdale.
And that's what I'll do. Oh, brother, will I ever.
Here she comes, Doug. And remember, we're just up the line. Come see us again.
Oh, please do.
Dinner's always on the house.
We've been through something together. There's a bond between us now, Doug. You and Hanover Hills.
I know I told you yesterday, I think it was yesterday, how much I liked you all. And I'll still be saying it 10 years from now. So long, friends. So long.
Doug, thank heaven you're home. I was so worried. What happened to you?
I missed my stop and ended up
Where, for heaven's sake?
Hanover Hills.
Where? I never heard of it. Well, why didn't you call?
I'm sorry. I didn't seem to be able
Oh, here,
to.
let me take your coat. Dinner's a little dried up, but I can freshen it.
That's okay, honey.
Darling, you look tired. You have been working too hard. Oh, what's this? It fell out of your pocket.
It can't be.
Some sort of blue stone. Oh, it's beautiful. What is it, Doug?
Alice, this is still Thursday night, isn't it?
Of course. But what is this? Oh, it's so smooth and cool. Doug, where did you get it?
I sit here with this curious stone in my hand, unbelieving. I know where I got it, but I don't understand. And Alice most certainly never would. What happened to me? Did I look into a world of my own hallucination? No. This stone in my hand is real. I'll keep it, always. And when my spirit wearies, I'll remember. I'll remember, and I'll love life more.
Time is a curious phenomenon. We hate to see it pass, but we're quick to waste it. We often want to kill it, but we rarely work it to death. And we often wish that time would stand still. Well, we just saw what happened if time could stand still. I don't think I'd enjoy that any more than the good people of Hanover Hills. I look forward to each new experience, each new day, each moment, in fact, like the one we'll share when I return shortly. Tomorrow brings something new and exciting into your life. Variety is the spice of life, and change is inevitable. When things get you down and everything seems boring and monotonous, just remember, it won't always be that way. There's another day, a bright day on the way, even if you happen to live in a place called Hanover Hills. Our cast included John Beale, Joan Shea, Ray Owens, and Robert Maxwell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Frontier Town, the saga of the Roaring West. Frontier Town. El Paso, Cheyenne, Calgary, Tombstone. Frontier Town. Here is the adventurous story of the early West, the tamed and the untamed. From the Pecos to Powder River, Dodge City to Poker Flat. These are the towns they fought to live in and lived to fight for. Teeming crucibles of pioneer freedom. Frontier Town!
I'm Chad Remington, and in Dos Rios, the frontier town I live in, I'm known as a cowtown lawyer. But frankly, even with the People's Court and the Miners' Court, there really isn't enough law business to dignify me with the title of attorney. And some folks say I'm more of a troubleshooter. And I guess probably they're right at that. It was only a short time ago that I thought I'd get away from Dos Rios, my office, the little ranch my dad left me, and trouble. So, gathering up Cherokee O'Bannon, who used to peddle patent medicine but now rents livery horses in Dos Rios, we set out for Spread Eagle Lake, a deep, cold, blue lake in the distant mountains, where I had heard the green hunchback, the steelhead, and the rainbow ran up to 10 pounds. To get to Spread Eagle, we cut through the Rockies and came down on a pass through which the railroad was building.
Counselor, you sure you want to go through with this fishing trip?
You bet I'm sure, Cherokee. Why?
Well, I was just thinking. Fish live in water. If there's one thing I abominate, it's that aqueous fluid chemically known as H2O. Unless it's been frozen to ice and put into a drink.
Well, Mr. O'Bannon, then maybe this little fishing expedition will change your mode of living.
Well, that's what I was afraid of. Not meaning to change the subject, but have you heard anything about the railroad building here through the gorge?
I think I heard some talk about it. It's going to be a great thing for the West, this network of rails. It will probably mean the eventual end of the frontier.
Say, look, Chad, isn't that a work train stopped down there with all the track layers working around it?
It sure is. What's more, just approaching the work train, down beyond that bend, is an engine with one flat car, and it's going like 60.
Silly blue blazes, if that engine doesn't slow down, and soon there's going to be one heck of a smash-up.
Doggone it, what's the matter with the man in the locomotive cab? Why doesn't he slow down? Doesn't he see the work train with all the workmen around it?
Why, that engineer must be blind. Look, he's just starting to slow down now.
And now, I'm afraid, is about 1 minute too late. That fool, he's driving right into a smash-up. I don't believe I ever felt so helpless before. There was nothing Cherokee or I could do to stop the engine. And when it plowed into the back end of the work train, it scattered men in a circle 200 yards wide. Cherokee and I lost no time getting down there. And when we did, we found the division boss who'd been riding the flat car surrounded by about 50 of the angriest men we'd ever seen.
Ah, you fools! Do you think we deliberately drove that engine into the work train?
It don't make no difference just why you did it, Clooney. You killed 2 men, and one was me brother. You're nothing but a foul, low-down murderer.
Don't you go calling me no murderer.
It's a lucky thing there weren't more men killed. Speed. That's all you and that railroad ever think of. Well, we got some speed for you, Clooney. The speediest trip you ever made. To a graveyard.
All right, go on. Gun me down. Fine chance I'd stand against 50 of you.
I don't need no gun for a snake the likes of you, Clooney.
All right, now hold it, you two. Cut it out.
Let me go. Take your hands off of me.
Now, that's enough. All right, now cut it out. Yes. Thanks, mister. I didn't stand much of a chance with a mob on my neck.
Who's he coming in here?
All right, the lot of you. I don't know who's right in this argument, but I'm not going to stand by and see 50 men go after one.
Get out of my way, you...
Shut up!
What's...
Now, if there are any of the rest of you who are interested in target practice, I'm right here to oblige.
Well, mister, you're sure a handy man to have around. Just handy enough so that I think this railroad I worked for might have an awful good job for a gent like you.
Well, thanks, but we're sort of on a vacation. Heading up towards Spread Eagle Lake.
Well, I'm bound up that way myself, so if you'd like to put your horse on that flat car, I'd be glad to give you a lift. On the way, maybe we could do a little talking.
Now, mind you, I'm not taking sides in this issue. From what we saw, the men were right. This engine was going much too fast.
Sure. But is it the railroad's fault if the engineer was daydreaming? Besides, if you saw it and figured there'd be a crash, that track-laying crew saw it too and should have gotten out of the way.
Well, you may be right about that, Clooney. But those men would never agree with you. Wouldn't surprise me a bit if, in the mood they're in, they don't try to get even with the railroad.
If they do, there'll be a lot more of them killed. But legally, we still got a few laws around here, and they won't do those mobs any good. And that's where I figured maybe you could help.
We could help? How?
After all, you're both natives out here. It shouldn't be any trouble at all for you to win their confidence and try to talk them out of destroying any railroad property.
After the row I had with that Pat McCarthy today? He could have taken us apart right along with your roadbed the way he feels.
Look, you see that little bunch of buildings up ahead there? That's the junction. Now, once we get there, you come in and talk to our general manager, Mr. Sherwood, before you make up your mind one way or the other. Don't you see, Sherwood? If O'Bannon and Remington would take the jobs and could worm their way in with the work crew, well, that'd be just like having a spy in their camp. We'd know everything that was going on.
Well, I'm not sure about that, Clooney, but, okay. Have them come in.
Right. Come on in, fellas. Mr. Sherwood will see you now.
Come on in, boys, and let's talk about this job.
Now, believe me, Mr. Sherwood, Cherokee and I aren't looking for jobs.
Yeah, but this is different. It's not a permanent job, and what's more, by helping the railroad complete its work, you'll be helping everyone around here. What we want is to stop the wanton waste of material and lives.
In other words, you want a troubleshooter so you won't have any shooting trouble.
Remington, you hit the nail right on the head.
Well, all I can say is I hope we don't end up hitting it right on the thumb. I wish you'd stop looking so glum, Cherokee. We can make enough in a few weeks on this job to pay for 2 months' vacation. Then you can hunt and fish to your heart's content. As far as I'm concerned, working for the railroad, we're hunting and fishing right now. Fishing for information and hunting for trouble.
Well, you may be right at that. And if the first piece of information we got is right, that hot-headed Irishman, Pat McCarthy, lives just across this next hill in one of those little shacks. And if we can talk some sense into him, since it was his brother who was killed in that crack-up, half the battle should be won.
I'm not calling you an optimist, but if you think that Irishman is going to forgive and forget so soon, you simply don't understand.
Now, what the dickens?
Better hold it, gentlemen. Because the only way the next shot's going past you is after it goes clean through you.
By the Ides of March, Chad, it's a red-headed girl.
Not that your lives are so much. But if you set any value on them, then get out of here before
Just a minute, young lady. I came up here to see a man by the name of Pat McCarthy on business.
The only business he'd have with you two is to punch holes through you where I leave off.
Who in blazes do you think you are?
The name's McCarthy, too. Sharon McCarthy. It was my father who was killed by the railroad.
Well, Miss McCarthy, I don't know if your Uncle Pat's at home or not, but I'm waiting here until I see him.
If you take just one step...
I don't know if you're bluffing or not, but there's only one way I can find out.
That's it, Chad. Wrestle that gun away from her.
If I ever get this barrel to your...
Parading pink elephants. That 30-30 slug went right through the brim of my Stetson.
Here, Cherokee, just for that, you can hold a rifle.
Why don't you leave us alone?
You just had a pretty good illustration of why I don't. Now, if everybody who's been working for the railroad has your kind of temper, the road wouldn't have enough flat cars to hold all the coffins to get them out of here.
She's as much of a cantankerous catamount as her uncle.
All right, Sharon. I'll take care of these two spalpeens myself.
Oh, howdy, McCarthy.
Don't you go howdying me. I got my own idea of a man who'd do what you did to a girl. And I got a good notion to give you what I should have given you this morning.
Well, since you seem bound and determined to get it out of your system, why don't you try it?
And don't think I won't try it. Take it. Take it. Use it.
All right, now take it easy, McCarthy. I don't want to hurt you.
Why, you...
Billy, Golly, blue blazes, Chad. The old Tad knocked you down.
It looks like we're both down.
Young fella, wherever did you get a wallet like that?
I got his gun, Uncle Pat. I'll cover him.
Here, Sharon, for shame. Put that gun down. Now, we don't shoot anybody around here unless they stand on their own 2 feet.
Well, that sounds fair enough. So how about us both getting up?
My jaw hasn't been hit that hard since the day I left Dublin.
Well, I don't know how long that's been, McCarthy. But my mouth feels as if I'd been kicked by a mule. Of course, if you aren't a mule or as stubborn, I've still got a few things I'd like to talk over with you.
Well, I don't promise to do any more than listen. But if you try to pull anything on me, by the Blarney Stone, I'll fill your hide so full of holes that when they lower you into your coffin, you'll wheeze like an accordion. No, come on.
We'll return to the second act of Trouble Rides the Rails, our exciting frontier town adventure, in just a few moments. And now, Frontier Town.
I don't know if you've ever tried to convince a hard-headed Irishman of anything, but maybe having an O'Bannon with me helped. Because even though it was against his better judgment and that of his nieces, Sharon, Pat McCarthy finally agreed to convince his fellow workers not to tear the new railroad apart. I can't say that I blame Sharon particularly, because her father had been killed. But before Cherokee and I could really blame anybody, a wave of criminal attacks and depredations broke out that just about blasted the railroad out of the Rockies.
There she comes, boys. That's the mail flyer. Come on now, let's get her.
Never mind the messenger. It's blood on express car's safe.
Watch it now, men. Once that train hits the bridge, there's going to be an awful crash.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Sherwood. Before you go flying off the handle, Chad and I are telling you the truth.
And I'm telling you both the truth. This railroad is paying you to stop trouble. And almost from the day you started, trains have been held up, express and mail shipments stolen.
If you'd only give me a chance, Mr. Sherwood, and listen instead
Chance my eye. I recommended you to Mr. Sherwood and put you on the payroll. Now things are worse than they were before.
If your only interest is in the payroll, you can forget about it.
Oh, so that's the kind of men you are. As soon as the going gets tough, you quit.
If you were about 20 years younger, Sherwood, I'd knock those words back down your throat right along with your teeth. But I'm keeping this job as long as you'll let me. And I don't want to be paid for it either.
Your hinky-dink little railroad probably needs the money worse now than we do.
Well, confound it, we're not getting any place losing our tempers.
No, we're certainly not. Not only have you lost your temper, but apparently you've lost your judgment.
You mean judgment?
Cherokee and I have been with McCarthy and the rest of that track-laying turned the job over to us. And I take my solemn oath that none of them had anything to do with looting or damaging your trains.
Well, solemn oath or not, Clooney identified several of them. Saw them with his own eyes.
I certainly did.
Oh, you did, huh? Maybe you've got a reason of your own for saying that you identified them.
Oh, yeah? Well, I got a good reason right now to make mincemeat out of you, Remington.
Oh, so? Why? Guilty conscience?
Well, I'll guilty conscience you.
You need no gunplay. Remington. Why, that's the fastest draw I've ever seen. How did you do it? You knocked Clooney's gun clean out of his hand.
Yeah, go on, Sherwood. Why don't you give him a medal? Well, I got a couple of other decorations to hang on him.
Working for the same company, Clooney. I hate to do this, but if you've got something on your conscience, maybe this will shake it out.
I'm sure sorry about breaking up your office, Mr. Sherwood. And I guess this is the end of the line for us.
No, not at all. Now I'm doubly convinced you're the kind of men I want working for me. But I do think you're wasting your time when you suspect Clooney of having any ulterior motives.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time I've been wrong. But I certainly don't understand how he was able to make such positive identification of those men.
Well, then, Remington, in that case, maybe you'd better find out. And if you do find out, you may have found the men who've been trying to put this railroad out of business.
There was only one thing of which I was certain. There was someone out to wreck the railroad. And even though it could have been Clooney, who as division boss would know about express shipments and things like that, I was dead certain in my own mind that it wasn't Pat McCarthy and his gang of track layers. But to be completely sure, Cherokee and I hightailed it back to McCarthy's shack, where we found no one home but Sharon.
Miss Sharon, I don't like calling a pretty girl, and an Irish lass at that, a prevaricator. But I have a feeling that you know where your Uncle Pat went.
Well, guess there's no use trying to protect him. Uncle Pat went into town.
Into town? You mean into that cafe, don't you?
Chad, don't let Uncle Pat get into trouble. He really means so well.
I'm sure he means well, Sharon. But at the rate he's going, he'll have a lot of company. Or even the streets are paved with good intentions. All right, come on, Cherokee. This should be one trip you'll enjoy. We're going back to town and into that saloon.
Fill that glass up again, Pat?
Fill it up, eh? You know something, Pharaoh? This reminds me of the night that I was in Dublin. It reminds me of why I left Dublin.
Why?
You see, I was a hod carrier over there, and I had a lot of trouble there. I lost all my money, and I came into a bar.
You did?
Yes, and the boss of the bar says to me, he says, have a drink. So I says, all right, I will, you know, we have a drink. So I decided I'd have a drink, and, I couldn't pay for it. So, no, I don't want you to get me wrong. Then I joined the sailing vessel, see, and then I come to this country and work for the railroad.
Well, will you have that drink?
Well, thank you, Pharaoh, but I've got to tell you the truth. I haven't got the wherewithal to pay for it.
Well, don't let that worry you, Pat. You and the rest of the boys who work for that devil-dealing railroad, you're good with me until you get your next job.
Well, that's fine. I don't know when the next job is going to be, but if you don't mind, give me that drink. That's fine, Pharaoh. Fine.
Hey, Nib.
Yeah, boss.
Now, you give McCarthy anything he wants, and that's how...
Hey, Pharaoh. Here comes that lawyer who's been gumshoeing for the railroad.
Pour McCarthy a drink, huh? Handle these two.
Okay.
Howdy, Remington. Buy you a drink, too?
Well, I don't mind if
Oh, thanks, Pharaoh. What are you doing here, Pat?
Oh, well, me? Well, you see, I came in here because I had some errands to do.
Come on, Pat. You're going home.
Just a minute. Nobody's coming into my place and ordering the customers out.
Come on, Pat.
Now, maybe if I had just one drink with Pat, then maybe he'd feel better about coming, Chad.
McCarthy's staying here. Just as long as he wants to.
Fair enough. You ready to leave now, Pat?
Well, okay, Chad.
Yeah, you see, Farrell? He's ready to leave right now. All right, Pat, let's go.
What a waste of time to be in a place like this and then leave empty-handed. Whiskey all around and not a drop to drink.
Well, Farrell, now that Remington's dragged McCarthy out of here, how are you going to get the information on what express shipments the railroad's got coming through and when?
Suppose you leave the worrying to me, Ned.
Yeah. If Remington and that rumhound keep sniffing around, they're going to find out for sure. You can't keep the railroad from believing it's the workmen and the workmen believing it's the railroad forever.
We don't have to. Forever. With what we got off the express cars the last 2 trips, plus we're going to get the next time, we can retire forever and live like kings.
Yeah, well, all I can say is I hope you're right, boss, because I got a feeling in my bones it spells trouble. Spells trouble with a capital T.
Uncle Pat, you've got to answer Chad's questions. He told you that Clooney claims to have identified us in that last railroad wreck and hold-up.
Sharon, you know we had nothing to do with it.
Maybe you didn't. Maybe it was Clooney. I don't know. But we've got to find out before the only station the railroad has left is marked Boot Hill.
Come on, Pat. As one Irishman to another, tell me. You've been hanging out at that saloon of Farrell's a lot, haven't you?
He certainly has. And where he got the money for it, I don't know.
Well, Farrell told me that I didn't have to pay him.
You didn't have to pay him in cash. Now, tell the truth, Pat. Hasn't Farrell been pumping you a lot, asking you questions about the railroad?
Well, well, sure, Chad. We talked about the railroad, naturally.
Uh-huh. And when you were just there, you told him what I told you this morning. About that gold shipment that's coming through on the late afternoon fast express.
All I said was I didn't see how people with any sense could trust a broken-down railroad like that with $80,000 worth of gold.
Pat, without meaning to, you've done us all a favor. And I think before that express shipment reaches the junction, the railroad trouble in this part of the country is going to be cleaned up. Cleaned up for good. Pat, will you make those men of yours shut up? Here comes the train.
Chad, look. There's a big bunch of men on the other side of the gorge, all dressed up like railroad workmen.
Well, I'll be hamstrung. Looks like Clooney knew what he was talking about.
Why, those filthy sidewinders. No wonder the railroad company thought it was us.
All right, get your guns out, men.
All right, good.
As soon as they make for break for it, we're ending this once and for all. Okay, boys, now ride. And be careful with your shots. We want to take as many as we can alive.
Hey, Farrell, look. Here comes Clooney and a bunch of those railroad detectives.
Turn those horses, boys, and let's get out of here!
Farrell, hey, we're cut off. Here comes Remington and his crowd, ears over elbows.
Off them horses, boys, and head for the rock! And this'll take care of you, Mr. Clooney.
I got his gun, Clooney. Now cover the rest of them while I get Farrell.
I still got this Derringer, Remington.
Well, you better use it before I connect with this. Pat, lend Clooney a hand, because the reward money that railroad's going to pay you will more than make up for everything you've lost.
Oh, well, Remington, I'll forgive you all you did to me, the way you rounded up those crooks for us. Say, hey, Mr. Sherwood?
We certainly will, Clooney. And speaking on behalf of the railroad, we certainly made a good deal when we hired Remington and O'Bannon.
Oh, that reminds me. Where is Cherokee?
Well, after all he did and the thirst he developed, I gave him the money to go down and buy a bottle of whiskey.
Oh, well, now, Mr. Sherwood. Oh, that was mighty nice of you.
Yeah, except that Cherokee got so excited he dropped the bottle and it spilled all over the wooden floor.
Oh, that poor man. He's probably sick about it.
Well, he has gone to the doctor's. But he'll be all right as soon as the doctor's gotten all the splinters out of his tongue.
Frontier Town, starring Reed Hadley and featuring Wade Crosby, is a Bruce Ells production. Story and direction by Paul Franklin. Music written and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again, same time next week, for another fine action-adventure story with your favorite young Western star, Reed Hadley. And now this is Bill Foreman telling you that Frontier Town comes to you from Hollywood.
And now, the MOLLE Mystery Theater, presented by MOLLE. MOLLE, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tender skins.
Good evening. This is Jeffrey Barnes, welcoming you to the MOLLE Mystery Theater, the program that presents the best in mystery and detective fiction. Tonight's story is entitled Goodbye, Darling, and was written by Hank Warner. Ed Begley, recently seen in the motion picture Boomerang and star of the Broadway hit play All My Sons, plays the leading role, and Elspeth Eric and Chuck Webster are featured. Goodbye, Darling is a story that starts with cold-blooded plotting of murder and unfolds into a battle of wits between intended victim and his would-be murderers. It's the kind of story that'll make you wish you could do something to help.
Well, you know, Mr. Barnes, that's exactly how I feel when I see a man trying to shave tough whiskers or a tender skin. Because sometimes he really needs help. Well, men, that's the time when your best friend is MOLLE, the heavier brushless shaving cream. Yes, sir, it's smooth. So smooth. It's slick. So slick. It's a smooth, slick shave you get with MOLLE. MOLLE, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tough whiskers or a tender skin. Try it. MOLLE. And now for tonight's MOLLE mystery, Goodbye, Darling, starring Ed Begley.
It is Saturday afternoon. Cruising in a car on a suburban highway are Curtis Tabor at the wheel and Mrs. Lily Lucas discussing the details of a plot.
Your husband home?
I'm not sure, Kurt. You better not take a chance. Let me out at the traffic light.
You think you'll tumble?
Don't you worry. You leave that to me.
You'll phone me, Lily.
Yes, and you come out first thing Sunday morning.
Yeah. That it, up the hill?
Mm-hmm. Got to stop here.
You send the ad in to the Times-Herald?
Of course, last Saturday. They'll print it tomorrow.
Yeah, but your husband...
He doesn't know yet. I'll sell him the idea tonight.
And what a little salesman.
And I can pretend to telephone about placing the ad.
You beautiful devil, you.
Be careful. I'm not here.
Sure know how.
I better go now. You turn off here and I'll walk out. Bye.
Goodbye, darling. You devil, you.
you, Lily?
Yes, George. Some letters for you.
I didn't know the mail had come. More bills, I guess.
Circulars, appeals for funds. George, didn't you mail last month's payment on the mortgage? Here's another letter from the bank.
Guess I'll have to get another loan on my insurance.
You better do something.
Did you get a lift from the station? I saw you getting out of the car at the light.
What of it?
Nothing. I only thought...
I know what you thought.
Oh, Lily, please.
The bus was late. No taxi. Mr. Birch's, something like that, lived near the bay. You know, if you hadn't sold the car, you could have picked me up.
Oh, Lily.
You and your silly jealousy.
Oh, really, dear, I didn't mean anything. I just happened to be looking out the window. Forgive me, Lily. Darling.
Oh, George, please. I'm sorry, dear. The insurance money's in my bag.
You're wonderful, darling.
That's the end of my savings account. You know what? Sometimes I think it was a mistake to put all the insurance Henry left me into this house.
Here I am, living in the house the money Henry's death brought. I should have gone with him that night. I'll never get over the feeling that I sent him to his death.
Oh, now we're grown up, George. It couldn't be helped. I've asked you please not to talk about it.
Oh, say, maybe that opening in the Times-Herald promotion department will pan out. Conley said he'd give me an interview next Saturday, but I'm afraid he didn't sound too keen about it.
George, kiss me.
Love me?
Mm-hmm.
You know, Lily, I've been thinking. Your idea of renting one of our rooms.
Are you sure it's all right?
Well, why not? After all, many people do.
Oh, well, you've been so opposed to it, I was afraid to mention it again. You're a dear, George. I better get dinner, darling.
I'll fix a fire in the fireplace.
Good.
There's a few logs left.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you phone that ad in, Lily? Time to catch tomorrow's paper.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Pennsylvania 66600.
Pennsylvania 66600.
Right.
Number, please.
Operator, Pennsylvania 65097.
Thank you.
Hello?
Lily?
I'd like to place an ad in Sunday's paper. Room for rent.
All set?
Furnished, garage, private family. Name is Lucas.
Lily, do you want to go? Oh, you're placing the ad?
11 Beechwood Road, Glencrest.
What's wrong, honey? Little Georgie there?
Yes, one time tomorrow.
Tomorrow's paper, right?
That's right. One time tomorrow.
Good.
Thank you.
I don't think there'll be any trouble renting that room, Lily.
No, George. I'm sure there won't. Want some more coffee?
No, thanks.
What's the paper say about the weather?
Sunday, mild, probably showers.
Oh, did they print our ad?
Uh-huh. Here it is.
Oh,
well.
Where are you going?
Garage. I ought to start overhauling that outboard motor.
Yeah, I'll pick up the dishes. We might get some early callers on that ad. Curtis.
Oh, good morning.
How do you do?
I'm interested in the room you advertised in Times-Herald this morning. Where is he?
I'll show you the room. This way, please. It's on the ground floor.
Swell room, honey.
Careful, please. The garage is attached. This way. George! George, turn off that outboard motor. This gentleman's here about the room.
Oh, yes. Oh, good morning.
This is my husband, Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Tabor.
How do you
Curtis
do?
Tabor. You my card?
Oh, Acme Motor Sales. Any being delivered these days?
Mr. Tabor likes the room.
I see you have your workshop here in the garage. Won't my car be in the way?
Oh, no. As a matter of fact, I've been planning to move my stuff into the cellar. Got other machine tools there. And
I'll show Mr. Tabor the grounds, George.
Okay, honey.
Out this way, Mr. Tabor.
Well, nice garden.
It's lovely in the summer. We often dine out on this terrace.
Suits me.
This driveway's perfect. Wide enough to back into without any trouble.
When would you care to move in, Mr. Tabor?
Oh, in a few days. Don't forget to go to the Motor Vehicle Bureau tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Get your learner's permit so I can start giving you driving lessons. It's got to look like an accident, Lily. Like an accident.
Well, in Act 1 of tonight's MOLLE mystery, we've seen how the bold plan for murdering Mr. Lucas gets started. In Act 2, we'll see whether murder comes so easy. Say, Dan, what's your observation on this subject?
Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Barnes, real murder is a little out of my line. But shaving murder, now, there's something that comes all too easy to some men. You know, fellas with tough whiskers or a tender skin. So I say to them, shave with MOLLE, the heavier brushless shaving cream. Because MOLLE is heavier, it not only softens your whiskers, it stands them up straight and lets your razor mow them down in a hurry. With MOLLE, you shave faster, closer, easier, and you shave painlessly. Try it. See if you don't say it's smooth. So smooth. It's slick. So slick. It's a smooth, smooth, slick shave you get with MOLLE. MOLLE. The heavier brushless shaving cream for tough whiskers or a tender skin. And now back to Jeffrey Barnes and Act 2 of Goodbye, Darling.
It is Saturday morning, just 1 week since George and Lily Lucas rented a room in their suburban house to Curtis Tabor, who with Mrs. Lucas is plotting the accidental death of Mr. Lucas. Unsuspecting, Mr. Lucas has left for the city to be interviewed for a position in the promotion department of the Times-Herald. In the meantime...
Be right out, Kurt.
Come on, get in, Lily. Give me your first lesson. Baby.
No, please, Kurt, not out here.
Okay. Know what George said when I drove him to the station? Said he'd hate to be hit with this car.
You don't think he suspects
No. He was thinking of a collision. It's going to be easy, like taking candy from a baby. Too bad he's only carrying $25,000 worth of insurance. Now, look, pay attention. This is ignition key. I turn it.
Yeah.
Now step on the starter. Right here.
Simple.
Now, shut off the ignition. Now step on the starter. You hear that? It won't start with the ignition off, but it sounds like the battery could be run down a bit. Okay. We'll have the car backed into the garage. You'll be at the wheel.
Yep.
I'll ask George to help me shove the car for a start. When he's between the wall and the rear bumper, you sneak the ignition on, like this. Shift into reverse, like this. And step hard on the starter, making the car jump back, like this. And George will be crushed against the wall.
I see.
Now let's rehearse it until it's perfect. It's got to be perfect.
George Lucas.
Hello, Frank.
Well, George, you working here now?
For the Times-Herald? Oh, not yet, but I've just been upstairs to see Conley in the promotion department.
Connect?
He says he'll think it over.
Oh, well, how about a drink?
I don't know. I've got some shopping. And I'd like to place a situation wanted ad in the Sunday paper just in case.
Well, I got to pick up some reservations at Grand Central. Meet me in half an hour at the men's bar. Cheer up, you mug. See you in a little while.
Okay. Miss, is this the window for situations wanted?
Yes.
Here, I want to place this ad for Sunday.
6, 11, 12, 18. That'll be 3 lines, $1.23. Out of 5? 25, 50, 345. Your receipt, thank you.
Oh, I might as well pay for a room to rent ad we ran last Sunday.
L-A-L-I-L-U. Don't see any bill under Lucas. Maybe it's been paid.
No, I don't think so. It just phoned in.
I'll look at the paid bills. L-A-L-O. Lucas. It has been paid. Cash with order.
Are you sure it was phoned in?
Not according to this duplicate. There's the date stamp. Paid Saturday, April 26th, 6:15 p.m.
Saturday, April 26th, but... Why, that was a week before she phoned it in. Frank, this one's on me.
Well, here's to you and Lily. Oh, what's the matter, George? To you and Lily. Didn't you hear me? Hey, where you going?
Back in a minute. I gotta make a call. Operator, business office at Glencrest, please. Hello? I want to check the extra charge calls in our current bill, but only the calls made on Saturday, July 26th. Lucas, George Lucas, Glencrest 2481. Oh, well, wait a minute. I get a pencil. Okay. Lackawanna 487. Right. Pennsylvania 635. Uh-huh. Pennsylvania 65097. Only 3 calls on July 26th. You sure? Oh, thank you. Lackawanna 487.
Greer's department store.
Never mind. Pennsylvania 635.
Hello, Mike Supermarket.
Sorry, wrong number. Pennsylvania 65097.
What number are you calling?
Pennsylvania 65097, operator.
One moment, please. Are you calling Curtis Tabor?
What? Curtis Tabor.
That number has been disconnected.
Curtis Tabor.
Hello? Hello? I said that number has been disconnected.
Hey, George, you were gone so long I came after you. Now, let's have some more drinks, huh?
Oh, sure. Let's have some more drinks. Let's have lots more drinks.
Put him on the bed, Curtis. It's almost drunk as this.
Lily. Throw him down the steps. Grab him, kiss him, let him go. Kill. She made me do it. Just hand it. My first husband. What about it? Say, he's not an amateur getting rid of husbands. You'll get another chance tomorrow night. That's it, Lovey. I'll be back in the drugstore any minute. Wait for my nod. I'll be back there with him. I don't want to be trapped between the rear bumper and that wall. Dear George. Get set. Here he comes. Oh, George. My help me start the car. The batteries run down. I thought I'd give Lily another lesson. All right, I know. I won't start. Come on back here. Help me shove it. All right, put it inside. Second, Lily, on the clock. Y'all sad? Okay, George. Help me shove it. Boy, this is a little hell of a deal. Lily, you bungled it. You waited too long after my nod. Swell job. Just broke his leg. Oh, hello, George. How's the leg feeling?
Not too bad. Doc says I'll be off these crutches another week or so.
Well, I'm sorry about it, George.
Sorry? What for? It was an accident. These things happen. The way I figure it, when fate gives you the nod.
What?
Simple. The nod was to me that day. Looks like I got another chance.
Doesn't it? Anything I can get you in town?
No, thanks. Oh, I wonder, would you do me a favor? Get that outboard motor hooked over that barrel of water.
Oh, sure, gladly. Ooh, pretty heavy motor, huh?
Thanks. I think it needs some carburetor adjustment.
You want me to start it?
Oh, I can manage that.
Needs a tuning.
Well, it'll give me something to do.
George, isn't it dangerous running this motor down here? Fumes from the exhaust.
There's an exhaust fan in that corner window just behind that bin. Oh, do you mind turning it on, Kurt?
No, not at all.
Now, drink?
Oh, no, thanks. No. George, you mind if I say something that's probably not any of my business?
Go ahead.
It's about your hitting the bottle since you got out of the hospital, George.
Let me be the judge of that.
I'm sorry. Shouldn't have mentioned it, I guess. Sorry. I'm taking Lily out for another driving lesson. That okay with you?
And if it weren't?
Well, just thought you might like to join her.
No, thanks.
Okay, we won't be gone long.
That's what you think.
Lily.
All right.
Crossroad ahead. Get your foot off the gas.
My foot is off the gas. The brake's gone.
Grab the handbrake.
It won't hold.
Let me have that wheel. Keep your hand on the horn. Okay. Now we'll lose our speed going up the next hill. Okay. Now quick, shift into low. That'll hold it from coasting back.
Oh. That was close.
Holy man. Lily, I wonder.
Huh?
I saw George fussing around the car this morning.
Huh?
Sister, your loving husband's wise to us. Those brakes were okay last night.
What are you going to do about it?
What I told you as soon as we get back. We'll get him started on a bottle in the cellar and have a couple with him to make it look good. Then when he's passed out, start the outboard motor. It'll look like he forgot to turn on the ventilating fan.
This is Jeffrey Barnes again. In just a moment, we'll bring you Act 3 of Goodbye, Darling. Now, a word from George Putnam.
Every day, more and more people are discovering that to get real relief from the most common kind of dandruff, they must destroy the germ called Pityrosporium ovale, which many outstanding authorities say is its cause. You see, merely washing or brushing away loose dandruff has no effect whatsoever on this germ. But one thing that does work is double danderine. For double danderine actually kills this germ on contact. Even in severe cases, results with double danderine have been amazing. And the reason for double danderine's astonishing effectiveness is a special ingredient, an active antiseptic so remarkably efficient many hospitals use it. In double danderine, we call it Alzam. So stop trying to combat this dandruff with ineffective methods that actually are no better than plain water. They can't compare with double danderine, for double danderine destroys the cause. If you're not completely satisfied, you'll get your money back. Get double danderine tomorrow.
Why do we have to sit in the car? This garage is too hot. Let's wait in the house.
No, better sit here where we can hear that outboard motor. It might cut off. It'll be over soon.
I shouldn't have had that drink. I feel sleepy.
I only had a couple. I feel drowsy myself. Let's get some air.
Kurt, I'm sick.
Lily.
Where are you? I can't move.
Lily.
Kurt,
Drinks. Lily, we've been drugged. George, he did it. We must get out. Sleeping beauties. Just move over from behind the wheel, darling wife. Have a long sleep, lovers. Lily, why did you have to do it? Goodbye, darling. Now, the rest of the sleeping pills upstairs in the medicine cabinet. Must get rid of them.
Any hope for the two we found in the car, Don?
Oh, I'm afraid not. Full motors won't help them now, Inspector. Okay, boys. What about Mr. Lucas, Inspector?
Oh, didn't you know? Neck's broken. Too bad. He probably could have saved them if he hadn't slipped on that scatter rug.
And Now, this is Jeffrey Barnes again, bringing down the final curtain on tonight's Mystery Theater presentation of Goodbye, Darling.
The original music for the Mystery Theater is composed and conducted by Alexander Semmler. Any resemblance between the names and characters used on the Mystery Theater and any actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
Sometimes when we're tired, we make mountains out of molehills. We putter around till even the easiest job seems impossible. Now, if you're that tired and pale besides, your doctor may find you have a borderline anemia, resulting from a ferronutritional blood deficiency. Then you need ironized yeast tablets. They help build up your strength by building up your red blood cells. So take ironized yeast tablets to get back your color, your vigor, your driving energy. Ironized yeast tablets.
And now this is Dan Seymour again saying goodnight until next week at this same time when the Mystery Theater presents A Lease on Death.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Thank you for listening to RadioClassics.com. Programs are copyright their respective owners. All rights reserved.
Murder at midnight.
So you're dropping a chicken, huh? Hey, guys. Yeah? What do you know? Chicken's turning out to be a rooster all of a sudden. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Cock-a-doodle.
In case anybody here is interested, from here on in, the name is just plain Charlie Nix.
Midnight, the witching hour when the night is darkest. Our fears the strongest, and our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in Trigger Man. And now, Murder at Midnight. Tales of mystery and terror by radio's foremost mystery writers. Our story, written by Max Ehrlich, is different from any of the other tales you have heard in this program. Its mystery is not that of the supernatural, but of the unknown quantities in the human soul. And so, because it has suspense and complete credibility, we give you Trigger Man.
Was that the door? No. No, not yet. Not that it matters. You can't get very far with a slug in your guts. But I can sit here. And when I come through that door, I'll show him what Chicken Charlie Nix can do with a gun. Sure. Maybe it'll be for the last time. But what can I lose now? Funny how it all comes back to you in the end. Just a year and a half ago that it all started. But I remember it like it was yesterday. I was standing back in the doorway waiting for some sucker to come along. It was down at the waterfront and it was plenty dark. I stood there, the rod cold in my hand, waiting. Finally, I heard footsteps. A man and a woman. I waited until they were almost opposite the doorway, and then... Hey, buddy. Got a match?
Why, yes, I think so.
Never mind. Get your dukes up.
Tell him he's got a gun.
Oh, stick up, huh?
Aren't you smart, sucker? Come on, reach. Get those hands up before I let you have it. Yeah. It's better. Okay, lady, let's begin with you.
Well, Tom,
Hand over that purse.
Better do as he says, Nan.
All right, Tom.
Thanks, lady. Thanks very much. Okay, buddy, let's have your wallet. I said come across with your wallet.
Not tonight, chicken.
What do you mean? Hey, wait a minute. How come you know my name?
It's my job to know it. In your face, too. The name's Riley. From headquarters.
Tom Riley. Plainclothes.
Yeah.
Keep up those games. Keep them up or I'll drill you.
I know you won't, chicken.
Tom.
Not for a lot more than I've got in my wallet.
Tom, what are you doing? He'll kill you.
I don't think he will. Will you, chicken?
Keep away from me, Flatfoot. Don't come a step nearer, you hear? Another step and I'll splatter you all over the sidewalk.
You haven't got the nerve, chicken. You know it and I know it. Now, drop that gun.
Keep away, do you hear? I ain't afraid to shoot. I'll tell you, I'll let you have it.
And what are you waiting for?
Wait,
that was for the gun, chicken, and this is for you.
No.
Hold me up.
No.
You yellow belly rat. Pull the gun on me, will you?
Oh, Tom.
It's okay, Ann. It's all over.
You could have been killed. Walking straight into a hold-up man and knocking the gun out of his hand.
Well, I knew he wouldn't shoot, Ann.
You knew? But how?
His name is Charlie Nix. Chicken Charlie. Oh, he carries a gun, yeah, but he's not a gunman. Because he's never used it and he never will. Just plain chicken-hearted. Yellow. That's why they call him Chicken.
Still, you took an awful chance, Tom. There's always the first time.
Not for Chicken Charlie. Now, then, you see if you can find a phone, honey, and call headquarters while I keep an eye on this yellow skunk here.
Yeah, that's the way it was. I just didn't have the nerve to put the blast on anyone. Sometimes in my room, I'd put my gun on the table and just look at it. I'd keep thinking, if I only had the nerve, I'd be one of Angelo Dinelli's triggermen instead of his errand boy. The rest of the mob would respect me instead of slapping me around and calling me Chicken. That's what got me more than anything else, the way they laughed and called me Chicken. It wasn't that I didn't try. That time I held up Riley, I was going to let him have it. I wanted to, but I don't know, at the last minute I got all cold inside. My fingers got stiff and numb. And it cost me a year in the pen. The day after I got out, I was sitting in the Boulevard Cafe having myself a beer when in walked the boss, Angie Dinelli.
It's great having you back, Chicken.
Thanks, Angie. Thanks.
By the way, I saw an old pal of yours the other day.
Yeah? Who?
Tom Riley.
Riley, huh?
Yeah, it's too bad you didn't knock him off that night, Chicken.
Yeah. But one of these days, Angie, I'm going to meet him, and then
I'll... Sure, kid, I know how you feel. After all, when a guy takes your gun away, it makes you look like a chump.
Yeah, he made me look like a chump, all right. But I'm different now, Angie. That year in a clink, well, I got a different kind of nerve now. Wait and see.
Sure, but take it easy, kid. There's plenty of time, plenty. You just got out of stir, and you got yourself to worry about.
What do you mean, Angie? I did my time, didn't I? I'm in the clear?
Sure, Chicken, sure. But if you ask me, the pen didn't do you any good. You look kind of all in. You don't feel so good, do you?
What makes you say that, Angie?
Oh, I don't know. Your face ain't got any color and you're breathing hard all the time.
Well, I feel okay.
Sure. I ain't saying anything's wrong with you, Chicken. But you never can tell until a good doc checks you over, huh?
Yeah. Maybe you're right, Angie. Maybe I ought to see a doctor, huh?
Now you're talking sense, kid. Tell you what I'll do. I'll take you to my own doctor, Dr. Leonard. He's a big specialist, and he'll give you the once-over ride.
Yeah, but he probably comes high.
Forget it, Chicken, forget it. I'll take care of it. Won't cost you a dime.
Hey, that's pretty white of you, Angie.
Think nothing of it, kid. After all, you're one of my boys, ain't you?
Yeah. Yeah, I am.
Well, if there's one thing Angie Dinelli does, It's to take care of his boys.
A couple of days later, Angie Donnelly set up an appointment for me with this Dr. Leonard. I went to his office, and he gave me a real checkup from soup to nuts. And when he got through, I didn't like the look on his face.
Sit down, Mr. Nix, and let's talk.
Doc, what's the matter? Did you find something wrong?
Care for a cigarette?
Never mind the stolen, Doc. Give it to me straight. Is it good or bad?
I'm sorry, but it's bad.
You mean my chest?
It isn't your chest. It's your heart.
My heart? What about it?
You've got a severe aneurysm there.
A what? What's that mean?
It means that you've got a serious weakness of the heart muscle wall.
Yeah, but how serious?
I'm sorry, Mr. Nix, but you haven't got more than 6 months to live.
6 months? Yeah, that's what he said. 6 months to live. For a while I didn't get it. You don't get things like that right away. And then 6 months, and he gave me 6 months to live. Someday I'll be just walking along and maybe sleeping, and it'll come.
It's tough, chicken. Plenty tough. Yeah. Know how you feel.
Nobody knows how I feel. Except maybe a guy in a death house. Yeah, that's what it's like. Like knowing when you're going to burn, waiting for it.
Take it easy, chicken. Here, have another drink, huh?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Andy. You're okay.
Maybe the doc was wrong. There's always a chance.
No, Angie. He checked me twice just to make sure. There ain't a thing I can do, not a thing, except wait for it. Just sit around and wait to croak.
Listen, kid. You've got 6 months to live. Okay. You know what I'd do if I had 6 months to live?
What? What would you do?
I'd live.
Huh?
Yeah, I'd spend all my time living. Champagne, dames, I'd have them all. I'd do all the things I ever wanted to do but didn't have the nerve to do before. You see what I mean, kid? I'd live a lifetime in 6 months.
Sure, but that takes dough.
You can get the dough?
How?
From me.
Huh?
Look, chicken. You always wanted to be a trigger man, didn't you?
Yeah.
Well, I'm hiring you right here and now. At $500 a week.
500? But, Angie, you know I ain't got the nerve.
Sure you have, but it's different now. You don't have to be afraid of a thing. Not a thing. Well, you can go around blasting guys like clay pigeons if you want to.
But suppose the cops nail me.
What do you care? Suppose they send you to the death house. You got nothing to lose anyway, have you? Your heart's bad, ain't it? You've only got a little while anyway, either way.
Yeah. That's right, Angie. That's right. What can I lose? Donnelly was right. This was my chance. I packed a new gap and started to look for Riley. Riley, the dick who'd set me up. Yeah, he was going to be number one.
He'll be coming along here any minute, kid.
Yeah.
This is it, chicken. There's Riley. There he is. No, chicken, not yet. Wait till he comes closer.
Look, Angie,
First one that comes hardest, kid. The rest are easy. Look at him, pal. He knows from nothing. Take your beat on him. You can't miss. Okay, chicken, go ahead. Let him have it. Go ahead. Blast him. You did it.
Yeah, I guess I did.
Flat on the sidewalk, colder than yesterday's hash. You did it, Charlie.
Angie, You just called me Charlie.
Sure, kid, why not? You're not chicken anymore. Now, maybe we better get out of here.
Roars away up the street, leaving the body lying there in a pool of blood. As the clock strikes 12 for
murder at midnight.
now, back to Murder at Midnight, to the story of Triggerman.
Where are they, anyway? Getting kind of anxious to see them. Even with a slug in my gut, I'll be able to give them quite a reception. Funny how a guy can change. How different it's all been since I put the blast on Riley. That was my first and the toughest one. After that, it was easy. There were plenty of guys in Angie Donnelly's way, and I aimed to please. Whenever I watched one of them fold up with that funny expression on his face, well, it kind of helped. It helped me to forget how it was with me. It was like a champagne drunk. But then the hangover would come, and I'd remember that I had less than 6 months to live myself. Yeah, I was a different guy, all right. Take what happened a couple of days after I got Riley. We was having a meeting up at the Hideaway on a new job when a character named Bummy Devine started shooting his mouth off.
Hey, Chicken. Still carrying around that pop gun of yours?
What did you call me?
Chicken. Ain't that your name?
The name is Charlie. Charlie Nix.
Hey, guys. Yeah. What do you know? Chicken's turning out to be a rooster all of a sudden. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Cock-a-doodle.
In case anybody else here is interested, the name from here in is just plain Charlie Nix. They didn't laugh after that. No one did again, ever. I was it. I took chances where no other trigger man would. Why not? What'd I have to lose? In a few months, I'd be through anyway. What was the difference? Meanwhile, I lived. I painted the town red, bought myself tailored suits, hit the clubs every night, the gambling joints. And the dames, why, I had to fight them off. You can do a lot with $500 a week. Sure, I was hot, plenty hot. The cops couldn't figure out at the beginning who was doing all the fancy gun work, but they were getting warm, and they were getting close. I had to watch myself. And then one night, we were knocking off a fur warehouse. I was in the lookout car out front when suddenly...
Hey, Charlie, a prowl car.
Yeah, come on, Mike. Let's get out of here.
Hey, they're shooting at us. Tommy guns. Hang on, Charlie.
Here they come right after us. Hold it steady, Mike. I'm going to try to nail a tire.
Oh! Hey, Charlie, what's the matter?
I'm hit. Keep going, Mike. Got a ditch him on. When I opened my eyes, there was a smell of chloroform, and the doctor was just putting away some instruments. Mike was there, too, with a gat in his hand, making sure that the doc would cooperate.
Hello, Charlie. How do you feel?
I don't know. What happened?
The doc here just dug a slug out of your chest.
Oh. How am I doing, Doc?
You'll be all right. Lucky you've got a good heart. Otherwise, you'd never have made it.
What? Did you say my heart was good?
That's right.
But I don't get it. I thought I had a bad ticker. They told me I didn't have more than a few months to live.
With that heart, my friend, you can live to be 100. That is, if the police don't interfere.
I spent 3 weeks laid up after that in bed. And every day the boss would send me flowers, comic books, and all kinds of stuff. A real thoughtful guy, Angie. But I was thoughtful, too. There were some things I had to add up for myself. I had to find out whether I was living on borrowed time or not. As soon as I could walk, I made a beeline for Angie Donnelly's specialist, Doc Leonard. But I found out right away that Doc Leonard didn't live there anymore. A dentist was in the office instead. Then I looked up the superintendent.
Yes, I'm in charge here. What can I do for you? If it's about
It isn't. I'm looking for Dr. Leonard.
Dr. Leonard? Oh, the one that was in the dentist's office before.
That's right. You know where he went?
No, he didn't leave any forwarding address. It's a funny thing about him.
Yeah? Why?
Why, he paid us a month's rent in advance and moved in, equipment and everything. But he only stayed 2 days. Moved out at night. No notice, nothing. Just came and went.
I see.
Never could figure it out. That's the way it was. Sorry, I couldn't be of more help, mister.
That's okay. You've told me enough. All I want to know. So that was it. I had the answer. I went home, took my old gun out of the drawer, slipped it into my shoulder holster. It felt good there. Just like old times. I was just putting on my hat and coat when the phone rang. Hello.
Hello, Charlie. How do you feel?
Fine, Angie, fine. Funny thing you calling up just now.
Yeah, why?
I was just thinking of you. Where are you now?
I'm over at my apartment. Listen, kid, do you feel well enough to do a little job for me tonight?
I feel fine, fine.
That's swell. Drop over to my place right away.
Okay, I'll be right over. And, Angie.
Yeah?
Thanks for everything. The flowers and stuff.
Forget it, kid. What's a pal for, anyway?
Funny how a guy acts sometimes. I remember in the cab on the way over, I was like ice, cold inside and out. I should have been excited, but I wasn't. I came up to Angie's apartment and knocked on the door.
Yeah, who is it?
Me, Charlie.
Oh, okay. Come on in, Charlie.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, you're up and around, huh, kid? That's great.
Yep, not that it makes much difference. You see, Angie, my 6 months is supposed to be up tomorrow.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. And you know something, Angie? I feel fine. And yet, I'm supposed to croak.
Well, it's just like I said, kid. Maybe Doc Leonard was wrong.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Maybe he was wrong, made a mistake.
Sure.
So, this afternoon, I went up to see him.
You did, huh?
Yeah. And you know what, Angie? He doesn't live there anymore.
No.
In fact, he only set up practice there a couple of days. Kind of set me to wondering.
Uh-huh. Wondering, what?
Whether this Doc Leonard wasn't a doctor after all, but just a phony.
I don't get it. Why should he be?
Suppose you tell me, Angie.
I don't know what you mean.
Oh? And suppose I tell you, Angie. This Doc Leonard was your boy. Between you framed me with this bad heart gag. You needed a gunster who could take chances, and I was your pigeon.
Wait a minute, Charlie.
It was easy, wasn't it, Denelli? Talking a chump like me into it. When I thought I only had 6 months to go. You knew I wouldn't be afraid anymore. Sure. What could I lose? And so you got me to do your dirty work for you while you were somewhere else with an airtight alibi. And when the heat was turned on, you knew it'd be on me.
You're wrong, kid. You see, you were supposed to live 6 months. And that's all you're going to live.
Don't do any reaching, Angie. Don't! You taught me how to use a gun, Angie. You should have just let me stay Chicken Charlie Nix. Yeah, he got me in the belly with his first one. But I got him before he could repeat. There he is, lying on his own rug, soaking in his blood. And as for me, well, there ain't much I can do but wait. Somebody must have heard the shots, called the cops. Funny how I feel now. How different it is. When you think of it, if I'd stayed Chicken Charlie, I wouldn't be here now with a slug in my guts. Like the doc said, I could have lived to be maybe 100.
Well, if it ain't old Chicken Charlie.
Hello, copper. What did you call me?
Why, we've been looking all over for you, Chicken, but it looks like somebody saved the state some dough.
Not yet. I've still got enough stuff to... Stay where you are. Don't come any closer, you hear?
No? Why not, Chicken?
Because I'm a killer, that's why. Because I got nothing to live for anyway. And keep away from me, you hear? Keep away or...
Oh, what? Give me that rod.
Stop, you can't.
Sure I can. Punch. Once a chicken, always a chicken.
His eyes wide and incredulous, the hunched figure slips from the deep armchair, falls to the floor, next to the body of the man he killed. And somewhere in the distance, a clock in a church steeple starts chiming for...
Murder at midnight.
Remember to be with us again when death is our unseen guest. And the clocks strike 12 for...
Murder at midnight.
The part of Chicken Charlie Nix was played by Bill Quinn. With music by Charles Paul, Murder at Midnight is directed by Anton M. Leader.
Mystery Theater. CBC presents Mystery Theater, a series of strange tales of the supernatural and the unforeseen, of chills and thrills and adventures, selected from the classics. Here then, the story, The Signal Man, by Charles Dickens, adapted for radio by George Salverson. Supernatural and the unforeseen, of chills and thrills and adventures, selected from the classics. Here then, the story, The Signal Man, by Charles Dickens, adapted for radio by George Salverson.
Goods train by 11:22. All clear. Bright moon. Oh, well. Don't bother me now. Making tea. Aye, tea.
What's that? Who's there? Who's there? You there? What's the matter? Hello, you by the danger light. What you be doing there? Was it you that called? What do you want? Speak up there. What's wrong?
I saw the signal man, when I first called down to him,
I was so steeped in the glow of an angry sunset that I had to shade my eyes before I saw him at all.
Hello! Below there!
His figure was in a shadow. He was standing at the door of his signal box with a flag in his hand. But instead of looking up to where I stood on the top of the steep cutting over his head, he turned round and looked the other way, down the rail line toward the tunnel. There was something remarkable in his manner of doing so, but I could not for my life have said what.
Hello there!
He turned round again, looked up, saw me, but made no reply. Just then there came a vague vibration in the earth and air, changing to a violent pulsation, and then an oncoming rush that caused me to start back as though it had forced to draw me down. When such vapor as rose to my height had passed me, I looked down again. He was refurling his flag, which he had shown while the train went by, and he was regarding me with fixed attention.
I say, is there a good way down? I see a kind of path there. Is it safe to come down by it? I want to have a look round. Is it all right?
Is the man a mute? I believe I can make it.
Oops! Look out below! Loose stones!
Strange fellow. Is he frightened of me? I made my way down the deep railway cutting, down oozy, clammy stone, and he was waiting for me between the rails with an attitude of such expectation and watchfulness that I stopped, wondering at it. His post was solitary, dismal, jagged rock walls excluding all but a strip of sky, terminating in a red danger light and a black tunnel. Cold wind rushed through it, hissing over the telegraph wires, striking chill to me as if I had left the natural world, and the signal man had not stirred. I drew near, I made some little greeting. At this, he directed a most curious look toward the red danger light, as if there was something missing from it. Then he looked back at me.
Is the light in your charge?
Don't you know it is? What is it you want?
Why, to explore. It's my craft, you might say. Why, what's the matter, man? You look at me as if I were a danger to you.
I thought I'd seen you before.
Oh? Where? What, there? At that red light?
Aye.
Oh, my good fellow. Now, what should I do at the mouth of a tunnel? I never was there, you may swear.
Your craft, did you say, sir? What craft, sir?
Why, to observe, to notice, to remember, to record, to recreate in artful reconstructions our contemporary life. In short, to write.
Oh, you be the writing gentleman as is staying in the village.
You see, it's most unalarming.
Oh, aye, sir, indeed.
May I have a look round, then?
Oh, of course, indeed, sir. Would you like to see the signal box?
Thank you. Everything is grist for the bill, you know. I may find you and your little trackside domicile in the midst of great happenings one day in story or novel.
Oh, that would be fine, sir.
Mm-hmm. You work all alone in this place?
Aye, sir. All alone. Until the next shift.
All night?
Aye. 12 hours, sir.
Long hours for a solitary man with such responsibility. There are many wrongs in this world, you know, and I take it as my duty to strike out at them.
True words, sir. Would you step inside?
Thank you. Ah, you're quite cozy in here. I see you keep a close watch on the danger light. Is there anything wrong with it?
What? What, sir?
I was wondering, is there something wrong with that danger light?
Oh, no, sir.
But you keep looking at it.
Aye, trim the light when needed, change the signal when the line is clear. No opposing traffic, you know, sir. We'll shut out that cold wind, shall we, sir?
Oh, right. Yeah. Fire, I must say, is welcome. Remarkable how much colder it is down here, eh?
The damp and the wind through the tunnels, sir.
That explains it, certainly, yes. Though, when one's senses are tuned to all impressions, it seems more than natural, what?
Would you have some tea, sir?
Yes, very kind of you.
Oh, you'll pardon me, sir, a message?
By all means. I'll help myself, may I?
Please, sir.
He seemed quite a different man now. He replied to my questions with readiness. I observed him to be remarkably exact and vigilant, which might have explained his several penetrating glances at that danger light. Several times he was interrupted by the electric bell and had to read off messages. We drank the welcome tea, we chatted about the railroad life, and then a strange thing happened.
Aye, when you put it that way, sir. But it's such a part of my life, like eating, I hadn't thought on it.
Yes, you know, it's less than 20 years since Mr. Morse made his invention.
Is it, sir?
It is. And now in many countries of Europe and in America, hundreds, nay, thousands of lives of travelers depend on this telegraph of yours and the responsibility and meticulous care of lonely men like yourself.
Well, when you put it that way, sir, yes, it is quite
What is it?
A bell.
Bell?
Please, sir.
What are you listening to?
Excuse me, sir.
What is it? Is it the light? The light is functioning properly.
What? Aye, sir.
You must keep unceasing vigilance.
In a manner of speaking, sir. Will you have more tea, sir?
Yes, why, thank you.
It's a rarity, sir, and most welcome a visitor here.
I can imagine you would have many hours for thought and reflection here.
The mind wanders. Must be a grand thing, sir, to be a man like yourself, with the thoughts you must have to fill the time.
Yes, it is a busy head, this. There are times, you know, when I long for a little silence up there.
Is it working all the time, then, sir?
Even as I strolled in the fields from the village, even as I discovered you below me in the cut.
What thoughts, sir? Might I ask?
Oh, why not? Words for a book.
The actual words, sir? Inside your head?
Inside my head, ready for the paper.
You can recall them, sir?
Memory, a part of the craft. I train myself, you see. I walk down a street in London, I glance once into each shop window. Then I write down each item in each window.
What words did you have as you came along, sir?
Your village.
Aye, sir.
Did you know a battle was fought there?
A battle?
Mm-hmm.
When, sir?
Why, in the time of Cromwell. Didn't you ever hear that?
Oh, never, sir. Were you thinking on the battle, then, sir?
Yes.
Oh,
what's that?
Oh, only the wind in the telegraph wire, sir.
Oh, yes, of course.
Your battle words, sir.
Battle words. Yes, well, it begins once upon a time.
Oh, they all do that.
Yes. Once upon a time, it matters little when, and it matters little where. A fierce battle was fought. Not 100 soldiers in the battle knew for what they fought or why. Not 100 of the rejoicers in the victory why they rejoiced. Not 100 people were the better for the gain or loss. Not 6 agreed to this hour on the cause or merits. Nobody, in short, ever knew anything distinct about it except the mourners of the slain. For it was a great fight in which thousands upon thousands had been killed.
Ah, sir, that's well said.
Heaven keep us from a knowledge of the sights that moon beheld upon the field, when coming up above the black line of distinct rising ground, she rose into the sky and looked upon the plain, strewn with upturned faces that had once at mothers' breasts sought mothers' eyes. Heaven keep us from a knowledge of the secret whispered afterwards upon the tainted wind. Tainted wind. Before the traces of the fight were worn away, many a lonely moon was to rise and be bright upon the battleground, and many a wind from every quarter of the earth was to blow over it.
Aye, wind. Who can tell where the wind has been?
Those traces of the fight lingered for a long time, but surviving only in little things.
Little things?
Crops were sown and grew up and gathered. The stream that had been crimson turned a watermill. Men whistled at the plough.
But, sir, the death, it was still there.
Sabbath bells rang peacefully. Young people lived and old people died. The simple flowers of the garden grew and withered in their destined terms upon the fierce and bloody battleground where thousands upon thousands had been killed in the great fight.
Still there, sir. Little things, you said, sir.
What?
You said little things.
The little things in which the battle survived?
Yes, sir.
Well, for a long time in the growing corn there were deep green patches that people looked at awfully. Year after year they reappeared, and it was known that under those fertile spots heaps of men and horses lay indiscriminately buried, enriching the ground.
Oh, sir.
The husbandmen who ploughed those places shrank from the great worms abounding there.
Worms?
One dinted helmet had been hanging in the church so long that the same old man who tried in vain to make it out above the arch had marveled at it as a baby. Old wives' tales, so fanciful that they make it easy to forget the truth. Old wives' tales, yes, all that remained of the truth.
No, sir, no.
No?
It's still there, sir.
What, the truth?
Yes, sir.
Oh. The truth being that if the host slain upon the field could have been for one moment reanimated in the forms in which they fell, each upon the spot where he fell, gashed and ghastly soldiers would have stared in at household door and window, hundreds deep, and would have risen on the hearths of quiet homes, and would have been in the garnered store of barns and granaries, and would have started up between the cradled infant and its nurse, would have floated in the stream and whirled around on the mill, and crowded the orchard and burdened the meadow, and piled the rickyard high with dying men. So altered was the battleground, where thousands upon thousands had been killed in that great fight. What? Now, these are only words.
No.
Oh, please, sit down.
More than words, more.
Calm yourself, please.
Truth. Did you not say it yourself, sir? Truth.
Yes, of course, but merely a concept of the mind all the same. Here, let me give you some more tea.
No.
What? Oh, I am extremely sorry. I've no...
Quiet.
Yes? What?
Bell. Did you hear the bell?
No.
The message. Can you not hear the telegraph?
No, not a sound. Only the wind in the wires.
Sir?
Yes?
You know, sir.
Know
these things. You understand them.
What things?
Like my trouble.
Well, what trouble?
A hard thing to speak of, sir.
I'm listening.
When you stood at the top there.
Above the car.
What made you, sir? Why did you call out in just that way?
Well, what way do you mean?
Low below there, you said. Why was that?
Oh, heaven knows. I did shout something to that effect. Well, because I saw you below.
Is that all?
Yes. But what other reason could I possibly have?
True.
What is it that troubles you, man?
A man like you, sir. I can tell you.
Yes, you tell me.
An hour ago, I took you for...
For what?
For someone else.
Well, who?
I don't know who. I never saw the face.
Well, how's that?
The left arm is across the face, the right arm's waved.
Well, What do you mean?
Well, like this. The face is covered and the arm is waving.
Where was this?
Last year it started. One moonlight night.
What started?
I was sitting here when I heard a voice. Hello? Below there?
Last year? Oh, then you don't mean me.
No, sir.
You know, there are mental states in which we may confuse time.
Last year, I jumped up, opened that door, and saw this...
This what?
This... someone standing by the red danger light near the tunnel.
Ah, the danger
standing
light.
there waving, just as I showed you.
Well?
I just got hold of my lamp, I turned it on red, and I ran towards...
Ran towards this person?
It was standing just in front of the black mouth of the tunnel. I ran right up.
What?
I came so close that I wondered at the sleeve still across the eyes. I had my hand up to pull the sleeve away.
Didn't you?
No.
Why not?
It was gone.
Gone?
Aye.
How could it be gone?
Aye. How?
Was it rain or fog? Oh, no, you said bright moonlight. Did you look? Well, what about the tunnel?
I ran into the tunnel, held up my lamp. Saw all them wet stains creeping down the walls. Like something in those words, sir, in your head.
Wasn't the person there?
No. I ran out again, come in here, and telegraphed both ways.
You telegraphed? What did you say?
An alarm has been given. Is anything wrong?
Did you get an answer?
Both ways.
And?
All well.
Very dear fellow. I wish I'd known this before I made my little recitation.
Then I'd never have told you, sir. I'd never tell anyone.
Then perhaps it's just as well.
You know these things, sir. Sir, what is it?
Now to begin with, sir. Well, it's not what you think.
Then, sir?
Well, you see, strange shapes are often known to trouble the delicate nerves of the eye. Yes, have you thought of that? The dust, the soot, the smoke with every passing train.
Oh, no, sir.
Oh, yes. As to the imaginary cry, why, listen to the wind in this unnatural valley.
I see your meaning, sir. But there's more.
Oh? What else?
Within 6 hours of what I've described to you, the accident happened.
Accident?
And through the tunnel, over the spot where I had seen what I had seen, they brought the dead.
Oh.
Like your battlefield, sir.
Oh, now I understand.
I haven't finished. That was last year. One morning 5 months ago, as the day was breaking, I looked towards the tunnel.
You heard the cry?
No, it was silent, and did not wave an arm. It was leaning against a shaft of light.
A shaft of light?
So it seemed, with both hands covering its face.
In mourning?
Like this.
Aha, yes, mourning. Incredible. I've seen such an attitude in stone figures on tombs. Well, perhaps not so incredible if you had seen them.
I come in, sat down, feeling faint.
But nothing happened this time, eh?
That very day,
what?
A train stopped.
Well?
Right here.
Well, what of it?
No train stops here.
Oh, then why...
They brought in a woman. She'd been took ill on the train. She died. Right here.
Oh, but my dear man, people are dying all the time somewhere.
Yes, but not this, and judge how my mind is troubled.
Oh, yes, of course. You've seen it again.
A week ago. It came back. Ever since, off and on, it's been there.
At the danger light?
At the danger light. I've no peace nor rest. It goes on calling for minutes at a time. Hello? Below there. Look out, look out, look out, look out.
Oh, my dear fellow.
It stands waving. It rings that bell.
Yes. Now, when you went out then to look at the light, had your bell rung then?
Aye, sir.
Oh, it had, I see. Now then, you listen to me. Now just see how your imagination misleads you, eh? As a living man with ears in my head, I assure you that bell did not ring then.
I heard it. I went to the door, I looked.
And it was there, this figure?
It was there.
Do you think it's there now?
Aye, sir.
Will you come with me and look?
Aye, sir.
Well, come along then. Well, there's the danger light. Where's the figure?
No. It's not there.
Of course it's not.
What does it mean, sir? What is the danger this time? There is danger up the line, hanging over some train that's due here. Some worse accident.
Now.
You don't believe it?
Yes. I believe everything you've told me.
No, I mean, do you think I'm mad?
No. Why, well, if you were, you wouldn't ask such a question, would you? But you see, I do attribute it to a nervous condition. In such a place as this, it could happen to anybody. Well, to me, you see.
And what can I do?
Well, I want to help you. Now, will you come with me tomorrow, and we will see what may be done?
Where, sir?
To a wise medical practitioner, a friend of mine. We will take his opinion, and I am certain that he can relieve you of this, this purely nervous imagining.
Do you think so?
As certain as one may be of anything. Will you come in the morning after your shift?
Aye, sir.
Very good. Now, put your mind at ease. Now, what you've told me is quite natural. There is nothing whatsoever to be concerned about. But do come and see me. I believe you know where I'm staying.
Aye, sir.
Good. Well, now be sure you come. It's for your own peace of mind. And, of course, the public safety. Well, don't you agree?
Oh, I do, sir. I do. And thank you, sir.
Not at all. I'll expect you. Well, good night, and keep your mind off that abominable wind.
Good night, sir. Oh, you've not told me your name, sir.
Oh, just ask for Charles Dickens. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Dickens.
Poor devil. And it is a matter of the public safety, I must say. What about my own safety? I still have to make my way back up there somehow in the dark. Well, at least there's no one back there at the light. Oh, splendid. A train. Now I'll be covered with soot before I can reach the top. No.
Yes, it rang. Did it ring? No. He said it doesn't ring. But it does. Oh, how am I to tell? Yes, I can see it's ringing. No. I answered it, and they haven't called. Who is it out there? Did it ring the bell? Dear God, it's there. Oh, heaven. Dear God, the train's in the tunnel. What's going to happen to it? Look out! Look out!
Look at him. Here, bring the bloody tarp. Tom, hop into the signal hut and warn them. We don't want the bloody express running into us. Hop at you. Cover him up, for God's sake. That's it.
Here, you. What is it? What's happened?
Well, he got bloody well run over, that's what.
The signal man.
The signal man. What's left of him, damn it.
I should have stayed with him.
You, sir? What's it to do with you?
Never mind. How did it happen?
Coming round the curve of the tunnel I was, and there he was in the middle of the track. Paid no heed to the bloody whistle. Stood there and didn't move, and we run him down.
Doesn't make sense.
It bloody well don't.
Well, what did you do?
Well, what the bloody hell else could I do?
What happened to make this man lose all power of movement, to simply stand between the rails and be run down? Look, I want to know what you did.
What I did? Well, I'll tell you. I whistled. I shut off. I braked. And there was nothing to do then but cover me bloody eyes and wave at him.
Cover your eyes and wave at him.
I shouted me bloody lungs out.
Shouted?
Yes, shouted.
Now tell me something. Just what did you shout?
What did I shout? What's it bloody well matter? I shouted.
What did you shout at the man?
Well, what else would I shout? Hello, below there! Look out! Look out! Look out!
The distraught locomotive driver moved his eyes from my face. He looked down at the crumpled figure under the tarpaulin. Then, as I watched him unbelievingly, he hid his face in both hands. It was an action of mourning. I have seen such an attitude in stone figures on tombs.
Mystery Theater has presented The Signal Man by Charles Dickens, in radio version by George Selverson. Production and direction, Gene Bartels. In the cast, Henry Comer, the Signal Man. William Osler, Dickens. Glenn Morris, the engineer. Sound effects were by Bill Roach. Technical operation, Brian Wood. This is Bill Lorne speaking.
The F.W. Fitch Company presents Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Laugh a while, let a song be your style, use Fitch shampoo. Don't despair, use your head, save your hair, use Fitch shampoo.
The F.W. Fitch Company, makers of Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo and Fitch's shaving creams, presents Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery. Rogue speaking. I guess it wouldn't be polite for me to make the statement that Judge Colin Baker was a snake. I'll just say I think there was some truth in the rumor that he did shed his skin 3 times a year. The judge, who isn't a judge anymore, was a big barrel-chested guy with a dramatic mop of wavy white hair worn in a sort of a modified wind-blown bob, the better to impress the juries with. He'd made himself a reputation back east as a fire-eating DA, and then later as a hanging judge. He'd been out here about 5 years and had built a statewide reputation as a brilliant criminal lawyer on a set-a-thief-to-catch-a-thief basis. He had just won a big case, and he was having a cocktail party at his penthouse apartment on top of the building, which housed his plush officers. Betty Callahan had covered the trial, and now she and a photographer from her paper were covering the party. I tagged along. Oh, there was a dandy crowd there. Pasty-faced politicians, tired-faced women, and the old two-faced judge in all of his glory.
I think it's a lovely party.
Oh, Richard, isn't this a lovely place? Clear up here on top of this building. Just like living on a mountain.
Yeah, only you can't lock the bottom entrance of a mountain. You see anybody here you would really like to know?
Now, don't be bitter. You know I had to come here tonight. I don't like these people any better than you do.
Well, get it over with as soon as you can. Let's go someplace where I can take my hand off my pocketbook.
Well, my dear Miss Callahan, I'm sorry I couldn't get over to you before. Indeed I am. I saw you come in, but... Richard Rogue, I'm so glad you could come, sir.
Thanks.
And now, my dear, I suppose you like some pictures. I see you have a photographer with you. How thoughtful of you.
Yes. Could I get a group around the fireplace? Just you and the people connected with the trial, the defendant and the witnesses.
Of course. I'll round them up for you immediately.
Oh, thank you, Judge.
Yes.
Mike.
Yeah? You ready to go? Hey, they're sure serving good liquor here. Real scotch. None of that near scotch I get at the bar.
Good. Now, here's what I want, Mike. Get me some shots of the group that's forming over by the fireplace.
Right.
We'll put the judge in the middle. And have everybody congratulating him and the man he saved from the gas chamber.
I can think of a few captions for that picture.
Richard.
We couldn't print them. You can't call a prominent guy like the judge a crook. And you can't call a murderer after a bought jury says he's not. You get the idea, Mike.
Come on, Mike. You stay right here, Richard. I'll be back as soon as we've covered the art angle on the story.
And then we leave, right?
Yeah, just as soon as I can, dear.
I wandered around in the crowd and listened in to scraps of conversations. Jim Dorsett, an oily politician on the judge's payroll, was talking with a Mary Miller. Mary is a self-made wealthy widow whom the judge had defended after she'd poisoned her husband. She was glaring hate at the judge like a death ray, and I moved within earshot of them.
Well, Mary, you enjoying yourself at this testimonial to our friend's genius?
I'd rather be at his wake. I'd enjoy my cocktails more.
You can count me in on that, too. I'm surprised at you, though, Mary. He got you out of a pretty bad spot, didn't he?
Yes, for exactly half the money Fred left me. I didn't kill Fred, you know. I was innocent.
Oh, sure. Well, here's to meeting you again soon at his wake.
Happy little gathering. The laughter, which was bouncing off a high ceiling, had all the gay spontaneity of an open grave. But everybody was getting along with the judge. He was a big man. He had lots of money, lots of power. In a way, I couldn't help admiring the old boy, posing over by the immense fireplace, tossing that snowy mane of his about, and filling the rooms with his deep-throated laughter. Betty finally got all of the pictures she wanted and came glaring over to me. I got a little lump in my throat like I always do when I see Betty. Oh, if Mark Antony could have seen her, Cleopatra would have been in the second barge, rowing.
We'll leave in just a moment, Richard. We have to stay and drink one toast to the judge. He's going to be hurt if we don't.
Well, I wouldn't want to cause him pain.
Oh, he's getting our cocktails now. He's going to bring them over.
Okay. Did you get some pretty pictures of the old windbag?
He's charming. I like it.
Shh.
Here he comes.
How can you like a guy like that?
Well, here we are. Hope they're not too strong. Miss Callahan, I wonder if you would forgive me if I borrowed Mr. Rogue for just a moment. I have something I wish to ask his advice on privately.
Why?
Couldn't we make it tomorrow, Judge? Betty and I are...
Tomorrow will be too late, I'm afraid, Mr. Rogue. This will only take a few minutes. You won't mind, will you, Miss Callahan?
No, of course not.
Okay, all right, Judge. Where do we go?
My study, right through here. Now, I received a rather alarming note tonight, Mr. Rogue.
Yes? When?
It was under my glass when I returned to the serving table after those pictures were taken. Here it is.
Paper and envelope from the dime store, huh? Well, can't trace them. Well, let's have a see here. Have a good time, you murderer. You won't be alive at this time tomorrow night. You're going to celebrate an anniversary. You can't run so far that I won't find you and kill you. Unsigned, of course. Printed in block letters with no skill. Anybody could have written that.
And anybody could have left it there on the serving table.
That's right. There have been 100 people drifting in and out of here. You, take the note seriously?
Rogue, I've had threatening letters before, of course, but this one, well, I have a hunch about it. A premonition.
We'll return to our story in just a moment. First, when it comes to good grooming, your mirror can't tell you everything. It can't tell you how much clean, fragrant hair adds to that indefinable something called charm. Don't take chances on detracting from your loveliness. Keep your hair fresh and clean-smelling at all times by using Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo regularly. This clear golden liquid shampoo lathers magnificently and washes away dust, dirt, perspiration, and unpleasant odors from your hair. Fitch's saponified shampoo is made from mild coconut and pure vegetable oils. It never leaves the hair dry or harsh feeling. Thus, you can use it as often as you like and be sure that your hair is shining clean and free from offending odors. Have a professional application of Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo the next time you're at your barber or beauty shop, or buy a bottle at your drug or toilet goods counter. Ask for the economical large size, 16 ounces for $1. Now back to Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
I didn't want to go to the party in the first place, but I wanted to be with Betty Callahan, and she had to be there. It was a victory cocktail party which Judge Colin Baker was throwing to celebrate the fact that he'd cleared another guilty murderer. I wasn't particularly happy when the judge took me in his study and showed me a note threatening him with death within the next 24 hours. In fact, I didn't pay much attention until I looked at the judge's face. He was scared.
Rogue, I've had threatening letters before, but this one, well, I have a hunch about it, a premonition.
Oh, what are you going to do about it?
The safest place in the world for me to stay is right here in this penthouse, and I want you to stay with me, Rogue.
Me?
I'll pay you well for your time, and...
What's well?
I'll give you $500 if you'll stay with me for the next 24 hours, Mr. Rogue.
Oh, 500 clams, huh? Well, Judge, that makes it very interesting.
You'll accept the assignment, then?
Like a flash. Just let me explain it to Betty Callahan. I was supposed to take her out tonight.
Very well. I'm sure Miss Callahan will understand when you tell her about the fee. I need you, Mr. Rogue.
So busy you have to break your date with me. That's a habit of yours, isn't it, Richard?
Oh,
Well, you won't ever have to do it again. You'll never have another chance to.
Oh, but Betty, baby, listen, the judge figures someone is going to try to kill him tonight. You don't want to be a party to a murder, do you?
You're not worried a bit about the judge, and you know it, Richard. You're thinking of that $500.
Well, is that bad? $5 will buy a lot of entertainment. You can have a lot of joy on $500. Don't knock it. Don't sneer at it.
Well, I suppose I might just as well get Mike to take me home. I should have known that you'd get a better offer. You always do. Mike!
Yes, Miss Callahan?
Miss Callahan, I'm afraid I owe you an apology.
Oh, no, Judge. I can't very well blame you. If my friend Richard is so crazy about that money.
Judge, I got word for you. I can't take the assignment.
But I have your word, Mr. Rogue.
Well, I wouldn't want you to break your word with anybody else, Richard. Oh, no. Are you ready, Mike?
You can shove off, Mike. I'm taking Miss Callahan home.
Well, okay by me.
I'm really sorry, Judge, but...
Now, look, you two youngsters, there's no point in having a disagreement over this. Why don't you just stay here until the rest of the guests leave? They're beginning to leave now. Then, Mr. Rogue, you can take Miss Callahan home and come back.
That would leave you alone for about an hour.
There's only one entrance to this place. That's my private elevator. I'll give you the key. You can lock it as you leave. No one can possibly get up here.
Oh, I don't want to cause all that trouble.
Oh, it'll only be a little while, baby.
I hope you'll do this favor for me, Miss Callahan. I need Mr. Rogue's moral support tonight. Even at my age, I feel that I'm too young to die.
Betty and I hung around for another hour until all the guests either walked or were helped from the cocktail party. Then the judge and I went through the penthouse like acid goes through cotton. We looked under everything that was raised from the floor and behind everything that stood a foot high. Then we turned on the floodlights and searched the area surrounding the penthouse. Then the roof. There was nobody there. The judge was alone when Betty and I rode his private elevator and locked it with a foolproof lock before we got into my car and headed for her place. Betty was annoyed, and that ride home was as romantic as a tub full of wet wash. But she'd been annoyed before, and I wasn't worried. I left her at her apartment and fiddle-footed out to my car. I opened the car door, bent to get in. Oh! Lightning struck behind my ear. I heard the thunderbolts rocketing past and latched onto one. For a wild ride through the firmament. Stars kept exploding in my face, but I hung on until I saw my home away from home. Oh, good old Cloud 8. I let go, dropped an eon or two, and landed as softly as a smoke ring. I didn't open my eyes for a moment.
Chiefy, wake up. You're home.
Oh, hello, Igor.
I didn't think you were ever going to get here, Rogie. I was worried.
Where have I been?
I saw you go by here a couple of centuries ago. You went right past. I saw you way upstairs knocking at the pearly gates. But they wouldn't let you in.
Igor, this isn't... Oh, tell me that this isn't...
Oh, no, Chiefy. You're way north of there, and you're alive.
Oh, I'm glad to know that. What happened?
Somebody knocked you out of the park, Rogie, and then you went for an automobile ride, and then...
Oh, I gotta get out of here.
Oh, yes, you do. You've been gone a long time. An old friend of yours is trying to get through to you. You know what time it is, Rogie?
No.
It's 9:30 at Emmett. Over you go, Chiefy.
All right, Igor. Give me a shove.
So long, Chiefy. See you next week.
Hello, Urban. What are you doing?
I'm trying to get these handcuffs off you.
Oh, where are we?
We're in the hills above Mulholland Drive. Somebody brought you up here, chloroformed you, and handcuffed you to this tree with your own handcuffs. You need a bodyguard, Rogie.
How did you find me?
Oh, I got a phone call telling me where you were, to bring a file. Stand still or I'll leave you here.
Oh, okay. Who did it?
I'm waiting for you to tell me that.
Oh, I don't get it.
Somebody wanted you out of the way for a while, Rogie. Now, do you want to tell me what you're mixed up in?
I wasn't on a case, and I... Ooh, careful. Oh!
There. Now, you'll have to get a new chain for your bracelets, but anyway, you're unharnessed from that tree.
Look, Urban, I was supposed to be bodyguarding Judge Colin Baker last night.
Bodyguarding that crook? Why?
Well, he got a death threat and a note found on the serving table during a cocktail party.
Go on.
Yeah, somebody promised to kill him within 24 hours.
What'd you leave him for?
I took Betty Callahan home. Somebody must have followed me when I left the judge's penthouse. They knocked me out as I left Betty.
Oh, maybe we'd better check on the judge's health. Maybe that note wasn't kidding. How do you feel?
Woozy.
You can hang your head out the window on the way back. We'd better see whether your client needs a bodyguard or an undertaker.
My head was full of feathers and my hands felt heavy on my arms. My mouth was lined with brown blotting paper and my shoes were full of lead. I wasn't feeling very well as I got in Urban's official sedan and headed for the penthouse where I'd left Judge Colin Baker. My head ached like a broken heart until I took a couple of pills from Urban's first aid kit. And by the time we pulled up in front of the office building, I felt like I had a chance at living if I wanted to, and I decided I wanted to. The private penthouse elevator was still locked. just as I'd left it, and that made me glad. We entered it.
Maybe we should have called before we took this trip.
No, I want to see the old boy. I owe him an apology, if he's still alive.
How could he be dead unless somebody else had a key to this elevator?
Well, they didn't. The only other key is on the judge's key ring. He told me that.
Then what are you worried about?
I'm not worried. I just hate to give him back those nice, crisp C notes, that's all. I hope he's up. Well, this is it.
Oh, good Lord.
Well, the judge will never be any deader.
Yeah. Blue in the face. He's been strangled, Rogie.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. First, a word to the ladies. It's long been acknowledged that fragrance and charm go hand in hand. But unpleasant hair and scalp odors can banish charm in a hurry. By using Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo regularly, you can keep your hair flower fresh and fragrant. That's because Fitch's saponified shampoo makes billows of fragrant lather. Lather that floats away dirt, oily film, and displeasing odors from the hair. Then the lather rinses away easily and completely. You see, Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo contains its own special patented rinsing agent. This rinsing agent works right with the plain rinse water to assure you that your hair will be sparkling, radiant with all its natural color highlights. And there's no danger that your hair can offend others with unpleasant scalp odors, for Fitch's saponified shampoo leaves it dewy fresh and fragrant. Next time, ask for Fitch, F-I-T-C-H, Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo. Now back to Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Maybe I was surprised when I saw Judge Colin Baker looking up at me from the floor of his living room. I'm not sure. I had a hunch. Don't ask me why. I just had a hunch that he was dead when Urban brought me out of that stupor up there above Mulholland Drive. Judge Baker's face was as blue as a policeman's coat as he lay there, and his eyes were staring, wide open. Urban and I walked over to him.
He's been strangled, Rogie.
Yeah, looks like it. Huh. Any marks on his throat?
No marks. Looks like there was a struggle, though. Table kicked over.
How could anybody get in here? That elevator was locked. There's no other entrance.
What are you trying to do? Tell me this guy's not dead?
No, he's dead, all right, but how could he be strangled? Cigarette, Urban?
No, thanks, Rogie. So, he was murdered, wasn't he?
Yeah, no.
That calls for the medical examiner.
Well, I don't get it. There was nobody here when I left. There's been nobody here since. There's a peculiar odor in here. Smell it?
No. Sit down, Rogie, while I look around. There's been a murder. You're mixed up in it, and I want to talk with you.
Oh, you think I killed him? I didn't know him that well. Wasn't even mad at him. Hey, what's that?
A check. A check for $2,500 made out to the victim and signed by Mary Miller. Was she here last night?
Yeah, she was here. And she didn't like the judge. But I never heard of a dame her age doing a human fly act.
Maybe she had a key to the joint.
But she didn't. Believe me, she didn't.
Where's the phone?
Oh, it's in the bedroom.
Well, I'm going to use it. Wait here, Rogue.
There was a peculiar odor in that room, a faintly familiar odor, but I couldn't place it. My poor old beat-up mind was whirling a million revolutions a minute and getting no place. And then I remembered the note the judge received. It had mentioned an anniversary. So I decided not to wait. Instead, I took that long elevator ride and grabbed a cab for the library.
May I help you?
Oh, yes, I want to see the files on the Gotham City newspapers for the last 10 years.
All right, sir. It's going to take me some time to get them out of the storeroom. Any specific dates?
Yes, I would like to see copies of the editions 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 years ago today.
All right, sir. If you'll just have a chair. You sure you'll feel all right? You look ill.
Oh, I always look like this, thank you. just get me the papers, please. They're mighty important. Confidentially, I think they're going to solve a murder. The librarian got me the papers. I went to work on them. Gotham City was the city where Judge Colin Baker had made his reputation as a hanging judge. My hunch was as strong as a bride's coffee, and it paid off. In the issue for 7 years ago that day, I found the name of Judge Colin Baker on the front page. A man he had sentenced to the chair for murder had been executed, screaming his innocence. Within an hour after the electricity had torn through the body of this man, Harold Michaels, the real killer had confessed. And this was the anniversary of that legal murder. I called Betty Callahan at her paper. She wasn't there. She was covering the police investigation of Judge Baker's murder. I took a cab back to the judge's penthouse.
Oh, isn't this terrible, Richard? If it hadn't been for me insisting on you taking me home, the judge would have been alive.
Or I would have been dead.
Where have you been, Rogie? I told you to stay here.
I've been out doing your work for you, Urban. I got the motive for this murder.
You have, Richard?
No. What did the medical examiner have to say, Urban?
Oh, you know the doc. He just did a little muttering about cyanide. Won't give any official opinion until he's had a chance to analyze the contents of the body. What's your theory on the motive?
Well, Hey, Betty, where are you going?
I'm with the working press. Mike and I are going to get some pictures.
All right.
I can hear that massive intellect of yours ticking, Rogie. And I recognize that far-away look in your eyes. Now, what goes? Don't stand there like a dummy. If you've got any theories, let me in on them.
Cyanide, huh? Look, Urban, this place is air-conditioned, isn't it?
The penthouse is. The building isn't.
Yeah? I'll be back in a minute.
Hey, where are you going?
I'll be back in a minute. I want to check that theory of mine. Cyanide. That word brought back that dainty smell I'd noticed in the apartment when Urban and I had discovered the judge's body. Cyanide. The odor of cyanide is brought out by cigarette smoke. I had been smoking when I detected it. The pieces of this murder were falling in place like a well-trained chorus. I found the ladder that led to the top of the penthouse, where the air conditioning machinery was located, ran up the ladder, gun in hand, and there he was, the murderer, just lifting an earthenware crock from inside the housing of the intake fan on the air conditioning system. Put it down, Mike.
Make another move toward me, Rogue. I'll let you have this crock full of acid right in your face.
What good'll that do you, Mike? You can't get away.
Another 5 minutes and I would have been home. Free. How'd you figure me, Rogue? Why'd you have to horn in?
I looked up the Gotham newspapers for 7 years ago today, the day Judge Baker executed a man named Harold Michaels, an innocent man. Was he your brother? Your name's Michaels, isn't it?
He was my father. And I executed the man who executed him. In his own private gas chamber. Just like they do it at Quentin. I waited a long time for the chance.
Look, Mike, I'm not arguing right or wrong with you, but now you're a killer. And I'm going to take you in. Put that crock down.
No, I don't think so, Rogue. I'll just stand here. I have to think.
Just for my information, Mike, how did you delay the action of the gas until you knew the judge would be alone?
I thought of everything. I didn't want to hurt anybody but Baker. I hung the cyanide pellet over the acid on a piece of cotton cord. I tested it 6 times. You know, it took a drop of acid 3 hours to eat through the cord. I'm glad I killed him, Rogue.
I'm coming after you, Mike.
I'm not waiting, Rogue. I don't like the gas chamber.
Mike, don't come back here.
I'm not sorry for anything. Tell him that was my payoff line, will you, Rogue? So long.
No, don't, Mike. Don't jump. Mike's plan for murdering the man who'd caused his father's execution was as near perfect as any murder will ever be. While the guests were having whoopee at the cocktail party, he put that jar of acid in the air conditioning intake, hung the cyanide pellet over it, and was back at the party, leaving that note before anybody missed him. When he found that I was going to return to spend the night with the judge, he had to knock me out, get me out of the way for at least 5 hours. 3 hours before the cyanide fell into its acid bath, and 2 more hours which it took for the air conditioning system to completely change the air in the penthouse. Oh, it's clever, I thought. Yes, it looks like I did it again. Had a narrow escape, though, but that didn't bother me. I drive every day in the Los Angeles traffic. You know what I mean? This is Dick Powell again, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed our story tonight. Ray Buffum wrote it. Leith Stevens composed and conducted the music, and Dee Engelbach produced and directed. Be with us again next week, will you? We have a story for you about a black-eyed senorita from Argentina, a Latin-type corpse, and a mysterious gold piece. We call it Latin type.
For a while, let a song be your style. Use Fitch shampoo. Don't despair. Use your head, save your hair. Use Fitch shampoo. Laugh a while, let a song be your style. Use Fitch shampoo. Laugh a while, let a song be your style. Use Fitch shampoo. Don't despair, use your head, save your hair, use Fitch shampoo.
After and between Fitch shampoos, you can keep your hair shining and manageable by using a few...
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, the story of a man who felt that he had to prove himself, had to go to any length to make people believe him. Anthony Ellis stars in his own adaptation of Elizabeth Bowen's Telling.
The chapel was a ruin, roofed by daylight, floored with lawn. In a corner, the gardener had tipped out a heap of cut grass in the lawnmower. It smelled stuffy and sweet. Outside, beyond the ragged arch of the chapel, there was sunshine. But not here. Terry looked up, feeling shy, noticing suddenly, surprised, the blood on his hand. Embarrassed all at once at the idea of anyone coming. His brain was ticking like a watch, remembering Josephine. Homecoming from Ceylon a month ago. That first interview with his father in the study, so heavy with solemnity.
Sit down, Terry. Thank you, Father. Well, so you're back with us. That penny? Well, I suppose you rather expected it. No. As a matter of fact, this time I didn't. I hoped you'd make a go of it. Sorry. Yeah. You mind telling me what happened? No, I shouldn't mind at all if I knew. I thought things were going all right. And, well, then the letter from the office. And bye-bye, Ceylon. Hello, England. I didn't hear quite the same thing. Oh? Mockridge phoned from London, told me that you'd been shirking on the job, insolent to the plantation manager, and that they simply had no choice but to give you the sack. Well, it wasn't as bad as that after all. Look here, Terry. It's gone too far this time. When your mother was alive, I tried to understand. You were chucked out of school, 14, you remember? In Cambridge. Your mother was, I suppose she meant well, you being the youngest boy. I think if I'd had my way with you, though, it would have been better. But now you've been kicked out again. Your mother's dead. She won't protect you anymore. You're going to have to grow up now. Do you understand? Yes. Have you any plans? I don't know. Oh, Father, if I could think things out, I know I could do something. You've said that before. But I could. Or perhaps art. If I had a chance to study. Now, listen to me. And take that filthy cigarette out of your mouth when I'm talking to you. Sorry. I'm fed up with you, Terry. Your brothers and sisters are ashamed. We all are.
Why the devil can't you be a man? School's finished. You're 24. I will not tolerate a slacker in my house. I warn you, this is your last chance. You have a couple of weeks to get settled, and I'll try to find you something in the city.
Father, that's awfully decent of you.
I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for my own self-respect and the memory of your mother.
Yes, Father.
We shan't mention the Ceylon incident again. I think you'd better go upstairs now and get dressed for dinner.
And remembering in the now high, cold walls of the chapel, Josephine. The first meeting after he'd been home for only 4 days. Josephine, with her chestnut hair gently framing that face that he had loved, yet been unable to visualize during those 8 months away from her. And the warm, lazy afternoon, the sound of tennis drifting across the lawn. Josephine.
Charles has a marvelous serve, don't you think?
Yes, he's good. I'm afraid I've never been able to stand up to him. Or John, for that matter.
Oh, you don't practice.
Oh, is that it? I thought perhaps it was just not much good at it.
Oh, rot.
Josephine, you know, it's the funniest thing. All the time I was in Ceylon, even when I wrote to you, I simply couldn't remember what you looked like. It's odd, isn't it?
I'm sorry I didn't write to you. I've been terribly busy.
No, it doesn't matter. I can see you now.
Shall we go down to the court? I'd love a game when they finish.
Josephine.
Yes?
Do you believe in me?
What a strange question.
No, it isn't. It's important. Do you?
I think you're a very nice young man.
Don't say it that way.
How would you like me to say it?
I don't know. But not like that. Not as though you were talking to the gardener's son.
Oh, don't be silly, Terry.
It's not silly. I know I'm not much good. Clumsy. And I thought it was my eyes. You know, I used to drink whiskey to help. Really, I did. For a little while, it did help. I could do things cleverly. I wasn't clumsy anymore. And then suddenly the whiskey didn't do any good. I wanted to make people proud of me. You, Josephine, I've always wanted that.
If only you wouldn't take yourself so seriously, Terry. If you try and... Well, I don't know. Behave like a man,
I am
suppose.
a man. I love you like a man, not a little boy.
Oh, Terry.
I could do something if I had the chance.
I'm sure you could.
If I thought that you cared, I could do anything. I need somebody. You to believe in me.
Terry, dear, I'm very fond of you. You know I am, but really...
No, don't say anything now. I'll show you. I'll make you proud of me, you'll see.
All right. Now, do be a darling and try not to look so intense. I'm going to see how the game's getting on. Come along if you like.
Remembering, with the sharp, quick call of a bird, John, 9 years older, a barrister, promising young barrister. Charles, 6 years older, making a place for himself in the Conservative Party, for nothing big yet, but with a gleam of Parliament in his eye. And he'd get there. Everyone said so. Terry wanted to feel close to both of them, understand, be understood. He'd always wanted that. Catherine, his sister, 20, with an anxious, methodical mind, loving life and gossip. They were together one evening a few days later discussing plans for the party.
Oh, I think he's a perfect idiot. Besides, he's always asking me to marry him.
Right. Strike out Percy Breck. Who else?
But Josephine's coming, isn't she?
Yes, Terry, Josephine's coming.
You know, I think our little Terry has a crush on Josephine.
Oh, don't be vulgar, Charles.
Haven't you, laddie?
I like her, yes.
Break your heart. She broke mine while you were away.
Stop it. We've got to get on with the list.
Charles, were you...
Pots about her. Absolutely and forever.
I didn't know.
He's teasing you, Terry.
No, I don't think he is.
Oh, Terry, don't be a fool. Of course he's teasing.
It's not a very funny joke.
Oh, good Lord. I thought Ceylon would have toughened your skin a bit.
Look here, if you two want to fight, do it after we've finished.
Yes, my lad. Carry on.
You can manage without me, I think.
He's a sensitive soul. What on earth's the matter with him?
Oh, you know he's like that. Why do you always beg for trouble?
I'm sorry. I thought perhaps he'd changed a bit. Oh, I'll go and apologize.
Mind if I, Yes.
Oh, come on in. Come in. You sit on the bed if you like.
Right.
I found a Gurkha regiment in the village today. Quite nice, don't you think?
Oh, my hat, Terry. You're not still playing with lead soldiers.
Well, why the devil not? It's my hobby. What's yours?
I'm sorry. I came to apologize for what I said before.
No, you don't have to. I understand.
It's not true, you know. I was teasing about Josephine.
It doesn't matter.
Terry.
Huh?
You are keen on her, aren't you?
She's a decent sort.
I know, but... Well, you're not too serious, are you? I mean, you're not in love with or anything like that.
Whatever gave you that idea?
I wasn't sure. She's a decent sort, but not for you.
Oh? Why do you say that?
Josephine likes to have fun. I don't think she's ready to settle down.
What does that mean?
What I said, that's all.
You're saying she runs about?
No. Just, if you are in love with her, I wouldn't want to see you hurt.
Well, thanks very much, but don't worry. I can manage.
Righto. Only being brotherly. All serene?
Of course.
Good. Want to come down for a nightcap before you turn in?
No, thanks. I'm rather tired.
Good night, then. See you in the morning.
Remembered, as a shaft of sunlight touched the tip of the upturned shoe, the night of the party. Bright moons, whirl of evening dresses on young bodies, warm, scented air, music, dancing, couples laughing, kissing in the security of shrubberies. Josephine. Lovely. But as he watched her, he began to understand what Charles meant when he spoke of her, and he didn't want to understand. He danced one dance, and then she was always gone, and Terry went looking for her. He found her in the old chapel, and with her was an indistinct figure, a man vaguely known, somebody's friend.
Yes. No. You ruined my makeup.
Isn't that what it's for? You're the beast's arm.
Unless you behave, I'm going back inside.
I didn't think we came out here to behave. Besides, if you do go back, poor little Terry will be pawing you.
Oh, no.
Take your choice.
I haven't got one, I'm afraid.
And then here.
That floor. Right through her. She damages truth. She kills souls. She's killed mine. I must do something.
And remembering last night. All night thinking it out. Sometimes taking a drink, but mostly walking alone in the shrubberies, avoiding the others. He was not angry. He kept saying,
I must not be angry. I must be just. I must not be angry. I must be just.
All night, then, he walked alone in the garden. And as the light began to grow in the sky, he stepped through the French windows and took down the African knife from the dining room wall. He'd always wanted that African knife. And then he'd gone upstairs, shaved, changed into channels, put the knife into his blazer pocket, and sat on the windowsill in his room waiting for the sun to come up. Waiting and thinking.
No one but I can do it. She ought not to live with this flaw in her. She really mustn't. I must see that she doesn't.
You are listening to Anthony Ellis, starring in his own adaptation of Elizabeth Bowen's Telling, tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Tomorrow night, the FBI in Peace and War looks into the strange case of the go-getter on CBS Radio. It's a thrilling G-manhunt involving the machinations of a used car dealer who has his own methods for undercutting competition. Don't miss the details over most of these same stations tomorrow night when the Star's Address presents the FBI in Peace and War.
And now we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Anthony Ellis in Elliott Lewis's production of Telling, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
A breeze stirred the collar of her dress. Terry remembered, sitting on the windowsill, watching sunlight brighten and broaden from a yellow agitation behind the trees into swathes of color across the lawn. And later it had all been arranged for them. He fell into, had his part in some kind of design. He went downstairs to the dining room where the family was gathered for a late breakfast.
Morning, old boy. Scrambled eggs?
No, thanks.
Do you good. Didn't see much of you last night. Have a good time?
Yes.
Oh, wasn't it a lovely party?
Sit down, Terry. Catherine, give him a cup of coffee.
Where's Josephine?
Oh, she's already had her breakfast.
Huh? What a girl. I don't know how she does it. I've got a head like a melon.
Where is she?
Here's your coffee.
You look done in, Terry. Feel all right?
Yes.
Morning, you lazy people.
Morning.
Hello. Who wants to play a game of tennis?
Oh, my. Oh.
Would you like to go for a walk, Josephine?
Well, I'd rather... all right. You have some breakfast before you go out.
No, thanks.
Then why the devil do you stuff your pocket so full, Terry? That jacket isn't going to be worth a brass farthing. You'll have to get it pressed.
Oh.
Oh, come on, Terry. Don't listen to him. He's jealous because he hasn't got that casual look. I had a lovely time last night, didn't you? Did you see Marilyn when she fell in the pond? I thought Charles would have a fit. He laughed so much.
I didn't see that.
Oh, he must have kept your father up half the night. I hope he didn't mind. Oh, what a heavenly morning.
It is, isn't it? I saw it begin.
How on earth could you get up so early? It must have been 5.
I didn't go to bed.
Oh.
I like it here, in the chapel. Don't you?
Yes.
Quiet. Just want a chance to think and to make things right. You know what I mean?
Let's go on.
No. Not for a minute. Josephine, I saw you here last night.
Did you?
With that man.
I suppose you enjoyed yourself.
Why did you let him kiss you?
Oh, poor little Terry. Don't be tiresome, darling.
Do you believe in me?
Oh, yes, I believe, Terry. I understand. Now, be a good boy.
Will you kiss me?
Everywhere cigarette ends, scattered last night by the couple who had come to the chapel to kiss. Terry noticed a charred cigarette stump in Josephine's hair. By her left ear, it showed through. He thought...
She'd never forgive me for that. So fastidious. She mentioned my dirty nails once. They were dirty. Oh, she'd never forgive me for this.
He picked the cigarette out of her hair and threw it away. She lay now with her feet and lower body in the sunshine. The sun was just high enough. Her arms flung out wide at him, desperately, generously. On her face was a dazzled look. Her blood quietly soaked through the grass, sinking through to the roots of it.
I've done the right thing. What do you feel now, Josephine? You believe in me now?
On his way to the house, he stooped down and dipped his hands in the garden tank. Someone might scream. He felt embarrassed at the thought of somebody screaming. The red curled away through the water, and melted.
Hello, Catherine.
Oh, Terry.
Catherine? I've done something.
Oh, they're putting the furniture back in the drawing room. I wish you'd go and help. It's getting those big sofas through the door and the cabinets. Well, I'm putting the music away.
I don't suppose she'll be able to marry now. Nobody will marry her.
Oh, don't mumble, Terry. What?
Do you know where Josephine is?
No, I haven't the slightest idea. Now, go on, Terry. Please help.
Catherine? Do you know what happened down in the chapel?
Oh.
Catherine? What would you do if I killed somebody?
Laugh.
If I killed a woman?
Laugh harder. Do you know any women?
She had not wanted to be cruel, but he'd spoiled something for her. Last night she had gone to the chapel. She had been kissed. And now his talking about it had changed everything. She supposed he must have seen her and was being nasty about it. Might even tell Father. He'd always been like that. She found herself not liking Terry at all, almost hating him. Terry went to the drawing room and helped to move the furniture. It was Terry's fault. They scratched the paint on the wall with a heavy cabinet.
Oh, blast. We've scratched the paint.
No, it's my fault. It's nice of you to say we, though. I wonder if you'd say we
I
killed
think
her.
perhaps you'd better help with the barges and things, old man.
All right, Charles. But you should have seen the blood on my
bad
hands
luck.
just
John,
now.
we'll have to move this rug out of the way. Righto.
John, can I talk to you for a minute?
As soon as we've finished here. I'll get a move on, Terry. We'll be all morning.
He helped until he broke a piece of delicate meissen. Then they sent him out. The servants who were helping as well smiled tolerantly. He went to the kitchen for a cup of coffee. Cook was preparing a roast for dinner. He watched for a moment or two.
You're very good at that, Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Terry.
I think I wouldn't be.
Oh, everybody to his trade, Mr. Terry.
I'd probably make a good butcher, though.
Not you, Mr. Terry. I remember when you cut your finger once and you screamed for an hour at the sight of the blood.
I don't anymore.
Oh, that's nice.
You'd never believe it if I were to tell you.
That's all right, sir.
Cook, you ever read murder mysteries?
Sometimes.
Did you read the one about a woman who was stabbed to death by a man who was in a chapel just like ours? And funny thing is, her name was Josephine. Isn't that a coincidence?
Now, Mr. Terry, I'll have to ask you if you finished your coffee to leave my kitchen. I have a lot of work to do, and there are guests coming for dinner.
But it's true.
I'll run along now, sir.
Yes, Cook, I'm sorry.
He wandered out and into the hall. On the table were 2 letters come by the second post, waiting for Josephine. No one, he thought, ought to read them. He must protect Josephine. He picked them up and slipped them into his pocket.
I say, what are you doing with those letters?
Nothing.
Oh, well, they're Josephine's. I saw them before.
I know. I'm taking them to her.
Oh, you know where she is?
She's in the chapel.
Right.
John, I want to tell you something.
Later. I've got to go into the village for some things.
John, she's in the chapel.
Good. You take them to her.
John, I've killed Josephine in the chapel.
Right,
John.
Take them along to her.
John hurried ahead, not listening, not turning round, only hearing Josephine's name. He went into the smoking room and banged the door behind him. Terry thought,
oh, yes. You're a fine man, my brother. Fine man with a muscular back. But you couldn't have done what I've done. You've never kissed Josephine.
He sat on the second step of the staircase, sat there gripping a baluster, shaking with exultation.
Josephine. Josephine. Josephine.
The study door panels had always looked solemn. They bulged with solemnity. Terry had to get past to his father. He chose the top left-hand panel to tap on.
Come in. What do you want, Terry? I'm busy.
I wanted to talk about my future.
I suppose, my boy, that you really have got a future. Well, sit down a minute. I'll just finish this letter. There we are. Now then.
Well, there must be some kind of a future for me, mustn't there?
I should certainly hope so. You've been giving it some thought?
Yes.
What about marriage? We haven't talked about that. You know, a nice girl might do something for you. Settle you down a bit, eh? Anybody in mind?
No. Nobody?
It's a thought. In the meantime, we've got to find you something in the city. That was the idea, wasn't it?
Yes.
There might be an opening at your Uncle Victor's bank. No, you weren't very good figures for you.
Look here, Father. I've got something to show you. That African knife.
Hmm? What about it?
That African knife, it's here. I've got to show you.
What about it?
Wait just a minute. It was here. I did have it. I brought it to show you. I must have it somewhere. You remember? The African knife?
What's the matter with you, Terry?
It isn't here. I haven't got it. It's lost. Oh, perhaps I dropped it on the grass or by the tank somewhere. But I remember wiping it on the grass. I had it then. It's gone. I've lost it. I've lost it.
What do you mean? What are you trying to tell me?
I don't know where it is. You'll be angry.
Terry! Answer me! Terry! What in the name? It's your sister. She's outside. Catherine! You all right? Catherine!
I only wanted to show it to him.
Catherine!
It's Josephine, Father! She's down in the chapel. She's dead. Somebody killed her.
Oh, my... Terry, what are you trying to tell me?
Nothing. Nothing. Nothing.
Suspense, in which Anthony Ellis was starred in his own adaptation of Elizabeth Bowen's Telling.
Later tonight, continue this week's serial story of the case of murder in the Poison Fangs with Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons. Mr. Keene will be working on this one the rest of the week. And a thriller it is, too, as you know, if you've heard this week's developments up to now. Don't forget it. CBS Radio brings you another half-hour, one-episode murder mystery, The Case of the Date for Murder, Friday night, on most of these same stations.
Next week, the story of a murder in which no gun was used, nor knife, nor blunt instrument, nor poison, nor suffocation, nor force of any kind. And yet, a man was murdered. It's called Destruction. You may hear it next week on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Morrowick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Featured in tonight's cast were Ben Wright, Herb Butterfield, Ellen Morgan, Betty Harford, John Daner, Richard Peel, and Florence Walcott. And And remember, next week, Morton Fine and David Friedkin's new suspense play, Destruction.
Action as a policeman really finds it. 21st Precinct on the CBS Radio Network.
From the new NBC studios in San Francisco, Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Peary as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. Ladies and gentlemen, up and down the coast of America, the United States Maritime Commission is launching better than one new Liberty ship a day. Before the end of the year, they'll be turning out 3 a day. Did you ever wonder how they name all these ships? Well, one of them is about to be called the SS Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. So let's visit Uncle Mort, Leroy, and Marjorie and see what it's all about.
Leroy, we just received a telegram from San Francisco.
Yes, they're going to name a new naval vessel the Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
After you, Unc? Gee, what is it, a tanker or a blimp?
It's a Liberty ship, my boy, and it's being named in the memory of our ancestor, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve the First.
Oh, you mean the one who captured the pirates in the War of 1812?
Yes, my great-grandfather. I've always been proud of the fact that I'm the son of a sea captain.
And listen to this, Leroy. When they lock this ship out near San Francisco, I'm going to be the sponsor. You are? What you going to advertise?
If nothing. Marjorie's going to break a bottle of champagne over the bow of the ship.
From here?
Oh, dear.
No, silly. We're all going out there. Jeepers, we are? I better start packing. How soon do we leave? Oh, boy, we'll see lots of Indians on the way, won't we? Well, let's get going.
Whoa, there, hold your horses, Buffalo Bill. We don't have to be there till May the 12th, so we'll leave next week.
Oh, that means I'll have time to get 3 or 4 new outfits.
Yeah.
Along the ship? Why don't you just wear a bathing suit in case you get splashed?
Now, Leroy, if your sister wore a bathing suit, it would slow down work on all the other ships.
Oh, Bertie, someone's at the door. I'll get it just as soon as I can find my cap.
A cap? If you mean that silly little dab of white lace you wear on your head, you've got it on. It's over by your left ear there.
Oh, my God, so it is.
Yeah.
I just can't keep it from drifting. I'll pay the next trip today. Here I come.
Oh, thank you, Bertie. Oh, hello, folks. I just heard the thrilling news about you going all the way out to California to launch a great big boat.
Yeah.
And I understand that they're going to name the thing after you, Mr. Gildersleeve, because of what you did in the War of 18-something or other.
Oh, no, Dottie. No, not Uncle Mort. It was our great-great-grandfather, the first Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Yes, I'm the 4th and last.
Oh, you're the end of the line. Well, I want all of you to know that I'm just eager to help you get ready or drive you to the station because Mama said we should do everything we can to see that you folks leave town without any trouble.
Say, how did you and your mama happen to know all about this? We just got the telegram a few moments ago ourselves.
Oh, well, it was simple. They delivered it over to our house first by mistake, and so naturally we opened it by mistake, too.
Yeah, so you did,
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve, but here's another telegram just come for you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, oh, my dear, I wonder who this could be from.
From the telegram company.
I know that. Why, George, it is from the telegram company.
What does it say, Uncle Mort?
Error in telegram from Richmond Shipbuilding Company. Line reading launching on May 12th. Should read May 2nd instead.
May 2nd? Why, that's next Saturday.
And this is Wednesday. We've got to leave here today. Oh, this is going to be one of my bad Wednesdays. right, children. I've got tickets on tonight's train. Let's hurry and pack, huh?
Oh, Uncle Mort, how did you ever manage to get reservations so late?
Really very simple, my dear. I have a friend who is related by marriage to a cousin of a young lady who went to school with the ticket agent's daughter.
Oh, I see. Is that how you got them?
No, the two girls aren't speaking to each other. So I just stood in line like everybody else, and I didn't have a bit of trouble.
Very nice of you to come down and see us off, Daddy.
Yes, I appreciate your driving our car back to the house for us, my dear.
Oh, well, I'm only too glad to. All I hope is that I remember which hand is for the brake and which is the clutch. Oh, but you don't have to worry. I know how to work the gears with my feet all right if I don't have to put it in reverse.
Dottie, are you sure that you know how to drive a car?
Oh, positively. I read all about it in a book.
A book? Oh, maybe you better leave the car here and get someone else to take it home.
Oh, now, don't worry. If I get stuck any place like between two streetcars, I'll just call a tow car.
Oh, my goodness.
Attention, please. Westbound Limited leaving immediately on this track for San Francisco. All aboard!
Oh, good gravy. That's us. That's our train. Goodbye, Dottie. Come on, Marjorie. Hurry up, Leroy.
Oh, excuse me. Wait for me.
Is Bertie coming along, too?
Bertie, what are you doing down here?
You forgot this, Mr. Gildersleeve.
But, Bertie, I don't need this old vest.
Oh, yes, you does. You can't go to the coast without it.
Well, why can't I?
Because your railroad tickets is in the pocket.
What?
Look out of the window, Uncle. Is that an Indian?
Indian? Where, Leroy?
Standing in front of that cigar store.
Oh, no, my boy. That was just a wooden statue of an Indian.
Which Indian, Uncle?
A chief named Standing Pat.
Who was he?
Sitting Bull's brother. Now, stop wiping your feet on that lady's dress and let me work on my speech for the christening.
Oh, well, I don't mind him at all in the least. Such a sweet child. What's your name, mannequin?
Leroy.
Oh, Leroy. And do they ever call you Font Leroy?
Oh, for corn's sake. I think I'll go out on the observatory platform, Uncle.
Yes, where? Oh, yes, the observatory platform. And be careful and don't lean too far over. That's how we lost Grandpa.
Oh, my, what a dear boy. Yours?
Nephew. And as I look out over this vast sea of faces gathered around her...
Pardon me?
Oh, excuse me, please. I'm working on my speech.
Oh, well, excuse me, Senator.
If I don't happen to be a senator, madam, I'm just putting together a little talk for a ceremony that's going to take place on the West Coast.
Oh, a wedding.
Well, no, but if you must know, it's a christening. You probably read about it in the newspapers. The naming of the new Gildersleeve.
Oh, the new Gildersleeve. Is it a he or a she?
It's a her.
Oh, well, tell me all about it.
Well, we're representing the family, you see. They're going to give her the same name as I have, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
They're going to call her Throckmorton?
Oh, yes, it's an old family name. They're going to paint it right on her stern.
They are.
Oh, yes. I'm looking forward to the ceremony very eagerly. It's quite colorful, with the bands playing and the whistles blowing and the champagne flowing.
Well, now, I can't say that I approve of drinking champagne at a serious moment like that.
Oh, we wouldn't think of drinking it. We'd just smash the bottle across her nose.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, I hope you're joking.
Joking? That's the procedure, madam. Sock her with a quart and push her into the bay.
Dear, won't she drown?
Of course not. She floats.
But the little thing is helpless.
Helpless? Not that baby. Did you ever see the engines on a Liberty ship?
No. What's that got to do with a tiny infant?
I don't know. Who's talking about infants?
Why, you were. You were hitting little girls with champagne bottles and then drowning them and calling them Throckmorton.
Madam, I think your brains are playing hooky. Good day. What's the matter with that woman? Sad case. Conductor?
Yes, sir. I'm still trying to find an empty berth for your nephew and you. Say, I see on my list there's a Lieutenant Copeland who's occupying a drawing room all by himself.
Oh.
He's right up ahead in this car.
Really? Which room's he in?
Drawing room D.
Oh, that's fine. I'll ask him if we can move in. G, F, E, here we are, D. Maybe he isn't home. I better try the door to make sure. Oh, excuse me. Of all the stupid train officials I ever ran into, this fellow. Now, see here, conductor.
Yeah?
Why didn't you tell me that Lieutenant Copeland is a nurse in the medical corps? Oh, suffering swordfish. 8 o'clock in the morning, and I hadn't had a wink of sleep all night. Come on, Leroy, wake up. Wake up, Leroy.
Oh, good morning, Uncle Mort.
Yeah?
Did you have a nice rest?
Young man, how could I rest squeezing an upper berth with you?
Oh, gee, why not?
Because you played baseball all night.
Baseball?
Yeah, all you do is pitch and toss and knock the covers off.
Oh, I didn't mean to, Unc.
Yeah, all right, my boy. I know you didn't mean to. Now, let's get dressed, huh? Oh, great jumping jeeps.
What's wrong?
Look, our clothes fell out of the little green hammock.
Yeah, they're spread all over the place. Oh, lift up your foot, Unc.
My foot? All right, why?
You were wearing your hat as a slipper. Where'll I put it?
Let me see. I don't see any place to hang it. Better hang it on my head. You see my shoes any place, my boy?
No. Have you looked under your pillow?
By George, that's where they were. And I thought the mattress was lumpy. I better put my trousers on first, huh?
What's the trouble?
The legs in these pants seem to have shrunk overnight.
Oh, that's your coat.
What? By Jupiter, the next time you and I sleep together in an upper berth, Leroy, we're going to do it in relays. Come on, we can finish dressing in the washroom. I'll get down first, and then you... Oh!
Did you accidentally bump your head, Unc?
Oh, no, Leroy. I deliberately tried to push it through the roof so I could get a breath of fresh air. Porter!
Yes, sir?
Will you bring your step ladder and put it here?
It's right here, boss.
That's fine. Well, here I come. Leroy!
Yes, Unc?
You better jump.
I'll be down in a minute, Unc.
All right, bring the toothbrushes. Well, Porter, where am I?
Well, you're just out of Clinton, Iowa, and I'm just out of Ladder.
Clinton, Iowa, yes. Are you sure?
Yes, sir. We're just crossing the Mississippi River. And now about that ladder.
Oh, Leroy, look, there's the Mississippi.
Jeepers, what a mess of water.
Yeah.
Say, from now on, we ought to see a load of Indians, huh?
Yeah, possibly, my boy, possibly. Now, come on, let's get washed up.
Yeah, my ladder's washed up, sure enough.
What's he mumbling about? As soon as we pull into Clinton, we'll get Marjorie and take a nice brisk walk on the platform so we'll have an appetite for breakfast.
I got a swell appetite already.
Yes. Not so much noise, young man.
What did you say, Unc?
I said not so much noise.
Okay.
Yes. Mustn't make uncouth noise.
No, sir.
Yeah.
Clinton, coming in, Clinton.
Come on, Leroy. I'll shave later. Oh, look, there's Marjorie. Marjorie.
Oh, good morning, Uncle Mort. Hello, Leroy. Have a good night's rest?
Leroy did. He slept like a log and rolled like one, too. Come on, family. Let's stretch our legs, huh? Clinton, Iowa. Oh, well, just 2 more days and we'll be in sunny California.
Gee, Unc, here's another train.
That's the eastbound limited, my boy. Same as the one we're on, only going the other way. We'll ride on that on the way back.
Say, I wonder if I'll have time to get some postage stamps.
I think so, if we hurry. Good Lord. Oh, I was wrong. Come on, children. Hop on quick.
Here.
I can't understand this. We were supposed to stop here 10 minutes. Oh, well, the engineer's probably in a hurry to get home.
Let's go into the diner. I'm awfully hungry.
Yeah,
me too.
That's an idea.
Good morning. Table for 3. Right this way, please.
Say, Uncle Mort, do you mind if I ask you a silly question?
You better wait till I've had my breakfast. What is it?
Does the Mississippi River run on both sides of Clinton, Iowa?
Why, of course not, my boy. What makes you think so?
Well, just look out that window. There's Old Man River again.
But that's impossible.
But it's there just the same.
Well, I see it. But still, it can't be unless... Oh, Stuart!
Yes, sir?
What train is this?
The Eastbound Limited.
Oh, my goodness, we're headed right back home again.
We'll hear from the great Gildersleeve again in just a moment. But first, a good word for all you thrifty women who are looking for a really economical main dish. The product called Kraft Dinner is just what you're searching for. At a very low price, it gives you delicious macaroni and cheese, enough for 4. And with Kraft Dinner, you cook that macaroni and cheese in just 7 minutes. You see, in every package of thrifty Kraft Dinner, there's a quick cooking macaroni and some Kraft grated that let you add the cheese goodness with no extra work at all. Doesn't that give you a bright idea for luncheon on busy days and for dinners when you've shopped late or been detained by your own special wartime job? Now, the nice part of it is the whole family will love macaroni and cheese made the 7-minute Kraft Dinner way. So get some Kraft Dinner packages at your food dealers tomorrow. You'll be surprised to find how economical it is. And you'll be smart to stock the pantry shelf with plenty of Kraft Dinner. And now let's return to our friend, the great Gildersleeve, who's making a long-distance telephone call to Summerfield from an airport somewhere in Illinois.
Hello. Bertie, are you there?
No, sir, I'm scared. Where's you, Miss Gildersleeve?
I'm in Illinois, Bertie. We're flying to the coast.
Flying and talking in the telephone at the same time? Well, let's think of next.
No, Bertie, we're not flying now. We're about to take off.
Take off what?
Never mind what. We've lost our baggage and we need some new clothes.
Well, why did you take off the others?
We didn't. We got off the train, but we forgot to take off our clothes. And now we're ready to take off in an airplane, and oh, good grief, Bertie, it's too complicated to explain at $3 a minute. Is everything all right at home?
Oh, yes, it's just fine, except for your car.
Don't tell me Dottie's wrecked it.
Oh, no, she didn't even move it.
Oh, then it's still at the station?
Yes, but not at the railroad station. It's at the police station.
But why?
The police don't think it's safe to drive.
Why not?
Well, how you going to drive a car with the windshield all covered with stickers?
My windshield was not covered with stickers.
It is now. Traffic summonses. There's no parking for rides.
Oh, my goodness. Are the police angry?
Oh, no. It's the fire department that's perturbed.
Well, why are they mad?
Because they couldn't find the fire plug until after the fire engine burned down.
Oh, what's that got to do with my automobile?
Oh, your car was hiding the plug.
Oh, why didn't Dottie drive it away in the first place?
She just couldn't get it started.
Why not?
Because you took the keys along with you.
Oh, now I see it all.
Hurry up, Uncle Mort.
All right. Goodbye, Bertie.
Goodbye. Just keep on having a nice time.
Yeah.
This plane ride is super. Where are we now?
I'm not sure, Leroy. We're either in South Dakota or else Colorado, or perhaps we're deep over the heart of Texas.
Uh-oh, we're going to sit down.
Leroy, we're already sitting down.
No, that's an aeronautical expression, Uncle Mort, meaning the plane is going to make a landing.
Oh, it is? Well, I must remember that. Oh, that's stewardess.
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I see that the plane is getting ready to take a seat.
No, I'm sitting down.
Oh, yeah, that's it. I got my aeronautical terms twisted. When are we going to be seated, stewardess?
We're making a landing near Blackfoot, Wyoming.
Oh,
incidentally, Mr. Gildersleeve, you're going to be all right now, so you can let go of my hand.
What? Oh, yes.
Unfasten your safety belt.
Unfasten your... I hope we aren't stranded again. We don't get to San Francisco by tomorrow morning, that ship's name won't be Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, and neither will mine.
Come on, Unc, we've landed. Let's get out.
Yeah, all right, I'm coming. Be careful now. Don't step on that land there. Marjorie, do you know why the plane had to squat down?
Squat down?
Sure, that's an aeronautical term.
Well, I understand there's a group of flyers from the ferry command who have to travel in a hurry.
Oh.
So we're giving up our seats to them.
Oh, well, I don't mind doing that, but when do we get another plane?
Tomorrow morning.
But we've got to be in California tomorrow morning.
But how can we get there?
Well, maybe if we could... Leroy, what's wrong with you, my boy?
Gee, I haven't seen a single Indian.
I don't want Indians. I'm looking for some fast transportation.
Say, there's a young fellow with an old cut-down jalopy.
Where? Oh, yes. Come on quickly before any of the other passengers see him.
Boy, look at that boat. Oh, say, mister...
Hi, good-looking. What's cooking?
Young man, how would you like to earn some money?
Oh, you're rolling them down my alley. Just put me hep, cat.
Are those aeronautical terms, too, Leroy?
No, Unc, that's jive. He means that he's interested.
Oh, good. Well, I'll have to go back to school again, I guess. Young man, we want to get to the nearest city in the worst way, which probably means traveling in that Blitzkrieg buggy of yours.
Okay, Fatso, just whistle your proposition.
Whistle my what?
Dish out the deal, Uncle Dudley.
Make him an offer, Unc.
Oh, make him an offer, yes. I'll give you $15 if you'll take us as far as Cheyenne. We should be able to get a train from there.
Okay, Pappy. Climb in and I'll make with a motor.
We can. Oh,
be careful. You comfortable, Marjorie? How about you, Leroy?
Huckle duckle, Unc.
Huh? Oh, well, dogle then. Let's go, Mr.
My folks named me Chief Rain in the Face, but that's too corny. Just call me Drizzlepuss.
Gee, Unc, at last I've met an Indian.
Oh, yeah. My goodness, now I know how a malted milk feels.
Gosh, kids, I'm sorry my Jeep won't jive no more.
What's the trouble, Driz? Can't this motorized churn take it?
It just can't take you, puffy pants. Now, you've dragged the back seat so low it needs a wheel in the middle.
Well, cheer up, Uncle Mort. At least he's delivered us near a railroad station.
Yeah.
Station? Why, that's just a water tank, Marge.
Yeah, and there's a westbound train watering up.
Oh, what are we waiting for? Let's get out of this galvanized gaboon.
Hey, Jelly Pot, what about the O-Day?
I almost forgot. Well, here you are, Driz Puss. 5, 10, 15 simoleons. Hey, wait for us. Goodbye, Grip Pen. Give us a rumble anytime you make Summerfield.
Hurry, Uncle.
Yeah, I'm coming, my dear. Thank goodness I made it. Are you two all right?
Yeah.
Let's get inside and find the conductor. I hope I have enough money to pay for our tickets. Oh, here he comes right now.
Well, hello there, Mr. Gildersleeve. Hello, kids.
Huh?
Where have you well folks been keeping yourselves since Clinton, Iowa?
Well, what do you know? We're back on the same old train.
Say, Unc, what's that building?
I don't know, Leroy. Now, please don't ask me any more questions. I'm rehearsing my speech for the launching today. Ladies and gentlemen, as I gaze out over this vast sea of faces...
Gee, look, is that the ocean, Uncle?
No, San Francisco Bay. As I look out over the vast sea of San Francisco Bay, I recall the thrilling words of Captain Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve the first, when he said...
Oh, boy, is that an orange tree?
When he said, oh, boy, is that an orange tree? No. When he said, millions for defense, but not 1 cent for tribute. And so I say to you...
When do we get into Oakland?
Yeah, when do we get into... Leroy, I'm trying to concentrate. Oh, here's your sister. She can answer your questions.
Hello, Uncle Mort. When do we get into Oakland?
What's the use? You better ask the porter, Marjorie.
Oh, all right. Oh, George.
Marjorie, never call a porter George. That's the sign of an inexperienced traveler. Watch me. Porter?
Yes, sir?
What's your name, Porter?
It's George, sir.
It's George. George, how soon do we arrive in Oakland?
Oh, we'll be at the 16th Street station in 15 minutes, sir.
Oh, what time is it now?
It's 10 after 10.
Oh, jumping jelly beans. We arrive at 10:25. The launching takes place at 10:45. That only gives us 20 minutes to get over from Oakland over to the Richmond shipyards, wherever they are. Do you think we can make it, Porter?
You mean to the Richmond shipyards in Richmond?
Yes, of course.
Well, maybe, but it's an awfully funny thing.
What's so funny?
You remember that last station we just stopped at?
Why, of course.
Man, that was Richmond.
Why did I ever leave you?
Uncle Mort, can't the driver go any faster?
He probably could, my dear, but there's a company rule that he's got to stay with his taxi cab. How much farther, cabby?
Just a matter of minutes, folks. Take it easy. Why don't you turn on the radio?
Because there isn't enough room in here to dance. Turn on the radio, indeed.
Gee, I'm hungry, Unc. What are we going to eat?
Right after the ceremony, my boy. They always have a beautiful big luncheon party for the launching party.
Oh, you know, I'm so nervous I hope I don't miss the bottle with the boat.
Huh?
I mean, the bout with the boat.
Oh, now, relax, Marjorie. Look at me. I'm going to deliver a 20-minute oration. And I'm just as clam as a calm. Just remember the motto of the Gildersleeves, my dear.
What is it, Uncle Mort?
In the excitement, I guess I've forgotten the motto. Here. What's the idea of stopping, driver? Get going. We haven't got any time to lose here.
But, mister, we're at the gate of the Richmond shipyard.
Oh, splendid. Children, we made it with 17 seconds to spare.
Jeepers, look at the size of the place.
Yeah. Leroy, this is one of the fastest shipbuilding plants in the world. Go ahead, driver. What's stopping you?
That big gate.
Oh, the big gate. Oh, pardon me, I forgot. Mr. Guard, it's all right. We're the Gildersleeve party. For the launching, you know.
Can I see your invitation, please?
Oh, of course, invitation. Where did I leave it? Let me see.
Oh, Uncle Mort, don't tell me we have to go clear back to Summerfield for that invitation.
Take it easy, my dear. I've got it here someplace. Can't get in without an invitation. Huh?
No, sir.
I see. Think, Throckmorton, think. Oh, I know. It's in the suitcase. Yes. It's so nervous I can't seem to... there we are. It's open. Leroy, help me dump out these shirts and stuff.
Okay,
huh?
Unc.
Yes. Timetables, magazines, stationery, bedroom slippers, nightshirt.
Have you looked in the drawers, Unc?
There aren't any drawers in... Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, well, here it is, right here. Here you are, sir.
Okay. Drive right through, then straight down.
Oh, guard, have you seen anything of some people named Gildersleeve?
Yes, Mr. Foley. Here they are.
Oh, hello there. I'm Tom Foley, the superintendent.
Well...
Let's hurry. We're late. I'll just stand here on the running board. Straight ahead, driver.
Thank you very much.
Thank goodness, what happened to your baggage? Have you been in an accident?
No, Brother Foley. We've been in trains, planes, cabs, cars, and wash tubs. But so far, no accidents.
All right, driver. Pull right into that parking place. Come on, Miss Forrester. We haven't a moment to lose. Up this stairway, you follow us, Mr. Gildersleeve.
All right.
Gee, Unc, take a squint at all the ships.
Later, my boy, later. As I look at this vast sea of faces, I remember the words of the first Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, who said, what did he say?
Here are your flowers, Miss Forrester.
Oh, they're beautiful.
Oh, my goodness, I've forgotten something. I'll have to go back to town.
What is it, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I didn't get a bottle of champagne.
Come back here. It's all set.
Oh, that's why.
Now, let us through, please. Thank you. Come on, right here now.
Stand aside.
Give me the bottle of champagne, Lloyd. Thank you. Here you are, Miss Forrester. Now, you know what to say, don't you?
Yes.
All right, just make it snappy. Now, quiet, please.
Be quiet.
I christen thee Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
That's you. Oh, look at her. Well, I guess it's my turn now. Ladies and gentlemen, as I look out on this vast sea of faces, I see this.
Hey, Bud, get down off that platform. We gotta move it.
Move it, but my speech.
We ain't got time for speeches. We gotta lay the keel for the next Liberty ship. Hurry, pal, there's a war going on.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. Meanwhile, I want to tell you how to cook one of America's favorite main dishes in 7 minutes flat. Yes, you can make fluffy, light macaroni with cheese goodness through and through that fast. Get a package of the product called Kraft Dinner. Take the special Kraft Dinner macaroni out of the package and cook it in boiling water, not more than 7 minutes by the clock. No need to bake or blanch this macaroni. Just drain it and lightly mix in a little butter and milk. Then, with the Kraft grated that comes in every Kraft Dinner package, you sprinkle in the cheese flavor. Pop that macaroni and cheese into a casserole, onto the table, your main dish is ready. And with Kraft Dinner, your delicious macaroni and cheese is one of the most economical main dishes you can find. Doesn't Kraft Dinner sound like what you've been looking for days when you're rushed to get luncheon or dinner, and to help out the budget, too? Well, get some tomorrow. Every Kraft Dinner package contains the makings for 4 servings of delicious macaroni and cheese. Better get several packages so that the pantry shelf will be all set for hurry-up meals. Remember the name, Kraft Dinner.
Unc, Mr. Foley says they're building these Liberty ships here in 80 days.
Yes, Leroy. You can't beat American production methods. Why, these new boats are almost assembly jobs.
What do you mean?
Well, a ship is made up of thousands of items. They come from almost every city and state in our union. Engines from Denver, lifeboats from Kokomo, Indiana, wheels from Seattle, pine from Georgia, switchboards from Connecticut, the manifolds from West Virginia, hatch covers from Maine, Every part of our nation is represented here. They're real liberty ships, my boy, built by liberty-loving men, so that liberty shall not perish from this earth. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randall. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to be with us again next week at the same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. This week's program was broadcast from the new NBC studios in San Francisco. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Peary as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, a tip for you men folks who love macaroni and cheese. If you hanker for light macaroni with cheese goodness all through and through, better mention Kraft Dinner to the little woman. For with Kraft Dinner, she can make swell macaroni and cheese in just 7 minutes cooking time. You see, the Kraft Dinner package holds a special kind of macaroni that cooks tender in 7 minutes by the clock. And then you sprinkle the cheese goodness all through it with the Kraft Grated that also comes in the Kraft Dinner box. You're all set, ready to fork in. Sound swell? It is. Just say to your wife, let's have that quick-made macaroni and cheese. Kraft Dinner. Remind her to buy Kraft Dinner tomorrow. And now let's visit our friend, the Great Gildersleeve, who's just arrived home in great humor. For the local paper contains a big write-up and picture of our hero. The latest in a series they've been running entitled Men Who Have Pushed Summerfield Ahead. Number 89, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Go ahead. Read on, Marjorie.
Mr. Gildersleeve gained his college education at Princeton, where he was a member of the class of 14. He was one of Princeton's star athletes and musicians and was selected by his classmates as student most likely to weigh 200 pounds in 10 years.
Oh, yes, dear old Princeton. Incidentally, Marjorie, do you like the picture of me the newspaper printed?
Oh, yes, Uncle. You look positively handsome.
Handsome? Oh, no. What do you think of it, Bertie?
Just like one of them movie stars, only you got a pretty mustache and he ain't.
Oh, is that so? Which star do you mean? Ronald Colman?
No.
No? Are you positive?
But definitely.
Oh.
Tyrone Power?
No.
Clark Gable? Frederick March? Robert Taylor?
No.
Cary Grant? Victor Mature?
That's it. Now I remember.
Who? Victor Mature?
No, sir. Costello of Abbott and Costello. Now, if he only had a mustache like yours.
Excuse me, I'll get it. Costello of Abbott and Costello. Hello?
Hello. Is this my old palsy-walsy Gildy?
This is Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. Who's speaking, please?
Now, brace yourself for a surprise. It's Brownie.
Brownie? I don't know any brownies. Which Brown are you?
Your old pal, Bob Brown, who went to college with you. I just arrived in town for a few days. I thought I'd give you a ring.
Well, that was mighty nice of you. Bob Brown is... I still don't remember him. Well, we'll have to get together sometime.
You betcha my life, old kid. How about you coming right downtown and having dinner with me?
Oh, I couldn't do that tonight, but hold the line a minute, will you? Bertie, would it be all right for me to invite a guest out for dinner?
Yes, sir. The roast, it'll stretch.
You're sure that we have enough of everything now?
Oh, indubitably. Only maybe you better ask him to bring his own sugar.
Hello, Brown. Say, I've got an idea. Why don't you come out and have dinner with us?
Oh, no, I wouldn't dream of troubling you folks.
Oh, that's quite all right. The roast will stretch. Yeah. Come on out. We're at 747 Parkside Avenue.
Yes, 747 Parkside. I'll be there, kiddo. By Jiminy, I can hardly wait to see you again, Throcky old Socky. Toodaloo.
Goodbye. Brown. Bob Brown.
I better get out the good linen. Incidentally, Miss Marge, is we demitassing and finger bowling tonight?
Oh, yes, Bertie. Oh, Leroy, go comb your hair. We're having a guest for dinner.
Jeepers, every time we have somebody for dinner, I gotta comb my hair. Who is it, Uncle Mort?
Well, I can't quite remember, my boy. There were 2 Bobby Browns in my class at Princeton, and I don't know which one this is.
Gee, when you were at Princeton, I bet you were the big noise around the campus, Unc.
No, my boy. I didn't go out for cheerleader.
He was more of the athletic type.
Yeah.
He was? What did you star in, Unc? Football?
No, my boy. I was associated with the water polo team.
Gee, how do you play that?
Well, water polo is a sort of a soggy version of soccer. The team whose pole motor breaks down first is declared the loser.
And what position did you play, Unc?
Well, I had a very important position. I was the assistant business manager. Great jumping jeeps. That must be him already. I'll answer it. Where did he phone from? The corner drugstore?
Well, Gildy, you old coot, how's the kid?
Oh, you mean me. Well, I'm just Brown, Dandy. I'm Dandy Brown. Come on in, won't you?
Oh, sure. Hey, cabby, just throw my luggage up on the porch. Well, Throcky, it's great to see you.
Yes, isn't it?
Oh, you old rascal. You know you haven't changed a ton.
I haven't?
Oh, no, sir. No, sirree, Bob. Some of your pompadours slip down to your lower lip, and some of your chest has slipped down to your belt, but I'd still know you anywhere.
I wish I could say the same about you, Brownie, old fellow. Come on in and meet the family. This is Leroy,
Well, Leroy, you're certainly the image of your old man, aren't you?
Leroy happens to be my nephew.
Oh, yeah. Yes, of course.
And this is Marjorie.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Brown?
Oh, reprobate. Congratulations. What a beautiful young wife.
Marjorie is my niece.
Your niece? Oh, yes, of course. Well, I was just kidding. Don't mind me, folks.
Dinner, sir.
Oh, yes. And this is Bertie.
Yeah, I know. Your maid.
Absolutely correct. Have a cigar, Mr. Brown.
Your Unky was one of our star athletes.
Gee, Mr. Brown, tell us some more things that happened to you and Uncle Mort in college.
Yes. You seem to know so much that Uncle Mort has never even mentioned.
Yeah, and so much that never even happened, too.
Well, I'd love to, kiddies, but I'd better get downtown and register at one of the hotels.
But couldn't you stay
You expect to be here long, Brown?
Oh, just a day or two, then off again like a gypsy.
Gee, I'd like to travel all the time.
Oh, you'd soon get tired of it, my boy. Say, I'd give my eye teeth for a comfy home like this with a big fireplace, couple of swell kids, and a little guest room in case an old friend should show up.
Uncle, couldn't we...
By the way, Brownie, do you ever run into Eddie Maxwell or Bill Simmons or Clarence Benzer?
No, can't say that I have, but I saw Paul Green in New York last summer.
Oh, good old Paul Green. Don't believe I remember him.
Oh, he was one of the boys. Now he's in the game.
The game?
Yes, he makes puzzles. Now, there's a great guy. You know, he insisted on me coming out to his Long Island place for the weekend.
Uncle Mort, don't you think that we could...
Oh, yes, Green. I remember him now. A stocky fellow with sort of sleepy eyes.
Yeah, that's right. And talking about sleepy eyes sleepy. Yes, but now it seems there's nothing to do but toddle along to a lonely room.
Gee, can't Mr. Brown stay overnight in our guest room?
What? Oh, why, of course, our guest room. I wonder why I didn't think of it myself.
You will stay, won't you, Mr. Brown?
Oh, now, please, Margie, don't call me Mr. Brown. Just call me Uncle Bob.
Uncle Bob? You mean Uncle Boob.
You know, this is just too grand of you, Gildy. I'll just get my luggage. I think the driver left it on the porch.
Oh, no. Oh, you just sit there, Uncle Bob. I'll go get it.
Now we'll have time for a few more yarns about college, eh, Throcky, old socky?
Oh, yes, of course, Brownie, old clowny.
When I think of those ivy-clad walls...
Wait a minute. Hold on there, Brown. There was no ivy on the walls at Princeton. No, but...
when I think of those ivy-clad walls, I can't help remembering the days of the frost rush.
Excuse me a moment, won't you? Yes, Leroy, what is it?
Would you mind helping me, Unc?
What's the trouble? Can't you handle Uncle Bob's luggage by yourself?
Jeepers, no. Uncle Bob brought his trunk.
What?
From the coop replied, "No, sir, there ain't nobody here except us chickens."
You ain't the funniest man, Mr. Brown.
Oh, brother, what a memory.
I'll be right back with a tray full of breakfast, Mr. Brown. Mr. Gildersleeve, your friend sure is pleasant company.
Yes, pleasant and permanent. He's been here 3 days already. Bertie, did he give you any hint as to when he's leaving?
Well, he did discuss plans for a picnic 4th of July. Now I got to fix him a nice poached egg for his breakfast.
All right, George, I'd like to fix him a nice poached Mickey.
Hey, Uncle Morris, is Uncle Bob up yet?
Uncle Bob, Leroy, Mr. Brown is not your Uncle Bob.
I know, but he's such a swell guy. And he hasn't any nephews of his own, so I sort of adopted him. Oh, Uncle Bob, is there something I can get for you?
That guy gets more service around here than a cop in a kitchen. Nobody ever feeds me poached eggs in bed.
Oh, good morning, Uncle Mort.
Oh, hello, Marjorie. At least you're not going to neglect your uncle, I see.
I should say not. How's he feeling this morning?
Why, who?
Uncle Bob.
Oh, so you've adopted him too, eh?
Yes. He hasn't any nieces of his own, you know.
That bird hasn't anything of his own but an appetite.
Oh, yes, isn't it a shame? That's why I've arranged a nice big formal dinner for tonight.
Formal dinner? Do you mean I've got to put on soup and fish just to listen to that fish eat his soup?
Oh, now, Uncle, I've invited Judge Hooker and Rosita Callahan to meet Uncle Bob. Do you think he's Rosita's type?
He wears pants, doesn't he? What is it, Leroy?
Uncle Bob asked me to tell you that he'll be ready to leave right after breakfast.
Oh, he will? Splendid. I've been waiting for this.
Yeah, can you have the car all ready then?
Oh, with the doors open and the motor running.
Good. He wants you to take him out for a long drive in the country.
I should have known.
You can stop here, Gildersleeve. This is Hickory Hills, isn't it?
Yes. During the last war, Camp Hickory was located here. I remember the rifle range was right over there. Hickory was one of the biggest training camps.
Well, we've got bigger plans for it this time.
We have?
Oh, not you, my associates and I. Hey, you know, Gildy, I haven't discussed my reason for being in Summerfield.
Oh, there was a reason.
Oh, yes, and it's very confidential.
Yes.
You see those hills?
Yes.
Well, our mining engineers report that they contain one of the richest deposits of manganese in the country.
Manganese?
Not so loud. Yes, you know what it is, of course.
Oh, it's a very valuable mineral. It's used to toughen steel.
Right. It's in great demand now for war production.
You mean someone's finally found something of value in them bare hills?
Gildersleeve, there's millions in them there bare hills.
Millions. Brownie, old pal.
Yes, Gildy.
Suppose we were to snoop around and find out who owns this land. Don't you think we could pick it up pretty cheap?
No, I'm afraid the owner wants a pretty stiff price, Gildy.
Oh, you know who it is.
I'll say I do.
Look here, Brownie, little chum. After all, we were schoolmates together at Princeton. Do you mind telling me the owner's name?
Not at all, old kid.
Good. Then who is it?
It's me.
Hear my voice, I implore you.
Oh, hello, Uncle Mort.
Hello.
My, it's nice to have you so jolly again. You've been awfully grumpy the past few days.
Well, that's all changed now, my dear. Oh,
now run along and get into your tuxedo. The guests are due in half an hour.
Oh, the guests, of course. Deep in my heart, Well, hello, Leroy, my boy. Are you waiting to see me?
Yeah, Unc. I sort of stumbled into something by accident this afternoon, and it's got me worried.
What is it, my boy?
This, I found it up in the attic.
Why, that's my old college yearbook. Say, wait till I show this to Bob Brown. He'll get a terrific kick when he reads it.
No, Unc, you'll give him a terrific kick when you read it.
Leroy, why should I kick Uncle Bob?
Because he isn't Uncle Bob. He's an impostorator.
He's an impersonator? What do you mean?
Look, this book's got pictures of your whole class, including the 2 Bob Browns who graduated with you.
Yes?
And one of them was bald, so that couldn't be him.
I remember now. Baldy Brown. He finally graduated. But couldn't Brownie here have been the other one?
No, look, the other one was an Indian. Gee, you think he scalped the first one?
Leroy, why couldn't you found all this out just a few hours earlier?
Why, Uncle Mort?
Because this humbug just took me out and showed me a reasonable facsimile of a manganese mine.
See, he's a fakeroo, probably looking for a sucker.
No, my boy, he isn't looking anymore. He just sold me a half interest in his manganese mine.
The great Gildersleeve will be back with us again in just a few minutes. But first, a note to all you women who are on the alert for thrifty main dishes. You know that macaroni and cheese is a good one. But do you know that you can now make delicious macaroni and cheese in just 7 minutes cooking time? The magic lies in a product called Kraft Dinner. You see, every box of Kraft Dinner contains a special macaroni that cooks tender in boiling water in just 7 minutes. No need to blanch or bake this Kraft Dinner macaroni. You just drain it, add a little butter and milk, and then sprinkle the cheese goodness through and through with the Kraft grated that also comes in every Kraft Dinner box. In a jiffy, you have fluffy, light macaroni drenched in cheese goodness. Dinner will be such a help with the budget, such a help with getting quick meals, you'd better stock the pantry shelf. Remember that tomorrow when you order. For delicious, quick-made macaroni and cheese, ask your food dealer for economical Kraft Dinner. Uncle Mort had to go through with the dinner in honor of his old college chum, Bob Brown. Right now, it's cigars, coffee, and conversation at 10 paces in the living room.
Yeah, look at him go after my cigar.
Really, Mr. Gildersleeve, it was a most charming dinner, and I think that Mr. Brown is most charming, too.
Oh, yes, Miss Callahan. That fellow could charm a snake out of its skin. If present company accepted, of course.
Oh, he's led such an adventurous life. I understand that he was once an aviator.
You're right, sort of a fly-by-night. However, I have hopes that the government's going to step in and ground him for the duration.
And then the judge turned to the prisoner and said, "You may be deaf now, but you'll get your hearing in the morning."
Oh, for corn's sake.
Leroy, I don't blame you. I'd like to talk to you in a moment, too. Excuse us, won't you, Miss Callahan?
Oh, yes, of course, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah.
Yes, Unc, what is it?
Leroy, do you want that Brown chap to get wise that we suspect him?
Gee, no, Unc.
Then put away that junior G-Man fingerprinting outfit.
But how else can I trap him?
Look, I'm going to call in a mining engineer the first thing in the morning. We've got to be sure where we're stepping before we put our foot into it.
Well, what do we do now?
Well, just keep our eyes open and pretend we're completely ignorant. From the way I let myself get swindled, I won't have to do much pretending either.
Unc, here comes Judge Hooker.
Yeah, what is that old hippo? Oh, Judge Hooker, how's things?
Say, Gildersleeve, I must admit that I was completely taken by your friend Brown.
Uncle Mort was taken, too.
Leroy, go away someplace and pass the after-dinner mints.
Okay, Unc. Maybe I can get some prints that way.
Prince.
I was just thinking, Gildy, how nice it is to renew old friendships.
Yes, very nice indeed.
You know, I'd rather have an old friend than $1 million, wouldn't you?
Well, I suppose so. Although there seems to be some rule that you can't have both of them at the same time.
Oh, now, Gildy, you mustn't be so hard-bitten.
I can't help it. It's because I've bitten so hard. Judge, there's something I better tell you, and quickly.
Hey, Mr. Brown just left with Miss Callahan. He's taken her for a ride to the magnesia mine.
Manganese mine?
Yeah, he's got her interested, too.
By George, I've got to stop him before she does anything rash. Come on, Judge. Maybe you can help.
Here, Unc, maybe this'll help.
No, Leroy, I've told you before. I don't want that fingerprint outfit.
Gildersleeve. There's Rosita's car, parked up ahead. I wish I knew what this was all about.
Yes. Oh, I hope I'm not too late. You divert Brown's attention, Judge, while I talk to her. Rosita! Oh, Rosita!
What? Oh, why, Mr. Gildersleeve and Judge Tucker.
Hey, what are you two doing here?
Rosita, I must speak to you alone. Judge, you take care of Brownie.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, this has been the most delightful night. Now, what do you want with little me?
Well, excuse me for asking, Rosita, but why did Bob Brown bring you out here?
Well, I thought I had an idea, but I was wrong. He wanted me to buy a quarter interest in some perfectly wonderful mining property.
Oh, my. And did you?
Well, it was like this. The moon was so beautiful, and he was so persuasive, and I'm so impulsive, I just couldn't say no.
Oh, I never should have introduced you to...
Gildersleeve?
Yes, what is it, Judge?
Gildersleeve, the most wonderful thing has just happened to me. You'll never guess. I bought a quarter interest in a manganese mine.
Now, see here, Brown. I'm not going to beat around the bush any longer. You're a fraud and a fake, and I know it. Oh, you won't talk, eh? Well, I demand my money back. And right now, too. And if you don't...
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve, but is Mr. Brown in here?
No, Bertie, I'm looking for him myself.
Hello, I was just passing by, and I thought I heard someone paging me.
Oh, yes, Brownie. There's a little matter I'd like to discuss, if you have a minute to spare.
Always have a minute for my little bunkie. What is it, Maud?
Well, it's... excuse us for a moment, will you, Bertie?
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Now, what was it, pal?
Well, I sort of been thinking over that mining deal of ours, Brownie, and I've come to the conclusion that it wasn't very fair of me to jip you out of a half interest for only $10,000. So I was thinking...
Well, if you're not satisfied guilty, I'll take the stock back. Sure, I'll give you back your check and a $500 profit.
$500 profit? In cash?
Surely.
Now?
Just as soon as you hand over your stock certificates.
Stay right there. Don't move. I'll be back in a flash for the cash. Oh, excuse me, Bertie. Get out of my way.
Oh, Bertie, you waiting to see me?
Yes, sir. I drew all that money out of my building and loan like you done told me, Mr. Brown.
Good. I have your stock certificate all ready for you. 1,000 shares at 50 cents a share. Here you are.
What a beautiful certificate. And here's the $500, Mr. Brown. Take good care of it now.
Yes, don't worry. Now remember, not a word of this to anyone.
No.
Mr. Gildersleeve would be awfully angry if he found out that I let you in on this, too.
Don't you worry, sir. My mouth is going to be a closed book.
Good. Here he comes. Hide that certificate.
Yes, sir.
All right, Brown. Oh, Bertie, will you please excuse us again?
Certainly, sir.
Thank you very much.
You brought your certificates. Good. Now, here's your check back and $500 in cash, old man. Let me have the stock.
Yes. Wait a minute, Brownie. Don't rush me into this thing now.
But that's what you wanted.
Yes, but if a shrewd operator like you is willing to pay me $500 profit on the deal, there must be something to this little mine after all.
But Gildersleeve, we just made a bargain.
We didn't shake hands on it. No, sir. You're not going to jip me out of my investment, Brownie. I wasn't born yesterday, you know. I'm going to hold on to this stock. Oh, good afternoon, Margie, my dear. Any mail or messages or dividend checks for me?
No mail, Uncle Mort. But there's been a Mr. Connolly phoning all afternoon.
Oh, yes, Bill Conley. He's the mining engineer I hired to give me a report on the manganese mine. What did he say?
I don't know. Uncle Bob took the message.
Oh, Uncle Bob did? Well, I'll have to go ask him then.
Oh, wait a minute, I forgot. I've got some good news for you.
Good news you have?
Yes. You've been so anxious to get rid of Uncle Bob. Well, now he's left.
Left? But, my dear, I don't want him to go now. Are you sure he's gone for good?
Oh, yes. Right after he spoke to Mr. Connolly, he phoned for a taxi, packed, and scooted right out.
Oh, great jumping jeeps. That can mean only one thing, my dear. Hand me the phone, Marjorie. Thank you very much. I've got to warn Judge Hooker that Brown is a phony.
He's a what?
I'll explain later.
Judge Hooker's residence.
Hello. This is Mr. Gildersleeve. Is he there?
Oh, no, Mr. Gildersleeve. He's gone to the bank.
Oh, the bank. Thanks. I'll try him there.
But, Uncle Mort, I don't understand.
I've been done brown by Brown, my dear. He's a crook, a thief, a confidence man. He never went to Princeton.
Summerfield National Bank, Sheehan speaking.
Oh, Mr. Sheehan. This is Mr. Gildersleeve. Is Judge Hooker there?
Judge Hooker? Why, he just left.
Oh, too bad. Mr. Sheehan, I want to stop a check that I wrote made out in favor of a Robert Brown.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve, but Brown was just in here and cashed that check.
No, are you sure?
Yes, Judge Hooker brought him over and introduced him. He cashed a number of checks. Is there any message in case Mr. Brown comes back?
Thanks just the same, Mr. Sheehan, but that bird will never come near your cage again. Bertie, you let me know just as soon as this Mr. Connolly, the expert, shows up. There may be a remote possibility that there actually is manganese in those hills.
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve, I sure hope so.
Now, don't take it so hard, Bertie. After all, you didn't lose any money.
Yes, I did, too. All my building and loans is gone.
What?
And that Mr. Brown has such an honest face.
Why, Bertie, how could you be so gullible?
Oh, I guess it just runs in the family, Mr. Gildersleeve. I takes after you.
Well, I'd like to lay my hands on that crook.
Now, me, I just like to cook for him.
You'd like to cook for him, Bertie?
Yes, sir. I just like to cook for him one day, that's all.
Gildersleeve, are you home?
There's Judge Hooker, bellowing like a hooked bull. I'm in here, Judge.
Come on, Miss Callahan. Let's go in.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, you certainly have fine friends who cheat a poor, innocent girl.
What poor innocent girl? What's her name? Oh, you. I'm terribly sorry about the whole thing, Rosita.
Well, you'll be a lot sorrier when I file a lawsuit against you.
What?
Judge Hooker, I'd like to sue him in your court. Can I make an appointment now?
In his court? But Miss Callahan, Rosita, you know I tried to stop you.
I'm getting in, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Folks, that's probably the mining expert I hired. We might as well hear the sad news.
Here's that Mr. Conley you've been waiting for.
Yeah.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, Conley, is there any manganese in Hickory Hills?
Now, Mr. Gildersleeve, it's a well-known metallurgical fact that the presence of manganese in commercial quantities in this region is a geological impossibility.
Does that mean I get my $500 back?
No, Bertie. It means that we're all sunk.
Very well, Mr. Gildersleeve. You shall hear from my lawyers.
Gildersleeve, never speak to me again.
Now, wait a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry if I've upset you folks. By the way, I stumbled across a curious thing up there. It might interest you. You know where the Camp Hickory rifle range used to be during the last war, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Oh, yes. It's on my property. Well, what about it?
Well, the hills in back are just chock full of bullets. Must be 2,000 or 3,000 ton of pure lead just waiting to be dug up.
Yes, sir. What?
Does that mean we're going to make a profit after all?
Sure, Judge. Come on. All we got to do is get the lead out.
Uncle Mort, it's wonderful. Not only is this a profitable business venture, but you're reclaiming vital metal for our war production effort.
Yes, Marjorie. And here's some more good news. In order to dig those bullets out, we've got to level off those hills, which means they'll make dandy building lots after we've finished. More profit.
Gee, Unc, you're a regular financial gizzard.
Yes. Leroy, my boy, that's the wrong word.
Oh, my mistake, Unc. You're a regular financial blizzard.
Yes, let it go. Let it go. Good night, folks.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
ELL, Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube.
Johnny Dollar.
Now, why don't you get married?
Huh?
To me?
Well, Johnny Dollar.
Well, will you marry me?
Well, sure. Why not? Anytime you say. Janet?
Janet? Janet who?
Oh, sorry. I meant Carol.
Oh, you did?
Mariana?
No.
Gladys?
No.
Janie?
Now, stop that.
Well, let's try Hildy. Marilyn? How about...
No. This is Betty Lewis.
No.
Yes. And you listen,
What?
You knew it all the time, didn't you?
Yes, dear.
Just leading me on again, like you have been for all these umpteen years. But you listen to me, Johnny Dollar.
Yes, dear.
If it weren't for that crazy business of yours, jumping around all over the country, getting slugged and shot at, enough to drive a loving wife to drink.
Yes, dear.
Why, Johnny, I'd trick you into a date with a preacher. What was that?
Yes, dear?
Yes, dear. Yes, dear. It sounds like we're already tired old married folks.
Oh, you wouldn't like that.
Of course I wouldn't.
Oh?
That is, I mean, well, you know what I mean, you rascal.
Oh, sure I do. You drive you to drink every time I have to be away or tangle with a killer. And if you'd just stop being so darned insistent about my popping the question, why, well, who knows? Maybe I'd, well...
Yes? If I did stop trying so hard to land you, you'd what, Johnny?
I decline to answer on the grounds it might tend to incriminate.
Oh, honey, you're such a big, heartless dope.
Sure I am.
And I'm such a shameless hussy for admitting the way I feel. But if you ever do decide to become a normal human being, get into some safe, sane, honest business that only Johnny.
Yes, sweet.
I'm afraid it's about business that I really called you. I mean insurance business.
Oh, my entire ego just flew out the window. Well, what is it, hon?
I've got to see you right away.
Betty, I'll be out there at 13325 East Maple Drive before...
No, honey, I'm not at home.
Okay, at the office then.
No, dear, I'm not at the office either.
Well, tell me where you are, where you want me to meet you.
Just, stay right there and wait until I call you again. Will you, please, honey?
Well, now look, I just hung up on a frantic phone call from Fritz Melchior over at Continental Insurance and Trust. Apparently the usual sort of emergency.
I know.
Huh?
No, I mean, I'm sorry, but this is so important, honey, and since it concerns me, and if anything were to happen...
Happen to you? Betty.
Johnny, dear, I can't talk anymore right now, but wait. Wait until I call you and tell you where to meet me.
Hey, now listen, Betty.
I'll call you.
No, listen. Something very funny about this.
CBS Radio brings you Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Continental Insurance and Trust Company, Home Office, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Mystery Gal matter. There was something very strange about that call from Betty Lewis. Except for the end of it, I'd almost exactly the same conversation with her only a couple of days before, almost word for word. Oh, sure, the marriage talk has been going on for a long time. And why kid about it? If it weren't for this crazy, sometimes risky job of mine, I'd ask that girl to marry me in a second. And maybe someday... But she knows all that. She knows why it just doesn't make sense right now for either of us to think about it. We've agreed to that. So why bring it up again at a time when she actually had some important matter involving insurance on her mind? Important enough to stall me on whatever it was that Melchior at Continental Insurance and Trust wanted me for. I waited for her to call me back. Yeah, I waited over an hour, and then finally, though she told me she wasn't home or at the office, I called her house. No answer. I called her office, then to see if they knew where she might be. Much to my surprise, the switchboard operator told me she was right there, had been there all day.
Betty Lewis?
Yeah, hi, hon. Listen, I thought you were going to call me back.
Johnny, hi, dear.
Well?
Fancy hearing from you at this? What was that about calling you back?
And I thought you weren't in the office.
Now, whatever made you think a thing like that, Johnny?
Are you kidding?
Are you?
You said you weren't when I talked to you about an hour ago.
Oh, gee. I might have known this would happen sooner or later. So many girls on the string, you can't even keep track
Betty.
of. You talk to one, probably even propose to her, and then you lose track of which one it was.
Are you trying to tell me you didn't call me on the phone an hour and a half ago?
You trying to tell
About
me?
some insurance matter, some emergency?
Johnny, you're kidding.
You had to see me right away, that you'd call me back about where to meet you?
You're serious, aren't you, hon?
I'm dead serious. So let's cut out all this nonsense and...
But I didn't call you.
You're sure of that?
Well, sure I am. The last time I talked to you was day before... What's this all about, dear?
Honey, I'm sorry, I gotta hang up.
Johnny, is something wrong?
Yeah, I'm afraid so. I'll call you later.
What, dear? What is it?
I wish to heaven I knew.
Pepsi-Cola refreshes without filling. Why? Because it's truly light.
Charlie, you're forgetting something.
Wait, Kay, there's more. Yes, ice-cold Pepsi is the delicious refreshment that goes great at a picnic or a party.
But, Charlie...
And Pepsi goes fast. People like it, so keep plenty handy. There.
Oh, you did fine, except for one thing.
Well, I mentioned lightness and how Pepsi refreshes and how fast it goes.
You left out Pepsi sociability. You know the Be Sociable song.
But, Kay, I can't sing.
I can. Listen.
Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and fair and debonair. Be sociable, have a Pepsi.
Well, at least I can say this. Pick up an extra carton of Pepsi today.
Please do.
And now, Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar and the Mystery Gal Matter.
Expense account item 1, $1.15 for a taxi to Fred Melchior's office at Continental Insurance and Trust. I didn't bother phoning ahead to tell him why I was so late in responding to his call for help. I found him literally pacing the floor.
Oh, Johnny, thank goodness.
Yeah, hiya, Fritz.
Only I didn't expect you in here so soon. Sit down. Is everything all right?
So soon, did you say?
What?
And here I was, all set to apologize for not having got here when I was supposed to, nearly 2 hours ago.
Well, as long as you called me back and asked if you might go right on over.
I called you back?
Why, yes, of course. And I agreed with you it was best not to waste time coming here for the facts on the case.
No, wait a minute, Fritz.
So I told you all about it. Though I still think it shouldn't have been gone into on the telephone.
Tell me about what?
But since time was so important, and since you're going out there right away might... Johnny, what did you say?
I didn't, but I will. Now listen to me, Fritz. There's something very screwy going on around here.
Oh? What do you mean?
You called me on the phone about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours ago.
Yes,
you
that's
asked
right.
me if I'd come on over here and see you.
Yes. Now, you said you were still in bed, but that as soon as you could get shaved and dressed and a cup of coffee, you'd come on over here.
Okay, so far so good. And then?
Well, naturally, I waited for you.
Yeah?
But then after half or 3/4 of an hour when you didn't show up, oh, and believe me, this matter is so urgent, so pressing, so important.
What matter? No, wait, let's not go into that just yet. So what happened when I didn't appear?
I decided I'd better call you again, but I didn't have a chance.
Why not?
Why not? Well, you know why not. Because you called me back.
I did, huh?
Well, yes. And as I reminded you a moment ago, you suggested that instead of wasting time coming here to the office...
Only, Fritz.
Yes?
I didn't call you back.
Now, why do you say a thing like that? Of course you... Didn't?
No.
But, Johnny...
But it's pretty obvious somebody did.
Oh, but I'm
Yeah,
sure...
Somebody who tried to make you think it was me, who must have succeeded pretty well.
But that's Johnny, I hope you're not joking.
I am not.
Because I am certain, absolutely certain, I mean, well, how could I mistake your voice after all these years?
It looks like you did, though, doesn't it?
Well, then, who was it that called me and told me it was you and asked me for all the details on this case that I want you to handle for us?
Brother, I wish I knew.
And then when I told him where to go and whom to see, he agreed to get on it right away. And I, thinking it was you, oh, no. No. Oh, good heavens.
Now what?
Well, this all means that you haven't been out there to see him. Our client, I mean, out on East Maple Drive.
Who, Fritz?
Oh, good heavens, Johnny. Oh, we're too late. Well, come on. We've got to get out there and see him. Yes, right away.
Yeah, sure. Anything you say. But first, would you mind telling me who this client is and what's bothering him?
No time, Johnny. No time. No. You just come along, and I'll tell you all about it on the way.
I hope you don't mind my driving so fast, Johnny, but time, time is of the essence.
Time for what, Fritz? Now, why don't you just start from the beginning?
Yes, I will. Now, when I called and I talked to you the first time...
The only time, Fritz.
Oh, all right, yes. It must have been somebody else who knew I'd called you before, who found out from me that... Well, now listen.
I'm listening.
Now, anyhow, when I talked to you, I told you I'd had a call from one of our clients.
Yeah, only you didn't say who.
Now, the call was from Mr. John Marshall Sawyer out there on East Maple Drive.
Sawyer, the attorney?
Yes, retired.
Lives right across the street from a very good friend of mine.
I don't know about that. I don't care. The point is that Mr. Sawyer, before he retired and came up here to live...
Yeah, sure, the DA's office down in New York.
That's right.
Probably sent more hoodlums up the river than anybody else in the big town's history.
Exactly. Including Andy Rinaldi.
Andy the actor.
That's right. Confidence man and suspected killer.
Yeah, I had a hand in that case myself.
I know.
Andy the actor was a character right out of the old pulp magazine.
Yes.
And he was so clever at disguise, it's no wonder the police took so long to catch up with him.
Yes. Now,
hey, one time he did such a perfect imitation of some big financier, looks, voice, everything, that one of the big banks handed him nearly $250,000 in cash and... Wait a minute. You thought that I had called you back?
Yes, Johnny, yes. And Andy Rinaldi got out of prison only a few days ago.
So that's who it was. So Mr. Sawyer thinks he may come here and try to get even with him.
Andy disappeared, contrary to all the parole regulations and so on. But being such an actor, such a master of disguise, well, I suppose he figures he can make it just as difficult for the authorities to track him down as he did some years ago.
And he's probably right. Oh, a con like that ought to be kept in the clink forever.
Oh, of course, he's been reported here and there. Half a dozen innocent people have been picked up all over. Why, as far west as Los Angeles.
Ah, he's too smart to travel far. The longer the trail, usually, the easier it is to pick up.
The point is, Mr. Sawyer was awakened last night by somebody prowling around outside his home, apparently just casing it.
Well, it could have been a common burglar.
He thinks it must have been Andy the actor.
Did he notify the police?
No, he wants you on the job. You know Andy, and you're on to some of his tricks.
Well, maybe some of them.
What's more, Andy may have reason to feel the same way about you as he does about Mr. Sawyer.
That phone call to you pretending to be me. Somehow he must have found out you'd call me.
But how, Johnny?
But that girl who called me.
Girl? Who?
A perfect imitation of Betty Lewis.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Hey, Fritz, you better step on it.
You say a girl called you?
Yeah, to stall me off. It had to be. To maybe keep me away just long enough for him to get out here. Come on, faster, Fritz.
Anything you say, but listen, Johnny. The point is that if Andy comes around again
The point
tonight...
is that he may have decided not to wait until tonight.
What?
Come on, let me take the wheel, Fritz. We gotta make time. We made time, all right. But all along the way, I kept reminding myself that if those phony calls had been meant to delay me, they couldn't have hoped to keep me away for long. In other words, Andy the actor was ready to take care of Mr. Sawyer right now. I hoped and prayed we wouldn't be too late. Sawyer was an old man, hardly a match for a killer.
All right, now, here we are. And now look, Johnny, the front door of his house is wide open. Now, that isn't right.
Come on, Fritz, don't waste time talking about it.
Oh, no, we're too late.
Fritz, flat against the wall. Stay flat against the wall.
No. Look.
What?
The body fallen there in the doorway.
Yeah.
Have a real cigarette. Have a Camel. Have a Camel cigarette. Have a real cigarette. Have a Camel. Have a Camel cigarette. Best tobacco makes the best smoke. Have a Camel cigarette. Best tobacco makes the best smoke. Have a Camel cigarette.
If you're smoking more these days, but enjoying it less, change to Camels. The Camel blend of caustic tobaccos has never been equaled for real smoking satisfaction. Have a real cigarette.
Have a Camel.
Start to really enjoy smoking again. Now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
It was not the body of Mr. Sawyer lying there in the doorway of his home. But then it was Sawyer who slowly stepped out onto the porch where Fritz and I were still flat against the wall. He stood there quietly for a brief moment, then handed the still-smoking .38 to me.
Here, Johnny.
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Sawyer. Only one shot?
The first one you heard was from his gun. I'm sorry about this, about killing a man, but I'm afraid he gave me no choice.
It's Andy the actor, all right, Johnny.
Yeah.
Look, here, these false sideburns, the mustache.
Is he still alive, Fritz?
Yes, he's still alive.
Thank you.
Then you better call an ambulance and the police.
Yes, sure.
Well, Mr. Sawyer? Hey, and you know something? You may have saved my life, too. I followed the ambulance into the hospital in the hope Andy the actor would come too. There were some things I wanted to ask him about the girl, the actress, who'd call me on the phone to hold me at my apartment until he could carry out his plan against Mr. Sawyer. But Rinaldi stayed unconscious, so I took a cab back to my place. That's item 3, $1.50. As I walked up to the door, a man from the phone company came around the side of the building.
Hey, excuse me, aren't you Mr. Johnny Dollar?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, been hoping you'd come home. You want to check your phone for me now?
Oh, something the matter with my phone?
Oh, there sure was.
Oh?
Yeah, somebody put a tap on that line of yours. You wouldn't have any way of knowing it, but
so that's
we
it.
have ways of knowing down at the phone company.
Yeah, so that's how Andy and the girl, whoever she is, got to know our voices.
Yeah, a lot of people think they can get away with tapping a phone line,
Yeah,
but
sure.
believe me, Mr. Dollar, they can't get away with it for long. They took off the line in the basement. Do you have any idea who might have done it?
Yeah, and no.
What?
Well, Andy the actor, for one.
What's
but
that?
Who the girl is?
Hey, Mr. Dollar, what are you talking about?
Oh, nothing you need to worry about.
Oh, sure, whatever you say. But now if you'll go inside and dial somebody and see if you get them okay. You see, I got a handset still hooked up to it.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Oh, and the cops have already been notified, so if they come around asking questions...
Okay, thanks.
Hello?
Okay, fella, you can get off this line. It's all right now.
Yeah, sure. What? Is that you, Johnny?
Yeah, Betty.
Oh, thank goodness.
Now listen, tell me one thing.
No, you listen, Johnny. Can you come out here to my house right away?
Betty, listen to me. Night before last, we went to the movies.
I know, but Johnny...
We got there in the middle of the picture.
I know.
What part of the picture?
What?
If it was you with me, you know what part of the picture.
Well, it was right when Jimmy Stewart walked up to the front of the courtroom to the judge.
Okay, you're you, all right.
Oh, Johnny, I haven't the least idea what this is all about, but can you come out here and see me right away? I've got a surprise for you, and honest, honey, it's a really important one.
Betty.
I mean, she's a really important one.
She?
Yes, dear.
Well, you don't mean to say that you... I'm on my way.
Hi, dear. Come on, into the house.
Now listen, Betty, if this is some kind of a
Oh,
gag...
honest engine, honey, cross my heart, but listen.
Yeah?
I came home from the office early.
Uh-huh.
I had to walk the last couple of blocks because I ran out of gas.
Yeah?
All of a sudden, you and somebody else came charging up in a car to that house across the street.
You were here
where
then?
that nice old Mr. Sawyer.
You were right here?
Yes, but I suddenly got too busy to call at you or anything. You see, I was just letting myself in through the back door.
Okay, now, this surprise you talked
see,
about.
I'd forgotten my key to the front door, so I had to sneak in the back one. I always leave that key under the mat.
Honey, would you get to the point?
But the key wasn't there. And the back door was already open.
Oh, go on.
I started in quietly, and then I heard a couple of shots over there at Mr. Sawyer's house.
Yeah?
And Johnny.
Yeah.
There in my living room, standing behind the drapes of the front window and with a gun in her hand was this girl.
The girl.
Standing there watching across the street so intently that she didn't hear me come in. She started aiming the gun over at you and that man who was with you and Mr. Sawyer who'd come to the door.
Yeah, well, listen, look,
so
let's go
I sneaked
inside
up behind her and... Well, I'm afraid I kind of ruined one of my nicest vases on her head.
And you've got her? You've got her inside?
All tied up with all the clothesline I could find.
Oh, honey, I love you dearly. Where is she?
Here. Right here in the living room.
Oh, great. What a girl you... Holy, you must have really clouded her.
Well, I did. But when she came to and started talking, Well, honey, this burglar, or whatever she is, well, she started talking her head off, trying to tell me I didn't understand.
Well, how could she with that gag?
And you know something? She sounded so much like me, and I got so tired of listening to that voice. Well, that's the reason I put that gag in her mouth. Well, are you proud of me? Don't you agree? She must have had something to do with it. Oh, Johnny.
You know something? I love you, gal.
Oh, that's what I like to do. Oh, honey. Why don't you and I just...
And you preach to me about getting mixed up with people like this? Had any sense, I'd turn you over my knee and yeah, rascal.
This is much more fun, isn't it?
What a gal. And maybe someday, yeah. Expense account total including, that's funny, something or someone seems to have somehow diverted my attention for the moment from anything as trivial as an expense account. Trivial? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Hi. Maybe you'll recall this tuneful reminder of times past. This is Dennis James with something else worth remembering. It's this. You're so right to stay regular with Kellogg's All Brand. See, it's the normal, natural way to youthful regularity. The whole brand content of Kellogg's All Brand supplies your system with all the bulk-forming food that you need every day. There's only one All Brand. It's Kellogg's All Brand. So relieve irregularity from lack of bulk, as millions do, with a bowl full of Kellogg's All Brand each morning. ALL-BRAN. It's Kellogg's All Brand.
Now here's our star to tell you about next week's program.
Next week, I'll tell you about the biggest deception that was ever pulled. By me. So join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood and is written, produced, and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Virginia Gregg, Jerry Hausner, Harley Bear, and Peter Leeds. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is John Wall speaking. Suspense is next on the CBS Radio Network.
You know, Dooley, I've been reading up on hypnosis. Come here and let me try it on you. I'm an officer of the law and don't approve of making a man divulge his secrets. However, I'll stand by in case there's criminology involved. I just want to clear up some of his problems, Officer Suggs. But I haven't got any problems. I'm the soul of contentment. Maybe that's your trouble. You're too contented. Lie down, Dooley. You're going to sleep. I feel so good. He's under my influence. Now, little tyke, get up. Go straight to the beer of your choice. Astounding. He's heading for Utica Club. 'Cause Utica Club will still take the trouble to age beer the natural way. Utica Club, you see. He's got no problem. He's a happy, well-adjusted beer mug. Brewed by the West End Brewing Company of Utica, New York.
Radio 59, WROW, Albany, New York.